Not a buddy. Why did the monkey you summoned? It struck my hellhound dead with a single blow. Is this not absurd? Furthermore, while others summon magical creatures, why did you directly conjure a three-eyed man? This seems amiss. The most ludicrous part is this. Why does the creature we summon start to eat vegetarian upon seeing your bold humanoid summon? Are you truly a summoner? Chapter 1. Traditional Skills. Dr. Yang, how is my condition? It is quite stable. Please extend my regards to your father. But my father passed away when I was 5. I am aware. I have perused your records. You son of a... Jiang Lu's wrath surged, and he seized the doctor's collar, exclaiming, "If you jest like this again, I shall drag you down to hell with me." The doctor leaned back awkwardly, chuckling. "I merely fear that you might struggle to accept this reality, so I thought to lighten the mood." Jiang Lu released the doctor's collar, glaring at him fiercely before snatching the diagnostic report from the table and exiting the examination room. Upon leaving the hospital, he drifted through the streets like a wandering spirit, unknowingly arriving at a park bench where he sat down. More piercing than the chill of the winter wind was the diagnosis in his hands: a hereditary brain tumor, and he had already missed the optimal window for treatment. He could succumb at any moment. This was the only remnant his father, whose memory had become foggy, had left him. But fortunately, he was poor, unmarried, and childless. He would not pass this suffering onto the next generation. This was the only solace he found in his current plight. Jiang Lu opened his phone and began searching on Baidu for painless methods of suicide. The results were filled with advertisements for unscrupulous hospitals and miraculous remedies. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Lu closed his phone. At that moment, a woman's desperate cry echoed from the riverbank. "Is anyone there? Help my Zihan. My Zihan has fallen into the water. Please, I beg you, save my child." Many onlookers pointed and murmured, yet no one ventured into the water. Jiang Lu lamented society's indifference and, without a moment's hesitation, rose from a bench. He rushed towards the riverbank, swiftly deleting his browsing history. "Tumor, I will not perish at your hands. My life is mine to determine." Once the browsing history was erased, Jiang Lu flung his phone aside. Then, amidst the gasps of the crowd, he resolutely leapt into the icy waters. What the hell? This young man is risking his life. Is it really necessary? It's just a cat. Moreover, that cat doesn't seem to be drowning. It looks like it's fishing. Upon hearing the voices from the bank, the fervor that had ignited within Jiang Lu instantly extinguished. With a splash, he fell into the water, followed by the bubbling sounds of his descent. In his final glance before submerging, he beheld a cat with a fish in its mouth shaking off water on the shore. What the hell? Who named a cat Zihan? The frigid, bone-chilling river water gushed into his mouth and nostrils as his body gradually sank to the riverbed. Jiang Lu relinquished his struggle, allowing the water to fill him completely. So be it. After all, there's nothing worth clinging to anymore. His consciousness began to dissipate. Beep, beep, beep. The cacophony of traffic and honking horns reached Jiang Lu's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to behold a dilapidated ceiling. He found himself lying on a bed hastily constructed from simple wooden planks. Surrounding him were crumbling walls and a confined space. Did I not die? Who has orchestrated this? Could it be I have traversed to another world? With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Lu rose and grasped a small mirror from the table. The reflection revealed a young, unfamiliar face. Pale and slender, he appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. I truly have crossed over. Jiang Lu was initially taken aback, but soon a wave of joy surged within him. Though my handsomeness pales in comparison to my previous life, at least, I do not have a tumor in my brain, right? Beep, beep, beep. Lost in his elation, Jiang Lu was abruptly interrupted by a ringing sound. He rummaged through his pocket and produced an oddly shaped flap phone. Upon answering, a middle-aged man's voice boomed from the other end. "Jiang Lu, how dare you be late for the exam today? Everyone is waiting for you. Hurry over." Just as Jiang Lu was about to inquire about other matters, the call was mercilessly terminated. An exam? Waiting for me? Am I that significant? However, where is the examination venue? Jiang Lu immediately glanced at the backpack discarded beside the bed. He rummaged through it and discovered a student ID. Dacha number 2 high school, class 2 of year 3. Never mind. I shall step outside and inquire for directions. He packed his bag, pushed open the door of the cramped room, and descended the stairs. The dwelling he occupied appeared to be a rental in an urban village. Downstairs lay a noisy and chaotic street. Passers-by hurried along, clad in remarkably peculiar attire. Some wore full-body robes, others donned ancient costumes, while yet others resembled extravagant warriors in flamboyant armor. Jiang Lu casually seized the arm of a pedestrian who appeared somewhat normal and asked, "Could you please direct me to Dachua number 2 high school?" The pedestrian pointed towards a platform at the end of the street. "Wait there for a bus. They arrive every 15 minutes. It's 4 stops away." "Thank you." I must have been dazed. "What year is it now?" The pedestrian frowned, regarding Jiang Lu with disdain. "If you're sticky, go home and wash up. Don't bother me with your nonsense." With that, he shrugged off Jiang Lu's grip and hurried away. Jiang Lu could only respond with silence. Upon reaching the platform, he waited a few minutes until a square-shaped bus came to a halt before him. Jiang Lu boarded the bus and mimicked others by extracting a coin from his pocket and dropping it into the fare box. He selected a random seat and gazed out the window, his mind increasingly perplexed by the sights he observed. He was certain he was not on Earth. Would Earth have people soaring hundreds of meters high to clean windows without safety harnesses? Would Earth have road workers heating asphalt with flaming hands? Would Earth have an individual effortlessly carrying several tons of steel coils? Earth certainly would not have someone walking a dog with 3 heads. Jiang Lu was engulfed in confusion. What on earth was happening to me? The bus soon arrived at Chung High School. After disembarking, Jiang Lu hurried into the school. The security guard did not impede him, clearly recognizing him as a student of the institution. It was class time, and the school was devoid of movement. Jiang Lu quickly located Class 2 of Year 3. Taking a deep breath, he stepped for the classroom door. "Jiang Lu, you actually decided to come to school? What excuse do you have today? Did another old lady need your assistance crossing the street? Let me tell you, it's fine to be useless, but do not hinder the diligent students in the class. An exam is about to commence. Quickly return to your seat." At the podium stood a balding middle-aged man, who began berating Jiang Lu as soon as he entered. The class consisted of approximately 30 students, most of whom watched Jiang Lu with a sense of schadenfreude. Jiang Lu felt a twinge of annoyance and wanted to retort, but he realized he knew far less about his current situation than even the teacher did. Thus, he begrudgingly found an empty seat and sat down. His desk mate was a boy with bushy eyebrows and natural curls. Once seated, he leaned in slightly and whispered, "Jiang Lu, it's okay if you fail all 4 subjects. We can attend vocational school together. Trust me, you can still go to university from there." Jiang Lu shot a bewildered glance at the curly-haired boy. "Do you know me well?" The boy widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Jiang Lu, you're not trying to ditch me for the $50 I lent you, are you?" Jiang Lu was momentarily stunned, about to speak, when the teacher at the podium interjected. "Since everyone is here, let us begin the mock exam immediately." Jiang Lu had nearly forgotten all the knowledge from high school and was prepared to fail once again. However, the teacher's next words left him utterly astounded. "The venue for this mock exam is the Forest of Green." Chapter 2. Owing the classroom was suddenly filled with a cacophony of murmured exchanges. Why is it the Green Forest? The goblins there are swift and slippery. Indeed. And their aggression makes them formidable prey. Capturing one is a daunting task. Slime Park is far simpler. I could easily defeat a level 3 slime, even at level 2. Jiang Lu listened to the complaints echoing around him, feeling as though his hereditary brain tumor had somehow traversed with his soul. Otherwise, how could he be experiencing such auditory hallucinations? Combat. Dungeons. Is this really a school? He instinctively nudged the curly-haired boy beside him. "Hey, are we supposed to venture into the wild to hunt monsters for this exam?" The curly-haired boy looked at him as if he were foolish. "Jiang Lu, have you lost your mind? It's a martial arts combat simulation. Your academic performance is already at the bottom. If you flunk this practical too, you might as well resign yourself to a life tightening screws on an assembly line. Oh right, that $50. At that moment, the balding teacher impatiently tapped the podium. "Silence. Follow me now to the training hall." With that, he urged the students to exit. Jiang Lu, bewildered, trailed behind his classmates, feeling like an outsider who had stumbled into a live-action RPG. The training hall, situated behind the teaching building, was a vast, single-story circular structure. Upon entering, 3 enormous, shimmering energy portals stood majestically at the center of the hall, guarded by stern-looking security personnel clad in black uniforms. Above each portal hung a glowing electronic sign: Green Forest, Slime Park, and True Mine. The balding teacher approached a registration desk, scribbled something down, and retrieved a metallic box. He distributed blue glowing metallic wristbands to each student. "Put these on. They function as recorders and emergency teleportation devices," he explained. He then led them to the portal marked Green Forest. "Although you will officially awaken your abilities at 18 during the college entrance exams, You must still hone your skills beforehand. This will be your final simulation test. And I hope you take it seriously. The teacher delivered a motivational speech before the students responded in scattered agreement. Yes, teacher. Jiang Lu gazed at the futuristic wristband on his arm, which displayed a clear LV2 on its screen. A wave of frustration washed over him as he thought, no way. This really is like a game? Subsequently, the balding teacher stepped into the portal, which rippled with green waves. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lu followed suit. As he crossed the threshold, he was met not with the anticipated distortion of space, but rather a sudden burst of clarity. As if he had passed through a cool curtain of water. Instantly, the earthy scent of damp air filled his nostrils, accompanied by the cacophony of chirping birds and buzzing insects. He found himself standing at the edge of an expansive, sun-dappled primeval forest. Teleportation? Jiang Lu thought to himself, marveling at the absurdity of this world's technological advancements. The teacher's voice snapped him back to reality. Your objective for the exam is to form teams of 5. Regardless of your methods, each team must capture at least 1 goblin. If you encounter danger, press the distress button on your wristband, and I will appear immediately. With that, the teacher vanished into the dense foliage, leaving the students in a state of bewilderment. Clearly not their first experience of this nature, the classmates quickly began to form teams. Sister Yunnan, take me with you. Go, can I join your group? Hurry, hurry. There are only a few good hunting spots. Soon, 6 teams of 5 were formed, each selecting a direction before disappearing into the underbrush. Left behind were Jiang Lu and his curly-haired desk mate. Suddenly, the curly-haired boy raised his hands excitedly. Yay, we've isolated ourselves from the entire class again. Jiang Lu, why don't we just press the button and give up? It's exhausting to run around in the forest. Jiang Lu regarded his overly enthusiastic yet disheartened companion. By the way, what is your name? The curly-haired boy, surprised, touched Jiang Lu's forehead. Oh no, the kid's really lost it. I'm your long-lost father, Zhang Wei. His banter flowed effortlessly, indicating a surprisingly good relationship with the previous owner of this body. Jiang Lu queried. It seems like the others aren't fond of us. Why is that? Zhang Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's not that they dislike us. It's that they don't understand us. To stand against the world means to endure the scrutiny of the mundane. Jiang Lu was at a loss for words. Just as Zhang Wei was about to elaborate further, a low, guttural growl emanated from the nearby bushes. The foliage rustled violently, and a grotesque, humanoid creature emerged, standing less than a meter tall, with green skin. Wielding a crude wooden club, its features a hideous snarl. A goblin. But it's only level 2. We're lucky. Let us see if we can take it down. Despite having suggested giving up, Zhang Wei's first instinct upon encountering a monster was still to fight. He shouted as he drew a dagger from his calf and assumed a combat stance. Jiang Lu instinctively checked his own calf, only to find it empty. What? Isn't this supposed to come standard? Jiang Lu was bewildered. The previous owner of this body had been remarkably impoverished, lacking even a novice weapon. At that moment, the level 2 goblin let out a ferocious howl and charged towards them at astonishing speed. Zhang Wei shouted nervously, Jiang Lu, draw its fire while I flank it. With that, he swiftly moved to the left, attempting to maneuver around. The goblin, not particularly intelligent, fixated on Jiang Lu, jumping high and swinging its club down towards his head. In his previous life, due to unique circumstances, Jiang Lu had learned some martial arts and possessed a modicum of skill in close combat. In this moment of crisis, it was as if his memories were awakened. Instinctively, Jiang Lu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the incoming blow. The club grazed past his nose. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lu lifted his right leg for a sweeping kick aimed at the goblin's head. However, the goblin was quick to react, ducking its head to evade the strike with ease. Undeterred, Jiang Lu pivoted to execute a spinning kick, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, leaving him momentarily unsteady. The goblin seized the opportunity, leaping high and bringing its club crashing down on Jiang Lu's skull. With a dull thud, Jiang Lu's vision blurred, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. In his unconscious state, he perceived a phantom interface materializing before him, displaying enigmatic text that he had never seen but somehow understood. The 6-path summoning pool has been activated. Detected the host's strong will to survive. Please select your sacrificial offering. No external offerings found. Select to sacrifice your own organs, heart, kidneys, eyes, brain tumor. Upon selection of a sacrifice, you may choose to forge a temporary contract with the summoned entity. The duration of the summoned entity depends on the host's strength and the value of the sacrifice. Overwhelmed by the multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, Jiang Lu found himself at a loss as to where to begin. This entity manifests in the very fabric of one's consciousness, appearing far more sophisticated than the mere wristband adorning one's arm. Yet, aside from his own organs, was there truly nothing of significance left to offer as a sacrifice? However, upon noticing the option for his own organs. He was taken aback to find a brain tumor listed there. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Farewell, dear tumor. You have tormented me in my past life. Now, let's put your remnants to some use." With a fierce resolve, he pressed the selection. The hereditary psychic blockage of the sacrificial item has been chosen. Please await the response of the Six Paths beings. Jiang Lu's remaining consciousness quivered with trepidation. Could there possibly be a creature that would favor a brain tumor? What if there was no response? Would that malignant growth be forced back into his mind? As he pondered these unsettling thoughts, the panel flickered once more. Azura Path. Aowen has accepted your sacrifice and finds the flavor rather novel. Contract established. A gentle stream of energy surged into Jiang Lu's brain, instantly alleviating the agonizing headache that had clouded his thoughts. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes. His gaze quickly focused, revealing that he lay sprawled upon the ground. In the distance, a second-tier goblin brandished a club and approached him menacingly. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei lay not far off, his life hanging in the balance. Jiang Lu noticed a tiny dark golden speck flickering at the edge of his retina. With a flicker of thought, he activated it. The panel unfurled once more, presenting a simple option alongside a brief note. Would you like to summon the contracted creature, Aowen, temporary? Remaining existence time, 000959, based on the value of the sacrifice and the host's level. Yes, most assuredly. The moment he clicked, he felt an intangible link being forged. Centered around him, the air in the adjacent space began to warp. Chapter 3. What nonsense is this? The distorted vortex had yet to stabilize when a creature resembling a massive, pale bull stepped onto the ground. It sported 4 twisted, sharp horns and was cloaked in thick, coarse fur, exuding an ominous aura. The goblin, poised to deliver a finishing blow, abruptly halted, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in its crimson eyes. Though brutish, they were not devoid of intelligence and harbored an instinctual wariness towards the unknown. This strangely menacing white bull instilled a sense of unease within it. Yet, after glancing at the human it had felled with a single strike, and then back at the seemingly passive beast, the goblin's ferocity quickly overshadowed its caution. After all, it appeared to be merely a creature summoned by this human. It bared its teeth and emitted a threatening growl, gripping its wooden club tightly before charging towards Aowen. At that moment, Jiang Lu snapped back to reality, staring in awe at the legendary beast beside him. Was this truly the Aowen that consumed human brains, as depicted in the classic of Mountains and Seas? As the goblin lunged with reckless abandon, Aowen did not even bother to lift an eyelid. It merely flicked its massive head in annoyance, releasing a gust of air from its nostrils. Hiss! The moment the white mist made contact with the goblin, it was as if boiling water had been poured onto snow. There were no shrieks, no struggles. The goblin, along with its club, instantly dissolved in the white mist, dissipating into a wisp of smoke, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Jiang Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat dry as he managed to utter, "Is there poison in its breath?" However, the examination required capturing a goblin. With it reduced to ashes, how could he report back? Just then, Aowen's head turned towards Jiang Lu. "Mortal," a deep, resonant voice resonated within Jiang Lu's mind. "You expended a sacrifice to summon me, only to contend with such feeble vermin?" It could speak. Moreover, it sounded exceedingly displeased, as though it felt it was being grossly underutilized. Jiang Lu's survival instinct surged, his mind racing. Of course not. This is merely an appetizer. Great Aowen, my true objective is to eradicate the goblin's stronghold nestled within the green forest. I hope this trivial task does not inconvenience you too greatly? Aowen scoffed. Humph, to exterminate a nest of insects? Should you disturb my slumber with such trifles again? Even if you offer double the sacrifice, I shall not respond. Jiang Lu internally scoffed, as if I could grow another tumor in my brain. Yet outwardly, he donned an expression of earnest respect. Mighty Aowen, your power is unparalleled. Shall we commence? Lead the way. Aowen's voice carried an undeniable command. Very well, please hold on. Jiang Lu replied, hastening to Zhang Wei, who lay feigning death on the ground. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift jab to Zhang Wei's nostrils. Awaken. A zombie seeks your brain. Zhang Wei jolted upright, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, I don't have that thing. Upon recognizing Jiang Lu, he exhaled a sigh of relief, only to immediately scan their surroundings with unease. Jiang Lu, are you unharmed? What of the goblin? Jiang Lu gestured with his thumb behind him towards Aowen. It was obliterated by that one's nasal discharge. Zhang Wei followed his gaze, locking eyes with Aowen's indifferent gaze. A sound escaped his throat, and with a roll of his eyes, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. If you faint again, Jiang Lu remarked coolly, I shall not be responsible for you. The once rolling eyes were abruptly snapped back to reality. Zhang Wei grasped Jiang Lu's arm. Jiang Gu, You awakened your summoning abilities. When did this happen? You've hidden it well. Jiang Lu frowned. Did not the teacher say one awakens at 18 during the college entrance examination? Oh, do not heed the bald-headed king's nonsense. Zhang Wei babbled excitedly. Those who are specially recruited by top universities are all early awakeners. Jiang Lu was about to probe further into the matter of abilities when Aowen's impatient voice boomed once more in his mind. Mortal, my time in this realm is limited. Jiang Lu immediately halted, pulling Zhang Wei up. Guide me. Where are the goblins in abundance? Zhang Wei pointed in a direction within the forest. They must be in that great valley to the east. It is marked on the senior's map. But beware, a goblin leader purportedly resides there, at least level 7. Jiang Gu. Can your pet handle it? Jiang Lu glanced at Aowen beside him. Perhaps, maybe, it could manage? The legendary beast, even as a mere avatar, should find dispatching a goblin leader not too arduous. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. The mouth was littered with jagged stones, and 7 or 8 goblin sentinels stood vigilant, brandishing bone spears. Jiang Lu quickly cautioned Aowen, brother, remember to leave at least one whole body. We need it for the task. Aowen paid him no mind, leisurely striding towards the cave. The goblin sentinels immediately detected the uninvited guest, sounding a sharp alarm, brandishing their spears in a futile attempt to intimidate Aowen. Yet Aowen remained unfazed, and a surge of its murderous aura intensified, crashing forward like a tsunami. The goblins' horrified screams lodged in their throats, their eyes bulging in terror. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull explosions echoed. The heads of all the goblin sentinels burst apart like watermelons, their brains splattering across the ground, and the headless corpses swayed before collapsing. Jiang Lu, Zhang Wei, gagging the goblins deep within the cave were startled by the commotion outside. A throng of goblins, brandishing an assortment of rudimentary weapons, surged forth from their lair with raucous howls. Aowen stood still, exuding a palpable aura of terror that rendered him lethargic, as he relied solely on the ominous pressure emanating from his being. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of exploding skulls echoed continuously, resembling a symphony of death. Waves of goblins fell in droves, creating a modest mound of corpses at the cave's entrance. Within 3 minutes, the onslaught ceased, with no more goblins emerging from the depths. Sensing that this pace was insufficient, Aowen suddenly tilted his head back, his maw agape. No sound escaped, yet a visible distortion rippled outward from him in a fan-shaped wave. Boom. The rocky facade above the cave entrance and the entire mountainside crumbled instantaneously under the force of the terrifying sound wave, sending debris soaring into the sky. As the dust began to settle, the scene before Jiang Lu and Zhang Wei left them utterly petrified. Half of the mountainside had been brutally sheared away, revealing the vast structure of the cavern within. Deep inside the lair huddled several relatively small female goblins, their skin paler, cradling trembling, mewling younglings in their arms. They clustered together, tears glistening in their eyes, emitting pitiful whimpers that evoked deep sympathy. Jiang Lu instinctively furrowed his brow, but in the next moment, his gaze fixated on several of the female goblins, where tattered garments bore unmistakable fragments of fabric that had belonged to human women, now sullied and worn. The ripple of emotion that had briefly stirred in his heart was swiftly quelled. At that moment, Aowen's suffocating pressure enveloped the pitiful figures huddled together in the depths of the lair once more, without exception. Following a series of explosions, all whimpers and cries abruptly ceased. The lair was plunged into an eerie silence. Just then, a dark golden point of light flickered again in Jiang Lu's retina. He concentrated, and a panel unfurled before him. Remaining existence time, 000009. Summoning time is about to expire. You have established a temporary contract with Aowen. Further sacrifices of valuable offerings can continue the summoning. No external sacrificial items detected. Would you like to sacrifice your own organ, brain? No. Jiang Lu frantically clicked to refuse. Was this wretched system developed in northern Myanmar? Why did it always covet his meager components? Aowen's colossal form began to blur, and he gazed at Jiang Lu once more. The laws of this realm are intriguing. Energy is thin, yet governed by rules. Mortal, I look forward to your next summoning. Aowen's figure transformed entirely into specks of white light, dissipating into the air as if he had never existed, leaving behind a chaotic scene of headless corpses, an upturned mountainside, and 2 stupefied youths. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wei finally turned his head stiffly, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu. Huh. Jiang Lu remained lost in contemplation over Aowen's final words. Zhang Wei gulped nervously, asking earnestly, you must tell me the truth. Do you have a system? Chapter 4, Zhang Wei. Jiang Lu did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing Zhang Wei with a serious expression. The intensity of his gaze sent shivers down Zhang Wei's spine. Why do you ask? Zhang Lu's voice was flat. Yet, Zhang Wei, caught up in his own excitement, began to analyze. Look at you. On the surface, you're only level 2. Even if you got lucky and awakened a summoning ability, how much can a summoned creature surpass the host level? That's a hard and fast rule. Your situation suggests either you're a chosen one reincarnated after a tragic demise, or you're bound to a system. There's no other explanation. Zhang Lu's heart skipped a beat. Are people in this world so sensitive to anomalies? According to typical narratives, shouldn't he be considering silencing him by now? Yet he concealed his thoughts, merely scoffing. Your primary task now is to uninstall Tomato Novel. Where would you acquire so many systems? Zhang Wei, however, glanced around conspiratorially, leaning closer and whispering mysteriously. Actually, I want to hide it from you. I also have a system, Zhang Lu. His mind momentarily stalled. A complex expression crossed Zhang Wei's face as he lowered his voice further. However, the first task my system assigned me is to maintain my virginity until I turn 30, with the reward being the title of a Grand Mage. Zhang Lu, his heart plummeted back into his stomach. So he was just a fool. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Zhang Lu forced a neutral expression, feigning enthusiasm. Wow. You should really work hard. Absolutely. Zhang Wei, oblivious to the sarcasm, became even more animated. Ever since I took on this system task, I've been pure and unyielding. No longer indulging in late-night rewards. I'm even contemplating whether to visit a hospital for a little procedure to commemorate my aspirations. After all, once I become a Grand Mage, I can easily restore it. Zhang Lu, would you like to join? I heard the hospital next door is running a promotion. 1 procedure. 1 free. At that moment, Zhang Lu finally grasped why Zhang Wei was so unpopular in class. He was equally perplexed about how the previous owner of this body had forged a friendship with this character. He tired of engaging with Zhang Wei's nonsensical chatter and turned toward the pile of goblin corpses. The exam required capturing one. Dragging a corpse back should suffice. He rummaged through the mangled goblin bodies, searching for one with a more intact head. As he sifted through the carnage, his eye caught a flicker of faint blue light emerging from a gap beneath a lower layer of goblin corpses. He kicked aside an arm that was pinning it down and reached in, retrieving a piece of irregular, multifaceted crystal about the size of a fingernail. The stone felt warm to the touch, as if it contained a small, swirling mass of ethereal blue energy. Almost simultaneously, the archaic panel reappeared in his retina, displaying the prompt. Energy-containing object detected, low-level crystal core. Can be used as a sacrificial offering. Would you like to attempt summoning? At that moment, Zhang Wei approached, catching sight of what Zhang Lu held, exclaiming, "Oh, lucky find. You actually stumbled upon this. What is it used for?" Zhang Lu inquired, puzzled. "A crystal core. A rare treasure," Zhang Wei animatedly explained. "Only powerful monsters above level 5 have a chance of producing these. Not only is it hard currency in the tower, but I've heard that among the influential figures up there, this is even more valuable than cash." The tower? Another new term. Zhang Lu chose not to probe further. Fearing that speaking too much might lead to trouble, he quietly tucked the crystal core into his pocket. Not yet satisfied, he searched once more, but found nothing else of value. Resigned, he and Zhang Wei began hauling a goblin corpse with a relatively intact head toward the light gate. A small clearing outside the light gate had gathered a number of despondent classmates, most of whom were empty-handed. Only a group of girls led by a short-haired, oval-faced girl stood out, binding a struggling, frail goblin with vines, drawing attention. Zhang Lu recognized the short-haired girl, named Yunnan, seemingly a favored student of Teacher Wang. When they saw Zhang Lu and Zhang Wei dragging a goblin corpse back, their faces displayed surprise. Zhang Lu paid no heed to their gazes, and as he and Zhang Wei settled into a corner, they were soon met with a string of frustrated exclamations approaching from afar. A group led by a buzz-cut youth approached, expressing their discontent. "Damn, this is just too bizarre. After searching for what felt like an eternity, I found not even a single strand of hair belonging to a second-tier goblin. There was no choice. The green forest, a safe zone, had been scoured repeatedly by mercenary hunters, leaving low-level magical creatures bereft of their ears, which had been harvested for coin. Damn it, this simulation exam was utterly ruined." The young man with a buzz cut looked around irritably, his gaze landing suddenly on the goblin corpse at Zhang Lu's feet. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he strode over, kicking the corpse with his toe and speaking in a rough tone. "Did you lot kill this thing?" Zhang Wei sprang to his feet, puffing out his chest. "I obliterated it with a single punch, Gao Qiangfei. What do you want?" Zhang Lu shot a glance at Zhang Wei, realizing that this fellow was trying to cover for him. Gao Qiangfei clearly did not believe it, sneering, "Just you? I reckon you probably stumbled upon it by sheer luck, didn't you?" Zhang Lu leisurely stood up, positioning himself in front of Zhang Wei, his tone icy. "None of your business." Those words were like a spark igniting a powder keg. Gao Qiangfei exploded. "What? When did these two cowards grow such backbone? Have you forgotten how I cornered you in the restroom, making you kneel and call me grandfather? I still have pictures on my phone. Want me to pull them out right now for everyone to see? As he spoke, he genuinely reached for his phone. Zhang Lu furrowed his brow and quietly asked Zhang Wei, "Is that true?" Zhang Wei leaned in, lowering his voice to quickly explain, "That was a strategic retreat. There were over a dozen of them beating us up. If we hadn't knelt properly and shouted loudly, we would have ended up in the ICU." Zhang Lu's expression turned cold in an instant. Gao Xiangfei had already pulled out the photos, triumphantly holding his phone aloft, turning to showcase it to the onlooking classmates. Come, everyone, take a look at these two losers." At that very moment, as Gao Xiangfei turned around, his attention completely diverted, Zhang Lu made his move. He surged forward with a powerful kick, landing it squarely on the back of Gao Xiangfei's head. Boom. What the hell? Gao Xiangfei was caught off guard, propelled forward and landing face first into the ground, his phone flying from his grasp. The atmosphere became instantly tense, the watching classmates' eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Zhang Lu, long trampled underfoot, had dared to strike back at Gao Xiangfei. Even Yu Nan, who usually remained expressionless, cast a look of surprise. Gao Xiangfei lay on the ground, stunned for 2 seconds before the overwhelming feelings of humiliation and rage surged through him. Especially with so many classmates watching, Yu Nan included. He scrambled to his feet, eyes bloodshot with fury, pointing at Zhang Lu and bellowing, "You dare ambush me? If I don't make you bleed today, I'll change my last name." He abruptly drew a glinting dagger from his pants, shouting at his companions who were attempting to approach, "Don't you dare move. I'll take care of him myself." Zhang Lu took a deep breath, every muscle in his body tensed, his eyes locked onto Gao Xiangfei's movements. Noting the blue wristband displaying LV3, uncertainty gnawed at him. But he didn't retreat an inch. Retreating would mean sinking back to the humiliation of his former self. Just then, a cold metallic object was thrust into his hand. It was a dagger handed over by Zhang Wei. Zhang Lu grasped the hilt, crouching low, his gaze fixed on the advancing Gao Xiangfei. Chapter 5, Outside the Tower. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the onlookers holding their breath. Gao Xiangfei surged forward, the dagger slicing through the air, aimed directly at Zhang Lu's throat. That bastard. Was he truly trying to kill him? A chill ran down Zhang Lu's spine. Was fighting really a matter of life and death in this world? He abruptly leaned back, stumbling as the blade grazed his skin. Dodging this lethal strike ignited a fierce determination within him. Using the backward momentum, he channeled his strength into a powerful upward kick that struck Gao Xiangfei's wrist. Ugh! Gao Xiangfei grunted in pain, though he did not release the dagger. His assault merely momentarily stalled. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he lunged forward, like a mountain crashing down, driving the dagger towards Zhang Lu's heart once more. Even a mud doll would have some fight left in it, let alone Zhang Lu, who had already faced death once. Spitting out a quick glob of saliva, he aimed it straight for Gao Xiangfei's eyes. This move was underhanded but incredibly effective. Gao Xiangfei's vision blurred, his actions distorted in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lu executed a swift roll, narrowly avoiding the deadly stab, positioning himself behind Gao Xiangfei. Without hesitation, he slashed the dagger fiercely at Gao Xiangfei's calf. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig shattered the forest's tranquility. Gao Xiangfei collapsed, clutching his bleeding leg, his complexion turning ashen. Gasps filled the air as onlookers processed what had just occurred. He had won. Gao Xiangfei was a level 3. This Zhang Lu was definitely not normal. Something was deeply amiss. As Gao Xiangfei's 4 companions began to react, intending to close in, they met Zhang Lu's cold gaze. The dagger pointed squarely at them, challenging them to come closer. The ferocity in his words sent chills down their spines, their feet rooted to the spot, afraid to advance. Seeing them intimidated, Zhang Lu approached the howling Gao Xiangfei, seizing him by the collar and lifting him up. "You really wanted to kill me just now, didn't you?" Gao Xiangfei grimaced in pain, his eyes filled with venom, yet he still retorted defiantly, "What if I did? You're worthless. Just wait until we're out of this hellhole. I'll wipe out your entire family." Zhang Lu smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Those who had faced death were more precious of their lives, and they could not tolerate any threats. In that case, Zhang Lu's voice turned eerily calm. "You won't be leaving." He raised the dagger without a hint of hesitation, plunging it towards Gao Xiangfei's heart. "No. Zhang Lu, are you insane?" Cries of alarm erupted, many girls covering their eyes in terror. Just as the blade was about to pierce flesh, clang, a sharp sound rang out as a stone, seemingly from nowhere, struck the dagger. The immense force sent jolts through Zhang Lu's wrist, causing him to lose grip on the dagger, which flew away. Teacher Wang, with a grim expression, emerged from behind a tree. "Zhang Lu, what do you think you're doing?" His voice held a tone of reproachful anger. Jiang Lu cursed inwardly. Realizing that this old man had likely been watching the spectacle unfold, he shook his numb wrist and forced an innocent expression onto his face. Teacher, we were just engaging in some physical training with Gao. It was purely a spar. Teacher Wang ignored him, turning to the shocked Gao Qiangfei on the ground. Gao Qiangfei, explain yourself. Gao Qiangfei, seizing the opportunity like a drowning man clutching at a straw, pointed at Jiang Lu, shrieking, Teacher, he tried to kill me. You saw it. You have to take my side. Jiang Lu furrowed his brow. At that moment, Yunnan, the short-haired girl who had been observing quietly, suddenly stepped forward. Teacher, that is not what I saw. It was Gao Qiangfei who drew the dagger first, aiming for Jiang Lu's vitals. Jiang Lu was merely defending himself. The last strike was excessive, but there was a reason for it. Jiang Lu shot a surprised glance at Yunnan. This girl had a sense of justice after all. Yunnan, are you defending this loser? Gao Qiangfei could scarcely believe his ears. Zhang Wei instantly leaped forth, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Beauty, you is merely speaking for justice. Gao Qiangfei, can you not handle a loss? If you cannot bear to lose, then do not resort to blades. Enough. Teacher Wang interrupted sharply, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before settling on Jiang Lu. I do not care about the process. However, I witnessed your final strike, which was intended to take a life. This incident will be truthfully recorded in your assessment file. Jiang Lu, do you have any objections? Jiang fell silent for a moment and nodded. No objections. There was no point in arguing with such a blatant bias. Yet Zhang Wei was unwilling to relent. Erupting in protest. Old man, do you see with your eyes or your backside? You only focus on the last strike. Why do you not note that he attacked first with the intent to kill? Teacher Wang's expression darkened instantaneously as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Wei. Zhang, would you care to repeat that? Zhang Wei shrank his neck, mumbling. I said, Teacher Wang, your vision is as keen as a hawk's, discerning every detail. And your judgments are divine. Your records are accurate. Quite commendable. With a huff, Teacher Wang dismissed the matter, waving his hand. The mock examination is over. I have recorded the results. Now, everyone return through the portal. On the way back to the classroom, Jiang Lu trailed behind. The rules of this world were both foreign and unforgiving. He must tread with greater caution until his own strength was sufficient. Inside the classroom, Gao Qiangfei was absent from the subsequent cultural lessons due to his leg injury. Jiang Lu listened intently, as textbooks and the teacher's explanations provided him with the best window to comprehend this bizarre world. Beside him, Zhang Wei had already succumbed to slumber, drooling uncontrollably. From the lessons and textbooks, Jiang Lu gradually pieced together the contours of this world. It was comprised of a colossal vertical tower, referred to as the 33 Heavens. The city he resided in, Chun City, was situated on the 9th level of the tower. The higher one ascended, the more abundant the resources, and the greater the status of its inhabitants. Conversely, the lower levels were characterized by harsh environments, with chaos and poverty reigning supreme. The inhabitants of different levels rarely, if ever, crossed paths throughout their lifetimes. Class barriers were rigidly enforced. This towering edifice was humanity's last bastion of civilization, isolating them from the endless dangers lurking outside. Beyond its walls lay a vast and terrifying danger zone, inhabited by creatures of various forms and unpredictable abilities. From goblins to soaring dragons that exhaled molten lava, and even earth-shaking rock giants and terrifying sea monsters lurking in the depths. To combat these threats, humanity awakened their extraordinary abilities. Upon turning 18, one could attempt to awaken these powers during the college entrance examination. The types of abilities were myriad: fire control, lightning manipulation, summoning, shadow traversal, and telekinesis. However, the fundamental determinant of an ability's strength was the spirit energy level, represented by a number displayed on the wristbands issued during the mock examination. These wristbands were a simplified version for instructional purposes. A formal version would be distributed upon awakening one's powers in college. Elevating one's level primarily involved absorbing crystal cores obtained from hunting magical beasts or undergoing rigorous martial arts training. The higher the level, the more potent the extraordinary abilities one could wield. After graduation, the exceptional would be recruited by powerful factions in the upper levels of the tower, while the mediocre would either join mercenary groups, venturing outside the tower through transmission portals, or remain inside, utilizing their abilities for various jobs, leading a mundane existence. Closing the textbook, Jiang Lu gazed out at the dimly lit sky within the tower. Although he possessed a panel interface, the only offerings he could currently sacrifice were his own organs or the crystal cores. The quickest route to acquire more crystal cores was to venture outside the tower. Rather than feeling fear towards this perilous new world, a sense of eager anticipation surged within him. Chapter 6. Making Money. As the school bell rang, Jiang Lu stuffed a few books into his tattered backpack and had just stood up when the short-haired Yunnan approached him. Be careful, Gao Qiangfei will seek revenge. There will likely be someone waiting for you at the school gate. Jiang Lu smiled at her. Thanks, I'll keep an eye out. He had a crystal core on him, which he could sacrifice at a crucial moment to summon something from that peculiar summoning pool. He was not overly concerned about Gao Qiangfei's threat. Zhang Wei interjected at that moment, wearing an expression that screamed experience. Jiang Lu, don't be foolish. Remember my sage advice. As long as you show warmth in your pleas, kneel with conviction, and bow with precision, no matter how hard-hearted a person may be, they won't lay a hand on you. Jiang Lu silently regarded Zhang Wei, feeling the warmth that had just ignited within him cool considerably. This boy had likely survived to this age solely because opponents deemed him too foolish to bother with. Yunan appeared momentarily taken aback by Zhang Wei's lofty rhetoric, and without another word, she turned and left. Jiang Lu patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. You should wait to go out. They are after me. You can leave later. Zhang Wei puffed out his chest, suddenly serious. That won't do. I, Zhang Wei, live by the code of brotherhood. I never betray my friends. Seeing his determined demeanor, Jiang Lu nodded. All right, let us go together. In that moment, he finally regarded Zhang Wei as his first true friend in this world. After gathering their belongings, the two stepped out of the classroom. However, not far from the building's exit, Zhang Wei suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, clutching his stomach. I can't hold it. I need to take a massive dump. Jiang Lu, you hold the fort. With that, he dashed awkwardly towards the restroom. Jiang Lu sighed. Well, it seems this friendship was in vain. As he exited the school gate, he indeed spotted Gao Qiangfei leaning on a cane, resembling a harbinger of doom. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 unruly youths, unmistakably not students, their eyes dull yet menacing. Upon seeing Jiang Lu, Gao Qiangfei's eyes nearly ignited with fury. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Lu attempted to sidestep him. A youth sporting a mohawk promptly stepped in his way, grinning mischievously. Hey there, little brother, no need to rush off. Let's have a chat. There's nothing to discuss, Jiang Lu replied coolly. The mohawk youth remained unfazed, leisurely raising his wrist adorned with a blue bracelet that clearly displayed LV5. Wherever you get hit, it's still a hit. Just look at the growing crowd of onlookers. You can choose. Either come with us now or lie down here and face the humiliation. Gao Qiangfei approached, gritting his teeth. You worthless fool. Now you're scared? What happened to your earlier bravado? Suddenly, without warning, Jiang Lu spat. Get lost. Gao Qiangfei jumped back in shock, nearly losing his balance on the cane, and fell awkwardly, sprawling on the ground. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, unable to contain themselves. Gao Qiangfei's face turned a deep shade of crimson, a mix of humiliation and anger. He pointed at Jiang Lu and roared at the thugs. Take him down. Beat him to a pulp. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. The thugs exchanged glances, their expressions turning savage as they closed in. Jiang Lu activated the panel on his retina, only to find the sacrifice button grayed out. Was it only possible to sacrifice outside the tower? His heart sank, fists clenched, ready to fight for his life. Just then, a raucous voice echoed from within the school gates. Do not harm my son. A furious shout, reminiscent of a rusty bell tolling, erupted as Zhang Wei burst forth, wielding a mop with fervor. The mop, encrusted with unspeakable, viscous, and yellowish filth, even emanated a dubious heat, releasing an indescribable stench that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers recoiled in horror, retreating several paces while covering their mouths and noses, retching sounds erupting from the crowd. Yet Zhang Wei remained oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, as he swung that biohazardous weapon towards the thugs encircling Jiang Lu. What the hell? Get out of the way. That is shit. The thugs, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, were paralyzed with fear, retreating hastily while pinching their noses, terrified of contamination. The crew-cut thug turned pale, cursing as he backed away. Madman, what the hell is wrong with you? Zhang Wei, emboldened by success, brandished the mop and relentlessly pressed forward, scattering the encirclement single-handedly. Jiang Lu stood rooted, astonished at the scene. Who would have thought that a mop smeared with excrement could evoke such valor akin to that of Lu Bu reborn? It was only when the thugs, cursing and panicking, fled into the distance that Zhang Wei tossed the mop to the ground and swaggered over to Jiang Lu, lifting his chin with pride. So, how about it, brother Jiang? Was my entrance impressive enough? Timely enough? Jiang Lu, pinching his nose, gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Zhang Wei immediately moved to embrace Jiang Lu's shoulders, but Jiang Lu disdainfully evaded him. The two then turned to leave. After a few steps, Jiang Lu suddenly halted and turned back. Gao Qiangfei remained on the ground, still unable to rise, and upon seeing Jiang Lu return, his face filled with terror. What do you want? My dad is the director of the administration office. You dare to touch me? Jiang Lu grinned coldly, raised his foot, and with all his might, stomped down on Gao Qiangfei's uninjured leg. A sickening crack echoed, accompanied by Gao Qiangfei's heart-wrenching scream. Ah, Jiang Lu. I'll fuck your mother. Jiang Lu paid no heed to the writhing and cursing Gao Qiangfei on the ground, spat disdainfully, and turned to catch up with Zhang Wei. In this world, school violence? No one cares. Even the Ministry of Education explicitly encourages moderate competition. With high mortality rates outside the tower, one must adapt to elimination within. This was precisely why Gao Qiangfei had the audacity to act recklessly during the mock exams. Zhang Lu was acutely aware that to resolve this trouble entirely, the only opportunity lay in the approaching college entrance examination, where he could ensure Gao Qiangfei remained permanently outside the tower. After parting ways with Zhang Wei at the bus stop, Jiang Lu returned to the sparsely furnished rental room, where his first action was to retrieve the old, outdated candy bar phone. He had initially believed this world to be technologically backward until he encountered someone on the street wielding a dazzling, foldable smartphone. Only then did he grasp the reality. It was not the world that was behind, but rather his own poverty that rendered him so. This wretched phone couldn't even connect to the internet. Jiang Lu was left to peruse his contacts, which comprised only 4 numbers: sister, mother, Zhang Wei, and an unfamiliar number. Not an orphan. Jiang Lu rubbed his temples, feeling a tinge of regret. Having family was, in fact, more troublesome. He was uncertain how to interact with the relatives of this body. Scanning the call history, the most recent call from his sister was 3 months prior. Well, it appeared that the original owner was also somewhat of a marginal figure, not particularly cherished. After taking a cold shower in the cramped, dingy bathroom to calm himself, he emerged, only to be besieged by an overwhelming hunger. He rummaged through the room and ultimately unearthed a bag of black, glue-like substance from the depths of the cupboard. Upon sniffing it, he detected no foul odor. Hesitating, he tore off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. Holy shit! He instantly spit it out, his face contorting in revulsion. The taste was extraordinarily bizarre, reminiscent of a blend of rust, plastic, and spoiled oatmeal, utterly revolting. He hurriedly returned that bag of biohazardous material to the recesses of the cupboard. Approaching his bedside, he opened the drawer, revealing several crumpled bills. $300, 3 100 notes, and a few tens. Uncertain of the price levels in this world, Jiang Lu pondered how many meals this amount could provide. His stomach growled ominously. If he didn't eat soon, he feared he might perish from starvation in this alien world. He descended the stairs and entered a relatively clean noodle shop. Upon glancing at the menu, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. A bowl of the most ordinary roasted meat noodles cost a staggering $100. Robbery. The proprietor, a middle-aged man clad in an apron, noticed Jiang Lu's pained expression and explained, "Young man, this roasted meat is sourced from a level 10 magical beast, and the flour is cultivated from rice fields enriched with crystal cores. I assure you, my price of $100 is fair and square." Jiang Lu pressed further. "Then how much for just the noodles, no meat?" The owner disdainfully replied, "If you can't afford it, go eat synthetic food. I don't sell noodles without meat here." Synthetic food? Jiang Lu immediately recalled that bag of black substance at home, and his stomach churned at the thought. No wonder the original owner was as skinny as a monkey. Subsisting solely on that stuff would hardly allow for weight gain. Ultimately, unable to withstand his gnawing hunger, Jiang Lu ordered a bowl of noodles. The taste was indeed delightful. The broth was clear and flavorful, the noodles chewy, and after finishing, his lower abdomen felt warm while his limbs surged with newfound energy. $100, worth it? Or was it still exceedingly expensive? Exiting the noodle shop, Jiang Lu clutched the remaining $200 in his pocket, anxiety gnawing at him. He needed to devise a way to earn money. Chapter 7. Yunnan. Jiang Lu wandered the streets, observing the diverse array of individuals passing by. Some donned robes inscribed with runes, hurrying along. Others were clad in retro attire, bearing swords. And yet others wore futuristic exoskeletons, striding with purpose. Life in the 9th tier of the Tower District, at first glance, appeared no different from that of a 3rd-tier city in his previous life. Crowded, bustling, and tinged with a sense of numbed clamor. After merely 2 streets, he had completely abandoned the thought of seeking ordinary part-time work. Construction sites sought temporary workers, offering a seemingly decent hourly wage of $80. But the glaring requirement was to be a level 7 or higher physical enhancer. Food delivery riders were starving, earning a mere $3 per order. With the stipulation of completing over 50 orders in an hour, there was even a hotel hiring for an image-oriented security guard position, boasting a monthly salary of $12,000, with just 2 requirements: good appearance and temperament, and the ability to stand guard for 18 hours a day. What a hellish existence. Jiang Lu muttered a curse under his breath, utterly despondent. Just as he was wallowing in frustration, a sizable martial arts training center caught his eye. A recruitment notice was plastered on the glass door, urgently hiring sparring partners with practical experience, $50 per session, daily payment. $50 an hour. Jiang Lu's interest was piqued, but doubt quickly doused his enthusiasm. At level 2, he would merely serve as a punching bag. One good hit could send him spiraling into a second reincarnation. He hesitated, but then noticed that many young people entering and exiting the place were of a similar age to him, many wearing uniforms from different schools. It appeared this establishment functioned more as a pre-exam training facility. Taking a leap of faith, steeling himself, Jiang Lu tore off the recruitment notice and pushed the door open to enter. The front desk was manned by a young man clad in martial arts attire, who eyed Jiang Lu skeptically upon receiving the recruitment paper. You? Here to apply as a sparring partner? Is that a problem? Jiang Lu attempted to project calmness. Wait. The young man scoffed and went inside to fetch someone. Soon, a burly man in a tight tank top emerged, resembling a moving wall of muscle. He scanned Jiang Lu with a discerning eye. My name is Shi Changson, the manager here. Observing your demeanor, one might surmise you are still a senior in high school. Why squander precious time in training when you could be engaged in more productive pursuits? Are you in dire need of funds? Jiang Yin succinctly stated. Shi Changson chuckled, appreciating the boy's candor. Very well. The rules are straightforward. Step onto the arena with me. I shall refrain from utilizing my psychic abilities. Should you endure for a full minute, I shall assign you a task. Agreed, Jiang Lu nodded. The young attendant nearby had already donned a look that suggested he was prepared to summon an ambulance. The two ascended the stage, taking their positions. Shi Changson cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops. Ready, kid? Jiang Lu assumed a defensive stance. I welcome your guidance. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shi Changson's formidable frame lunged forward with remarkable agility. A straightforward punch surged towards Jiang Lu's face. Propelled by astonishing speed, Jiang Lu's memories of combat from his past life surged to the forefront, and he executed a sudden lateral dodge, narrowly avoiding the blow. Shi Changson emitted a sound of surprise, yet his assault showed no signs of abating. A barrage of punches descended upon Jiang Lu like a tempest, each strike seemingly capable of cleaving the very air itself. Jiang Lu dared not absorb the blows directly. He was compelled to maximize his evasion techniques, bending, retreating, swaying, and ducking. Amidst the whirlwind of fists, he struggled desperately to find openings, his appearance utterly disheveled. Occasionally, he managed to land a couple of strikes against Shi Changson's arms or ribs, but they felt akin to striking a reinforced steel plate, sending jolts of pain through his own hands. Aren't you supposed to be refraining from using psychic abilities? Jiang Lu panted, seeking to create some distance. Indeed, I am not employing any psychic powers, Shi Changson grinned. What I possess is merely a physical enhancement. At this level, resilience and brute strength are fundamental. Jiang Lu cursed inwardly, realizing he was up against a formidable opponent. He abandoned all notions of offense, channeling his entire focus into evasion. As the minute drew near, Shi Changson's onslaught began to relent, as if he deemed the trial sufficient. At that moment, Jiang Lu surged forward, not to strike, but like a monkey leaping up, he wrapped his legs around Shi Changson's robust waist, attempting to ensnare him with a joint lock. Ah, the kid is still persistent. Shi Changson chuckled, effortlessly shaking off Jiang Lu's hold, who felt an overwhelming force pushing against him. A crosslock? In the face of such raw power, it would only result in broken limbs. Just as he was about to be flung away, Jiang Lu spun his body, thrusting his hands forward, and his thumbs precisely pressed against Shi Changson's eyelids. The moment froze. Jiang Lu did not apply pressure. Shi Changson remained still. The young attendant below gaped, his jaw agape as if he could fit an egg inside. After a brief silence, Shi Changson erupted into laughter, clapping Jiang Lu on the back. All right, kid. You can come down now. You've passed. Jiang Lu released his grip, nimbly leaping to the ground, slightly out of breath. Your reflexes are impressive, quite nimble, and notably cunning. Knowing when to target the eyes is commendable. Some trainees could benefit from your brand of sparring. Shi Changson appeared quite satisfied. In half an hour, I have a student arriving. Prepare yourself to assist him. Thank you, manager. Jiang Lu exhaled in relief. At 50 yuan an hour, he should no longer need to subsist on synthetic food. The young attendant, eyes wide with disbelief, approached Jiang Lu with protective gear for sparring, helping him don it while exclaiming, Dude, you're something else. To last a minute against the manager and nearly pull that off. Which school do you hail from? What level are you? Dichun Secondary School, Level 2, Jiang Lu replied candidly. Level 2. The attendant's eyes widened further. You dare come here at Level 2? You must really value money over your life. But it's not all bad. While this job entails taking hits, if you possess combat skills, at least you can earn a living. For those of us who didn't make it to university and find our psychic levels stagnating at 4 or 5, we're left to do this kind of work on the 9th floor. His tone bore a hint of self-deprecation and resignation. Is it truly dire not to have attended university? Jiang Lu inquired, intrigued. Dire? That's an understatement. The attendant lowered his voice. Resources within the tower are limited. The college entrance exam is the only pathway upwards. If you fail, you either sign a contract to join a mercenary group and risk your life outside the tower, where the mortality rate is terrifyingly high, or you end up like me, scavenging for work within the tower. However, most of what you earn goes to taxes, and with a low psychic level, finding decent work is nearly impossible. If you fail to meet tax obligations for several months, it will be recorded, and in severe cases, you could be expelled to the 8th level. That hellish place is chaotic. Once there, hope is all but lost. Jiang Lu listened silently, gaining a deeper understanding of the harsh realities of this world. There was no option to remain passive. One must either ascend or be ground down to the depths. Half an hour passed swiftly. Shi Qiangxin's booming voice echoed at the training hall entrance. Hey, Xiao Jiang, stop dawdling. Your client has arrived. Get over here. Jiang Lu quickly acknowledged, jogging towards the entrance. As he approached, his steps abruptly halted. He gazed at the short-haired girl in a crisp sports outfit standing beside Shi Qiangxin, momentarily stunned. The student Shi Qiangxin had brought was none other than his classmate, Yunnan. Chapter 8. The poor rely on mutation. Yunnan regarded Jiang Lu from a distance. Turning to Shi Qiangxin with a puzzled expression. Uncle Shi, is this the new recruit you mentioned? A veteran with extensive combat skills and experience? Jiang Lu inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Goodness, this old stone is far too brazen. How audacious to make such claims. Shi Qiangxin's facial muscles visibly stiffened for a moment. But being a seasoned veteran, he pressed on, gesturing towards Jiang Lu. Indeed. Miss you, do not be deceived by Xiao Zhang's youthful visage. He merely appears young by nature. His skills are undeniably robust. His combat techniques are intricate and cunning. Even I find myself outclassed. A hint of amusement graced Yunnan's lips as she shifted her gaze to the awkwardly blushing Jiang Lu. Oh, I was unaware that Jiang Lu was a hidden veteran. Jiang Lu chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Ahem. Well, I just learned that myself. Shi Qiangxin glanced between Jiang Lu and Yunnan, finally realizing, do you two know each other? Not at all. Jiang Lu and Yunnan replied in unison. Shi Qiangxin was momentarily taken aback by their synchronized denial, casting a suspicious glance between them. Ultimately, he refrained from probing further and waved his hand. All right, you two prepare yourselves. Let us commence. At his cue, Yunnan ceased looking at Jiang Lu, turning to head straight for the changing room to don her protective gear. Shi Qiangxin leaned closer to Jiang Lu, lowering his voice urgently. Kid, I don't care if you truly know each other or not. Once you're on the stage, show me what you've got. Although the regulations prohibit sparring partners from using psychic abilities, Miss Yu comes from a prestigious lineage and possesses exceptional combat skills. Do not underestimate her. Jiang Lu felt a stir of curiosity and quietly asked, is Miss Yu from a wealthy family? Wealthy? Shi Qiangxin chuckled as if hearing a joke. Wealthy doesn't he begin to describe it. She hails from a prominent family within the tower. Her grandfather is a distinguished hero who emerged from the blood-soaked battlegrounds outside the tower, and her father is the district head of Dechun on the 9th level. Their lineage is impeccably reputable, so much so that it could be considered overly so. Do you think money can measure that? Good heavens, a low-key member of the elite. At that moment, Yunnan had finished donning her protective gear and returned to the arena. She flexed her wrists and ankles, then provocatively beckoned Jiang Lu with a finger. Shi Qiangxin patted Jiang Lu's back, urging, don't dawdle. Go on, and give Miss Yu a good practice. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lu stepped onto the stage. Across from him, Yunnan had already assumed her stance, her gaze sharp and focused. Let us begin. Yunnan's voice was as cold as ice. As soon as her words fell, she sprang into action. Her speed was remarkable, her movements agile, and her attacks executed with a distinct methodology, alternating between punches and kicks. It was evident that she had undergone systematic training. Jiang Lu, fully alert, employed his evasion techniques to their utmost potential. Like a slippery loach, he twisted and retreated amidst the flurry of strikes, blocking with precision. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he consistently managed to narrowly avoid critical hits. The two exchanged blows. After more than 10 minutes of Yunnan's relentless assault, she had barely grazed the hem of Jiang Lu's clothing. A flicker of irritation beginning to surface on her charming face. Her attacks grew increasingly impatient, even resorting to underhanded tactics, with several low kicks aimed directly at Jiang Lu's vulnerable areas, causing him to break into a cold sweat. After narrowly dodging yet another vicious kick, Yunnan paused, breathing slightly heavier. She regarded Jiang Lu with a challenging gaze. Is evasion all you can do? If you can genuinely defeat me once, I shall double your compensation for training. A fire ignited within Jiang Lu. Damn it, every strike aimed at me. And now you're trying to provoke me? You won't regret this. With a steely glare, Jiang Lu ceased his defensive maneuvers and began to attack. His footwork became elusive, his angles of attack exceedingly clever, targeting armpits, joints, and even attempting to poke at her eyes unexpectedly. These were the underhanded tricks from his past life in free combat, effective yet unsophisticated. Yunin was evidently unaccustomed to such tactics, and for a moment, she appeared flustered, her blocks becoming increasingly laborious. Zhang Lu seized upon a tiny opening as she shifted to defend, swiftly sliding to her side and leaning his shoulder against her body. In an instant, Yunan lost her balance and was about to topple backward. Zhang Lu, noticing this, quickly reached out to steady her, preventing her from feeling too embarrassed. They both stepped back to regain their distance, the atmosphere turning somewhat delicate. That brief shoulder contact seemed to have crossed an unspoken boundary. Yunan's chest heaved as she shot Zhang Lu a fierce glare, turning her head away to adjust her already tidy sportswear. Zhang Lu, on the other hand, seemed to fixate on the floor of the arena, as if he could discern patterns hidden within. After a few moments of silence, Yunan broke the stalemate. Let's call it a day. Zhang Lu instinctively interjected, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Just so we're clear, even if it's less than an hour, it still counts as a full hour. Yunan shot him an exasperated eye roll. Don't worry. You won't be shortchanged. With that, she practically fled the arena. Shi Qiangxin hurried to meet her, rubbing his hands together. A look of trepidation on his face. Miss you. I sincerely apologize, that kid. Yunan waved him off, not even glancing at Shi Qiangxin, and headed straight for the changing room, leaving behind a single remark. I'm fine. I'm satisfied with him. Double his pay for training. Let him continue tomorrow. Shi Qiangxin was momentarily taken aback, quickly nodding and bowing. Understood. No problem. Thank you, miss you. Zhang Lu watched Yunan's silhouette disappear into the changing room, muttering to himself, what a damned wealthy person. Shortly thereafter, Shi Qiangxin arranged another training session for Zhang Lu, this time with a robust male opponent possessing 4th-level psychic abilities. Utilizing his agility and occasional underhanded tactics, Zhang Lu managed to survive the hour unscathed. He pocketed 100 yuan for his efforts. As he exited the martial arts hall, night had already fallen. Passing by a pawn shop with a sign reading collectibles, Zhang Lu hesitated for a moment, feeling the goblin crystal core in his pocket before stepping inside. 3 minutes later, he emerged with a complex expression. Even though he suspected the crystal core was valuable, he was astonished by its worth. The shopkeeper appraised it and announced that it was a crystal core from a 7th-level magical beast, offering a price of 20,000 yuan. 20,000. In Zhang Lu's current circumstances, that was an astronomical sum. However, he ultimately decided against selling it. This item was the only thing he possessed, aside from his organs, that could definitively be offered as a sacrifice to that mysterious panel. The power of Aoyin still lingered vividly in his memory. It was akin to a crucial life-saving trump card that could not be hastily exchanged for money. Back at his rented room, Zhang Lu began to meticulously study the ancient panel within his retina. Thus far, it was understood that the 6 summoning pools required sacrifices. These sacrifices could either be parts of oneself or energy-containing items like crystal cores. The creatures summoned, judging by Aoyin, were extraordinarily powerful. Yet, it seemed that within the confines of the tower, sacrifices could not be made for summoning. Perhaps this was related to the tower's ability to isolate magical creatures. What exactly was this panel? Was it an ability he awakened prematurely, or a built-in bonus from his transmigration? Zhang Lu was uncertain. The best method of validation would be to wait for the formal psychic awakening during the college entrance examination. Ideally, if he could awaken a genuine ability and subsequently enroll in university for systematic training, that would be optimal. If he were unable to awaken or if the ability was inadequate, relying on this summoning to work as a mercenary outside the tower might also prove viable. He had learned that there were less than 2 months until the college entrance examination. The subjects were quite straightforward. Cultural studies scored out of 50. Physical fitness tested out of 100, and field combat assessed at 150. Initially, he thought a total score of 300 was reasonable, until he saw the final line in bold: ability awakening and potential assessment, 500 points. At that moment, Zhang Lu felt as though the folds of his cerebral cortex had been instantaneously smoothed out. Damn, in this godforsaken place, the impoverished truly must rely on mutation to gain access to higher education. Chapter 9, The One-Man Show. Zhang Lu pushed the book Modern History of the Tower to the side, completely abandoning the notion of cramming for cultural studies. Frankly, it was futile. As long as he could secure the physical fitness and field combat scores, the cultural studies 50 points could be whatever. Study? What a joke. He flopped onto his bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sun was already bright. He got up, casually washed up in the cramped bathroom, hastily packed his bag, and headed downstairs. Arriving at the bus stop, he boarded the same bus that felt like a metal box. After 4 stops, he arrived at school just 2 minutes before class began, rushing into the classroom as the bell rang. As he stepped through the door, the previously buzzing classroom fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned toward him, a mix of astonishment, fear, and a hint of excitement palpable among the students. The news of him publicly breaking Gao Qiangfei's leg had evidently spread like wildfire. Yunan's gaze met his briefly before she quickly averted her eyes. Pretending to sort through her books, seemingly still reeling from the events at the martial arts hall the previous night. Only Zhang Wei, oblivious as ever, waved his hand and shouted, "Oh hey, oh Zhang-san." Another day filled with hope. Zhang Lu sighed silently. No wonder the original owner had such a miserable existence. With such an ostentatious friend, it was nearly impossible not to be ostracized. He took his seat and cast a glance at the empty space in the back row. Where was Gao Qiangfei? He casually asked Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at him as if he were an idiot. Dude, both of his legs have been wrecked. Do you expect him to come hobbling in on crutches to greet you? Zhang Lu paused, realizing the absurdity of his question. He certainly wouldn't be coming to class in a wheelchair. Just then, the class bell rang. The first lesson was practical survival outside the tower, taught by a middle-aged man with a stern expression and a scar on his brow, once rumored to be a veteran of the 9-tier Survey Corps. He retired due to injury, losing his psychic abilities, and subsequently took up teaching. His lessons were brimming with practical knowledge, how to discern valuable antiques amidst ruins, which mutated plants are edible, and which terrains are prone to lurking dangers, in stark contrast to the previous educational system that taught subservience and conformity. This world imparted the essential skills for survival. Zhang Lu listened intently, engrossed in the lecture. Midway through the class, a knock echoed at the classroom door. Bald Wong poked his head inside, his expression grim. "Zhang Lu, step out for a moment. We need to visit the office." Instantly, a wave of hushed whispers rippled through the classroom. It was over. Retribution had come. Even the son of the academic director dared to act. Expulsion would be a light punishment. Being expelled in senior year would spell disaster for one's future. Zhang Wei wore a worried expression, hesitating to speak. Yunan observed Zhang Lu's retreating figure, her gaze laden with complexity. The veteran instructor slammed his hand on the desk. Silence. The classroom fell quiet once more. As Zhang Lu followed Bald Wong outside, he began to contemplate which nearby affordable high school might accept transfer students. The atmosphere in the office was tense. Apart from Bald Wong, 2 others were present, an elderly man with graying hair, whose demeanor appeared kindly, and a middle-aged man whose piercing gaze seemed to slice through Zhang Lu, as if desiring to carve a piece of flesh from him. Bald Wong leaned in, whispering, "Principal Li, Director Gao, Zhang Lu has arrived." The middle-aged man abruptly stood and advanced a step closer. "Do you know why you were summoned?" Zhang Lu met his gaze unwaveringly. "I do." "Good to know." Director Gao's tone was icy. "Proceed with the expulsion paperwork. This is a notification, not a discussion." He turned towards Bald Wong. "Mr. Wong, escort him out." Bald Wong acknowledged and prepared to move, but Zhang Lu suddenly smiled. "So, Director Gao, have you been promoted to principal? Is it now within your purview to decide a student's fate?" Director Gao's expression stiffened. Bald Wong shot a bewildered glance at Zhang Lu. Even Principal Li, who had remained silent, raised his eyebrows in surprise at Zhang Lu's audacity. "Impudent. You have no right to act so brazenly here." Director Gao responded, slamming his palm on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. The air around him seemed to twist, and fine dust began to levitate without wind, a sign of psychic energy stirred by fury, teetering on the edge of chaos. Yet, Zhang Lu paid him no mind, shifting his focus to the previously silent Principal Li. With an air of innocence, he inquired, "You haven't spoken yet, and Director Gao is already eager to exercise his authority as principal? Is he so impatient for your retirement?" "You." Director Gao's face turned a shade of green with anger, the suspended dust trembling with intensity. An aged hand gently pressed on Director Gao's arm. "Principal Li." With that simple gesture, the agitated psychic energy quelled, the dust settling. Principal Li regarded Zhang Lu, still wearing his amiable expression. "Young man, there's no need for such clever tricks. The decision to expel you is mine." Zhang Lu's heart sank. It seemed the principal had spoken. Without a word, he turned to leave. He thought to himself, "I won't attend this school anymore." However, Principal Li's calm voice echoed from behind. "But, I can offer you an opportunity." Zhang Lu halted, not turning around. "What opportunity?" Hai Qiangfei faltered in the mock exam. "His injury is a result of his own inadequacy, and cannot be blamed on anyone else," Principal Li stated evenly. "But you should not have harmed him again outside of school. With the college entrance examination approaching, do you realize how much training time this injury will cost him?" "I neither know nor care," Zhang Lu retorted. "He should have anticipated retribution when he sought to harm me. Last time, outside the tower, he was merely careless. Attacked by a second-rate loser like you." Director Gao interjected sharply. "Had you faced him head-on, you wouldn't have even grazed his clothing." Principal Li gestured for Director Gao to cease, focusing instead on Jiang Lu. I offer you this opportunity. In a month, the school will exceptionally reopen a field training session for the seniors, utilizing a portal to the safety zone's fringe. You and Gao Qiangfei will have a fair contest. If you lose, you will be expelled. If you win, the previous incident will be erased, and you can remain to prepare for your examinations. What do you say? Jiang Lu's heart raced at the prospect. He had been lamenting the lack of opportunity to venture beyond the tower. This could also provide a chance to resolve the Gao Qiangfei issue definitively. Absolutely. He agreed without hesitation. Principal Li nodded, appearing somewhat fatigued, and leaned on the desk to rise. Director Gao promptly stepped forward to assist him. At that moment, Jiang Lu suddenly turned to Principal Li, daringly asking, "What is your relationship with Gao Qiangfei?" Bald Wang's expression shifted, and he quickly admonished, "Jiang Lu, mind your words." Yet, Principal Li chuckled lightly, supported by Director Gao. As he ambled toward the door, passing by Jiang Lu, he casually remarked, "He is my rather unaccomplished grandson." Jiang Lu stood there in shock, momentarily frozen. After all that, had his earlier attempt at sowing discord merely entertained the principal? This school was, after all, founded by the Gao family. Chapter 10, The Cafeteria. But do not worry. Principal Li added leisurely as he reached the door, I have dozens of grandchildren and grandsons. If this one proves to be unworthy, I have no reason to favor him. His tone carried a hint of inexplicable pride. Jiang Lu remained rooted in place, momentarily at a loss for response. All he could manage to stammer out was, impressive. Emerging from the stifling office, Jiang Lu found the corridor deserted. He slowly made his way back to the classroom, where the buzzing murmurs within grew faint as he approached the back door. He is definitely getting expelled. Of course, how could Director Gao let him off? What a pity. Though quite ruthless, at least he dealt with that nuisance Gao Qiangfei. Shoo, keep it down. Jiang Lu pushed open the door, and all chatter ceased abruptly. Dozens of eyes suddenly fixed upon him. He maintained a stoic expression as he returned to his seat. Just as he sat down, Zhang Wei stealthily leaned over. Jiang Lu. What happened? Did Bald Wang give you the transfer paperwork? Which school are you planning to transfer to? I'll go home and argue with my dad to let me transfer too. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Jiang Lu shot him a glance. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not expelled? What is going on? What does the principal want? Jiang Lu, too weary to explain, casually replied. Perhaps he is just captivated by my looks. Zhang Wei gasped, his expression shifting to one of horror and reverence. Jiang Lu, I can't believe you would stoop so low. But the old principal is nearly 90. Jiang Lu's expression darkened as he pushed Zhang Wei's head away. You're taking this far too seriously. The subsequent cultural lesson covered the history of energy development in the tower. Apart from Jiang Lu and a few others led by Yu Nan who remained attentive, the back row, including Zhang Wei, had long succumbed to slumber. The teacher, accustomed to this, droned on, his lecturing akin to a high school calculus class in its hypnotic effect. The afternoon consisted of 2 physical education classes, personally led by Bald Wang. As the class bell rang, the entire class was ushered to the sports center, located at the teaching building's side wing. The space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, equipped with various training apparatus and a floor laid with specialized energy-absorbing material. Everyone, get energized. The bald-headed instructor stood at the front of the line, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice stern and commanding. Do not presume that merely passing cultural courses suffices. Physical fitness is the cornerstone of your survival and combat outside the tower, regardless of the abilities you may awaken in the future. If you lack strength, you cannot wield formidable weapons. If you lack speed, you cannot evade lethal strikes. If your reflexes are insufficient, you may perish without even realizing it. Is that understood? A scattered chorus of understood echoed back. Did you not eat? Louder. Understood. The bald-headed instructor nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Today, we shall focus on reaction speed. Pair up for dodgeball training. The 5 individuals who are struck the most will face an additional 5 kilometers of weighted running after class. As the training commenced, the venue was soon filled with the resounding thuds of rubber balls hitting the ground and the shouts of students dodging. When it was Jiang Lu's turn, the bald-headed instructor personally took position opposite him, holding the ball. Jiang Lu, concentrate. Before the instructor's command had fully dissipated, the ball was hurled towards Jiang Lu's calf with a velocity far exceeding that of previous students. It was evident that the instructor harbored ulterior motives, wishing to embarrass him publicly. Yet, Jiang Lu merely twisted his ankle slightly, allowing the ball to graze past his pant leg. The instructor's brow furrowed in surprise. Undeterred, he unleashed 2 more balls in rapid succession, one aimed directly at Jiang Lu's face, and the other blocking his escape route. Jiang Lu contorted his body in an almost unnatural manner, evading the frontal assault. Simultaneously, he pivoted sharply on his left foot. narrowly avoiding the other ball as it skimmed past his waist. The fluidity of his movements was astonishing, even to himself. This level of agility and reflex was something he had never achieved in his previous life. In fact, during his battle with Yu Nin the day before, he had sensed the subtle enhancement in his physical abilities, strength, and reaction times. Could it be attributed to his level 2 psychic energy? Gradually, the surroundings fell silent as other groups of students abandoned their training, captivated by the spectacle before them. Zhang Wei's mouth hung agape, as if an egg could fit inside. Even Yu Nin halted her movements, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. The bald-headed instructor's expression darkened, amidst the collective gaze of the students. If he couldn't handle a mere student, where would he hide his face? His arm muscles tensed, and he propelled the ball towards Jiang Lu with the ferocity of a cannonball. The speed and power behind this throw were formidable. Jiang Lu's eyes narrowed. Yet he remained composed. In the split second before the ball reached him, he utilized his elbow to deflect the incoming projectile. A dull thud resonated as the ball was deftly diverted, crashing into a nearby soft mat and sinking deeply into it. Jiang Lu rubbed his sore elbow, standing tall as he regarded the bald-headed instructor. The venue was enveloped in an eerie silence. The instructor's face fluctuated between shades of green and white before he finally snorted coldly, dismissing Jiang Lu with a wave of his hand. Continue training. In the second session, the bald-headed instructor demonstrated a variant of military boxing, showcasing powerful strikes and solid footwork with a high degree of practicality. Jiang Lu recognized the value of this technique. Mastering it would significantly enhance his close combat prowess. Upon concluding the demonstration, the instructor's gaze swept across the room, ultimately settling on Jiang Lu. His tone was icy. Since you, Jiang Lu, possess such remarkable skills, quick reflexes, and excellent agility, there's no need for me to instruct you. You may train in that corner by yourself, so as not to disrupt your classmates. With that, he turned away, leading the other students to another part of the venue where he began to elaborate on the techniques in detail. This was a blatant attempt to undermine him, denying him the opportunity to learn valuable skills. Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. Zhang Wei, however, could not contain his indignation and rushed over, exclaiming, Jiang Lu, if he won't let you learn, then I won't learn either. Let that bald-headed instructor regret crossing you. Jiang Lu scolded him sternly. Go back. Your departure would be a boon for him, a 2-for-1 deal. And you are here lamenting on his behalf? Zhang Wei paused, scratching his head. Fair point. He then dashed back to his place in line. Jiang Lu shook his head and proceeded to the designated corner. If he was to be deprived of formal instruction, he would delve deep into his memories of the free-fighting techniques and core strength training methods he had studied in his previous life, adapting them to suit this body as he began to practice independently. Though his movements may not have been textbook perfect, they exuded a fierce practicality. At noon, the school day concluded, and the cafeteria buzzed with activity. The dining hall comprised 2 levels. The first was a public area where various grotesquely colored and viscous synthetic foods were dispensed through serving windows, each labeled with different culinary themes: braised beef flavor, old pickled cabbage flavor, fresh shrimp, and fishboard flavor. Jiang Lu gazed at the colorful slop behind the counters, his stomach churning. It was impossible to claim that the appearance of these sludges matched their names. They belonged in entirely different dimensions. Just as he contemplated bracing himself to explore the second floor, Zhang Wei seized him by the arm. Same old rule. You wait here, and I'll be back with food. Before Jiang Lu could respond, Zhang Wei darted up the stairs. Moments later, Zhang Wei returned with 2 heaping plates of steaming, aromatic dishes. Genuine rice, glistening stir-fried vegetables, and generous chunks of braised meat filled the plates. What are you standing there for? Dig in. Zhang Wei pushed one plate toward Jiang Lu and handed him chopsticks. Staring at the lavish meal before him and recalling the original owner's abject poverty alongside his level 2 physical fitness, a realization dawned upon Jiang Lu. Are you from a wealthy family? He couldn't help but ask. Zhang Wei, his mouth full, mumbled, not that poor. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. After swallowing his mouthful of meat, Zhang Wei explained, didn't I mention? My family is afraid I'll squander money, so they never give me cash for pocket money. But they load my meal card with a limit of 100,000 every month. So aside from eating well, I'm really no different from you ordinary folks. Jiang Lu was taken aback. He regarded the genuine pieces of meat on his plate and silently picked up his chopsticks. Another not-so-despicable rich kid, he mused. With that, he lowered his head, joining Zhang Wei in devouring the meal with fervor. Chapter 11, Old Deng. On the 9th floor of the tower, at the First People's Hospital in the Dachuan district, in a private room, Gao Qianfei hung one leg heavily encased in plaster above the ground, while the other was wrapped in bandages. His face contorted with pain and indignation as he lamented to his father, Gao Yuren, whose expression was ashen. Dad, why is it that Jiang Lu, that useless waste, is not allowed to drop out? He hides within the tower under the guise of a student. We can barely touch him. Gao Yuren remained silent, extending a hand to pinch painfully at his son's uninjured leg swathed in bandages. Ah! Gao Qiangfei gasped in shock, tears nearly spilling forth, yet he dared not cry out. Why? Gao Yuren's voice brimmed with frustration and anger. Because you are worthless. You strut around arrogantly. But when you encounter a real challenge, you get your leg broken in the street. Do you have any idea how much face you've made me lose before your grandfather? But Dad, listen to me. Gao Qiangfei winced through the pain, attempting to justify himself. It was a sneak attack. How could a level 2 waste possibly? Gao Yuren abruptly released him, cutting him off. Stop with the nonsense. Your grandfather has spoken. In a month, the school will organize outdoor training, giving you a chance to confront him head-on. Gao Qiangfei's gaze faltered, his confidence wavering as he murmured, but my leg. I'm afraid by then. Despite his bravado, the chilling memory of Jiang Lu's icy gaze, reminiscent of a deathly stare, and the unhesitating dagger thrust towards his heart haunted him, filling him with trepidation. Gao Yuren let out a cold snort. I knew you wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. Don't worry, it will still be your homeroom teacher, Old Wang, leading the charge. He will lend you a hand at the crucial moment. Gao Qiangfei's eyes suddenly brightened, and he replied with a fierce tone. Does that mean we can take him down directly outside the tower? He made a gesture across his throat. Gao Yuren's gaze turned sinister. Even if we can't eliminate him on the spot, as long as we can force him out of the tower or ensure he fails the assessment and has to retreat back inside, without the protection of his student status, it would be a piece of cake to crush him. In the following days, Jiang Lu's life became remarkably routine. School, dismissal, and then evenings spent at the Pancher Martial Arts Hall as a sparring partner. Financially, he was in a much better position. Previously, he could only rely on Zhang Wei for a single lunch of spiritual energy food, but now he could afford a bowl of noodles costing 100 yuan every evening. Finally achieving a balance between income and expenditure. The transformation was evident. After just a few days of intense training and energy replenishment, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength, speed, and particularly a remarkable enhancement in his reflexes. Even his opponent, Yunnan, took notice. From the initial exchanges where both could hold their ground, Jiang Lu now often anticipated her attack routes ahead of time, effortlessly dodging with a near-instinctive grace and even launching counterattacks that left her flustered. This rate of improvement was nothing short of astonishing. One day, Jiang Lu once again brought Yunnan down in the ring with an ingenious angle and swift reflexes. He extended a hand to help her up, and as they stepped off the platform to rest at the sidelines, their relationship had grown considerably more familiar, allowing for the exchange of lighthearted banter. Yunnan wiped the sweat off her brow with a towel, unable to resist asking, "Tell me the truth. Have you been secretly taking some kind of performance-enhancing drugs? Your progress is a bit too abnormal." Jiang Lu unscrewed a bottle of water and took a few swigs before smiling. Perhaps I am truly a martial arts prodigy, merely a diamond in the rough until now. Not a chance. Yunnan shook her head firmly. If such talent existed, you would have already stood out in your first year of high school at the age of 16. It's impossible that it has only been discovered now. Jiang Lu probed. Did I perform poorly in my first year? Not poorly per se. Yunnan chose her words carefully, just rather mediocre. Aside from being slightly quicker with your reflexes, your strength and speed are quite ordinary, and you always look as if you haven't had enough sleep, like. She paused, searching for a fitting description, like someone who has never had a full meal. Never had a full meal. This statement struck Jiang Lu with a jolt. There was a ring of truth to it. Before he inhabited this body, it seemed he could only rely on Zhang Wei's spiritual energy food. Do you all usually eat spiritual energy food? He pressed eagerly. Isn't that the most basic requirement? Yunnan looked at him incredulously. Martial arts determine the lower limits, while abilities set the upper limits. This is common knowledge. Not only do we eat spiritual energy food 3 times a day, but those with better family conditions also supplement with monster meat every 3 days and undergo medicinal baths weekly. It's standard practice. Jiang Lu fell silent. Could it be that the original owner's remarkable martial arts talent was indeed starved away by poverty? Eating that synthetic mush that even dogs wouldn't sniff at. It's no wonder he lacked strength. But how did he manage to enroll in the second high school, which charges hefty tuition? Seeing Jiang Lu's shifting expression and his silence, Yunnan assumed he must be facing difficulties at home. She reached into her gym bag and pulled out a card, shoving it into his hand. This card has 100,000 on it. The password is 6 zeros. Use it. Jiang Lu was taken aback, looking up at Yunnan. What does this mean? Charity? Or do you want to sponsor me? Just so you know, I only sell my body, not my skills. Yunnan shot him an exasperated glance. I see a bit of talent in you and don't want to see you wasted. Consider the money alone. Once you get into college and can support yourself, return it to me. Jiang Lu was indeed in urgent need of the funds, especially after realizing this body might be a hidden gem That bowl of 100 yuan noodles was obviously insufficient, and after a few days, he was on the verge of throwing up. He promptly tucked the card into his pocket, his expression turning serious as he clasped his fists and declared, I, Lu, have drifted in this world for so long, lamenting my misfortune of not encountering a worthy patron. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to adopt the Yu family name. He paused, then added with utmost seriousness, I will take the surname of the children. Yunin couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, waving her hand dismissively. So you plan to repay kindness with ingratitude, huh? The two left the martial arts hall. Exchanging jokes, Zhang Lu immediately dashed into a seemingly overpriced Jinyuan barbecue restaurant. The menu, featuring dishes like rock bull ribs, deep-sea octopus tentacles, and volcanic chicken wings, left him dazzled. Without hesitation, he pointed at the menu and ordered a plethora of items, including a large bowl of crystal-clear spiritual rice. When the dishes arrived, his voracious appetite left the surrounding diners in shock. He devoured his meal as if he had just escaped the clutches of starvation from outside the tower for 8 lifetimes. Even the restaurant manager felt a twinge of anxiety, glancing over periodically, fearful that this might be a ruthless diner intending to dine and dash. Only when Zhang Lu's stomach was full to the brim, unable to fit in the last morsel of meat, did he leisurely pull out the card. Slapping it on the table and letting out a satisfied burp, Manager, please pack it up. The manager finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile lighting up his face. As Zhang Lu exited the restaurant with a large bag of fragrant takeout, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. Never again would he be so reckless with his ordering. He had just spent 20,000 yuan on a single meal. What was I thinking? As he walked down the street, Zhang Lu felt as if he had a furnace warming his belly, heat coursing through him, bubbling with energy. Without a second thought, he sprinted toward a nearby park that was relatively deserted. Finding a secluded spot, he assumed a stance and began practicing the Xingyi Cannon Fist repeatedly from his memory. This martial art, which he had dabbled in during his previous life, emphasized powerful strikes and grand momentum, perfectly suited for his current state of excess energy with nowhere to channel it. The wind howled around his fists, and his feet thudded heavily against the ground. Half an hour later, Zhang Lu was drenched in sweat, steam rising gently from his head. At a certain moment, a faint buzzing seemed to emanate from within his body, as if a certain shackle had been broken. A punch thrown with all his might sliced through the air, sounding sharper than before. He felt noticeably lighter, and his strength had seen a substantial increase. Had he broken through? Zhang Lu stood still, feeling the changes within his body, excitement swirling in his heart. Could it be that I am truly a martial arts genius hindered by poverty? In this world where abilities reign supreme, pure martial arts may not reach the pinnacle, but it can undoubtedly elevate a spiritual energy user's lower limits significantly. A powerful physique forms the foundation to harness all abilities. He let out a long breath, lifted the takeout he had packed, and prepared to head home. Just as he exited the park, his old-fashioned flip phone in his pocket suddenly rang, the sound grating. Zhang Lu curiously pulled out the phone, the screen displaying an unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button. On the other end, a male voice spoke rapidly. You're not home? I've left next month's meal allowance under the welcome mat at the door. Make sure to spend it wisely. Before Zhang Lu could even ask, who are you? The call was abruptly disconnected. Staring at the phone in his hand, Zhang Lu stood frozen. Was this the elusive old dang, here to drop off some gold coins? Chapter 12, Misunderstanding. Zhang Lu felt a mix of unease as he made his way back to the rented room. He hadn't yet figured out how to face the original owneress family. However, judging by the tone of the phone call, their relationship seemed rather strained, which suited him just fine. Certainly, if he could continue to amass wealth, he would not hesitate to play the role of a dutiful son or a filial grandson. After all, how could one forsake monetary gain for relatives yet unknown? Upon returning to the entrance of that dilapidated abode, he lifted the filthy doormat, revealing a pitifully thin envelope lying beneath. Zhang Lu bent down to retrieve it, entered the house, and closed the door behind him, eagerly tearing it open. Inside were 5 crumpled 100 yuan bills. He held the fragile notes in his hand, scrutinizing the envelope from every angle, even probing its inner compartment, only to find it utterly devoid of anything else. A bank card? Not even a shadow of one was found. Could it truly be a family of destitution? In an instant, Zhang Lu's mind conjured an image. In the rural fields, an elderly farmer, face lined with deep creases, stooped with age, trembling as he handed over the 500 yuan he had saved through frugality to his son studying in the city, hoping for his success. He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, suppressing the urge to make a phone call to demand answers. Fine, if it were indeed the case. Once he made a name for himself, he could always extend a hand to this impoverished father, allowing him to ascend to wealth as well. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office on the top floor of a skyscraper, a middle-aged man, stern in countenance and bearing a striking resemblance to Jiang Lu, was frowning as he reviewed documents. The intercom phone on his desk rang abruptly. He answered with an air of impatience befitting his station. "What is it?" The voice on the other end was respectful, unmistakably that of the caller who had previously reached out to Jiang Lu. "Mr. Jiang, the 50,000 yuan has been sent to the young master as per your instructions. However, it seems he finds it inadequate." The man's brow furrowed tightly, and with a sharp motion, he dropped his pen. "Inadequate?" He is merely a student, subsisting on the most basic of energy meals. How could 50,000 not suffice? What on earth does he need so much money for? The voice on the line cautiously continued. "I've heard the young master has encountered some trouble at school, having broken a classmate's leg. Perhaps he is seeking additional funds for compensation?" Compensation? The man's expression darkened, fury roiling in his eyes. This ungrateful wretch. Like mother. Like son. If it weren't for the old man's intervention back then, he would have been reduced to begging alongside that ungrateful woman. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions. "You handle this. Disperse the funds as needed. But remember, the money is not the issue. He must never learn that he is a Jiang." "Understood, Mr. Jiang. I will take care of it immediately." "Wait," Jiang Hai called out, continuing, "From now on, his monthly allowance will be halved." "But Mr. Jiang, the young master is about to take the college entrance examination. At this time, the entrance examination?" Jiang Hai scoffed, a tone heavy with disdain and disappointment. "If he cannot pass, let him languish in the depths forever. He is my son. I dictate his fate." The call was abruptly terminated. Rising, Jiang Hai moved to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the minuscule figures below, his expression intricate. The following day, at Dajong No. 2 High School, the atmosphere in the office of the academic director, Gao Yuran, was palpably tense despite the absence of the class bell. A man clad in a tattered jacket, weathered by life's hardships and wearing a gaunt frame, stood awkwardly before Gao Yuran's imposing desk. The director leisurely stirred his tea, not bothering to lift his gaze. "You are Jiang Lu's father?" "Why yes, director. I am Jiang Dafu." The man stammered, nodding vigorously, a humble smile plastered on his face. "Young Master Jiang. He has caused such trouble at school. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." At last, Gao Yuran raised his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Dafu's shabby attire. "You've raised a fine son, haven't you? He has broken my son's legs. And at this time too, right before the critical exams. While other students are striving to study, my son lies in the hospital." Jiang Dafu rubbed his hands nervously, his face a mask of anxiety. "Director, I am willing to compensate. Name your price. I shall gather it, even if I must sell everything." "Compensate?" Gao Yuran slammed his teacup onto the desk. "Is this a matter that can be resolved with money? Can money measure my son's future?" He waved dismissively, his tone dripping with irritation. "Enough. You needn't linger here. Jiang Lu won't be expelled for now. We'll discuss how to handle it next month." Jiang Dafu's eyes flickered with a fleeting glimmer of relief, though his face remained a mask of gratitude. "Thank you, director. Thank you for your leniency. I will certainly discipline him." Gao Yuran waved him away in disgust, as though shooing away a fly. "Hurry up and leave. Don't linger here." Jiang Dafu nodded and bowed as he exited the office. Once the door closed, his humble demeanor straightened, the obsequious smile vanished without a trace. He turned back and spat at the closed door, muttering, "Bah, what a piece of work. If it weren't for Jiang Hai's millions in compensation, would I bow and scrape to a mere director like you?" He adjusted his tattered collar, preparing to leave the school just as the bell rang. Students poured out of classrooms like a deluge, and the corridor erupted into chaos. Jiang Dafu happened to pass by the entrance of Class 2, Year 3. As Jiang Lu emerged from the classroom, their eyes met for an instant, and Jiang Dafu instinctively called out, "Jiang Lu?" Jiang Lu beheld the man before him, clad in simple clothing and bearing the marks of time. Hearing his name called, he was struck by a sudden wave of familiarity. The image of the elderly farmer he had conjured the previous night coalescing perfectly. A strange tension and bitterness surged within him. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Jiang Dafu hurried over, donning once more that obsequious smile, slightly bending at the waist. "Jiang Lu, don't worry. I've already spoken to Director Gao. He agreed not to pursue the matter any further. Focus on your studies, and be sure to get into a good university." In his mind, he calculated, a university education would be splendid, for years of college could yield substantial benefits. To Jiang Lu, however, this posture appeared as that of an uneducated, simple father, humbling himself to plead for his wayward son, even bowing low. A corner of Jiang Lu's heart was gently stirred, but the ripples were swiftly suppressed. He averted his gaze from Jiang Dafu, hastily retrieving the stack of money from his pocket. It contained the 500 Jiang Dafu had given him the night before, along with a few hundred he had earned from working over the past few days, totaling just over 1,000. He thrust the money into Jiang Dafu's rough hands, declaring, "I have money. There's no need to send me more." With that, fearing regret, he abruptly turned and melded into the bustling throng of students. Not daring to look back, Jiang Dafu stood frozen, clutching the thin stack of bills, his expression shifting from surprise to a pallor of disbelief. He watched Jiang Lu's figure vanish into the crowd, his gaze darkening with simmering resentment. "Humph, a lowly illegitimate child, and he thinks he can act so grand?" He muttered through gritted teeth, complaining about insufficient funds. Fine, he can forget about receiving a single cent from now on. He shoved the money into the inner pocket of his frayed jacket and stormed away from the school. Chapter 13, The Mercenary. No, no. I'm paying for a sparring partner, not for you to use as a punching bag. Why are you getting better and better? Yunin complained, having once again been deftly taken down by Jiang Lu with a clever trip, opting to remain on the soft mat in a huff. From a balanced struggle at the outset, to a 10-minute bout of suppression, and then a swift defeat within 3 minutes. The situation has now devolved to barely lasting a minute, despite the butler's training partner asserting her rapid progress in comparison to Jiang Lu. She feels as though she is regressing. Jiang Lu, smiling, extends his hand to help her up. Perhaps the arena is particularly level today? Yunan, using his leverage to rise, looks bewildered. Huh? Jiang Lu, maintaining a serious demeanor, replies, "There aren't any pebbles, little sister." "Who are you calling little sister?" Yunan retorts playfully, delivering a light punch to his arm, unable to suppress her laughter. The two make their way to the sidelines and take a seat, sweat trickling down their foreheads. After several days of sparring, the initial awkwardness between them has long since dissipated. Yunan takes a sip of water and suddenly turns to Jiang Lu. "Jiang Lu, I've noticed you've changed quite a bit lately." Jiang Lu's heart skips a beat, but he feigns nonchalance. "Oh? In what way have I changed? Am I more handsome, or perhaps more eccentric?" "Stop joking." Yunan shoots him a glare. "We've been classmates for 3 years. What were you like before? Always a brooding figure, your gaze heavy, as if burdened by 1,000-pound weight, harboring deep grievances. Only Zhang Wei, that carefree fool, could stand to be around you." Jiang Lu smirks slightly. "Perhaps I've had a moment of enlightenment?" "Maybe," Yunan nods, her tone sincere. "But the you now is far more interesting than before." Jiang Lu seizes the moment, grinning. "So, when will you talk to your family about us? I can't bear another day of hardship." Yunan, amused by his antics, feigns a strike. "No hardship? Then you can eat dung." After their playful banter, Yunan adopts a serious tone. "On a serious note, have you considered which university you'd like to apply to?" Jiang Lu shrugs. "What is there to think about? There are only a handful of universities on the 9th level. I'll go wherever accepts me. Why choose from the 9th level?" Yunan's eyes widen. "The college entrance examination is one of the few opportunities in life to ascend. We start from the 9th level. So we must strive with all our might to aim for universities above the 10th level. What is the difference?" Jiang Lu inquires, genuinely curious. "A world apart." Yunan counts on her fingers. "The higher you go, the more resources are available. What we treasure here, like spirit crystal rice and beast meat, may just be an ordinary meal for those on the upper tiers." She waves her sleek Lingdong Island phone and technology. "Look at my Pineapple 16. I heard they reached the 32nd generation at the top." The 32nd generation. I can't even imagine what kind of cutting-edge technology that entails. It might even involve virtual reality. Jiang Lu silently scoffs. The difference of one generation in phones? This class system is more pronounced than the disparity between Brahmins and Dalits in the last life. At least a Dalit could shout at the television after a day of toil, "I'll be an Indian in my next life too." This tower is a complete technological monopoly. No matter how wealthy the lower tiers become, they can never access the upper tier technology. He shifts the conversation back to the topic at hand. "Speaking of college entrance exams, how exactly is the score for the 500 points allocated for Spirit Awakening determined?" Yunan shakes her head. "I'm not entirely sure. I've heard my dad mention that the Ministry of Education has a set evaluation system that primarily assesses the versatility of the awakening ability." "Versatility?" Jiang Lu queries, puzzled. "Yes, for instance, with fire control abilities," Yunan explains, "if you need a lighter or combustible material to ignite a flame, the score will be low. But if you can conjure fire from thin air or manipulate special flames like fire, Amaterasu, or Samadhi, the score will be considerably high." Jiang Lu ponders. What about summoning abilities? He has been thinking about what Zhang Wei said regarding his awakening in the summoning category. Yunan responds, "For summoning, it depends on what you can summon from which space. Summoning ordinary animals or beasts yields a low score. However, summoning dark creatures, ancient demons, or even mythological beings would naturally score much higher." Jiang Lu's heart races. The 6 realm summoning pool. The last time he summoned Aoyin from the Azura realm was incredibly impressive. What kind of true celestial beings might be in the heaven realm pool? However, It's likely that the sacrificial offerings would need to be of divine caliber. He changes the subject. By the way, are we going to the Green Forest for the next outdoor training? Not necessarily. Yunin shakes her head. The school has 3 fixed teleportation points on the edge of the safe zone. We'll rotate among them. It doesn't matter where we go. She pauses. By the way, it seems Teacher Wang has quite the issue with you. Try to avoid conflict with him during the next training. He asked the homeroom teacher, responsible for grading cultural subjects, and he holds our daily scores in his hands. Jiang Lu's expression turns cold. He'll be there too? Of course. Yunin responds matter-of-factly. He asked the homeroom teacher, responsible for ensuring our safety. Safety? Jiang Lu internally scoffs. This sycophant of the Gao family is likely just there to send him off to his doom. No wonder the Gao family dares to let Gao Qiangfei fight him again. The real trap lies in wait. This tower truly has a simple and unadulterated character. Do you know Teacher Wang's level? What about his spirit energy? Jiang Lu inquires nonchalantly. Yunin looks at him quizzically. Why are you asking that? You can't possibly be thinking. Of course not. Jiang Lu quickly denies, just curious. Anyone who can be a high school homeroom teacher must be quite strong, right? Yunin doesn't think much of it. I'm not sure about his spirit energy. But before awakening, everyone mainly focuses on martial arts. Teacher Wang is probably around level 8. Most high school homeroom teachers are at that level. Level 8. Jiang Lu's heart sinks. Despite his desperate training, he would only reach level 5 at most in half a month. Moreover, Wang surely possesses spirit energy. What could his crystal core summon? How powerful would it be? How long would it last? All are unknowns. To stake his life on the unknown? Jiang Lu dares not take that risk. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they exit the martial arts hall. A low-key luxurious car pulls over to the roadside. Yunan waves. I'm off. See you tomorrow. Watching the car merge into the flow of traffic and disappear, Jiang Lu stands at the bustling street corner. His brow furrowed. Wang looms over him like a boulder. How can he break this deadlock? He wanders aimlessly, his gaze sweeping over the layers of advertisements plastered on the bulletin board by the street. Suddenly, an inconspicuous piece of brown paper catches his attention. Liangshan Mercenary Group recruiting temporary helpers. Requirements: level 5 or above, with or without spirit energy. Work location: edge of the safe zone outside the tower, code S7. Compensation: daily settlement, dependent on task difficulty and profit sharing. Contact: One Blade Lu, phone number, XXXXXXXX. Temporary help outside the tower. An idea sparks in Jiang Lu's mind. He could venture outside the tower to test the quality of the creature summoned from that crystal core. If he could conveniently procure another 1 or 2 crystal cores as backups, his odds would increase. Even if he can't get any, he could always return and buy one. Jiang Lu promptly retrieves his old-fashioned flip phone and swiftly inputs the contact number from the notice. A busy signal resonates in his ear. A few seconds later, a raspy male voice responds. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Is this Mr. Lu? My name is Jiang Lu, and I'd like to join your mercenary group as a temporary helper. The voice on the other end falls silent for 2 seconds before a displeased tone emerges. First, my surname is Lu. One blade describes my ability to kill with a single strike. Secondly, from the sound of your voice, you sound young enough to be pinched for water. How old are you? Jiang Lu, unflustered, replies. I'm a 10-year veteran. I just have a youthful voice. 10 years. The voice on the other end seems taken aback, then continues. All right, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Interview at 312 Wuwai Road, Dachuan District. Don't be late. Got it. Brother Lu, is there anything I should bring? Jiang Lu eagerly responds. Bring your discharge certificate. Scarface Lu paused. We have everything else here. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lu stroked his chin in contemplation. A discharge certificate? Where on earth could he procure that? However, it was not a significant issue. There would surely be ample opportunity for discussion upon meeting. If all else failed, he could resort to his ultimate tactic, free of charge. The allure of complimentary services, he believed, was something no one could resist. Yet, before that, he needed to request a day off. He promptly dialed Zhang Wei's number. Hello? Zhang sang. What can I do for you? Zhang Wei's voice resonated through the line. Zhang Wei, please help me take a day off tomorrow, Jiang Lu stated directly. A day off? No problem. Count on me, Zhang Wei assured him, but then inquired, what is the reason for the leave? Jiang Lu replied, surely, you can fabricate a story. It's not beyond your capabilities, is it? Zhang Wei's tone turned exuberant. A story? Of course. I'm a literary genius. I'll say you went to the hospital for hemorrhoid surgery, and the doctor was gesticulating wildly at your rear. At first, you felt uncomfortable, but as time passed, strange feelings began to emerge. Shut up. Hang up. Jiang Lu disconnected the call, exasperated. Engaging in further banter with this character could easily lead to a heart attack. The following morning, Jiang Lu set out early, walking towards Wulai Road. It was not far, just a bus stop away, but as he was not in a hurry, He chose to stroll. Upon arriving at the street corner, he was taken aback. 312? This street is lined with food stalls and hardware stores. The numbering is utterly chaotic. He wandered back and forth 3 times, yet could not locate it. Reluctantly, he dialed Scarface Lou's number once more. Hello? Lou Gu, I'm at Walai Road. But I can't find 312. Scarface Lou's voice came through, tinged with impatience. Head into the alley. Do you see that dilapidated sign for Lao Wang's auto repair shop? The dark little alley beside it. Go in, turn left at the end, then right. And you'll see a row of garages. The one at the back with the open door is it. Following the directions, Jiang Lu navigated through the labyrinthine alley. At last, in a corner permeated with the pungent aromas of oil and urine, he spotted a rickety garage door. Beside it was a weathered wooden board, on which 5 large characters were painted in crooked red paint. Liangshan Mercenary Group. Jiang Lu grimaced, lifted the half-rolled door, and stepped inside. The garage was small and dimly lit, filled with the mingling scents of cheap tobacco and sweat. 4 men were gathered around a greasy little square table, engrossed in a card game. At the helm was a burly man with a full beard and a grotesque scar slicing through the left side of his face. He was undoubtedly Scarface Lou. Beside him sat 3 distinctly styled individuals, a diminutive figure sporting sunglasses, a towering giant with a simple demeanor, and a lanky man with a sharp countenance. Scarface Lou, cigarette in mouth, cast a sidelong glance at the entering Jiang Lu, his brow furrowing in suspicion. You're the 10-year veteran who called last night? That's me. Is there a problem? Jiang Lu replied. There's a big problem. Scarface Lou crushed his cigarette, but on the table. Are you trying to fool me? With your slight frame and delicate skin, you look nothing like someone from the Demon Slayer unit. Where's your discharge certificate? Show it to me. Jiang Lu shrugged his shoulders, appearing rather nonchalant. I don't have it. Don't have it. Scarface Lou's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, slamming the table. Are you messing with me? He turned to his card-playing companions and barked. Gone. 1, Chui. Teach this kid a lesson. The 3 immediately rolled up their sleeves and advanced towards Jiang Lu. Unfazed, he leisurely said, I'm offering my services for free. Wait. Scarface Lou raised a hand. The 3 halted mid-motion. Scarface Lou squinted. Explain this whole free thing. Jiang Lu raised his chin slightly. What I mean by free is that I, the young master, am here to experience life and provide you with free labor. Scarface Lou regarded him skeptically. Why do I find that hard to believe? Jiang Lu shrugged. I've already stated it's free. The money is in your hands. Would you still force it upon me? Scarface Lou was momentarily speechless, stroking his chin in contemplation. That is a valid point. He turned to his companions. Gone. 1, Chui, what do you think? The short man Gon adjusted his sunglasses. What the boss says goes. The giant one nodded earnestly. I'll follow the boss. The thin man Chui's eyes gleamed. Free labor? Why not take it? Scarface Lou waved his hand. All right. Consider yourself fortunate. He then added seriously, but let me be clear. We are headed to the Dragonbone Desert. The monsters there start at level 6. If you hold us back or soil your pants from fear, don't blame me for leaving you there to feed the armored dragon. Dragonbone Desert? Level 6 monsters? Jiang Lu felt a surge of excitement. That could be quite profitable. Rest assured, he patted his chest. I'll handle the cleanup, and I won't cause any trouble. Most importantly, he elongated his tone. I'm doing it for free. The word free evidently struck a chord with Scarface Lou, who grinned widely. You're perceptive. 1, go fetch a temporary wristband for him. When complied and rummaged through a dusty wooden box in the corner, finally retrieving a blue wristband covered in grime, which he tossed to Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu caught it, but did not rush to put it on. Scarface Lou was already ushering. All right. Since you're so eager to go experience the outside world, let us set off now. So soon? Jiang Lu was taken aback. Of course. Scarface Lou explained as he walked out. The armored dragons of the Dragonbone Desert are treasure troves. Their carapaces are sold to military research institutes for armor. Their gallbladders are coveted by pharmaceutical companies, and their meat goes to canning factories. It's the perfect time. They've just awoken and are searching for food. If we wait too long, we want to even get a taste. Jiang Lu understood and hurried to follow. The 5 squeezed into a dilapidated van, jostling their way to the teleportation hall at Wulai Square. Upon entering the hall, a cacophony of sounds assaulted them. Under the vast dome, a throng of individuals in eccentric attire, carrying weapons, jostled against one another. In the center of the hall stood several enormous teleportation gates, pulsating with different energy auras. Above the gates hung electronic signs: Silent Near Sea, True Mine, Flying Ape Canyon, Dragonbone Desert. Scarface Lou skillfully maneuvered to the back of the line for the Dragonbone Desert, grumbling as he paid the entry fees for the 5 of them. After nearly half an hour of waiting, it was finally their turn. Quick, keep up, Scarface Lou urged. Jiang Lu immediately fastened the temporary wristband around his wrist. The screen lit up, displaying his level. LV3. He recalled Yu Nin mentioning that such formal wristbands had a basic teleportation function. Pressing a button outside the tower would instantly return one to the nearest teleportation gate. But the cooldown period lasted a full week. Thus, unless in dire straits, no one would willingly use it, as they treated it like a second life. Stepping into the light gate, he experienced the familiar sensation of weightlessness. The scenery shifted, and a gust of hot wind, laden with sulfur and dust, hit him. They found themselves at the foot of a massive, crimson rock formation, as if it had been gnawed by a colossal beast. The landscape was strewn with odd stones, and enormous dragon bone fossils lay half buried in the sand, with distant beastly roars echoing through the air. Numerous mercenary groups were already gathering around them. Some were well-equipped and exuded a menacing aura, while others, like Liang Shan, appeared rather shabby and disheveled. Zhang Lu quietly felt the crystalline core in his pocket, cool and solid. As his thoughts stirred, a quaint panel materialized on his retina. Detected sacrificial item, low-level crystal core. Would you like to attempt a summoning? Zhang Lu felt a surge of relief within him. Finally, he could attempt a second summoning. In Chapter 15, titled The Armored Dragon, Zhang Lu's fingers caressed the crystal core in his pocket, yet he restrained the immediate urge to summon. No, it was not the right moment. What if the entity summoned resembled Aoyin, existing for merely 10 minutes, and they found not even a shadow of a magical beast in sight? That would be a wasted effort. This crystal core must be wielded with precision. At that moment, the trio of Gon, Wan, and Shui approached. Without uttering a word, the burly one shoved a coarse burlap sack into Zhang Lu's arms. Kid, stick close and don't wander off. Gon, wearing sunglasses, spoke in a low tone. When the fighting begins, find a place to hide. Don't show your face. Once we've taken down the target, you can come over to clean up the battlefield. He handed Zhang Lu a dagger, then gestured toward the sack. Scrape clean the entrails, gallbladder, and valuable bone fragments, and don't leave anything behind. The lanky Chui added. Be quick about it. The stench of the armored dragon dissipates rapidly, but attracting other creatures would be troublesome. Yidao Lu glanced at Zhang Lu. His tone tinged with warning. Be sharp. The beasts outside the tower won't care if you're some young master. Zhang Lu accepted the dagger, nodding in understanding. As the last words faded, a commotion of footsteps drew near. A 5-member team approached, well-equipped and clad entirely in polished medieval-style plate armor. Their movements resonating with an authoritative clatter indicative of a professional mercenary group. The leader, a tall man with a helmet tucked under his arm, revealed a sharply defined yet distinctly arrogant visage. His gaze swept over Yidao Lu and his companions, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, if it isn't my brother Lu. Haven't seen you in a few days. Have you fallen behind? Can't even gather decent armor for your team? Yidao Lu's expression darkened instantly. Sun Jin, you still have that same loose tongue. What, itching for a fight? Sun Jin chuckled, unfazed, and proudly patted the wolf head insignia on his chest plate. Times have changed, Lu. I'm level 8 now. I fear you not. He stepped aside, revealing his 4 comrades in matching armor. These brothers of mine are at least level 6. And you 3 misfits? I'd wager you've barely reached level 5. One of my teammates could wipe the floor with all 3 of you. His companions erupted in laughter, their disdain palpable. Wen's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Fists clenched tightly, while Chui's gaze darkened, and Gon firmly restrained both. Indeed, Sun Jin's words rang true. The 3 had indeed hindered Yidao Lu's progress. Yidao Lu fixed his glare on Sun Jin's smug face. If your mouth is so eager to flap, come over here and let me give it a smack. Stop spewing nonsense. Sun Jin scoffed and was about to retort when he caught sight of Zhang Lu at the back, particularly the glaringly bright level 3 bracelet on his wrist. His grin widened, as if he had stumbled upon a grand joke. No way, Lu. You brought a level 3 novice along. Can't find any allies? Might as well disband and join us at the sand flow. We'll throw you a meal. Zhang Lu scratched the back of his head, pondering why this man was so insufferable. He hadn't even provoked him. Yidao Lu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Lu would dare to accompany him into the Dragonbone Desert at such a low level. Yet he couldn't afford to show weakness. He stepped forward defiantly. I won't associate with the likes of you who stab others in the back. Get lost. Don't block the path. Sun Jin snorted. Fine, Lu. Let us see how you fare with this old, weak crew. We'll be watching. After delivering his parting shot, he and his team departed with a clatter. As they left, an awkward silence enveloped the group. Yidao Lu slowly turned to Zhang Lu, his gaze fixated on the level 3 bracelet. After a brief pause, he said, the Dragonbone Desert is no amusement park. A level 3 is too weak. You should turn back. Zhang Lu silently cursed Sun Jin's ancestors. Brother Lu. I'm not even participating in the fight. I want to be a burden. Yidao Lu replied, I don't provide babysitting services. Zhang Lu waved his wrist adorned with the temporary bracelet. No need. I'll just retreat behind everyone if necessary. I have a disposable temporary teleportation bracelet. Yidao Lu scrutinized him for a moment, finally sighing and saying no more. He gestured to Gon, Wen, and Shui. Let us go. The team resumed their solemn march. The atmosphere even heavier than before. Jiang Lu trailed behind, his gaze sweeping across the crimson wasteland known as the Dragon Bone Desert. Enormous fossilized beast bones jutted from the sand, their forms grotesque, while in the distance, the sounds of beastly roars and clashing weapons echoed. He observed several well-equipped mercenary squads engaged in a hunt. Their target, a creature resembling a lizard, exceeding half a meter in length and covered with gray-brown bone armor, was precisely what they sought, the armored dragon. These mercenaries worked in perfect harmony. Heavily armored warriors wielded tower shields, braving the charge of the armored dragon. Meanwhile, those with special abilities unleashed flickering bolts of electricity or shards of ice to disrupt the creature's movements, delaying its tail whips or acid sprays. The main attackers seized their moments, either striking at the dragon's vulnerable seams or aiming their large-caliber firearms at its relatively weak ocular joints. What captivated Jiang Lu's attention was the unspoken code among the mercenary groups. Once a team locked onto a target and commenced combat, other teams within 100 meters would tactfully circumvent the area, refusing to interfere or encroach. Occasionally, if an armored dragon scurried from the outskirts of battle, nearby teams would swiftly engage, maintaining a well-ordered battlefield. Clearly, Yidao Lu was well-versed in this etiquette. He did not linger in the relatively safe peripheral zones, but led the team deep into the more eroded and fragmented rocky areas of the desert. The gravel beneath their feet grew coarser. After nearly 20 minutes, the surroundings revealed no other mercenary presence. Jiang Lu could not help but softly inquire of the towering one beside him. Brother Wen, where are we heading? The armored dragon's lair? Wen mumbled an affirmation, preparing to speak, but Shui swiftly elbowed him, his eyes warning. Wen promptly fell silent, offering Jiang Lu a sheepish grin. Jiang Lu understood. It seemed they were venturing into Yidao Lu's secret base. He tentatively asked, what is Brother Lu's special ability? He appeared quite formidable earlier. Gon, adjusting his sunglasses, replied, be patient, you'll find out soon enough. At that moment, Yidao Lu, leading the way, halted abruptly, raising his clenched fist high. Gon Wen Shui, prepare for battle, he commanded urgently. Jiang Lu followed his gaze and saw, just a few meters ahead, a visibly larger armored dragon than those previously encountered, slowly turning around near a block of crimson rock. Its bone armor displayed a bluish-gray hue, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the 5 intruders. In Chapter 16, titled No Mercy, Gon, Wen, and Shui sprang into action the instant Yidao Lu's words fell. There were no flashy displays of abilities, only the seamless synergy born of years of collaboration. The trio fanned out in a semicircle, their movements swift and silent, each gripping a powerful crossbow unbeknownst to them. Like patient hunters, they crouched low, advancing with deliberate steps towards the iron-gray armored dragon that stood half their height. The creature's crimson eyes fixed upon them with unwavering intensity, a low growl emanating from its throat, laden with menace. Now, Lu, the blade, hissed quietly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts were released simultaneously, aimed at the dragon's relatively vulnerable eye sockets and the juncture of its neck. The dragon reacted with remarkable speed, violently tossing its head, causing 2 bolts to ricochet off its hard carapace. Yet the third grazed the corner of its eye, drawing forth a trail of blood. Roar. The searing pain enraged the colossal beast. It let out a thunderous roar and lunged towards the nearest target, Wen. Wen's expression shifted, but he remained composed, rolling to the side just in time to evade a collision capable of shattering rock. Yet, the dragon pressed on, its massive tail sweeping towards Wen with the force of a steel whip. Wen, Gon, and Shui shouted in unison. At this critical juncture, a figure dashed onto the battlefield. It was Lu the Blade. Contrary to Jiang Lu's expectations, he did not unleash his extraordinary powers. Instead, he let out a fierce roar, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, bracing himself against the sweeping tail. Is he truly intending to withstand this monstrous strike? A thought inexplicably crossed Jiang Lu's mind. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated. The anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. Lu's arms, upon contact with the dragon's tail, shimmered with a metallic sheen. This metallic aura rapidly enveloped his entire upper body. He remarkably absorbed the forceful sweep with his own body. The immense impact carved 2 deep trenches in the sand beneath his feet, yet he held his ground. The dragon, seemingly startled by this unexpected resistance, momentarily hesitated. Now, Lu roared. Gon and Shui seized this fleeting opportunity. The crossbow bolts were fired again, this time targeting the dragon's relatively soft underbelly, exposed due to its tail's motion. Meanwhile, Shui nimbly maneuvered to the back, brandishing a gleaming poisoned dagger, which he plunged forcefully into the dragon's knee joint. Thud, thud. The two sounds echoed simultaneously. The bolts and dagger struck true. The dragon emitted a piercing wail, its massive form swaying precariously. Lu's eyes gleamed with intensity, seizing the moment of the dragon's imbalance. He unleashed a fist, glistening with a metallic sheen, upon the side of its maw. Thud. The dragon's head was violently knocked to the side, and its gargantuan body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The battle concluded more swiftly than Jiang Lu had anticipated. He watched as the metallic sheen slowly faded from Lu's body, a flicker of admiration igniting within him. Despite possessing a higher level and formidable defensive abilities, Lu willingly fought alongside three brothers devoid of extraordinary powers in this perilous venture. Such loyalty was rare in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. After catching their breath, the task of processing the battlefield fell to Jiang Lu. When approached, patiently instructing him on how to separate the resilient carapace, extract the intact gallbladder, and categorize the various organs and meat into different sacks. Just handle it this way, one said, wiping the sweat from his brow and giving Jiang Lu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Jiang Lu nodded, attempting to touch the still warm materials of the dragon, hoping to trigger a sacrificial prompt. However, the retinal panel remained unresponsive. It seemed the summoning pool held no regard for these mundane items. Or perhaps they did not truly belong to him. After a brief respite, the group resumed their search among the desolate Rocky Mountains for solitary armored dragons. This area was home to a considerable number of dragons, yet they typically roamed in small groups. The astonishingly resilient dragons were manageable when alone, but facing two or more, the combination of their fearsome charges and tail strikes became exponentially more challenging. Lu, seasoned and astute, would immediately divert from any groups of dragons, targeting only the solitary ones. Jiang Lu silently observed, memorizing the locations of the dragon's nests. He swiftly devised an optimal route in his mind, planning how to maximize the number of dragons he could hunt within 10 minutes. As the morning passed, the team was already exhausted but had amassed a bountiful haul. Jiang Lu trailed behind with 3 bulging sacks filled to the brim, containing parts from 7 dragons. Among them was a golf ball-sized yellowish crystal core, carefully stowed away by Lu. After dispatching another solitary dragon, Lu took a swig of water and declared, "That's enough. Let us head back." Gone one. And Shui immediately rose, fatigue etched on their faces. Jiang Lu felt it was indeed time to part ways. He had memorized the locations of the gathering points. Just then, a sarcastic voice unexpectedly emerged from behind a sand slope. "Oh, Lu, your haul is impressive, truly worthy of an old hand. You seem to have a clear understanding of the dragon nests around the outskirts of the safe zone." From behind the slope, Sun Jin sauntered forth with his distinctively armored sand flow squad, a greedy smirk plastered across his face. Lu, Gon, Wan, and Shui tensed instantaneously, their expressions sharp with vigilance. "Sun Jin, have you been following us?" Lu asked coldly. Sun Jin shrugged innocently. "Lu, let us not make baseless accusations. The Dragonbone Desert is vast. I hunt my game, you hunt yours. It's merely a coincidence that we crossed paths." "Nonsense." Shui could not restrain his anger. "This route is so obscure. Who would believe it's mere chance?" Sun Jin's feigned smile vanished in an instant. "Right? You're hunting dragons, and I'm hunting you." His gaze swept over the 3 bulging sacks behind Jiang Lu, licking his lips. "Are you attempting to engage in a black market deal?" When clenched his fists, Shui's expression darkened. "What is there to steal? They're robbing us." Lu inhaled deeply, his arms once again gleaming with a metallic sheen, albeit significantly dimmer than before. "Want to take my things? Come and try." Sun Jin scoffed, unabashedly pointing at Lu. "What are you trying to play at? I've been following you all morning. You're already at your wit's end." His gaze shifted to Jiang Lu, laden with disdain, except for this little waste. Jiang Lu thought, "Damn it. Why am I being singled out again?" Lu's expression soured, as he weighed the current predicament. Sun Jin ceased his banter, his body suddenly swelling. Dense gray-black fur sprouting across his skin, claws extending from his fingers and toes, and his mouth curling into a grin that revealed gleaming white fangs. He was transforming into a werewolf. However, it appeared his transformation was incomplete, affecting only his limbs and part of his torso. His teammates brandished their weapons, exuding a murderous aura. "Hand over your belongings." Sun Jin's voice had become hoarse and low. "Or I'll kill you and take them myself." Lu, Gon gritted his teeth. "Yes, we cannot be bullied like this." Shui's eyes were ablaze with anger. Only Wen remained silent, his eyes filled with turmoil. Lu observed his weary brothers, then glanced at the advancing, imposing Sun Jin's squad, a flicker of despondency crossing his face. He let out a heavy sigh. "You can take the things." Sun Jin's face instantly broke into a smug grin. "That's more like it." Harmony brings wealth. His gaze turned to Jiang Lu. Kid, hand it over. Lu, wearied, spoke. Jiang Lu, give them the items. Jiang Lu brushed the gravel off his clothes, raised his head, and calmly met the gaze of the werewolf Sun Jin. I won't give it. Chapter 17, The Noble. The two words hung in the air, causing the atmosphere to stiffen. The sinister grin on Sun Jin's face froze. He cleared his ears as if he hadn't heard correctly, and then pointed at Jiang Lu, laughing maniacally at Lu, the one-blade man. Lu, where did you dig up this treasure? Has his brain been caught in a portal? Lu's face darkened as he barked angrily. Jiang Lu, hand it over. Don't be foolish. Yet, Jiang Lu turned to face Lu, his gaze serene. Let us make a deal. I will help you eliminate them. He gestured towards Sun Jin. And you give me that crystal core you're holding. What do you say? Of course, Jiang Lu could summon the 6 paths to annihilate everyone directly. And they wouldn't dare say a word about him keeping the crystal core. However, he needed their assistance for his own plans, and deep down, he still held respect for those who maintained chivalry in this world. Lu's eyes nearly popped out, and he almost spat blood. Damn it. I've hidden that crystal core so well, and this kid just reveals it in front of Sun Jin. Sun Jin's eyes lit up with greed as he turned his gaze towards Lu. Oh, an unexpected gain. Lu, you've hidden it quite well. Jiang Lu ignored Sun Jin and continued to address the furious Lu. Not going to speak? Then I shall assume you agree. Sun Jin sneered at Jiang Lu. Kid, since you've been so honest, I'm in a good mood today. Kneel down and bow twice, then roll back through the portal. And I'll pretend you just farted. Jiang Lu paid him no heed, focusing entirely on the archaic panel before his retina, confirming the sacrificial crystal core. Offering. Level 7 would attribute crystal core has been sacrificed. Please wait for the 6-path beings to respond. He slowly closed his eyes, fully immersing his consciousness within. Seeing Jiang Lu in this meditative state, utterly disregarding him, a surge of rage ignited within Sun Jin. How dare this level 3 brat treat him like air? Damn it, giving face and not receiving it. Sun Jin roared and charged at Jiang Lu. Give it to me. Spare him. Lu, the one-blade man, pulled out the earthy yellow crystal core from his pocket and tossed it to Sun Jin. Jiang Lu was brought out by him, and he couldn't just watch him get killed. Sun Jin caught the crystal core without even glancing at it, stuffing it into his pocket with a more sinister grin. Fool, I want to spare him. The treasure is mine. Before his words even faded, he kicked Lu in the chest with tremendous force. Lu, drained of spiritual energy and unable to maintain his metallic form, was sent crashing to the sandy ground. Lu, gone, won, and Chui's eyes widened with despair. Just as they were about to rush in, they were forcibly restrained by Sun Jin's subordinates, unable to move. Sun Jin, ignoring the fallen Lu, advanced menacingly towards Jiang Lu. Yet Jiang Lu remained standing, eyes closed, his consciousness still immersed in the retinal panel. The Beast Path, Ben Boer Ba has accepted your sacrifice and expresses immense appreciation. Contract established. Ben Boer Ba? Jiang Lu was taken aback. Was this the same Ben Boer Ba ordered to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples by the Prince of the Nine Dragons? At that moment, Sun Jin had arrived before Jiang Lu, his wolf claws raised high, poised to strike down upon him. You little brat. Die. Just as the massive claw, covered in dark fur, was about to crush Jiang Lu's skull, a wave of transparent ripples suddenly undulated before him. Sun Jin's claw struck an invisible water wall, the violent force dissipating with a dull thud, not even disturbing a single hair on Jiang Lu's head. What? Sun Jin's sinister grin faltered. A defensive water-type ability. And it could withstand my full-force strike? Could it be this kid has been pretending to be weak? Lu gone Chui. And the restrained members of the Liashab team were all dumbfounded. Jiang Lu slowly opened his eyes and addressed the bewildered Sun Jin. You're too early to be shocked, my friend. No sooner had he spoken than the air beside Jiang Lu began to distort violently. A figure, accompanied by dense water vapor and a faint fishy scent, materialized out of thin air. It was an exceedingly bizarre creature, sporting the head of a catfish, with long, flapping whiskers moving without wind, and a pair of lifeless fish eyes radiating a languid indifference. However, its body was that of a normal male human, covered in dark green scales. In its hand, it wielded a uniquely shaped trident, a summoning ability, not a defensive water-type ability. This was a summoning ability. The onlookers were taken aback. This kid is actually a summoner. And what on earth has he summoned? A catfish spirit. Jiang Lu glanced at this peculiarly shaped catfish spirit beside him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He quickly commanded, Ben Boer Ba, eliminate him. The catfish creature abruptly turned its head, its lifeless eyes squinting at Jiang Lu in displeasure. In other realms, you may call me Ben Boer Ba, and I will overlook your ignorance. But in this domain, it thrust its trident forcefully. You shall honorably address me as the Grand General of Chaos Stone Mountain, the Azure Wave Pool, the king of 10,000 holy dragons. The Water Knight demon and left general in attendance, Ben-Boer-Ba, the great demon king, Jiang Lu. He felt his CPU nearing overload. Wasn't he that name a bit too long? Great demon king, we're short on time. We have other matters to attend to. Jiang Lu hastily attempted to simplify the address to placate him. Ben-Boer-Ba huffed, seemingly reluctantly accepting this title. Enough of this charade. Sun Jin finally snapped back to reality from his shock. He let out a furious roar, his entire body bristling with dark fur, transforming into a shadow that lunged straight for Jiang Lu. He couldn't believe that a mere level 3 summoner could conjure anything formidable. Annoying. Ben-Boer-Ba impatiently raised his trident and casually pointed it at the oncoming Sun Jin. A fist-sized stream of ghostly blue water shot forth from the tip of his trident. With a soft sound, the ghostly blue stream pierced through Sun Jin's chest, exiting from his back, leaving a spray of boiling blood in its wake. Sun Jin's forward momentum abruptly halted. He looked down in disbelief at the gaping, translucent wound in his chest. He hardly felt any pain, only a chilling sense of life rapidly slipping away. Slowly he raised his head, fixing a penetrating gaze on Jiang Lu, his eyes filled with absurd disbelief. He could not fathom that he, a formidable level 8 werewolf, would perish at the hands of a mere level 3 summoner's catfish spirit. Thud. Sun Jin's body crashed to the ground, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Instant kill. The level 8 captain was annihilated. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Lu, with a stoic expression, pointed at the several stunned members of the Liashab team. Great Demon King, please leave them as well. Ben-Boer-Ba cast a glance at Jiang Lu and rumbled. You may call me Great Demon King, but henceforth, do not utter the name Ben-Boer-Ba again. With that, it casually jabbed the trident in its hand, sending forth 4 streams of water that shot out like the sides of death itself. Run. The few team members finally reacted. Their spirits shattered as they shrieked and turned to flee. However, the speed of the water streams exceeded their wildest imaginations. Puff, 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 puff. For soft sounds echoed, and the fleeing figures crumpled to the sandy ground as if their bones had been extracted, falling silent. Jiang Lu approached Sun Jin's corpse, crouching down to begin his adept search, a traditional skill of traversers when examining bodies. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Apart from the armored dragon crystal core he had snatched from One Blade Lu, Sun Jin possessed only a few scattered coins, some dried rations, and a relatively sharp alloy dagger. Popper. Jiang Lu spat in disdain, pocketing the crystal core and securing the dagger at his waist. He stood up and walked towards One Blade Lu's petrified team. Brother Lu, let us make a deal. One Blade Lu jolted awake, lifting his head to meet Jiang Lu's gaze, filled with complexity. Brother Jiang, speak. I'm currently hunting armored dragons with my summon. Jiang Lu indicated the rushing Ben-Boer-Ba beside him. You can follow us and handle the corpses in dissection. I'll take 50% of the proceeds. What do you say? The tall one was the first to respond, eagerly exclaiming, absolutely. No problem. Gon and Chui nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. We're in. Their eyes reflected awe towards Jiang Lu. If it weren't for him, they would have undoubtedly returned empty-handed today. One Blade Lu suppressed the turbulent waves within his heart and nodded solemnly. All right. I agree. When do we set off? Jiang Lu glanced at the continuously ticking countdown on his retinal panel, 000948, then turned and waved to Ben-Boer-Ba. My lord, let us go. The human and the demon disregarded the chaotic battlefield behind them, swiftly making their way towards a nearby gathering of armored dragons that Jiang Lu had already memorized. One Blade Lu struggled to rise, exchanging glances with Gon and Chui, both reflecting shock and excitement. They all understood that Liang Shan had likely encountered a benefactor. Chapter 18. The Armored Dragon Tide. Jiang Lu, accompanied by Ben-Boer-Ba, hastened towards a nest of armored dragons etched in his memory. The lair was situated within low-lying areas resembling the ribs of a colossal beast, where deep, resonant roars and the rustling of armored shells could be heard from afar. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Lu was taken aback to find a family of 5 neatly arranged, 2 adults and 3 young ones, the larger ones nearly human height, while the smaller ones were over half a meter long, lazily basking in the sun. My lord, please commence your performance. Jiang Lu sidestepped, gesturing for Ben-Boer-Ba to take the lead. The demon, its catfish-like head twitching, seemed displeased with the term performance, yet did not dwell on it. It raised the ethereal blue trident with a casual flick, unleashing 5 jets of water. The speed of the streams was astonishing, arriving almost instantaneously. Puff, 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 puff. 5 soft echoes rang out. The previously formidable bone armor, which had required tremendous effort from the mercenary team to breach, crumbled like tofu before these water streams. The streams did not even target the weak points, but pierced directly through the simplest armor of the 5 armored dragons, creating 5 gaping, bloodied holes. The 5 armored dragons fell without uttering a single cry, their scarlet eyes extinguishing in an instant. Jiang approached, inspecting each one in turn. He sought the crystal cores, but found none. TSK, the drop rate is disheartening. He muttered, not lingering further, and promptly headed towards the next marked location. Along the way, Binboer Ba, trident in hand, floated beside him and remarked, "This realm is rather intriguing. Upon my arrival, I initially presumed it to be a lowly, impoverished outpost. Yet just now, its dead fish eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly sensing something. I detect a faint aura comparable to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Though extremely subtle, it was unmistakable. Great Luo golden immortal." Jiang Lu halted abruptly, his heart racing. Does this world harbor creatures of such caliber? Where? A flurry of names raced through his mind. Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and the Taoist of guidance, among other deities. Binboer Ba shook its head. This world is vast. This mere demon king knows not the specific location. However, if this demon king asserts its existence, then it surely is so. Jiang Lu fell silent. The perils of the outer world far exceeded his previous imaginings. What he had witnessed during his 2 excursions from the tower was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, these matters were of little concern at present. Securing crystal cores, acquiring wealth, enhancing strength. That was the pressing priority. The human and the demon continued their rampage. With Binboer Ba's unreasonable instant kill capability, they swept through 7 or 8 armored dragon nests, leaving no fewer than 30 dragons dead in their wake. Yet, not a single crystal core was in sight. Damn, is this world hoarding all the cores? Jiang Lu glared at the incessantly ticking countdown on his retinal panel, 000248. Unable to suppress a curse, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Time was running out. He retrieved the earthy yellow armored dragon crystal core he had pilfered from Sun Jin. Offering it to Binboer Ba, "My lord, can you consume this?" Binboer Ba glanced at it disdainfully. "Mud and water. This earthy lump is beyond this demon king's tolerance." Jiang Lu retracted it helplessly. "Then how shall I summon you next time?" Binboer Ba leisurely replied. "Either with stones possessing water and wood attributes, or by procuring something truly rare." Jiang Lu fell into contemplation. It appeared that each summon required different offerings. Just as he pondered whether to attempt using this armored dragon crystal core as a sacrifice for another pool, Binboer Ba suddenly spoke up. "Time is short. Kid, this demon king finds you somewhat agreeable. Before I depart, let me gift you something small." Jiang Lu was taken aback. "Huh? Keep up." Without further explanation, Binboer Ba transformed into a stream of ethereal blue water, hurtling towards a direction deep within the desert. Jiang Lu dared not lag, immediately sprinting after it. The speed of the water was astonishing. He ran until he felt ready to burst, barely keeping pace. Shortly, a massive sand dune, resembling a burial mound, loomed before them. The water stream that was once Binboer Ba halted at the dune, reconstituting into its catfish form. Without wasting words, it swung the trident violently at the sand dune. Whoosh! Countless fine streams of water infiltrated the dune, instantaneously dismantling it from within. Sand and stone cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing an enormous, gaping entrance to a cavern below. Panting heavily, Jiang Lu hurried closer, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle. Deep within the cavern, a multitude of iron-gray figures crowded the space. There were at least 100 armored dragons. They seemed startled by the sudden upheaval, restlessly shrieking, their shell clattering creating an unbearable cacophony. And at the deepest part of the cavern, an exceptionally colossal creature stood out among its kin. Its entire body was enveloped in dark golden bone armor, shimmering brilliantly under the dim light, and it was a full 2-fold larger than the average armored dragon. The armored dragon commander. Jiang Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. There must be a crystal core within this creature, and of a high grade. Roar! The armored dragon horde, having been uprooted from their lair, was utterly enraged. Particularly the golden armored commander, which emitted a deafening roar. Hundreds of armored dragons surged forth like a flood, their eyes ablaze with fury, charging wildly toward Jiang Lu and Binboer Ba at the cave's entrance. The ground trembled slightly under their stampede. Jiang Lu felt a chill run down his spine. Binboer Ba casually waved one hand forward. A thick, azure water curtain materialized out of thin air, serving as a colossal barrier, standing a dozen meters before the cave entrance. Boom, boom, boom. The frenzied horde of armored dragons crashed into the water curtain, producing a dull thud. The water curtain rippled violently. Yet no matter how fiercely the armored dragons clawed and collided, they could not breach it by even a fraction. Simultaneously, Binboer Ba raised his trident once more, gently pointing it toward the furious golden-armored commander deep within the cave. A stream of water, even more concentrated than before, disregarded the throng of armored dragons ahead and shot straight toward the Golden Commander. The Golden Commander seemed to sense the impending threat and turned, attempting to shield itself with its most formidable golden armor. A soft sound, akin to piercing through a thick layer of leather. The stream of water effortlessly penetrated the Golden Dragon's back armor, entering from its rear and exiting through its chest. The Golden Commander collapsed with a tremendous crash. The remaining horde of armored dragons erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, crashing even more frantically against the water curtain. Bimbo Erba flicked his trident once again, and the water stream encircled a fist-sized crystal core emanating a rich, earthy glow, shooting back from the corpse. The crystal core landed steadily before Jianglu, overwhelmed with excitement. Jianglu seized the crystal core. It felt warm to the touch, heavy in his hand, and the energy emanating from it was several times more potent than the previous one. Without hesitation, he stowed it in his pocket. Kid, remember, next time, sacrifice a water attribute and a wood attribute crystal core. Bimbo Erba grinned at Jianglu. Young man, until we meet again. The Demon King. Just as Jianglu was about to express his gratitude, Bimbo Erba's form transformed into specks of blue light, dissipating into the air. In the moment of its disappearance, the azure water curtain that had been holding back the raging horde of armored dragons also vanished like a bubble, having lost their only obstruction. The enraged armored dragons surged toward Jianglu, who stood alone at the cave entrance, like crazed bulls unleashed. The stench of their breath was suffocating, and the earth roared beneath them. Bimbo Erba, for heaven's sake, at least help me deal with this trouble before you leave. Jianglu's soul felt like it was about to flee, and he turned to run. As he sprinted, he instinctively attempted to summon once more. But upon touching the searing golden crystal core in his pocket, he forcibly suppressed the urge. This item was far too precious. Using it against these ordinary armored dragons would be an utter waste. Meanwhile, the other armored dragon crystal core did not provide any sacrificial prompts. It seemed only the Commander's crystal core could be accepted by the Six Paths summoning pool. He could only rely on his memory as he sprinted toward the portal. At the same time, not too far from Jianglu, on a relatively flat stretch of sandy ground, a group consisting of Yidao Lu, Gon, Wan, and Shui was gathered around a half-dissected armored dragon carcass, their faces glowing with the joy of harvest. Each of them dragged two hefty, bulging sacks. And even Yidao Lu was no exception. Brother Lu, we've really struck it rich this time. One exclaimed excitedly while struggling to cut through the tough tendons. Brother Jiang must have taken down at least 30 or more, right? My heavens, what efficiency! Shui laughed broadly. Calculating shrewdly, let us not even mention 50%. Even if we only get 30%, that's an unimaginable fortune. We've truly latched onto a golden thigh this time. Gon adjusted his sunglasses, and although he said nothing, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl upwards. Yidao Lu also wore a delighted expression, patting the bulging sack vigorously. Indeed, this time, he suddenly halted, looking up in confusion. What sound is that? Gon also removed his sunglasses, squinting toward the source of the noise. On the horizon, a staggering figure was sprinting toward them. Is that Jianglu? Gon wondered aloud. Why is he behind us? The direction seems wrong. Shui furrowed his brow. He's running so frantically that even his summons are nowhere to be seen. One scratched his head, a hint of unease creeping onto his honest face. I have a feeling we should be the ones running right now. Yidao Lu followed the direction Jianglu was frantically running toward, and his pupils constricted suddenly. Behind Jianglu, a cloud of dust billowed, blocking out the sky. Amidst the dust, countless iron-gray figures swarmed forth. Their crimson eyes formed a sea of fury, and the deafening sound of their charge and their violent roars surged like a tidal wave. Run! Yidao Lu shouted. He turned, not forgetting to grab the two sacks, and fled desperately toward the portal. Chapter 19, Ancient Ruins. The speed of the armored dragon horde far exceeded that of Jianglu, who was merely a level 3 spiritual energy user. In no time, they were almost upon his back. Jianglu's physical stamina had reached its limits, his lungs burned, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were mired in mud. Damn it, I'm done playing. Jianglu gritted his teeth and abruptly pressed the only button on the temporary wristband he wore. Buzz. A slight sensation of weightlessness and dizziness washed over him. In the next moment, all the noise, roars, and tremors of the earth vanished. The sudden disappearance of Jianglu caused the armored dragon horde to momentarily halt. They continued to roar, bewildered, as they spun in place. Ultimately, having lost their target, they redirected their hostility toward the four who were running in the distance, Yidao Lu and his companions. Meanwhile, Jianglu, having used the temporary wristband for teleportation, regained his senses and found himself standing next to the massive portal he had first entered when arriving at the tower. The temporary wristband on his wrist had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The mercenaries around him, some sitting and others standing, were drawn to this sudden appearance. A young-looking mercenary, a sprig of grassroot dangling from his mouth, approached with a smile. "Hey, little brother, you used it already? No 7-day entry ticket left, huh? What did you encounter that made you so flustered? Did a few little armored dragons scare you into teleporting?" Zhang Lu, panting heavily, found a spot on the ground and sat down, wiping the sweat and sand from his face. "Armored dragons, too many of them. I'd be done for if I didn't tea." The young mercenary chuckled, a knowing look in his eyes. "Newbies are always like this. What is there to fear? Armored dragons are homebodies. As long as you run out of their territory, they generally chase you down." He clearly assumed Zhang Lu was just a rookie terrified by a few stray armored dragons. Zhang Lu shook his head. "This time, it might not be so easy to escape." "A few? Did that frighten you so much?" The young mercenary pressed on, unconcerned. Zhang Lu looked up at him and calmly uttered a few words, around 100 or so. Uffed. The grassroot in the young mercenary's mouth shot out. The previously noisy resting area fell silent for a moment. Then, an even louder burst of laughter erupted. 100? Kid, you must be joking. 100 armored dragons gathered together? Do you realize what that concept entails? Even the emergence of an armored dragon commander wouldn't cause such a commotion. The contemporary youth, in their quest for prestige, seem unrestrained in their utterances. Zhang Lu, disinclined to engage in debate, let his gaze traverse the mocking crowd, fixating intensely on the crimson expanse of the desert beyond the safety zone, silently praying that Yidao Lu and his companions could evade capture. At that moment, a resounding rumble echoed through the air. The ground began to tremble gently yet persistently. From afar, a deep, thunderous galloping sound grew louder, eclipsing even the laughter of the crowd. The mirthful chuckles of the mercenaries abruptly ceased as they turned in bewilderment towards the safety zone's periphery. On the horizon, four small black figures were racing desperately toward the safety zone, their speed so great it seemed to leave afterimages in their wake. Following closely behind them, a colossal cloud of dust billowed upward. Like a deluge breaching its banks, a relentless wave of iron-gray creatures surged forth, pursuing the four with an overwhelming ferocity, their numbers far exceeding 100. The terrifying cacophony of their stampede and the collective roars sent a chill down the spine of the once mocking young mercenary, whose face turned ashen, the water bottle he held clattering to the ground. All the resting mercenaries sprang to their feet, incredulous as they beheld the approaching tide of armored beasts. Many instinctively recoiled, their grips tightening around their weapons. Although they knew the safety zone's barrier was reliable, the cataclysmic aura still instilled dread. Zhang Lu also sprang up, his body taut, instinctively moving closer to the portal, ever prepared to flee once more. Yidao Lu and his three companions, nearly rolling and crawling, burst into the protective energy field of the safety zone. As they crossed the threshold, the four collapsed to the ground, breathless and drenched in sweat. Almost the instant they entered, a tremendous crash resounded as the furious tide of armored beasts collided violently with the invisible energy barrier. The barrier quaked violently, rippling under the strain, emitting a resonant hum of distress, yet it steadfastly held back the onslaught. Countless crimson eyes of the armored beasts fixated on the humans within the barrier, their claws and bony armor frantically clawing and battering against it. Inside the safety zone, a profound silence enveloped the mercenaries, paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle. After a brief, stunned quietude, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted. "What on earth happened? Old Lu, Yidao Lu, what the hell did you do? Did you poke the dragon's nest?" Catching his breath, Yidao Lu struggled to rise. Though his complexion remained pale, the spirit of the underworld returned to him. He surveyed the crowd, glaring at those who questioned him. "What are you staring at? I indeed poked their nest. So what? Any objections?" Behind him, Gon One and Shui assisted one another in standing, though disheveled. They glared fiercely at the surrounding onlookers. The mercenaries exchanged glances between the frenzied assault on the barrier and Yidao Lu's evidently substantial haul, and for a moment, none dared to inquire further. Yet the astonishment and curiosity in their eyes did not wane. Yidao Lu ignored them, urgently beckoning Zhang Lu and the other three brothers. "Quick, we have to leave. This place is no longer safe." The group pushed through the crowd, almost fleeing into the shimmering portal back to the tower. Returning to the familiar teleportation hall on the 9th floor, the clamor and bustle somewhat alleviated the lingering terror from outside. Many familiar mercenaries, upon seeing the exaggerated sacks trailing behind Yidao Lu, gathered in surprise to greet them. "Old Lu, well done. What kind of luck did you stumble upon today? Such a bountiful haul. Wow. Did you empty the dragon's lair with these sacks?" Yidao Lu, still shaken, had little mind for pleasantries. Merely deflecting with vague comments about luck, he moved swiftly, dragging Zhang Lu and the others away from the throng. Reaching an old van, Dao Lu and Zhang Lu worked together to stuff the 5 heavy sacks into the trunk. Gone one. And Shui looked at the sacks with a mix of excitement and guilt. One scratched his head sheepishly, saying, "Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, I apologize for only bringing back 1 sack each while we were busy escaping. They could have secured even more." Dao Lu waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to apologize for? It depends on Brother Jiang's wishes." Zhang Lu opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, nonchalantly replying, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to rush." As the vehicle started and departed the noisy teleportation hall, Dao Lu glanced at Zhang Lu through the rearview mirror, who was resting with his eyes closed. After much hesitation, he couldn't resist asking, "Brother Jiang, forgive my audacity, but may I inquire, your early awakening of the summoning ability at level 3 is exceedingly rare. Who exactly is the entity you summoned?" The power of that catfish-headed creature had utterly shattered his understanding of summoning abilities. Zhang Lu did not even open his eyes. "Is that really so important?" "Well, not particularly." Dao Lu quickly replied, "I'm merely curious, purely curious." Zhang Lu replied coolly, "As long as I can help you make money, that's all that matters. Beyond that, do not inquire." Dao Lu's eyes brightened, understanding the cue and refraining from further questioning. Instead, he excitedly suggested, "You're right, Brother Jiang. I spoke out of turn. Since you possess such remarkable powers, shall we explore higher-level hunting grounds next time? The higher the level, the more precious the materials. Greater profits await." This notion resonated with Zhang Lu. He required higher-level crystal cores and more funds. He opened his eyes, inquiring, "Where?" Dao Lu licked his lips. "Ancient ruins. That cursed place is teeming with monsters of level 8 and above. The profit from hunting just one monster is at least 30% higher than in the Dragonbone Desert, and with a stroke of luck, one could even unearth a crystal core worth a fortune. Level 10 monsters in the ancient ruins." Zhang Lu's gaze sharpened, his interest piqued. Chapter 20, The Black Market. The vehicle jolted along the bumpy dirt road for over half an hour, the scenery outside transitioning from towering urban structures to lowly houses and barren fields. Ultimately, it halted at the outskirts of a seemingly inconspicuous, if somewhat dilapidated, village. Zhang Lu observed the sparse adobe houses and drying corn stalks outside the window, perplexed. Must we travel this far to sell materials? Is there no purchasing point in the city? Wearing sunglasses, Gon explained while turning off the engine. There are, of course, purchasing points in the city, but those established by large companies offer prices at least 10% lower than here. Normally, one could tolerate the lower prices. But with our substantial haul this time, we cannot afford to shortchange those unscrupulous capitalists. The large fellow when chimed in. If we consistently achieve this volume, we'll have to visit here regularly. The thought of future earnings brought smiles to their faces. Zhang Lu raised an eyebrow. "So, this is a black market? Aren't they afraid of those large companies coming to seize their operations?" Dao Lu clarified, "In the 9-tier tower district, the waters are murky. It's not solely the big shots who call the shots. Some matters, Brother Jiang, you'll come to understand in due time." Zhang Lu ceased to inquire further. The rules of this world were evidently more intricate than he had imagined. "Brother Jiang, will you wait for us in the car? Or would you like to join us in exploring?" Dao Lu inquired. "We can handle things quickly. It should only take about half an hour. I'll come along." Zhang Lu expressed his curiosity about the black market in this world. The group exited the vehicle and ventured into the seemingly ordinary village. Upon entering the village entrance, the atmosphere subtly shifted. On the surface, the village appears to retain its tranquil charm. However, the expressions of passers-by now reveal a heightened sense of vigilance and scrutiny. Some elderly farmers, seemingly basking in the sun against the walls, are, in fact, keenly surveying every unfamiliar face that enters. Deep within the narrow alleys between the houses, the faint sounds of haggling and the gentle clinking of metal can be heard. Louis Dao and his companions navigate the area with practiced ease, swiftly disappearing into a mud-walled abode adorned with a sign for tool repairs. Zhang Lu, on the other hand, remains outside, meandering along the village's sole, somewhat wider main street. This black market is not as chaotic and sinister as one might imagine. Rather, it possesses an oddly vibrant atmosphere. Most vendors simply lay out a tattered cloth by the roadside to display their wares. Some offer grotesque monster parts still dripping with blood, while others display an array of rusted or gleaming weapons and armor. A few stalls even showcase peculiar potions in bottles of bizarre colors. There are also stands cluttered with tattered books, an eclectic assortment indeed. As Zhang Lu strolls, his attention is drawn to a stall in a corner. The vendor, clad in a mask and a cap, conceals himself entirely, presenting only 4 or 5 dull-colored crystal cores in front of him. The quality appears to be far inferior to the one he possesses from the goblin leader. Zhang Lu approaches, crouches down, and points to a slightly better core that emits a faint blue glow. What is the price for this one? The vendor, not lifting his gaze, responds in a muffled tone, you can't afford it. Jiang Lu had no real intention of purchasing. He merely wished to gauge the market. He feigned, perhaps I am a wealthy heir out for a life experience? Name your price, and I shall consider. Only then did the vendor lazily glance at him. Raising 5 fingers, 50,000. Jiang Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. 50,000. The pawnbroker previously quoted only 20,000 for that 7th level goblin leader's core. This vendor's goods are clearly of a lower tier. How dare he ask for such a price? Do you even accept this kind of item? Jiang Lu managed to suppress his astonishment and countered. The vendor scoffed, wearing a knowing expression. I knew you couldn't afford it. Yes, I accept, but according to market rates, I must take a 20% cut. Jiang Lu's interest peaked, and he swiftly retrieved the ordinary armor dragon crystal core he had acquired from Sun Jin. What about this one? How much will you offer? The vendor's eyes brightened slightly upon seeing the crystal. After examining it closely, he curiously asked, a 7th level earth-type crystal? The quality is decent. Where did you get this? It doesn't seem like something a novice could obtain. Found it, Jiang Lu replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. The vendor chuckled dismissively, not pressing further, weighing the crystal. All right. If you prefer not to divulge, so be it. A 7th level crystal is worth 100,000 on the market. After my cut, that makes 80,000. Any objections? 80,000. This item was of no use to him, and the summoning pool would not accept it either. Selling it for 80,000 felt like an unexpected windfall. No objections. He nodded eagerly. The vendor produced a mobile phone, requesting Jiang Lu's account number. Jiang Lu relayed the type of account number given to him by Yunnan. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed, and the vendor displayed his phone, indicating the funds had been transferred. Jiang Lu nodded, elated. With this sum, combined with what Yunnan had previously given him, his balance soared to over 150,000. In high spirits, he resumed his exploration of the black market. Passing a stall selling monster meat, he noted various grotesque and bloody chunks hanging from hooks, emitting a pungent odor. Jiang Lu pondered. Could he buy some high-quality monster meat to cook? That would certainly surpass the synthetic slop and noodles he usually consumed. However, the monster meat from outside the tower was not universally edible. Most contained toxins or volatile energies. Only a select few species were safe to consume, and the portals to their habitats were largely monopolized by major food corporations. What trickled down to the black market was likely sourced by some fortunate mercenaries, priced steeply yet undoubtedly cheaper than what the large companies charged. He spotted a muscular hind leg of a bull, its red-tinted flesh marred by slight charm marks. The vendor, a burly man with a face full of flesh, was swatting flies with a fan. How much for this bull leg? Jiang Lu inquired. The man sized him up, 25,000, no haggling. So expensive? Jiang Lu exclaimed. How long has it been dead? Surely, it has lost a lot of energy. Hey, you seem to know your stuff. The vendor raised an eyebrow. This is a Chien bull, a legitimate level 10 fire-type monster. This is the price. Take it or leave it. Jiang Lu circled the bull leg twice, indeed sensing a faint pulse of fire energy. He countered, 18,000. Look at the dried edges. 22,000. That's the lowest. Any lower, and I'll keep it for myself. 20,000. Just to make it even. I'll take it right now. All right. 20,000 it is. You drive a hard bargain. The vendor, feigning reluctance, swiftly removed the bull leg, wrapping it in layers of thick oil paper before handing it to Jiang Lu. After paying, Jiang Lu hoisted the leg, thicker than his own thigh, and continued to wander, contemplating whether to roast or stew it, reflecting on the meager slices of beef he had once received in a bowl of $100 beef noodles. He felt a wave of nostalgia. This leg of beef would likely fetch 3 years' worth of sales at that restaurant. At last, he was on the verge of achieving culinary freedom with beef. As he ambled along, aimlessly surveying the bizarre stalls lining the streets, he stumbled upon a hodgepodge stand piled high with rusted parts, shattered pottery, unidentified beast bones, and some old books. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his retinal display. Sacrificial items detected. Jiang Lu halted abruptly, his heart skipping a beat. Where? What is it? Striving to maintain composure, he scanned his surroundings swiftly. He realized that the panel's notification only appeared clearly when his gaze fell upon that hodgepodge stand. The moment he looked away, the notification would fade or disappear entirely. Jiang Lu's mouth twitched. This pesky panel proved rather astute, utilizing his eyes as a camera. Suppressing his excitement, he feigned casual interest and strolled leisurely to the cluttered stand. Chapter 21, The Medicinal Bath. The vendor, a gaunt middle-aged man with darting eyes, greeted Jiang Lu with enthusiasm as he paused. Come, young sir, make money with money. Look at my stall, filled with top-notch relics. Each piece is a treasure painstakingly unearthed by my brothers from the ruins outside the tower. They are bound to appreciate in value. You 1T regret a purchase. Jiang Lu's gaze swept across the stall. Most items were rusted metal scraps, chipped pottery, and oddly shaped beast bone fossils, all exuding a sense of decay and the passage of time. His eyes quickly locked onto a dark golden circular iron ring mixed among the debris. It was palm-sized, covered in thick rust and grime, appearing unremarkable, yet the flashing notification on his retinal display pointed directly to it. Jiang Lu had an inkling of its significance, but refrained from immediately examining the ring. Instead, he casually picked up a crooked bronze cup, tarnished with verdigris. Weighing it in his hand. What about this? For drinking? What's the price? The vendor's eyes lit up, eager to boast. Ah, you have a keen eye, young sir. This is an ancient bronze goblet. Just look at the patina, the sense of history. Perhaps it was once wielded by a powerful being of yore. A flat price of 3,000. Jiang Lu scoffed, casually tossing the wine cup back. 3,000? With that amount, I could procure an entire cart of new stainless steel cups. This wretched item, rusting to the brink of disintegration, is worth merely 200. Will you sell it? The stall owner's face fell. 200? Young man, your haggling is rather ruthless. This is an antique. Antiques must possess some utility. What purpose does this rusting relic serve aside from gathering dust? 250, at most. Jiang Lu feigned indifference, casting his gaze elsewhere. Seemingly unperturbed by the iron ring. Observing his intent to leave, the stall owner quickly interjected. Wait. How about this? 500. 500, and it's yours. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Jiang Lu shook his head, gesturing towards the heap of junk. 500? Then throw in a trinket as a sweetener. How about that one? His finger casually swept across the assorted bric-a-brac, inadvertently brushing against the dark golden iron ring. This round, unassuming ring shall suffice. I'll take it home for my dog as a collar. The stall owner glanced at the rust-laden ring, which had languished in his possession for an eternity. With no inquiries regarding its price, it was merely a space-consuming piece of scrap iron. A light flickered in his eyes. Concluding that facilitating a $500 transaction with this rusty ring was quite a bargain, he feigned generosity and waved his hand. All right. You are a straightforward fellow. 500 it is. Both the cup and the ring are yours. I'm taking a loss selling them to you. Jiang Lu chuckled inwardly, promptly paying the 500. The stall owner beamed as he handed over the two items. The moment Jiang Lu grasped the dark golden ring, it felt cold and heavy in his hand. Yet the retinal panel did not spring forth with a sacrificial prompt. As expected, it was ineffective within the tower. Maintaining his composure, Jiang Lu tucked the ring into his pocket while casually stowing the bronze cup into the bag meant for the beef leg. Upon returning to the parking area, Lu was already waiting in the car. All sorted, Jiang Lu opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. Lu nodded, presenting a thick cowhide envelope, bulging with contents. A total sale of 150,000. According to our prior agreement of 50%, here's your share, 80,000. Jiang Lu accepted the envelope, feeling its weightiness. He extracted a stack of bills, roughly 10,000, and handed it back to Lu. I'll take 70,000. I used a temporary wristband today. I want to be able to enter the tower again for 7 days, so contact me after that. Lu regarded Jiang Lu with a glint of something more in his gaze. He was not one to dawdle, accepting the money and nodding. Understood. Thank you. Brother Jiang, we shall reconnect in 7 days. The vehicle delivered Jiang Lu back to the dilapidated building where he resided. Upon entering his cramped, sparsely furnished room, he gazed at the bare walls, squeezing the thick envelope in his hand and the bank card nestled in his pocket. With more than 200,000 in hand, the thought of relocating crossed his mind. Yet, considering the imminent college entrance examination and the possibility of leaving the 9-story tower district, he suppressed the notion. For now, he would make do. The money must be spent wisely. His stomach growled audibly. He promptly dove into the minuscule kitchen, struggling to turn around, and began preparing the luxurious crimson flame beef leg. The sharp knife effortlessly sliced through the resilient hide, revealing meat with distinct marbling, faintly glimmering with a crimson sheen. Releasing a rich energy aura mingled with the savory aroma. Jiang Lu could not resist slicing off a thin, translucent piece of raw meat to taste. The meat melted in his mouth, an indescribable sweetness and warm energy exploding on his palate, cascading down his throat, nourishing every fiber of his being. It surpassed the efficacy of those spiritual noodles by countless magnitudes. He boiled a large pot of water, simply adding a pinch of salt and some seasonings, and began a minimalist hot pot feast. Thinly sliced beef pieces tumbled into the boiling water, instantly transforming in color and curling up, which he dipped in a sprinkle of salt before sending to his mouth. The beef seemed to possess a magical quality. Consuming it left him feeling no sense of fullness, but rather, it spread warmth throughout his body. In no time at all, he had devoured the entirety of the massive beef leg, burping contentedly. Jiang Lu felt beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his skin flushed, each pore radiating warmth. He sensed an energetic surge within him, an exuberance that sought an outlet. Rising, he executed a series of rapid and vigorous 8 extremes fist routines within the confined space, the whoosh of his punches resonating, causing the aged furniture to vibrate. Only as darkness enveloped the sky did he gradually wind down, feeling completely at ease, as though he were on the brink of breaking through to level 4, where the bones would resonate in harmony. At that moment, he recalled the medicinal bath that Yunin had mentioned. Previously, when he could scarcely afford a meal, he had never dared to consider it. Now that he had funds, perhaps it was time to give it a try. After a refreshing cold shower and donning a clean set of clothes, he felt invigorated and stepped out once more, heading directly for the Panshir Martial Arts Hall. Upon arrival, he initially declined the requests of 2 students seeking sparring partners. After a brief wait, Yunin finally arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Lu, a playful smile graced her lips. I heard from Zhang Wei that you took the day off to have a hemorrhoid surgery. How did it go? Was it smooth? She clearly struggled to suppress laughter. Zhang Lu's expression darkened. That fool Zhang Wei. He really did say that. Don't listen to his nonsense, Zhang Lu retorted. I had some matters to attend to at home. Yunin didn't press further, loosening her wrists and ankles with confidence. Let us go. Today will be different. I've specifically learned a new footwork technique, and I'm sure I won't lose this time. Zhang Lu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then I shall await your performance with bated breath. The two donned their martial arts uniforms and ascended the ring. At first, Zhang Lu intended to conclude the match swiftly, relying on his reflexes and predictions as before. However, he soon discovered that Yunan's footwork had become exceptionally agile. Her movements were no longer merely about advancing and retreating. They now possessed an elusive quality, akin to a swimming fish. Always managing to evade his grapples and strikes by mere millimeters, her steps weaving like clouds in the breeze. The battle, which should have concluded in under a minute, stretched to 3 minutes before Zhang Lu seized a fleeting opening and skillfully brought Yunan down onto the soft mat once more. Alas, it was still ineffective. Yunan lay on the ground, somewhat vexed, as she pounded the mat in frustration. Yet Zhang Lu was taken aback. This footwork technique is undoubtedly extraordinary. If only Yunan had mastered it fully, its power could be unleashed. He extended a hand to help her up, inquiring, "Where did you learn this footwork? What is it called?" Yunan brushed off the dust from her clothing. "It's called the cloud sailing step. My family's steward taught me. He noted my recent progress, but mentioned that my stance and evasion were too rigid, so he taught me this. However, it seems I still cannot defeat you, you freak." Zhang Lu chuckled. "I told you I was a martial arts genius. Losing to me is no disgrace." Humph. Yunan shot him a glare. In the subsequent sparring session, Zhang Lu no longer rushed for victory, but instead began to intentionally observe, imitate, and memorize Yunan's footwork. His learning ability and physical mimicry were exceptional, and he quickly began to incorporate some intricate movements into his own evasions. An hour later, both emerged from the practice, drenched in sweat. Zhang Lu wiped his brow and casually inquired, "What is the deal with that medicinal bath you mentioned earlier?" Yunan unscrewed a bottle of water. The medicinal bath is a crucial supplement in martial arts cultivation. There are 2 common types. One involves direct injection, introducing the essence of purified spiritual herbs into the arteries for rapid effect, but it can lead to dependency. Once discontinued, progress may stagnate or even regress. And the other? Zhang Lu pressed on. The other is the traditional medicinal bath. Various spiritual herbs are boiled in a specially crafted hot spring, and one soaks in it to absorb the medicinal properties through the pores. The benefits are gentle and substantial, leaving no hidden dangers, while the drawbacks include a slower pace and a considerably higher cost compared to injections. Zhang Lu pondered. Where can one partake in such a medicinal bath? What is the price? Yunan contemplated for a moment. Several top-tier bathing centers in the city offer it. As for the cost, she hesitated, casting a glance at Zhang Lu, and added, "It's manageable, around 100,000 per session." How much? Zhang Lu nearly choked on his own saliva. 100,000? Per session? Is that what you call manageable? This is outright robbery. Chapter 22. Something amiss. Zhang Lu scratched his head, realizing that Yunan's 100,000 was not something he could repay in the short term. The threshold for such medicinal baths was exorbitantly high. Noticing his dejection, Yunan reassured him, "With your remarkable talent, you would progress quickly even without those enhancements. Consider it this way. You managed to reach level 3 without the baths, while those who undergo the baths 3 times a week are still at level 3. In essence, you've saved 30,000 in a week." Zhang Lu gazed at Yunan, who was forcing herself to be comforting, inwardly lamenting, "But where has my saved 30,000 gone?" Zhang Lu replied, "Thank you for your consolation. I feel even worse now." Yunan, feeling a bit awkward, changed the subject. Actually, before the college entrance examination, level 3 in martial arts should suffice to secure 60 points in physical fitness. The key lies in the upcoming field combat and ability awakening. Jiang Lu was well aware of this, yet he felt a tinge of reluctance, unwilling to squander the martial arts talent of this body. After a few more casual exchanges, they parted ways at the martial arts hall. As he strolled down the street on his way home, Jiang Lu found himself deep in thought. Since he possessed talent, why not push further? Relying solely on food and training would ultimately limit his speed. Damn it, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. Gritting his teeth, he recalled his agreement with Scar Lu for their next hunting expedition outside the tower. The returns should be substantial. Consider it a pre-investment. As night fell and the neon lights illuminated the city, Jiang Lu wandered through the bustling heart of the metropolis, ultimately halting before an opulent building, resplendent like a palace. The entrance bore 4 gilded characters. Chu Shui Lan Ting. Upon entering, a security guard swung open the glass door and bellowed heartily. One male guest for the first floor. A well-dressed manager with slicked-back hair immediately approached with a professional smile. Good evening, sir. Would you prefer a bath or a massage? Medicinal bath. Jiang Lu replied succinctly, handing over his bank card, and requested to be booked as soon as possible. The manager's gaze swept over Jiang Lu's youthful face and glanced at the card, his smile becoming more genuine. Of course. This way, please. I will arrange it immediately. His tone became noticeably more respectful. After processing the card and registering his information, 100,000 was swiftly deducted, causing a pang of pain in Jiang Lu's heart. He accepted the steaming tea offered by the receptionist and settled onto the lavish sofa in the grand lobby, surrounded by well-dressed patrons. The air infused with a blend of perfume and expensive tobacco. Approximately 20 minutes later, the manager approached briskly. Sir, your arrangement is ready. Xiao Wang, please escort this gentleman to the 3rd floor for the VIP medicinal bath. A young attendant immediately bowed and responded, Yes, manager. 1 VIP on the 3rd floor. His voice was even louder than the security guards. Many guests engaged in conversation or passing by turned to glance, their expressions peculiar, tinged with a knowing smile that men often share. Jiang Lu frowned, inwardly muttering, It's merely a medicinal bath. Is it necessary to regard one with such eyes? He dismissed the thought and followed the attendant, named Xiao Wang, toward the elevator. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The corridor was dimly lit, with plush carpeting muffling footsteps. The air was thick with the rich scent of various incense. The attendant guided him through a labyrinthine hallway, finally stopping before an intricately carved wooden door. Please enter, sir. Someone will be with you shortly. The attendant respectfully opened the door, gesturing for him to go in. The room was modest in size, bathed in a soft pink glow. A single bed leaned against the wall, while opposite it stood a lavish bathtub that occupied much of the space, steaming with hot water, where a few dark brown medicinal pouches floated, releasing a potent aroma that mingled earthy bitterness with a hint of warmth. At the first whiff, Jiang Lu felt every pore on his body rejoice, a wave of comfort resonating through his limbs. Without a second thought, he swiftly stripped off his clothes, tossing them onto the bed, and stepped into the warm bath. Oh! The soothing medicinal liquid enveloped him, gentle streams of energy entering through his skin, cascading through his body, evoking an exhilarating sensation. Jiang Lu couldn't help but release a satisfied sigh, submerging himself entirely in the medicinal liquid. An unprecedented comfort washed over him like a tide, his taut nerves utterly relaxing. Before long, lost in bliss, Jiang Lu's body emitted a dull sound within the tub. Level 4, a breakthrough. Jiang Lu exclaimed. Now this is what I call enjoyment, lying down and leveling up. This money is truly well spent. Unbeknownst to him, he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber, his breathing long and steady. Time slipped by, and in his slumber, Jiang Lu felt a gentle, peculiar caress on his chest and abdomen. Initially mistaking it for the sensation of soaking in a hot spring, the touch grew more distinct. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the dim red light, a meticulously made-up young woman, exuding a hint of allure, was gazing down at him. A pair of smooth, pale hands, adorned with pink nail polish, delicately traversed his chest and abdomen. What the hell? Jiang Lu was startled, instinctively recoiling. Who are you? What are you doing? The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a rather revealing uniform, a sheer white apron barely concealing her assets, paired with a tight black skirt that accentuated her curves, complemented by black stockings. She smiled coyly, her voice sweet. Good evening, sir. I am Technician Xiao Li, here to assist you with the meridian unblocking after your medicinal absorption. Meridian unblocking? Jiang Lu was taken aback, staring at Xiao Li's attire, utterly unable to associate this unblocking with her outfit. You're dressed like this for unblocking? Xiao Li's smile became even more seductive as she leaned slightly forward, her sheer fabric nearly losing its modesty. "This is our uniform, designed to strengthen our guest's resolve. Do you not like it, sir?" Jiang Lu felt a shiver under her bold gaze and quickly turned his head, attempting to focus on the warm flow within his body. However, this 17 or 18-year-old body, ripe with youthful vigor, was hardly something his willpower could control. The potent, nourishing energy from the medicinal bath, combined with the dual stimuli of sight and touch, soon overwhelmed him. Desperately, Jiang Lu felt his manhood rising, uncontrollably emerging from its confines, even causing a splash. "Sir, please do not be alarmed. This is a natural manifestation of the medicinal energy stimulating your vitality. Quite normal," Xiaoli remarked, seemingly unfazed, if not anticipating such a reaction, her fingers growing bolder. Jiang Lu wished he could bury his face in the water. After a brief span of time, the medicinal liquid in the tub visibly cleared. Xiaoli's sweet voice rang out once more. "Sir, you have absorbed most of the medicinal energy. Kindly move to the bed. We will proceed with the final therapeutic unblocking. And this session will conclude satisfactorily." Jiang Lu. He lowered his gaze to the awkward predicament beneath the water and spoke in a muffled tone. "You should turn your back." Xiaoli stifled a giggle, obediently turning away. Jiang Lu seized the opportunity, standing up abruptly from the pool with a splash. He hurried toward the bed, his eyes scanning for a bath towel. "Sir, the towel is right here." Xiaoli had already turned back, holding a fluffy white bath towel in her hands. Her eyes widened in unabashed curiosity as she gazed at Jiang Lu's exposed form, even whispering in awe, "Wow." Cough. Jiang Lu's face flushed with heat as he snatched the towel, quickly wrapping it around his waist. He then lay down on the narrow single bed, stiffly declaring, "Let us begin. Hurry up." Xiaoli licked her lips, twisting her waist as she perched on the edge of the bed. "All right, sir. I shall perform the final energy release for you, helping you stabilize your realm, invigorating your spirit and strength." As she spoke those ambiguous words, she reached for the towel at Jiang Lu's waist. "Hey, no. What are you doing? Don't touch." Jiang Lu's temper flared instantly, his hands gripping the edge of the towel tightly. However, Xiaoli was quite nimble, her fingers slipping in like fish, her face adorned with a professional yet enticing smile. "Rest assured, sir, we are professionals. This step is crucial. It ensures the complete absorption of the medicine's effects, providing you with an unparalleled sense of flow." She nearly leaned on top of him. Then, the room echoed with Jiang Lu's panicked voice. "No, what are you doing? Stop. I'm not that kind of person. Damn it." Chapter 23. Target acquired. Half an hour later, Jiang Lu emerged from the ostentatious revolving door of Chu Shui Lanting. The evening breeze dispersed the lingering sweet and suggestive fragrance, along with the strange scent of herbs that clung to him, clearing his foggy mind. "Goodness. 100,000 for an experience that nearly cost me my virtue," he muttered under his breath, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, uncertain whether to feel regret or relief. He finally understood why the guests in the lobby had cast him such looks upon his ascent to the third floor. However, Jiang Lu also felt fortunate that he had merely been a foot soldier. Otherwise, he would have truly felt guilty for the original owner of this body, who had preserved his virginity for 17 years. Yet, he had to admit that the effects of the medicinal bath were indeed formidable. At that moment, he felt his entire being brimming with vitality, his limbs warm and vibrant, as if every cell had been activated, overflowing with inexhaustible energy. If martial arts levels had experience points, Jiang Lu's current experience would be a little over level 4. This effect was far superior to laboriously consuming those spiritual foods. He felt a compelling desire to make money. With such remarkable results from the medicinal bath, he vowed to return weekly. Of course, the primary aim was to accelerate his cultivation, absolutely not for any additional services. Well, at least that was the primary intention. Upon returning to his rented room, Jiang Lu securely locked the door. He retrieved the dark golden iron ring he had purchased from the black market from his discarded clothes. Under the dim yellow light of the lamp, the object appeared even more unremarkable, the size of an infant's palm. It was covered with a thick layer of rust and hardened dirt, feeling cold and heavy to the touch. It was simply a circular ring, devoid of any patterns or inscriptions, something one would overlook even if tossed aside. "Panel master, what exactly do you see in this?" Jiang Lu pondered, turning it over in his hands. He scraped at it with his nails, then with a key, and finally found a brick to gently tap at the edges, gradually knocking off the surface debris. As rust and dry dirt fell away, a deeper, darker golden hue was revealed, yet it remained utterly unremarkable, resembling an old copper ring. Weighing it in his hand felt peculiar. It was lighter than iron of the same volume, but heavier than aluminum, possessing an odd texture that was neither metal nor iron. On a whim, he brought it to his mouth and tentatively bit down with his molars. Crack! Pain shot through his gums, leaving no mark on the iron ring. "All right. You're impressive," Jiang Lu grumbled, reluctantly stowing it away. Though still baffled, he trusted that something certified by the panel must be valuable. This item likely surpassed crystal cores and could serve as a treasured heirloom. After securing the iron ring, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, not physical, but a mental release after intense tension. He pulled the covers over himself and instantly fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Jianglu walked into the classroom feeling remarkably refreshed. A night of profound sleep, coupled with the subsequent nourishment from the medicinal bath, left him in an astonishingly good state. However, upon entering the classroom, he sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Several classmates' gazes darted quickly toward his lower half, mingled with curiosity, sympathy, and a hint of suppressed laughter. Zhang Wei was the first to rush over, his face adorned with an exaggerated grin as he vigorously patted Jiang Lu's shoulder. Jiang Lu, my dear son, congratulations on triumphantly overcoming the hemorrhoid demon and returning victorious. Seeing you discharged and walking steadily allows this father's anxious heart to finally rest. Jiang Lu's eyelids twitched, a vein throbbing at his temple. He forced a smile as he stepped behind Zhang Wei, pressing his arm against his chest. Zhang Wei felt a chill at the nape of his neck and awkwardly retreated, chuckling nervously. Jiang Lu, isn't this a bit ambiguous? Before he could finish, Jiang Lu's arm tightened around him like a vice, executing a perfect crosslock. Zhang Wei felt a tremendous force constricting his neck, his hands frantically beating against Jiang Lu's arms. Pleading for mercy. How dare you spread such rumors? Jiang Lu roared in his ear. He only loosened his grip once Zhang Wei's face turned crimson. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Wei grasped his neck, coughing. I was just trying to get you a sick leave. This excuse is flawless. After all, who would let a student bleeding from a hemorrhoid stay in class? Jiang Lu could not be bothered to argue further. Releasing him, he straightened his uniform collar and asked, Did Bald King say anything yesterday? What could he say? Zhang Wei rubbed his reddened neck, looking aggrieved. He was delighted to have peace and quiet while you were away. He would prefer you to take leave every day. Jiang Lu remained silent. In the morning martial arts class at the gym, Bald King indeed adhered to his policy of ignorance, completely ignoring Jiang Lu throughout the session. He organized warm-ups, explained movements, and divided groups for practice, treating Jiang Lu as if he were invisible. Jiang Lu, however, relished the freedom, retreating to the most secluded corner of the venue to diligently practice the cloud-slicing step that he had learned from Yu Nen the day before. The elegance of this technique lay not in fixed movements, but in a unique method of exertion, rhythmic breathing, and mastery over one's center of gravity. It required the practitioner to unleash extraordinary speed and uncanny directional changes within a minimal range, utilizing toe grips, slight adjustments of the ankles, flexing of the knees, and the twisting of the waist in perfect synchronization. Jiang Lu closed his eyes, recalling Yunan's rhythmic form during the demonstration, then began to imitate it. Initially, his steps were clumsy, nearly causing him to trip over himself. Yet, his control over his muscles was exceptionally strong, his perception keen. He continuously adjusted the sequence, angles, and intensity of his movements, feeling the subtle balance shift between his feet. Gradually, his figure in the corner became more elusive and graceful, no longer characterized by direct collisions. The movements transformed into a flickering dance, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages. The sound of footsteps upon the ground became light and hurried, akin to a swift breeze brushing over the surface of water. In the distance, Yunan, engaged in sparring with her training partner, inadvertently turned her body, her gaze sweeping across the corner. Her actions froze instantaneously, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. There, amidst the confined space, Jiang Lu's figure moved with remarkable agility, his steps interweaving with a familiar, ethereal grace reminiscent of mist shrouding the clouds. It was unmistakably the cloud-walking technique she had employed the previous night, although still somewhat unrefined, with a few critical transitions appearing slightly clumsy and a pace noticeably slower than her own. The essence of the technique, the core strength and rhythm, had evidently been grasped by him to a considerable degree. How could this be possible? Yunan's lips parted slightly as she murmured to herself, He has only sparred with me a few times, and he can replicate it to such an extent? Could he truly be a genius? As the school bell rang, Jiang Lu melded into the throng of students exiting the school. His mind continued to replay the nuances of the footwork, particularly the transitions of weight and the connections of force, feeling as if something crucial was amiss. As if it were not the complete version. Upon reaching the first street corner, an inexplicable jolt coursed through him. A chilling sensation of being watched crept up his spine. He abruptly halted, spinning around. His gaze swept over the bustling crowd behind him. Students laughing and playing after school, hurried passers-by, and street vendors. All appeared quite ordinary. Yet, the prickling feeling remained. Am I being targeted? Jiang Lu's heart sank, though his expression remained impassive. He continued to stroll towards the bus station at a leisurely pace. Boarding the familiar bus during the evening rush hour, he deliberately made his way to the rear of the crowded cabin. Utilizing his height, he peered through the gaps between the throngs of heads, fixating on the bus doors. Sure enough, after the bus swayed through 2 stops, 2 figures squeezed aboard amidst the crowd. One was a fellow with a mohawk, his gaze fierce with a hint of roguishness, none other than the thug summoned by Gao Qiangfei to block the school gate, possessing 5th-level psychic abilities. The other, clad in a snug tank top revealing tattoos on his arms, exuded a similarly menacing aura, seemingly subordinate to the mohawk leader, likely of a lower level. Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, eager to test his newfound strength against them. Having just broken through to the 4th level, he was in search of a suitable opponent to gauge his prowess. Now, fate had delivered a sparring partner right to his doorstep. While he had dared to confront a 3rd-level adversary at 2nd level, now, facing 5th level as a 4th-level contender, he was ready for a challenge. However, prudence dictated that he secure himself some insurance. As the mohawk leader and his accomplice boarded the bus, their eyes scanned the cabin. Jiang Lu immediately lowered his head, diverting his gaze. The bus jostled along for 3 stops until Jiang Lu seized the opportune moment to disembark at Wuwai Road. Although this left him a stop away from his rented accommodation, the more pressing concern was that the dilapidated garage of the Liangshan Mercenary Corps was nearby. Upon alighting, he could sense the 2 pairs of eyes trailing him without needing to look back. Rather than heading straight for the garage, Jiang Lu deliberately veered into a relatively secluded alley. He walked at an unhurried pace, yet every muscle in his body was subtly tensed. Attuned to the sounds of footsteps behind him, the 2 men continued to follow, showing no signs of attacking. Jiang Lu's brow furrowed deeper. These thugs had previously brandished knives at the school gate. Why were they hesitating now in a more isolated area? Were they attempting to ascertain my exact residence to cause trouble later, or perhaps to plot something more sinister? The thought of being targeted by such individuals sent a shiver down Jiang Lu's spine. He quickened his pace, weaving through the alley. Just as he approached the next corner where the dilapidated garage of the Liangshan Mercenary Corps lay, Jiang Lu abruptly halted and spun around. He found himself face to face with the mohawk leader and his companion, who were only a few meters behind him. Jiang Lu flashed a smile. "Oh, have you been following me for so long? Aren't you tired? Now that we've arrived at such a quiet place, why not make your move? I could treat you to a late-night snack." The mohawk leader was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Jiang Lu's sudden confrontation. He squinted. "Kid, have you known we were onto you all along? Then why would you dare venture into a deserted area?" Jiang Lu shrugged, rolling his wrist. "Perhaps I was hoping to find a quiet spot to deal with you?" The mohawk leader exchanged glances with the tattooed man beside him, and both erupted into exaggerated laughter. "Ha! You think you can take us on? You, a mere fledgling just reaching 4th level? Challenge 2 5th levels? Have you lost your mind?" After their laughter subsided, the mohawk leader's expression darkened. He scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of others, and growled, "I initially intended to find your hideout to lay a trap, but now it seems far more straightforward to just break your legs." Jiang Lu's gaze turned icy. "Did Gao Qiangfei send you?" The mohawk leader spat. "You talk too much. Lowly scum, like you should stay on the ground. You think you can afford to offend someone you can't handle? It's tantamount to courting death." Before he could finish, both men lunged at Jiang Lu simultaneously, like 2 ravenous wolves, one to the left and one to the right. Their speed was astonishing, and the pressure of their 5th-level psychic energy was palpable. Jiang Lu's pupils constricted, and he dared not let down his guard. He executed the cloud-walking technique to the utmost of his ability. His footwork became extraordinarily fluid, no longer a straightforward retreat, but rather a sidelong slip. Akin to an eel evading capture, narrowly dodging the initial assault from both attackers. The forceful punch from the mohawk leader grazed past his chest, while the tattooed man's kick struck only air. "Damn it, slippery little worm." The mohawk leader cursed, intensifying his assault. Jiang Lu's mind raced, merging his footwork with the modern combat techniques he recalled. As he evaded the mohawk leader's direct punch, he spun his body, delivering a fierce Muay Thai kick aimed at the tattooed man's supporting leg. Caught off guard by Jiang Lu's swift and cunning counterattack, the tattooed man hastily raised his arm to block. A dull thud resonated as he stumbled back 2 steps, his arm tingling, a look of shock on his face. This kid's strength was definitely not at a mere 2-level advantage. The mohawk leader's heart sank. This kid was far more troublesome than Gao Qiangfei had described. His bizarre footwork and ruthless counterattacks were hardly those of a mere student. Having landed a successful strike, Jiang Lu wasted no time, shifting his steps once more. Weaving like a fish between the 2 men, he sidestepped the mohawk leader's grapple while delivering a precise jab to the tattooed man's ribs. The tattooed man hurriedly dodged. In the heat of battle, Jiang Lu gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities, With the unpredictable nature of the cloud-walking technique and his acute combat instincts, he could likely gain the upper hand or even win against a single 5th-level opponent. However, facing 2 5th-level adversaries who coordinated seamlessly, he could only rely on his footwork to evade, barely managing to remain unscathed, while the prospect of defeating them seemed daunting, as even a slight misstep could lead to injury. The Mohawk leader and the tattooed man became increasingly alarmed and frustrated. Despite possessing superior strength and speed, they found themselves perpetually just shy of landing a blow, while Zhang Lu's clever counterattacks kept them in disarray. Damn it, this cannot continue. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the rooster-crowned man's eyes as he suddenly signaled to his companion. The tattooed man understood the cue, feigning an attack before swiftly retreating a few steps, drawing a pitch-black pistol from his waistband. He pointed the gun directly at the constantly moving Zhang Lu, bellowing, "Don't you dare run. Stand still. Move again, and I'll blow your brains out." Zhang Lu's movements instantly froze, and he slowly halted, raising his hands gradually. A gun. Although its sale and use were prohibited for civilians in the 9th District, acquiring one was not overly difficult for these thugs entrenched in the underworld. The rooster-crowned man panted heavily, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Jump. Go ahead, jump. Let us see if you can jump faster than my bullet." Zhang Lu's gaze swept over the two men, and suddenly a peculiar smile appeared on his face as he tilted his chin toward behind them. "Hey, aren't you going to see who is coming up behind you?" The rooster-crowned man snickered, trying to scare me. "That old trick won't work." The tattooed man cursed. "Stop wasting time. Get down and cover your head." Yet, Zhang Lu's demeanor was too composed, and the mockery in his eyes appeared genuine. An involuntary shiver ran through them, and they couldn't help but tilt their heads slightly, casting a sidelong glance behind them. To their astonishment, 4 figures stood at the entrance of the alley. Leading them was a man with a grotesque scar across his face, his stocky frame crossed arms, glaring at them malevolently. Beside him stood 3 men of various appearances, each wielding a cocked military crossbow, their arrows poised ominously at their backs. It was none other than Lu Yidao and Gan Wensui, who had come to investigate the unusual commotion outside. Upon seeing the clear LV8 on Lu Yidao's wrist and feeling the lethal threat from the 3 crossbows behind them, the rooster-crowned man and the tattooed man felt their legs turn to jelly. Clang! The gun slipped from the tattooed man's grasp and clattered to the ground. They both knelt down in unison, hands raised high, their movements so practiced it was almost pitiful. Lu Yidao ignored the 2 cowards and turned his attention to Zhang Lu. "Brother Zhang, how shall we proceed?" Zhang Lu approached, his gaze icy as he regarded the rooster-crowned man on his knees. "I have some questions for them." He was indeed puzzled, given that they had already agreed to settle their differences in a month's time during outdoor training. Why would Bald King resort to sending someone to take him out? It was illogical. "Did Gao Xiangfei send you?" Zhang Lu crouched down, locking eyes with the rooster-crowned man. The rooster-crowned man nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. Yes, it was him. He told us to find out where you live and poison you with a slow-acting toxin, crippling your meridians." Zhang Lu frowned. "Tell me his exact words." The tattooed man interjected. "He said he wanted you to become a helpless waste during the next training session, so he could defeat you openly and restore his reputation in front of his grandfather." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu couldn't help but coldly smirk. Openly? Using such underhanded methods to incapacitate an opponent first and then claim it was fair? Gao Xiangfei truly was a hypocrite. A thought swiftly formed in his mind. "You too. Assist me with something." Zhang Lu's voice was calm. The rooster-crowned man was taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean?" "Go back and tell Gao Xiangfei that you succeeded. I've already been poisoned by you, my meridians are damaged, and my martial arts cultivation is regressing." Zhang Lu fixed his gaze on him. "I will play along at school, acting accordingly." The rooster-crowned man's face reflected hesitation and fear, but what if he finds out later? Slap. Before he could finish, Lu Yidao delivered a resounding slap to the back of his head. "You idiot. Just do as you're told. If you keep blabbering, I'll bleed you both right now." The rooster-crowned man staggered from the blow, his heavily gelled hair bouncing back. Zhang Lu spoke. "Do not worry about him seeking revenge later. There will be no later." The rooster-crowned man and the tattooed man shot up, their eyes wide with shock and terror. They instantly grasped Zhang Lu's intent. He planned to eliminate Gao Xiangfei during the outdoor training without hesitation. The rooster-crowned man looked into Zhang Lu's cold, unyielding eyes, then glanced at the watchful Lu Yidao and the 3 crossbows. He gulped. "All right, I'll comply. I guarantee Gao Xiangfei won't spot any flaws." The tattooed man eagerly chimed in. "We'll go through fire and water for you, big brother." Chapter 25. Yunan's thoughts. Under Lu Yidao's threat, the 2 thugs hurriedly agreed. To ensure their report back to Gao Xiangfei appeared convincing, Zhang Lu refrained from letting Gan Wensui's group witness the truth. After sending the terrified thugs on their way, Zhang Lu casually explained a few things to his concerned friends from Liangshan. He graciously declined their invitation to a Gwent card game and left. Upon returning to his rental apartment, he gazed at the empty kitchen and lamented once more how difficult it was to earn money and find food. The expensive flame bull leg had already been transformed into the nutrients fueling his breakthrough last night. All he could do was head downstairs and devour 2 bowls of energy noodles. With a full stomach, he strolled over to the Panshir martial arts school. It wasn't solely for the meager practice fee. He primarily sought to hone his martial arts through combat, even though the improvement to his experience bar was limited. At least it didn't cost him anything, and he could earn his dinner money. After 2 rounds of sparring, having toppled 2 burly students, Yunnan arrived. She donned her practice attire and strode confidently onto the arena, hands on her hips, demanding, "Speak. Have you been secretly learning my cloud-walking steps?" Zhang Lu blinked innocently. Adopting a demeanor of feigned innocence, "What are you talking about? In the realm of martial artists, it's not called stealing, it's called borrowing." Inspired by a moment of enlightenment. "My body just knew how to do it. What can I do?" Yunnan wrinkled her nose, clearly unconvinced. After discovering Zhang Lu's almost supernatural mimicking ability today, she had asked her martial arts instructor, Butler Wang, at home, "Is there truly someone who can grasp the essence of a technique after just a few observations?" Wang had looked grave, suggesting that such individuals might exist, but they would never be found in the 9th district. If such a genius emerged, major companies would rush to invest in them before their potential was fully realized. At this moment, Yunnan assumed a stance, cutting the small talk. "Let me see just how much genuine skill this so-called genius who steals martial arts has." Zhang Lu grinned. "As you command, dear master." The two immediately engaged in combat. Zhang Lu restrained his strength, focusing on repeatedly applying and understanding the borrowed cloud-walking steps. His movements became increasingly fluid, his figure gliding effortlessly in the arena. Although Yunnan's assaults were fierce, they always missed by a hair's breadth. They remained unaware of an elderly man, his hair completely white but his posture as straight as a spear, who had unknowingly entered the martial arts school. As he stepped into the arena, his gaze fixed intently on the sparring match between Zhang Lu and Yunnan. He quietly approached the edge of the arena. His eyes locked on Zhang Lu's graceful form, his expression filled with wonder and curiosity. It was only when both fighters, panting heavily, came to a halt that Yunnan excitedly exclaimed, "Butler Wang? What brings you here?" Zhang Lu's heart sank. "Oh no, the main person has come. Is he here to collect copyright fees for the techniques?" He maintained a respectful facade and clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Butler Wang. I am Zhang Lu, a classmate of Yunnan." Wang Bo bestowed a kind smile, yet his gaze continuously swept over Zhang Lu. "Young man, what do you think of the set of footwork I imparted to Nan Nan?" Zhang Lu pondered for a moment, resolving to speak his mind. "The footwork is exquisite, fluid and adaptable, truly of the highest caliber." However, he furrowed his brow slightly, adding, "Yet, every time I execute it, I feel somewhat unsatisfied, as if I am not fully harnessing its potential. In the final moments, there lingers a sense of hesitation, as if a crucial step is missing." Wang Bo's eyes sparkled with a sudden brilliance, his smile becoming markedly more genuine. "Excellent. What a keen perception. Your intuition is absolutely correct. Nan Nan has only mastered the first third of the cloud-walking footwork." "What?" Yunnan immediately protested, pouting. "Wang Bo, why not teach me everything? If you did, perhaps I could have defeated him today." Wang Bo chuckled heartily, his affectionate gaze laced with a hint of teasing as he looked at Yunnan. "Oh, you still wish to fight? When Xiao Jiang practiced with you, it was not merely a gentle spar. It was akin to opening the floodgates." Yunnan blushed with indignation. "Wang Bo, I am your disciple. How could you speak so disparagingly of your own student?" Wang Bo disregarded her small tantrum, turning his intense gaze toward Zhang Lu. "Do you wish to learn the complete cloud-walking footwork, young man? It has arrived." The legendary elder bestowing his techniques. Zhang Lu's heart leapt. Could it be that he had truly attained the treatment of a protagonist? He promptly assumed a serious demeanor, bowing low with clasped fists. His posture exceedingly humble. "As your junior, I crave your teachings, esteemed elder." However, Wang Bo's smile vanished in an instant, and his tone shifted. "I shall not teach." "Huh?" Zhang Lu was taken aback. The elder's abrupt change left him momentarily stunned. Yunnan grew anxious. "Why not, Wang Bo?" Wang Bo stroked his beard, speaking as if it were the most natural thing. "Why? You are my disciple, and you have not yet learned it all. How could I teach it to an outsider first? That would be quite inappropriate." His gaze swept over the clearly bewildered Zhang Lu, and he continued with a cryptic tone. "I, an old man, possess a wealth of skills yet to be revealed. Alas, being old makes me stubborn. I shall only impart my knowledge to my own." He emphasized the phrase "my own" with particular weight before patting Yunnan on the shoulder. "It is getting late, Nan Nan. We must take our leave." With that, He turned away, not casting another glance at Jiang Lu as he strode out of the martial arts hall. As Yunnan watched Wang Bo's figure vanish through the door, she playfully leaned closer to Jiang Lu, her lips almost brushing against his ear, whispering, "Don't be disheartened. When I return home, I will surely find a way to extract all of Wang Bo's secrets. Then I'll come back to practice with you. After all, you're such a prodigy. Just a glance is nearly enough, right?" Her warm breath and the unique fragrance of youth sent a shiver down Jiang Lu's spine. He instinctively rubbed his flushed ear. Yunnan seemed to realize the impropriety, her cheeks suddenly flushing with two bright hues, and without further ado, she turned and dashed after Wang Bo. The martial arts hall fell silent. Jiang Lu remained rooted in place, reflecting on their earlier conversation, and he smirked. It seemed the old man wished to take him as a disciple. Jiang Lu chuckled softly. Yet, he had no such intentions. He could easily observe others' practices, glean insights, and cultivate his understanding. The world itself was a teacher, offering far greater freedom than being tethered to a single master. After tidying up his belongings, Jiang Lu departed from the martial arts hall. Meanwhile, in a vehicle en route to Yunnan's home, Wang Bo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly inquired, Nan, what is the background of that young man, Jiang Lu?" Yunnan, gazing out at the vibrant neon lights, snapped back to reality and shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure. I've never met his parents. He mentioned that his family seems to be not very well off." "Not very well off." Wang Bo opened his eyes. "Then you must be cautious and maintain some distance. Your father would never permit you to become too close to someone of such humble origins and uncertain background." Yunnan's brows furrowed slightly, her expression displeased. "My father has never met him. He doesn't even know what kind of person he is." Wang Bo regarded Yunnan's stubborn profile and sighed. "If your father were to meet him, there would be no need for understanding. He would simply put an end to it." Yunnan's complexion paled slightly, and she refrained from arguing. Her gaze drifted toward the car window, lost in thought. Chapter 26, The Second Ascent. The following morning, Jiang Lu rose unusually early, engaging in a meticulous routine before the mirror. He strained his facial muscles to achieve a pallid complexion, deliberately making his eyes appear vacant and weakened, and as he walked, he slightly hunched over, his steps unsteady. He presented a striking image of one thoroughly drained of vitality. Upon entering the classroom, this appearance naturally attracted numerous curious glances. As soon as he settled into his seat, Zhang Wei approached, his usual irreverent demeanor intact. "Whoa, Jiang Lu, did you have a botched surgery for hemorrhoids? Is that why you look like this? Quick, tell me which hospital it was. I'll steer clear of it." Jiang Lu shot him an exasperated glare. "Can you speak like a normal person?" Zhang Wei stroked his chin, his gaze roving over Jiang Lu with a lewd expression. "Could it be that last night the procedure was too intense, and it took a toll on your vitality? Young man, one must learn moderation." Jiang Lu felt his eyelids twitching, suppressing the urge to punch him, and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Aren't you supposed to be abstaining? Why is your mind still filled with such base thoughts?" Zhang Wei replied as if it were the most natural thing. "As the only 1991 premium member of our school, my eyes naturally exude a desire that transcends my peers." Jiang Lu completely lost interest in conversing with Zhang Wei and turned his head away. At that moment, Yunnan approached with a concerned expression. "Jiang Lu, you look terrible. Are you really all right? Should I accompany you to ask the teacher for a leave of absence so you can rest?" Jiang Lu kept his feigned illness to himself, simply waving his hand. "It's a minor issue. Perhaps I'm just a bit fatigued. No need to worry." Seeing him insist, Yunnan said no more, returning to her seat, but frequently casting worried glances his way. Zhang Wei leaned over again, whispering conspiratorially, "Jiang Lu, if you and Yunnan have kids in the future, you should name them Jiangnan. It works for both genders." Jiang Lu turned back, offering Zhang Wei a benign smile. "Zhang Wei, I just happened to comprehend a new technique yesterday called mountain leaning. It is said to possess extraordinary power. Would you like to be my mountain in the next physical education class?" Zhang Wei's smile instantly froze, and he retracted his neck sheepishly. "You see, you're being impulsive again." In the days that followed, Jiang Lu diligently played the role of the ailing patient, his performance growing increasingly convincing. This demeanor naturally caught the attention of their bald-headed homeroom teacher, Mr. Tuesday. Jiang Lu was confident that Gao Qiangfei had undoubtedly received the news of his deepening affliction and waning strength. As days passed, the cool-down period for exiting the tower finally concluded. This time, Jiang Lu did not enlist Zhang Wei's loudmouth to request leave. Instead, he personally approached Mr. Tu, donning a pale and frail visage. "Mr. Wang, I am truly unwell. It seems my old injury has flared up. I would like to request a day off to visit the hospital." He spoke with a weak voice, punctuating his words with a few feigned coughs. Mr. Tu surveyed Jiang Lu's dismal state, seemingly in high spirits, and readily granted him leave. He even went so far as to feign concern. "Jiang Lu, In less than a week, we have the special training outside the tower. You must take good care of yourself. I am eagerly anticipating your performance. Jiang Lu internally scoffed, but outwardly displayed a demeanor of profound gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wang. I will recover promptly. Having secured his leave, the very next morning, Jiang Lu arrived at the Liangshan mercenary core-dilapidated garage, brimming with vitality. Lui Dao and Gan Wensue, along with a companion, were already fully equipped and waiting there. The trio swiftly entered the vehicle. Along the journey, Jiang Lu toyed with the temporary wristband handed to him by one. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Where did you obtain this temporary wristband? Wasn't it stated that private trade of such items is prohibited?" Gan, driving while peering through his sunglasses, cast a sidelong glance at him and explained, "As a registered and legitimate mercenary group, we naturally have special channels to acquire them. Official wristbands are bound for life, with all records of tower excursions and fluctuations in psychic energy meticulously logged by the tower system. Many individuals who wish to conceal their true identities and whereabouts, such as those engaged in illicit activities, opt for these temporary wristbands. Although they too are recorded, they lack the real name binding, providing a degree of convenience." Jiang Lu pondered this. "Doesn't the administration monitor this?" Sitting beside him, Cui chuckled and interjected, "Do you think they genuinely can't trace the temporary wristband's owner? It's merely that the background data isn't as detailed. If they truly wanted to track you down, they could do so with certainty. Unless you're audacious enough to forego any wristband and venture into the tower in the nude, then you would indeed be untraceable." Jiang Lu grasped the concept. It was akin to those small companies from his previous life that evaded taxes. It wasn't that the authorities were unaware, but rather that they were too apathetic to pursue minor offenders. However, should one cause too much of a ruckus or inadvertently draw attention, both new and old accounts would be settled in an instant. The vehicle soon arrived at the Wui Square teleportation hall. Today, it appeared that there were even more individuals present than during their last visit, with queues forming before each teleportation gate. Lui Dao approached a distant counter to pay the registration fee. The line for the ancient ruins was noticeably shorter than that for the Dragonbone Desert. Yet each individual exuded a more formidable aura, their equipment appearing all the more refined. After paying the teleportation fee, they stepped into the light portal in succession. Following a brief sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, Jiang Lu was left momentarily astounded by the sight before him. He had anticipated that a location named Ancient Ruins would be rife with crumbling walls and swirling sands, a desolate and dilapidated apocalyptic scene. Instead, what greeted his eyes was a remarkably ordinary city park. Lush green grass, neatly trimmed trees, and even several clean pebble pathways adorned with brightly colored children's slides. In the distance, glimpses of modern skyscrapers could be discerned through the sparse gaps between trees, and there stood a colossal, motionless Ferris wheel. Only a few mercenary teams were engaged in final preparations around them. Jiang Lu blinked in bewilderment and turned to Lui Dao, "Brother Lu, you refer to this place as Ancient Ruins? It clearly resembles a public park." Lui Dao, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Didn't your cultural studies teacher cover this?" Jiang Lu sheepishly scratched his head. "Ah, I might have been asleep during that lesson." The towering one interjected, "What you see are mere illusions. Aside from the actual safe zone we stand in, which is indeed a real park, the area beyond is far from it." He gestured towards the seemingly normal skyscrapers and Ferris wheel. Long ago, this location was infested by a particularly formidable monster adept at crafting incredibly lifelike illusions, capable of transforming the entire region to its whim. Eventually, it was vanquished by a prominent figure, the sword immortal Yu Bufan, who descended from the 18th level of the tower. Since then, this place has gradually evolved into what we now refer to as the Ancient Ruins. Sword immortal? Jiang Lu keenly noted the strikingly different term. Isn't this a world of psychic abilities? How does the concept of cultivation come into play? Gan, donning sunglasses, responded, "Sword immortal is merely a title. Lord Yu Bufan possesses the psychic ability of a weapon master, enabling him to wield any weapon at will and unleash its utmost potential. He simply has a penchant for swords, mastering the art to such a degree that people honorably refer to him as a sword immortal." Jiang Lu understood. "Check your gear," Lui Dao commanded. The group promptly focused, conducting a final meticulous inspection of their weapons, protective gear, potions, and storage bags. Once assured everything was in order, they exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Lui Dao inhaled deeply, stepping forward to cross the seemingly serene and tranquil park safe zone. Jiang Lu followed closely, stepping out. The scene before them warped as if a stone had been cast into the water. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of grass and foliage abruptly vanished. Chapter 27, Poultry. Stepping beyond the illusion-shrouded park's safe zone, the landscape before them was brutally stripped of its facade by an invisible hand. The desolation was marked by ravaged ruins, wildly overgrown, oddly colored weeds and shrubs, alongside distorted, yet towering trees that dominated the palette. In the distance, the skeletal remains of reinforced concrete structures, severely corroded by the ravages of time and unknown forces, silently attested to the former splendor of a once thriving modern metropolis. Jiang Lu surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but murmur to Lu Yidao, what value could there possibly be in monsters in a place like this? It looks even more desolate than the Dragonbone Desert. One, on high alert while scanning the area, quietly explained, there's all manner of creatures. The most common are cats, dogs, and mutated versions of former livestock, all quite ferocious. Livestock? Jiang Lu's confusion deepened. How could there be livestock outside the tower? Lu Yidao, leading the way without looking back, spoke sternly, there are numerous ruins like this outside the tower. According to those researchers, our ancestors, the people of the tower, initially lived in these lands. It is said that some catastrophic plague or disaster forced them to exhaust their resources to build the tower and take refuge within. Chui interjected with a hint of self-deprecation. Thus, the tower's levels are determined by the contributions of our ancestors when constructing it. The highest levels are reserved for those who invested both money and effort. The middle levels house those actual builders, the engineers and foremen. As for us on the 9th level, our ancestors likely contributed nothing substantial, merely tagging along as common folk. Jiang Lu scoffed. Isn't this akin to a caste system in an alternate world? Gon pushed up his sunglasses. Caste system? What does that mean? Jiang Lu explained. It refers to a system where one's surname at birth determines their status for life. Gon nodded in understanding. It's somewhat like that. The 9th level, to put it simply, is looked down upon by the middle levels, while the lower levels are even worse off than us. As they spoke, the group carefully navigated through the ruins bordering the park. Lu Yidao suddenly raised his right fist, signaling the team to halt, and barked, alert. Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened as he followed Lu Yidao's line of sight. There, several dozen meters ahead, beneath the shadows of collapsed walls, was a creature the size of an adult human, barely discernible as a feline, clutching a giant rat, struggling violently, and nearly the length of an adult's forearm. In its jaws, its glowing vertical pupils fixated warily on the unexpected intruders. Jiang Lu lowered his voice. Is that what you call a cat? Wen nodded, gripping his crossbow tightly. Indeed, that is an authentic 8th-tier magical creature, the Shadow Claw Cat. It's swift, with claws laced with shadow toxins, quite troublesome. However, our target today is not it. Why not? Jiang Lu inquired. Gon succinctly replied, low cost performance ratio. The materials are worth little, and it's difficult to kill. Our target lies deeper in the mountains. Just then, the Shadow Claw Cat locked eyes with Lu Yidao for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the strength of both parties, before slowly retreating to a distance it deemed safe. Then, with a sudden pivot, it dashed away, still clutching its prey, disappearing into the depths of the ruins with astonishing speed. Lu Yidao relaxed slightly. These solitary feline magical creatures are quite clever. They typically do not provoke teams stronger than themselves. The team continued their trek through the desolate ruins. Along the way, they encountered several ambushes. Once, a mutated bat monkey with a wingspan nearing 2 meters swooped down from a collapsed overpass above. Another time, a grotesque, multi-legged worm, oozing with repulsive slime and grotesque tumors, suddenly emerged from a sewage pipe. Yet, under the adept leadership of the seasoned Lu Yidao and the seamless cooperation of Gon, Wen, and Chui, they navigated these dangers unscathed. Jiang Lu restrained his urge to strike, calmly observing and absorbing the practical hunting techniques outside the tower, while tightly clutching the crystal core of the armored dragon commander in his pocket. With only 10 minutes for the summoning, it had to be used judiciously. After more than an hour of travel, a series of low mountains, shrouded in dense mutated vegetation, came into view. Cracked tunnel entrances and partially buried vehicle remnants could still be seen on the mountainside. Wei arrived. Lu Yidao pointed at the range. This area, renowned for its game, harbored magical beasts with delectable meat and valuable skins and bones, albeit with a touch of danger. The group cautiously entered the mountains. The environment within resembled a primordial forest, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, and the air was thick and humid. Not long after, a rustling in the shrubs ahead announced the arrival of a bird-like magical creature, standing half a meter tall, adorned in extraordinarily vibrant plumage, blocking their path. It tilted its head, scrutinizing the intruders, its most striking feature being its glimmering metallic beak, which was evidently sharp. It's a ground chicken, Lu Yidao exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. These creatures grow rapidly, reportedly reaching this size in just 2.5 years. Their meat is tender and nourishing, fetching a high price on the black market, and their beaks serve as excellent material for weapon crafting or decoration. Without further ado, the tactical roles were swiftly assigned. Lu Yidao approached directly to draw its attention, while Gon, Wen, and Shui quietly flanked from the sides, encircling it. The ground chicken seemed to sense danger and let out a sharp cry, suddenly flapping its wings and lunging at Louis Dao, its beak aimed directly at his eyes. Louis Dao was prepared. His arm, glimmering with metallic sheen, shot up to block. Clang! A sharp sound echoed, sparks flying. In that fleeting moment when the ground chicken staggered back, 3 crossbow bolts accurately struck its wings and abdomen. Thud! Thud! Feathers flew. And the ground chicken emitted a chilling scream, its movements suddenly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Louis Dao delivered a powerful punch to its neck. Crack! The ground chicken flapped a few times before collapsing, motionless. The subsequent procedures were executed with practiced ease. The most troublesome aspect of processing the ground chicken was its hardened beak, which necessitated severing the head as well. Swiftly, they bled it out to preserve the quality of the meat. Within 10 minutes, this valuable magical creature had been meticulously categorized and packed into different bags. The spoils were promising, invigorating the group as they ventured deeper into the mountains. Along the way, they effortlessly dispatched a few mutated rabbits and a furious squirrel. Comparable in size to a small pig, these minor magical creatures posed little challenge to Louis Dao's seasoned team. Zhang Lu still had not found an opportunity to strike and began to feel that these ancient ruins were perhaps not as perilous as the legend suggested. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the scarred Louis Dao abruptly halt, his entire being frozen in place. The expressions of gone, won, and Shui behind him turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Zhang Lu's heart raced as he followed their horrified gazes ahead. Not far away, in a clearing among the trees, a colossal python, as thick as a barrel and adorned in dark metallic scales, was slowly emerging from behind a gnarled giant tree. Its raised front half towered above a person, cold, slit pupils fixated on the intruders in its territory. The forked tongue hissed ominously, radiating an aura of dread. This was no trivial magical creature. Level 10 magical beast, the Jiao snake. Zhang Lu's pupils constricted, images and descriptions from textbooks flooded his mind. This creature was notorious for its ferocity and insatiable greed. Due to its uniquely structured vertical pupils, any prey that fell within its gaze would appear distorted and diminished, fostering an illusion that it could easily consume them, thus rendering it exceedingly aggressive, often attacking all living beings within sight. It was no wonder Louis Dao and his team had previously been reluctant to venture here. The mere presence of this carnivorous beast was beyond their capacity to confront. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lu focused his thoughts, communicating with the 6 summoning panels on his retina. He resolutely sacrificed the golden crystal core from the armored dragon commander, brimming with formidable earth energy. Earth-type crystal core has been sacrificed. Please await the response from the 6 paths beings. A chilling prompt materialized, but responses required time. Meanwhile, the Jiao snake had lost its patience. Its massive body coiled and launched forth with incredible speed, accompanied by a foul wind. Scatter! Quickly disperse! Louis Dao shouted. Gone! 1, and Shui reacted swiftly, diving and rolling in different directions to seek cover. However, the icy gaze of the Jiao snake disregarded the 4 who were closer. Its enormous head twisting unnaturally to lock onto Zhang Lu, who had just completed the sacrifice and remained stationary. Hiss! A foul wind rushed towards him. What on me is attracting it? Zhang Lu's heart raced. With no time to ponder, he executed the cloud-slicing steps to their utmost limit. His body weightless as he drifted sideways, narrowly evading the snake's deadly bite. The Jiao snake's massive head crashed to the ground, sending dirt and debris flying. Seizing the moment, Zhang Lu surged forward, channeling all his power from the 4th level of martial arts into a strike aimed at the snake's scaly body. Boom! The sound resonated like hitting thick alloy armor. The Jiao snake remained unmoved, not even a dent in its scales. Instead, a tremendous recoil jolted through Zhang Lu, numbing his arm and causing his blood to surge. Damn it! It has counter-armor. Zhang Lu cursed inwardly. Watch out for its tail. Louis Dao's alarmed shout echoed once more. Zhang Lu jolted, whipping around just in time to see a tail as thick as a pillar sweeping towards him. The expansive arc nearly blocked all routes of escape. In a moment of dire urgency, Zhang Lu's body twisted backward, executing a perfect bridge maneuver just as the tail, propelled by fierce winds, grazed his nose. Yet, the instant he avoided the tail strike, the Jiao snake's massive body, in an unexpected display of agility for its size, coiled around him. Its colossal form constricted around him, the icy scales tightening. A terrifying pressure enveloped him from all directions, constricting his bones with a cracking sound, making it difficult to breathe as darkness encroached on his vision. Zhang Lu! Louis Dao roared, his eyes wild with fury. He surged forward, his metallic sheen flaring, charging at the snake's body like a rampaging bull. Gone, Wan, and Shui, equally frenzied, unleashed arrows and daggers desperately at the gaps in its scales. They understood all too well that if the summoner was killed in close quarters, it would likely mean their own demise. If Jianglu fell, they would be next. At that critical juncture, as Jianglu felt the suffocating grip tightening around him, a delayed response finally manifested upon his retina. Heavenly Tao, God of fortune and virtue, Zhang Fu has received your offering and expresses that it is better than nothing. Contract established. Would you like to summon the contracted entity, Zhang Fu, temporary? Remaining existence time, 002959, based on the value of the offering and host level. The Heavenly Tao? To his astonishment, the response summoned a celestial being, and for a duration of half an hour. But Zhang Fu, that name seems so familiar. Jiang Lu had no time for contemplation. The terrifying pressure was almost crushing his innards. He immediately focused his thoughts and frantically clicked, yes. Buzz. Just as the fierce one-knife Lu was about to collide with the serpent's body, a gentle white smoke erupted from the ground before Jiang Lu. This sudden turn of events halted the rampaging charge of one-knife Lu, momentarily stalling Gan Wensui's attack as well. Even the giant serpent, which was in the midst of constricting Jiang Lu, paused. As the smoke dissipated, a figure emerged. It was a little old man, barely reaching the waist of an adult. Stooped and clad in a somewhat tattered brown robe, he had white hair and a kindly, rosy face, leaning on a smooth wooden cane. He blinked his small eyes in confusion, glanced around, stroked his beard, and murmured, "Oh dear, where is this place? I cannot feel the constraints of the Heavenly Tao." Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Jiang Lu, tightly entwined by the giant serpent and turning purple in the face. Seemingly understanding the situation, he spoke amiably. "Little child, is it you who summoned me? What business do you have with this humble deity?" "Little deity? God of fortune?" An image from a folk tale flashed through Jiang Lu's mind. The earth god. The serpent seemed to sense an uncomfortable aura emanating from the suddenly appeared little figure. Its cold vertical pupils warily fixated on the old man on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lu inhaled deeply and raspingly shouted, "Earth Lord, please help me escape." Hearing this, the earth god chuckled and nodded. What difficulty is there in that? The tension eased among One Knife Lu, Gone, and Wensui as they realized Jiang Lu was saved, though they did not understand how Jiang Lu could summon such a being. It appeared that this little old man was not weaker than the previous catfish spirit. The earth god, leaning on his cane, ambled towards the massive serpent, his unsteady gait causing concern that he might trip over a stone at any moment. He approached the raised serpent's head, lifting his gaze to meet its vertical pupils. Maintaining a gentle tone, even sounding somewhat conciliatory, "I am the god of fortune and virtue, appointed by the heavenly court to oversee this land. You, long serpent, have had a difficult path of cultivation. Why not grant this old man a small favor and release this young child?" Jiang Lu, One Knife Lu, and Gan Wensui. The serpent, in the midst of squeezing its prey, displayed a fleeting expression of bewilderment and confusion in its vertical pupils. Wasn't this scene rather out of place? Chapter 29, The Earth God. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The confusion in the serpent's cold vertical pupils lasted only a moment before being replaced by a furious rage, feeling deeply offended and insulted. It abruptly released Jiang Lu from its constricting grip, raising its massive head high and attempting to bite the small old man, who was not even as tall as its teeth. It aimed to crush this insignificant creature along with the earth itself. Yet, in the face of this terrifying attack, the earth god remained steadfast, leaning on his cane and smiling, not evading or flinching. The giant mouth closed. The clash of sharp fangs resonated with a deafening sound. Dust swirling around, but inside, it was completely empty. The old man seemed to have evaporated into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Where did he go? One Knife Lu and Gan Wensui exchanged bewildered glances, scanning their surroundings. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Lu quickly withdrew, rubbing his painfully constricted chest while his gaze darted about. A slow, teasing voice suddenly came from behind the giant serpent. "What are you looking for, little serpent demon?" Jiang Lu turned to see the earth god casually emerging beside the serpent's thick tail, as if he had grown from the ground itself. The old man curiously tapped the tip of the serpent's armored tail with his smooth wooden cane, producing a light knocking sound. Hiss! The serpent was completely enraged. It violently twisted its massive body, sweeping its thick tail towards the earth god with a force far more ferocious than when it attacked Jiang Lu. In the face of this overwhelming assault, the earth god showed no intention of dodging. He slowly raised his seemingly fragile cane, as if intending to brace against this terrifying sweep. "Be careful!" Wensui couldn't help but exclaim. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Contrary to expectations of the earth god being flung away, the unstoppable serpent's tail, upon contact with the slender cane, felt as though it had crashed into an indestructible metallic pillar. The tail bent at an almost 90-degree angle, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. Roar! The serpent let out a painful shriek. Its massive body thrashed as if electrocuted, scattering nearby trees and boulders in disarray. One knife Lu, gone, Winsue, and Shui were left dumbfounded, hearts racing, palms slick with cold sweat. What an astonishing display of power. What an unfathomable scene. What kind of monsters had Jiang Lu summoned? Jiang Lu's heart steadied, excitement surging within him. Although the Earth God was merely a low-ranking employee of the Heavenly Court, the title alone elevated him beyond the realm of ordinary earthly beasts. This ignited boundless anticipation for the various deities yet to be encountered in the heavenly Tao summoning pool. The Earth God, as if unaffected, stretched and ambled towards the writhing serpent, which was in agony. He approached the serpent's body and gently tapped it with his seemingly unremarkable cane. This action appeared to trigger some sort of law. The serpent's body suddenly stiffened. As if all vitality had been siphoned away, its hard scales lost their luster at a visible rate, flesh rapidly decaying and silently sinking into the earth below. There was no bloodshed, no struggle, only a haunting silence, a return to the essence of existence. Return to the earth. This was the Earth God's power, reabsorbing living flesh into the soil, nourishing the land, while also slightly enhancing his own cultivation. Lord Earth God, please spare it. Jiang Lu suddenly realized that the materials from this level 10 monster were invaluable. He quickly called out to stop him, but it was too late. In mere moments, the once fearsome level 10 serpent, along with its tough scales, bones, and any potential cores, completely vanished underground, leaving behind only a patch of exceptionally fertile, life-giving soil. The Earth God smacked his lips and frowned, seemingly not feeling much power in return. With a sudden realization, he patted his forehead and chuckled. Oh dear. Look at my memory. Growing old I am. This is our own territory. Consuming it is of no use, as it won't accumulate any merit. He then turned to Jiang Lu, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment. My apologies, young man. It was a momentary lapse that led to your prey being so carelessly squandered. Jiang Lu gazed at the expanse of fresh land, his lips twitching in distress, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Yet he could only helplessly reply, Landlord, could you kindly ensure that next time we might at least have the whole carcass left? We are still counting on them to exchange for some coin. The landlord chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Understood, understood. I shall be more mindful next time. At that moment, Yidao Lu and his companions cautiously approached. Yidao Lu, with trepidation in his voice, whispered to Jiang Lu. Brother Jiang, from which realm does your summoned entity hail? Such methods are unheard of. Before Jiang Lu could respond, the landlord, seemingly having overheard, struck the ground with his cane, expressing his displeasure. What do you mean, Demon King? I am a deity appointed by the heavenly court, governing the land and safeguarding the people. A bona fide land god. Do not spout nonsense. Yidao Lu instinctively recoiled, suddenly silenced, his eyes reflecting a deepening awe. Jiang Lu, however, felt a stir of intrigue. A land god, governing the land? He immediately bowed respectfully to the landlord. Esteemed landlord, since you oversee the land, might I request your assistance? We are eager to hunt some formidable magical beasts. Could you help us discern where such creatures congregate nearby? The landlord's expression turned slightly awkward as he stroked his beard. Well, young one, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. This land and water do not fall under my purview. My powers here are greatly diminished, making it difficult to sense the lurking demons. Jiang Lu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. If even the catfish spirit could vaguely sense the locations of powerful magical beasts, how could this genuine land god not? Though the summoning had lasted half an hour, relying solely on their own efforts to scour the vast terrain would yield scant valuable catches. The landlord seemed to notice his despondency, his small eyes blinking as he changed the subject. However, even though I cannot sense the specific demons, I can generally perceive the location of the master of these mountains. Since you wish to hunt, why not allow me to guide you to this land's master? You may inquire which regions yield the finest game. He will surely know. Master? Jiang Lu was taken aback, glancing at Yidao Lu and the others. Was there truly a master of this mountain range? Yidao Lu, gone one, and Shui all shook their heads in confusion. Having roamed these ruins for years, they had never heard of a mountain master. Although Jiang Lu found the proposal somewhat absurd, he nodded, encouraged by the landlord's certainty. Then we shall trouble you to lead the way. The landlord smiled contentedly, leaning on his cane as he pointed with a shaky finger toward the depths of the forest. Not far, not far. Walk swiftly, we should have ample time. Follow me. With that, he set off, his short legs moving unsteadily, yet somehow maintaining a steady pace with the five of them trailing closely behind. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of astonishment and curiosity, but they gritted their teeth and followed resolutely. Chapter 30. The Mountain Lord. As they followed the seemingly unsteady, yet surprisingly swift landlord deeper into the mountains, the trees grew taller and denser, the light dimming ominously. Along the way, various magical beasts sprang from the shadows of the forest or behind piles of rocks. Some merely cast wary glances at them before swiftly disappearing into the depths of the thicket. The landlord paid them no mind, often leading the group around these creatures. However, should any presumptuous beast dare to approach aggressively, the landlord would leisurely raise his cane and lightly point from a distance. Without any dramatic display, the beast would appear to have its strength sapped in an instant, collapsing to the ground, ensconced in a deep slumber. At that moment, Gone One and Chui's eyes sparkled with excitement. They promptly retrieved their sharp dissection knives and expertly began to harvest valuable pelts, claws, and special organs. They collected as they walked. In a short while, their specially designed reinforced bags were bulging with a rich bounty. Regrettably, not a single crystal core had been sighted. Zhang Lu observed this scene, silently calculating the costs and benefits of this summoning. The crystal core of that armored dragon leader was of considerable value. It seemed this endeavor was destined to result in a loss. He could only hope that the sale of the magical beast meat and materials would somewhat alleviate his financial woes. With just over 10 minutes left in the summoning, the landlord suddenly halted. Before them lay a relatively open glade, at the center of which stood a dilapidated ancient temple. The walls were mottled with deep green moss and vines, the tiles were missing, and the door had long since rotted away, revealing a dark, gaping void within. In this desolate wilderness, amidst the ruins where magical beasts roamed freely, the presence of such a man-made structure seemed particularly jarring and eerie. "There is a temple here?" Zhang Lu exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Yi Dao Lu beside him. Yi Dao Lu, equally bewildered, slowly shook his head. "I have never heard of it. We have never ventured this deep." The landlord came to a stop before the crumbling temple, tapping the ground lightly with his cane, producing a soft knocking sound. "Mountain Lord, come forth and meet." The moment the words left his lips, an indescribable, oppressive force, heavy as a mountain, surged forth from the depths of the temple, causing Zhang Lu and the others to gasp for breath, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Yi Dao Lu shuddered, his teeth chattering. This pressure was undoubtedly at least level 15. Zhang Lu's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. Level 15. This was undoubtedly a master-level existence of the mountain range. It must possess a crystal core, and surely it would be of the highest quality. Amidst their fear-stricken gazes, a towering figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the temple. It was a humanoid creature nearly 2 meters tall, crowned with the fierce head of a tiger. Its golden fur was interspersed with black stripes, and its amber eyes glinted with a cold, primal ferocity, sweeping over them with the natural authority of the king of beasts. Upon its appearance, the terrifying aura intensified, enveloping the area and rendering everyone nearly breathless. The Tiger Man's icy gaze swept over Zhang Lu and his companions, finally settling on the diminutive landlord standing at the forefront. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the air itself had solidified. Zhang Lu braced himself, prepared to flee at a moment's notice or to witness the landlord unleash his formidable power once more. However, the next scene left everyone utterly flabbergasted. The imposing Tiger Man, without hesitation, stepped forward, knelt on one knee, clasped its fists in salute, and spoke in a deep, respectful tone. This humble creature was unaware of the esteemed presence of the celestial being. "I apologize for the lack of a proper greeting. Please forgive me." Zhang Lu's heart sank. This was a disaster. The crystal core was lost. Throughout their journey, he had discerned that despite the landlord's mercilessness toward attacking beasts, he possessed a compassionate heart. As long as one did not provoke him, he was disinclined to take action. The tiger spirit displayed remarkable awareness, bowing deeply upon their meeting. How could the earth deity possibly resort to violence? The earth deity stroked his snow-white beard, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his small eyes as he scrutinized the Tiger Man. "Ah? Such a feeble and chaotic aura, far from the threshold of transformation and enlightenment. Yet you have assumed human form and awakened your intelligence ahead of time? It seems the rules governing this realm are indeed quite peculiar." Upon hearing this, the Tiger Man exhibited a hint of anthropomorphic grievance on his face, replying respectfully, "Esteemed immortal, I was once a formidable demon, ruling over hundreds of miles of forest. However, ever since the invasion of the demonic tide, the spiritual essence of this realm has become increasingly tainted. We, the spirits who rely on the pure air of the mountains for cultivation, have seen our powers dwindle and weaken over time. Those demonic creatures, corrupted by malevolent energy and driven solely by bloodlust, have begun to occupy the mountains. At first, the lesser demons could withstand their onslaught. But as our powers diminished year by year, We were ultimately forced to retreat to this dilapidated mountain shrine, merely surviving as we await our demise. His voice was laden with helplessness and sorrow. The earth deity, after listening, nodded thoughtfully. So it is, the foreign demonic energy is indeed the culprit, disrupting the tranquility of this realm. He paused, glancing at his translucent hand. My time here is limited, and I can offer you little assistance. However, as you are the lord of this mountain, you must know the locations of those demonic nests. Lead me there, and I shall assist in clearing them out, thus forming a good rapport. At these words, not only did the tiger man raise his head abruptly, but even Zhang Lu and Lui, who were behind him, brightened with excitement. Clearing out the demonic nests. A golden opportunity had arisen. The mountain lord, trembling with excitement, bowed his massive tiger head heavily against the ground. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you for your benevolence. I am willing to guide you. The earth deity lifted his cane, signaling for him to rise. Lead the way. The mountain lord immediately stood up, his aura surging, and within moments transformed into a magnificent tiger, its size comparable to that of a giant elephant, with striking features and a noble bearing. He lowered his body and turned his head towards the earth deity, emitting a low whimper, inviting him to mount. However, the earth deity shook his head, instead pointing at Zhang Lu and the others behind him. My legs are still able. Let them ride. Zhang Lu and the others, gazing at the formidable giant tiger, swallowed hard, but ultimately mustered the courage to carefully climb onto its back. The tiger's fur was as hard as iron, making it uncomfortable to sit upon, yet at that moment, no one cared about such trivialities. Once everyone was settled, the giant tiger emitted a low roar, its powerful limbs propelling it forward with astonishing swiftness, as if gliding effortlessly through the dense forest. Meanwhile, the earth deity continued to lean on his cane, stepping forward with each stride, as if traversing mere inches, appearing 10 meters ahead in an instant. With another step, he covered another 10 meters, seemingly leisurely, yet effortlessly keeping pace with the frenzied giant tiger, not falling behind in the slightest. In mere moments, the giant tiger brought them before a colossal cliff, reminiscent of a wall hewn by a blade. At the base of the cliff stood a dark, immense cave. Over 3 meters high, the mountain lord dismounted Zhang Lu and the others, reverting to his tiger human form. He pointed at the cave, his face etched with both anger and fear, addressing the earth deity with utmost respect. Esteemed immortal, this is the place. This cave was once the training ground for the lesser demons, but ever since that demonic creature took over, we have been driven out and can no longer approach. The earth deity waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from elaborating further. He stepped forward, approaching the cave entrance, and raised his cane, gently pointing into the depths of the dark cavern. There was no radiant light, no thunderous sound. Yet, the entire cliff, along with the ground beneath them, began to tremble violently, resonating with a deep hum. A furious roar erupted from deep within the cave, shaking the very foundation of the cliff. Chapter 31, The Tiger Man's Fright. Following that deafening roar, a shadow began to stir within the cave, and a figure sauntered out leisurely. Its size was comparable to that of an ordinary tiger or leopard, entirely covered in dark red fur, with long limbs and a bushy tail trailing behind, resembling an enlarged fox. However, its eyes were a pure blood red, filled with rage and bloodlust, devoid of any rationality. It bared its teeth, emitting a deep, menacing growl, its gaze locking onto the mountain lord standing at the forefront, hostility unmistakable. Lu Yi swallowed nervously, lowering his voice to Zhang Lu. I can't discern its exact level, but the aura feels like it's not much stronger than this tiger spirit, right? Zhang Lu shared the sentiment. The demonic creature appeared fierce, yet the oppression it exuded was far less than that of the mountain lord just moments ago. Upon hearing this, the earth deity chuckled softly, stroking his beard as he addressed the mountain lord. It is often said that a fox exploits the tiger's might. Yet here you are, a dignified mountain lord, intimidated by this mindless fox demon that has taken over your lair. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Instantly, embarrassment and shame washed over the tiger's face, and he replied in a hushed tone, Esteemed immortal, you are correct. My powers have diminished greatly, and this meager aura is all that remains. I am truly at a loss. The earth deity waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. At that moment, the blood-red eyes scanned the scene, ultimately ignoring the earth deity and refocusing on its most familiar adversary, the mountain lord. It suddenly leapt forward, propelling itself towards the mountain lord like a red shadow, propelled by a foul wind. In that fleeting moment, the earth deity leisurely raised his wooden cane, casually sweeping it horizontally towards the charging fox demon beast. The fox demon, mid-leap, collided with an invisible barrier, as if gently nudged by an unseen hand. Its forward momentum abruptly reversed and redirected. It emitted a startled whimper, its body uncontrollably hurtling away, crashing heavily against the adjacent cliff. After struggling for a moment, it fell still, having been so effortlessly shattered that all vitality was extinguished. The entire process appeared as effortless as brushing away a fallen leaf. The Mountain Lord stood in stunned silence, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and awe. He was acutely aware of the fox demon's strength. In his prime, he would have feared it not, but with his current residual power, engaging in battle would exact a heavy toll. Yet, before this mysterious immortal, it had proven so pathetically fragile. The earth deity strolled over to the lifeless body of the fox demon, lightly tapping its abdomen with the tip of his cane. A crystal core, roughly the size of a pigeon egg and emanating a gentle emerald glow, began to float slowly from the corpse, as if drawn by an invisible force, landing in the earth deity's bony palm. This spectacle sparked a glimmer of desire in the Mountain Lord's eyes. The earth deity weighed the crystal core in his hand, sensing the pure wood attribute energy within, murmuring to himself, "So this is the heavenly material of this realm? Quite intriguing." Meanwhile, Jiang Lu's eyes lit up instantly. Fixating on the exquisite crystal core, his lips moving as if to speak, yet hesitating to voice his thoughts. The earth deity seemed to see through his intentions, smiling as he tossed the crystal core towards him. "Fear not, young one. This trinket holds little value for me. I shall bestow it upon you." Jiang Lu hurriedly caught it, feeling its warm and vibrant energy, far surpassing that of the previous goblin leader's crystal core. His heart swelled with joy, and he quickly inquired, "Esteemed earth deity, should I wish to request your assistance again in the future, what offerings would be required?" The landlord deity stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "The finest incense and candles, infused with the fervent aspirations of humanity, or treasures of nature brimming with the pure essence of the 5 elemental soils, would suffice." Jiang Lu discerned that he required offerings of an earthy nature or those imbued with attributes of faith. This landlord deity possessed unfathomable power, although he abhorred violence. He was undeniably a reliable ally in critical moments. At that juncture, the figure of the landlord deity began to shimmer subtly, becoming somewhat translucent, indicating that the time for summoning was at hand. He turned to the Mountain Lord, who stood respectfully by, and said, "Mountain Lord, I have responded to this child's summons. Yet I have not accomplished much on his behalf. Might you take my place and assist him in hunting prey within these mountains?" The Mountain Lord immediately bowed deeply, clasping his fists in reverence, his voice dripping with respect. "As your esteemed self commands, this humble spirit shall not dare to disobey. I shall exert myself to the utmost." The members of the One Knife Lu group were overjoyed at this news. With the guidance and assistance of this formidable local Mountain Lord, it would be difficult for them not to prosper. The landlord deity nodded, and his form finally dissipated like wisps of blue smoke. Once the landlord had departed, Jiang Lu lowered his gaze to scrutinize the verdant, glistening crystal core in his hand, feeling the immense life energy within it. What attribute? It seems to possess remarkable quality. Meanwhile, One Knife Lu and the others turned toward the Mountain Lord, their faces alight with smiles as they courteously clasped their hands together. "We appreciate your assistance, Mountain Lord." However, before they could finish speaking, an unexpected transformation occurred. The previously respectful and submissive Mountain Lord suddenly straightened his back, all traces of humility and reverence evaporating in an instant. "Ha! You foolish humans," he bellowed with deafening laughter. "That old man has departed. And you truly believe you can command this Mountain Lord?" His muscles bulged, unleashing an unrestrained, ferocious aura that bore down heavily upon Jiang Lu and his companions. The 4 members of One Knife Lu turned pale, retreating repeatedly under the sudden onslaught of this terrifying pressure. The Mountain Lord's eyes glimmered with greed and malice as he advanced towards Jiang Lu. "Boy, hand over what you possess. This Mountain Lord may show you mercy and spare your wretched lives." Yet, amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Jiang Lu appeared utterly unfazed. He simply raised his head slowly, meeting the aggressive gaze of the Mountain Lord with serene composure, after pretending to be subservient for so long. "You can't wait to reveal your fangs now that the old man has left? Are you not afraid that I might summon him again, leaving you with nothing to show for your arrogance?" The Mountain Lord's pupils narrowed slightly, but he soon sneered. "Humph! Who are you trying to deceive? If that old man could remain in this realm permanently, why would he need to rely on me? He clearly has limited time and must depart. Do not attempt to trick me again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu not only felt no fear but stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the Mountain Lord. He spread his hands wide, his gaze sharp, his voice resolute. "Oh? Then why don't you take a guess at how many beings like him I can summon?" He casually tossed the verdant crystal core in his hand and continued, "Shall we wager? Will you be the one to disembowel me and seize this crystal core? Or will you find yourself in pieces before you can even make a move?" The Mountain Lord's enormous feline form froze, his advancing footsteps halting abruptly. His greedy gaze fixated on Jiang brimming with uncertainty. Jiang expression was disturbingly calm, exuding an air of undeniable confidence, as if he held an absolute trump card. The Mountain Lord recalled the inscrutable power of the landlord deity, who could determine life and death with a mere flick of his hand. He then considered the possibility of even more such beings existing at Jiang command. The greed and ferocity that had ignited within him moments ago were doused, as if doused with cold water. The air seemed to thicken, leaving only the sound of the Mountain Lord's heavy breathing and the tumultuous battle waging within his mind. Chapter 32. The Spiritual Pearl. Jiang face remained as steady as a rock, while internally, he felt his heart racing. It was ideal to intimidate this Mountain Lord. After all, from his words, it was evident that he was not a demonic creature and appeared not to possess a crystal core. Jiang was loath to waste the precious wood-attribute crystal core he had just acquired on him. However, if the Mountain Lord truly allowed his greed to cloud his judgment and resolved to attack, Jiang would have no choice but to sacrifice the crystal core immediately and summon an elder to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, the Mountain Lord seemed far more astute than anticipated. The overwhelming aura of terror surrounding him dissipated suddenly, akin to air escaping from a punctured balloon. A sycophantic grin forced its way onto his fearsome face, his voice softening. "Oh dear, young one, do you truly believe I was serious? It was merely a jest. If you aid me in reclaiming this domain, I would be grateful beyond measure. How could I repay kindness with malice, behaving worse than a beast?" Hearing this, the members of One Knife Lu collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The speed at which this tiger spirit changed its demeanor was quicker than turning the pages of a book. Jiang too felt a sense of relief, yet maintained an icy exterior, even tinged with impatience. It better be a jest. If I had not deemed hunting for prey across the entire mountain tedious, do you think I would allow you to prance about here? The Mountain Lord, taken aback by Jiang retort, dared not show any anger. Instead, he nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes, you speak the truth. I shall go immediately to procure the freshest and most succulent mountain delicacies for you. Jiang understood that he could not afford to show weakness at this moment. He needed to maintain his authority. His expression remained impassive, his tone indifferent. Be swift in your return. I shall await you here. Do not keep me waiting too long. Understood. I shall be back shortly, the Mountain Lord replied, grinning as he carefully retreated deeper into the forest, adopting a highly subservient demeanor. Once he had distanced himself by several meters, he dared to turn and prepare to sprint away. Wait, Jiang voice called out once more. The Mountain Lord's massive form stiffened, and he slowly turned back halfway. A hint of tension etched on his face. Jiang shot him a glance and said flatly, "Make sure to preserve the skin intact. Do not let it become tattered." The Mountain Lord momentarily froze, then quickly responded, "Understood. I shall ensure it remains in perfect condition." After speaking, he dared not linger, and with a surge of demonic energy, transformed into a ferocious tiger, plunging into the depths of the dense forest. Watching the Mountain Lord vanish, the members of One Knife Lu finally relaxed, gathering around Jiang. "Brother Jiang, this tiger spirit has eyes sharper than a sieve. He won't just leave and never return, will he?" One Knife Lu asked with a hint of concern. Jiang shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the dark entrance of the cave. "No. His obsession with this domain is genuine. He surely wouldn't part with it easily." At that moment, Gon, adjusting his sunglasses, inquired with curiosity, "But what is so remarkable about this cave? It appears to be an ordinary cavern, unworthy of such significance." The stoutest among them, one, scratched his head and added, "I suspect it may conceal some treasures within. Otherwise, why would that fox-like demon covet this place so fiercely?" The mere mention of treasures seemed to illuminate the minds of the group like a light bulb flickering to life. One Knife Lu, Gon, Chui, along with Jiang instantly refocused their gazes on the profound cave entrance. Indeed, the Mountain Lord valued this domain so highly, and he was so eager to silence them the moment the landlord departed. It was clearly more than just a mere dwelling. Within that cave, it was highly likely that some secret or valuable treasure lay hidden. The group exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting intrigue and curiosity. "Let us proceed. We must explore," One Knife Lu whispered, leading the charge towards the cave. Chui promptly retrieved a powerful flashlight from his backpack, illuminating the dark interior with a stark white beam. The group cautiously entered the cave, exploring along the damp walls within. As one ventures deeper into the cavern, the air grows increasingly cool, imbued with a pungent, musky scent peculiar to foxes, mingled with an enigmatic, delicate fragrance. After walking for several minutes, the path suddenly opens up. The beam from the flashlight sweeps across, illuminating a vast natural cavern. The ceiling showcases several fissures, through which shafts of light cascade down like searchlights, creating columns of illumination amidst the darkness. At the cavern's center lies a pool of crystal-clear spring water, roughly 10 meters in circumference. Its surface undisturbed, yet emanating a faint, ethereal glow that casts an otherworldly haze throughout the chamber. Scattered about the water's edge are a few objects. Crystals. The keen-eyed Shui is the first to exclaim. On the ground beside the spring, several crystals of varying sizes and relatively dull hues lay strewn about, resembling discarded refuse. Clearly, these remnants were left behind by the fox demon beast after consuming its other prey. The group, led by Yi Dao Lu, is instantly filled with delight. Although they are of low quality, such a quantity still holds considerable value. They promptly disperse, beginning to meticulously search for and collect this unexpected bounty. Zhang Lu, however, does not join the search. His gaze slowly sweeps across the cavern. This place indeed possesses a certain peculiarity. The spring seems to harbor a subtle energy. At that moment, the panel on his retina flickers unexpectedly, displaying a new notification. Detected sacrificial item. Zhang Lu's heart leaps. He immediately focuses, keenly sensing the direction indicated by the panel. Gradually shifting his gaze, he ultimately fixates on a particular spot in the cavern's far corner. There, a thick pile of dry hay, twigs, and the pelts of some unknown creatures has formed a rudimentary nest, exuding a potent fox-like odor. This is evidently where the fox demon beast slumbers. The panel's alert intensifies as he gazes upon the nest. This must be it. Zhang Lu pinches his nose, suppressing the overwhelming stench, and cautiously approaches the corner, carefully using his foot to sift through the disordered bedding. Beneath the hay and furs, something appears to be buried. He crouches down, meticulously searching, until his fingertips brush against an object roughly the size of a glass marble. He picks it up and wipes away the grime. It is a near-translucent orb, within which wisps of mist seem to swirl, crafted from an unidentifiable material, cool to the touch. Simultaneously, the panel's alert reappears. Detected sacrificial item, spirit orb. Would you like to sacrifice the spirit orb as a summoning material? A spirit orb? It certainly does not sound like a mundane object. Without hesitation, Zhang Lu chooses no. He carefully cleans the orb and slips it into the innermost pocket of his attire. This artifact must be preserved for his personal study or to be utilized at a critical moment. At this juncture, Yi Dao Lu and the others have completed their search for the scattered crystals, each face radiating with the joy of discovery. Zhang, shall we head out? That mountain lord is likely returning soon, Yi Dao Lu calls out. Zhang Lu nods, casting one last glance at this extraordinary cavern before retracing his steps with the group. Exiting the dark cave, the bright sunlight outside feels somewhat blinding. The group instinctively shields their eyes with their hands. Just as they begin to adjust to the light, a thunderous roar erupts from the depths of the mountains. Accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground, a massive figure, ablaze with fury, emerges from the dense forest. It is none other than the returning mountain lord. Clutched in its jaws is a sizable carcass resembling a moose. Yet, upon spotting Zhang Lu and the others exiting its lair, its amber eyes flash crimson with rage. All pretense and cordiality vanish in an instant, leaving only the raw fury of an invaded territory. It violently discards its prey and unleashes a deafening roar. You despicable humans! How dare you covet my domain? Chapter 33, The Taishang Laojun Experience Card. Zhang Lu, witnessing the mountain lord's drastic shift in demeanor, feels a surge of alarm. It is evident that this tiger spirit has concluded they have meddled with its treasures, and murderous intent now simmers within. There is no room for negotiation. He must act decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lu concentrates his thoughts, forcefully suppressing the rising panic, and connects with the summoning panel on his retina. Detected sacrificial items. Nameless spirit orb, level 15 wood-type crystal, diamond ring. A list appears, clearly presenting 3 options. The diamond ring is the dark golden iron ring he procured from a black market vendor. Zhang Lu's gaze sharpens, and he resolutely opts to sacrifice the diamond ring. This item is of dubious origin and its effects remain unknown. It is better utilized in a time of crisis. Would you like to sacrifice the diamond ring as a summoning material? Yes. The sacrificial diamond ring has been offered. Please wait for the response from the 6 Paths entities. A chilling notification emerges, indicating that summoning requires time. Meanwhile, the mountain lord draws ever closer. Lu, buy me a few seconds. Zhang Lu urgently commands, simultaneously activating the cloud-slicing step to swiftly retreat, hoping to gain those precious moments. Yi Dao Lu remains unperturbed, shouting, "Gone." Wen Shui, lock the formation. Gone, Wen, and Shui react with remarkable speed, swiftly retrieving specially crafted metal chains adorned with barbs, spreading out in a triangular formation. They hurl the chains, attempting to weave a net to obstruct the mountain lord's advance. Yi Dao Lu, with a fierce cry, unleashes his full spiritual energy. His arms instantly gleam with a heavy metallic sheen, resembling two sturdy shields, as he steps forward with determination to shield Jianglu. You shall not pass. The tiger spirit roars disdainfully. Ignoring the obstructive chains, it lunges forward with its massive paw, claws extended, effortlessly seizing two of the chains and violently tearing them apart. With a resounding crash, the resilient chains are ripped asunder. Gon and Shui, at the other end of the chains, feel an overwhelming force surge through, exclaiming in alarm as they lose their balance and collide with one another. The Mountain Lord pays them no heed. Its blood-red eyes are fixated solely on the retreating Jianglu, its colossal form accelerating once more. Get out of my way, it bellows, its enormous paw slicing through the air with a shrill whistle as it strikes towards Yi Dao Lu. Yi Dao Lu grits his teeth, crossing his metallic arms protectively across his chest, his muscles taut as he braces for the impact. Boom! A bone-jarring crash reverberates, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking bones. Yi Dao Lu's hardened metallic arms deform significantly under the force, causing him to stagger, yet he remains steadfast, not yielding an inch. The Mountain Lord's eyes flicker with surprise, but this is swiftly replaced by an even greater ferocity. It offers no respite, its other paw following in swift succession, sweeping down as if swatting a fly. Bang! Another thunderous noise echoes as Yi Dao Lu is sent reeling. Yet he persists in his defiance, blocking the path. The disparity in their levels is insurmountable. The chasm of 5 levels or more rendered Yi Dao Lu's resistance akin to a child's futile defiance against a robust giant, an image both tragic and powerless. Mountain Lord, having completely lost patience, raised his colossal tiger paw high, the sharp claws glinting with a cold, menacing light, aimed directly at Yi Dao Lu's crown, poised to strike with devastating force. Should that paw descend with full force, Yi Dao Lu would surely meet his demise. At this critical juncture, Jiang Lu suddenly lifted his hand, holding aloft the transparent orb he had discovered in the fox's den, and shouted loudly, "The object is in my possession. Release us, and I shall return it to you." Mountain Lord's descending paw abruptly halted in midair. Its gaze was instantly ensnared by the orb, its pupils igniting with fervent greed. With a disdainful snort, it callously flung the severely wounded Yi Dao Lu aside, as if discarding refuse. Yi Dao Lu's body soared like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several small trees before landing heavily on the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, struggling yet unable to rise. Mountain Lord paid him no heed. Its fearsome visage turned towards Jiang Lu, advancing step by step, the voice laced with suppressed excitement and murderous intent. "Fool, killing you will only make this treasure mine. Hand it over obediently, and I shall grant you a swift end." It was in that fleeting moment of pause and dialogue that Jiang Lu's retina finally registered the long-awaited response. "Heavenly Dao Li Air has received your offering and acknowledges the bull-nose ring is indeed here. Contract established. Would you like to summon the contracted entity, Li Air, temporary? Remaining existence time, 00059, based on the value of the offering and the host level." Li Air, this old man, the Grand Supreme Elder? Jiang Lu's mind buzzed, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Yet what shocked him further was the brevity of this summoning, lasting a mere minute. Elation and astonishment were fleeting as Mountain Lord, grinning menacingly, closed in, the overwhelming aura of the King of Beasts nearly suffocating. The massive tiger paw stretched out before Jiang Lu, the voice like thunder. "The object. Present it. Then kneel before me." Jiang Lu stifled his excitement, forcing a semblance of fear and struggle onto his face. "If I hand it over, will you spare me?" Mountain Lord grinned, revealing its fearsome white teeth. "Then I shall show mercy by starting to feast upon your neck, rather than picking bits and pieces, allowing you to watch your own flesh devoured before you perish." At that very moment, the fear on Jiang Lu's face vanished without a trace. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at Mountain Lord's side, and softly remarked, "Hey, big cat, don't you recognize who stands beside you? Damn it, to dare frighten me even at death's door." Mountain Lord erupted in rage, thinking Jiang Lu was still desperately struggling with tricks. It clenched its outstretched paw with ferocity, the sharp claws gleaming coldly, descending violently towards Jiang Lu's head, intent on reducing this detestable human to a pulp. However, as its paw swung through the air, it collided with an imperceptibly resilient wall, unable to advance an inch. Simultaneously, an overwhelming presence, vast as a sea of stars and tranquil as an abyss, quietly enveloped the space, instantly dissipating Mountain Lord's frenzied aura of malevolence. Mountain Lord's heart constricted. An unprecedented wave of primal fear surged through it. It turned in horror. There, beside it, had silently appeared a figure. An elderly man, tall and upright, with hair like snow and a youthful visage. His countenance was serene, his gaze warm and profound, as if imbued with the wisdom of the universe. A faint smile gracing his lips. Clad in a simple, pristine blue robe, he held a silver-threaded whisk, which had effortlessly intercepted Mountain Lord's lethal strike. The old man stood there quietly, as if he had existed since time immemorial, harmoniously blending with the surrounding mountains and forests, exuding an indescribable, reverent majesty that compelled worship. Mountain Lord's massive form stiffened in an instant. Its once bloodthirsty crimson eyes now reflected boundless terror and disbelief. This brat truly summoned another old man. And the fear and pressure this elder exuded eclipsed that of the previous land deity by countless magnitudes. Chapter 34, Experience Card concludes. Before Mountain Lord could seamlessly revert to its pleading demeanor, Jiang Lu seized the opportunity, pointing at it and exclaiming, "Grandfather Laojun, this wallowing coward is the culprit." Just as the land deity departed, it turned on us faster than flipping a page, eager to make us its meal. These words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for Mountain Lord to argue or plead for mercy. It understood that further words were futile. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. With a ferocious roar, it unleashed its demonic energy, instantly transforming into a fierce tiger, powering its limbs as it fled into the depths of the forest. Faster than ever before, desperate to escape the elder who instilled such tremors in its very soul. Li Er observed the panicked tiger fleeing, stroking his beard lightly, and remarked, "Indeed, a clever little creature." Jiang Lu immediately nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Grandfather Laojun, this tiger is pure evil, it must not be spared." Li Er smiled faintly, showing no signs of excessive action, merely waving his silver whisk lightly toward the direction of Mountain Lord's escape. An overwhelming force, seemingly embodying the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, instantaneously traversed space, enveloping the fleeing Mountain Lord. In its frantic sprint, Mountain Lord felt the very fabric of space constrict around it, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire, unable to move despite its desperate exertion of demonic power. It realized it was doomed, and with its last ounce of strength, it let out a deafening roar filled with defiance. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains like rolling thunder, reverberating endlessly, startling countless birds and beasts. Before the echo faded, under the influence of that unseen power, Mountain Lord's colossal body began to shrink at a visible rate, transforming into a size comparable to that of a domestic cat, its once fierce gaze now innocent and bewildered. With a soft thud, it landed on the grass, clumsily rolling over. This scene left Yidao Lu, who was struggling to sit up, utterly dumbfounded, his mind completely derailed. Even Jiang Lu gasped in astonishment. Though he understood that the Grand Supreme Elder was the progenitor of Taoism, the supreme among the three pure ones, and possessed boundless powers, the mere casual wave of a whisk had reverted a level 15 great demon back to its juvenile form. This was nothing short of an unparalleled act of reversing time and cause. It shattered his previous understanding of the limits of the Six Paths summoning pool. Li Er appeared to have merely performed a trivial act, turning to Jiang Lu with a gentle smile. "Young friend, the time for this manifestation is limited. Do you have any other matters in need of my assistance?" Jiang Lu, almost without thinking, blurted out, "Yes, yes, yes. Grandfather Laojun, I wish to grow stronger. Aren't you the one who refines the 9 turns golden elixir? The kind that allows one to ascend immediately and live in harmony with the heavens. Could you spare me 10 or 8 of them? Just 1 or 2 will suffice. Let me level up by 100 or 80 levels to tide me over." Li Er paused momentarily upon hearing the words, then chuckled softly, shaking his head while stroking his beard. "Foolish child. This vessel is but a fragment of my spirit manifesting in this realm. I can assist you in dispelling the immediate demonic obstacles before you, but I possess no power to aid your personal cultivation. The path of the golden elixir cannot be bestowed by external means." Jiang Lu, though slightly disheartened by this revelation, had anticipated such a response. To receive combat support from a summoning object was already a stroke of fortune. Expecting it to provide upgrade items was indeed wishful thinking. Since benefits were unattainable, he resolved to seize the opportunity to gather some intelligence. He promptly retrieved the spiritual orb he had acquired from the Fox Den and presented it before Li Er. "Grandfather Laojun, might you assist me in discerning what sort of entity could be summoned if this item were to be offered as a sacrifice? Is it amenable?" Li Er's gaze rested upon the orb, scrutinizing it for a moment, before a knowing smile graced his features. "If my eyesight serves me correctly, this object contains a trace of primordial water essence, which is rather rare. Perhaps the third prince may have some interest in this orb." "The third prince? Neza?" Jiang Lu's heart raced at the thought. Was this not the deity from Investiture of the Gods, who rode upon the wind and fire wheels, wielded the fire-tipped spear, and possessed the universe ring and the celestial silk? He yearned to inquire further about specifics, such as what offerings Neza favored and whether he was amiable. However, Lier lifted his gaze to the sky, gently interrupting, "Young friend, the hour grows late. Your companions seem to be in a state of distress. Do they require more time here?" That roar from the tiger demon earlier has undoubtedly stirred nearby creatures. Jianglu, startled by this reminder, suddenly recalled that 4 injured companions still lay upon the ground. He glanced at the remaining summoning time. There were but a few seconds left. He hastily implored, "Grandfather Laojun, might I trouble you to escort us? Simply return us to the safe zone by the teleportation portal." Upon hearing this, Lier waved his whisk towards a certain direction and nodded. "Is it to that place where the traces have been erased by the formation? Very well. Thank you, grandfather." Jianglu quickly bowed in gratitude. Lier nodded, and with a gentle flick of his whisk, a soft yet irresistible force enveloped Jianglu, Yidao Lu, and Gan Wensue along with the 4 others. Their various injuries, whether minor or severe, began to heal at a visible pace under this power. Even Yidao Lu's twisted arm returning to its former state. Before they could fully grasp the miraculous changes and their astonishment, they felt their bodies lighten, as if lifted by an invisible hand, and then they were abruptly propelled toward the safe zone. The speed was akin to that of human cannonballs. The scenery on either side blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors, and the fierce winds stung their faces, making it difficult to even keep their eyes open. Meanwhile, Lier remained behind, standing still with a smile as he watched them depart. Just as the countdown in their retinas neared its end, the force propelling them suddenly ceased, and their bodies landed smoothly just beyond the invisible energy barrier of the safe zone. The ancient ruins behind them lay silent, as though the earlier turmoil had merely been a vivid dream. Yidao Lu and Gan Wensue stumbled to the ground, exchanging glances, their hands exploring their restored, even improved bodies, their faces alight with disbelief and ecstatic joy. "We're alive. I can't believe I'm alive. My arm. It's perfectly fine." They marveled at the old sage's miraculous intervention. Jiang Lu, however, remained in place, not sharing in their exuberance, but instead furrowing his brow, lost in thought. The sage's parting admonition echoed in his ears. "Young friend, while external assistance may be borrowed, your innate potential is unique, akin to unrefined jade. Do not forsake your own cultivation for the sake of convenience." This remark resonated within him like a clarion call. Was the sage reminding him to prioritize martial arts and not to overly rely on the 6-path summoning pool? Chapter 35, Zhang's Pharmaceutical Ventures. The expedition to the ancient ruins yielded far more than anticipated. In addition to a bounty of beastly meat, bones, and hides, the crowning treasures were several well-preserved low-grade crystal cores, and the level 15 wood-type crystal core along with the enigmatic spiritual orb acquired from the fox demon. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, the group wasted no time in heading straight for the outskirts, where a black market masquerading as a village awaited them. Jiang Lu left behind all the edible beast meat, filling a large sack that surely weighed over 100 jin. The remaining materials, including the low-grade crystal cores, were entrusted to Yidao Lu and the others for handling. The quality and quantity of the goods this time were exceptional, selling at an unprecedentedly high price, with total revenue surpassing the 500,000 mark. As per their prior agreement to split the earnings 50-50, Yidao Lu promptly transferred 300,000 to Jiang Lu. Seeing the balance displayed on his phone, Jiang Lu's heart raced uncontrollably. He did not hesitate to accept. He was in dire need of funds. A medicinal bath cost 10,000. High-quality beast meat was a necessity at every meal, and if possible, he wished to experiment with the rumored more potent yet exorbitantly priced spiritual energy injections. Each item was a veritable money pit. The 100 or so jin of meat he had kept might seem substantial, but with his current insatiable appetite and digestive ability, it would not last long. After bidding farewell to the Liangshan crew, Jiang Lu hoisted the heavy sack filled with beast meat and returned to his sparsely furnished rental apartment. Without professional freezing equipment, the meat was prone to spoilage and decay in the tower's current temperature. With a sigh, Jiang Lu rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Having grown up in an orphanage, he was well versed in all manner of laborious tasks. Curing bacon and drying meat strips were skills he had long since mastered. Borrowing a large basin and coarse salt from the landlord, he meticulously threaded the meat strips and hung them in the window for ventilation, working tirelessly until dusk to process the more than 100 jin of meat. Looking at the meat strips hanging from the window, Jiang Lu wiped the sweat from his brow. After taking a refreshing shower to wash away the fatigue and odor, he was preparing to step out for a bite to eat when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Pulling it out, he saw the caller ID display the 2 characters, sister. Jiang Lu paused. From the fragments of the original owner's life, he gleaned that his impression of this sister was somewhat vague. Their relationship seemed neither particularly close nor distant. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. A young woman's voice came through the line, tinged with concern and reproach. Jiang Lu? Why haven't you contacted me in so long? Are things all right on your end? Jiang Lu found himself at a loss for how to respond to her somewhat affectionate inquiry, stammering a vague excuse. The college entrance exam is approaching. I've been quite busy with my studies. The voice on the other end sighed, softening. Why must you do this, Jiang Lu? Can't you just humble yourself before our father? After all, you are his son, bound by blood. If you could just soften your stance and say a few kind words, he wouldn't truly disregard your well-being. We are family. What obstacles can't we overcome? Why endure such hardships outside? Jiang Lu felt even more perplexed at her words. Humble himself? Before that old man? Hadn't he just delivered a meager allowance to him at school a few days prior? He cautiously ventured. Humble myself? I think I'm doing just fine as I am. Fine. His sister's voice rose an octave. You are currently at a crucial juncture in your senior year, and father gives you a mere 50,000 every week. What is that amount even worth? It's not enough for a single decent medicinal bath. This is the golden period for laying your foundation and enhancing your potential. Do not jeopardize your entire future out of spite. Jiang Lu. 50,000 a week. It's supposed to be 500 a month. He suddenly realized something was amiss, forcibly suppressing the doubts swirling within him, and retorted in as calm a tone as he could muster. Our family impoverished? Where does the 50,000 a week come from? On the other end of the line, his sister seemed to be caught between anger and amusement, mistaking his words for sulking. Jiang Lu. Even now? You still speak in such a sarcastic manner. I understand your grievances. You feel that father is biased and harsh with you. But I truly cannot assist you much at this moment. I have already joined Jiang Pharmaceutical, and father is monitoring my account, having explicitly stated that I am not to help you in secret. However, if you are willing to return and sincerely apologize to father, he will surely forgive you. Jiang Pharmaceutical. Family. Humbling oneself. These terms exploded in Jiang Lu's mind like thunder. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged forth. A melodramatic script of a wealthy family's internal strife unfolded vividly in his mind. The rebellious scion of a wealthy family, having severed ties with his controlling father, faces financial ostracism and descends to the depths, resolutely striving to prove himself. Damn it, there are second-generation rich kids living comfortably, and yet the original owner chose to portray himself as a struggling martyr. Without any hesitation, Jiang Lu immediately shifted his tone, adopting a submissive demeanor. Sister, you are right. It is my immaturity. Please, could you pass me father's number? His sister, evidently taken aback by his sudden change of heart, paused for a moment before her voice brimmed with excitement. Jiang Lu, have you come to your senses? That is wonderful. I will send you the number right away. Make sure to call father and speak earnestly. After hanging up, Jiang Lu caressed his phone, his gaze flickering as countless thoughts raced through his mind. If the original owner's father truly controls the colossal Jiang Pharmaceutical, then who was the ordinary man he had encountered at the school gate? Why had the talents of this body only begun to manifest after his arrival? Had they been deliberately suppressed, or was there a deeper explanation? Internal strife within the family? Jiang Lu shook his head, casting aside these perplexing thoughts for the time being. What did it matter? The feuds of the affluent and their internal conflicts. What mattered most now was acquiring money. As long as there was money involved, he would have no part in familial disputes, open or covert. Soon, a number arrived via text. Jiang Lu opened the message, staring at the string of digits, inhaling deeply as he rapidly organized his words, rehearsing the role of a repentant son yearning to return to the family fold. Once he had cultivated the right emotions, he dialed the number. The line connected, and he was met with a prolonged wait tone. Finally, the call was answered. A stern, middle-aged male voice resonated from the other end, uttering a single word. Who? Chapter 36, Biological Father. The voice on the line was deep, authoritative, and carried an air of detached indifference, evidently not that of the man encountered at the school. Jiang Lu steadied himself and replied, It's me, Jiang Lu. A silence ensued for a few seconds before the cold voice returned, laced with unabashed derision. What? After being out there, you finally realize it's time to contact me? Contact you? Jiang Lu felt puzzled, utterly unaware of what the other party was referring to. Yet, he had no desire to delve deeper. Although his father's tone irked him greatly, he chose to endure it for the sake of money. He forced his voice to sound compliant, even slightly ingratiating. Yes, you are absolutely right. It took wandering outside to understand that home is the only true refuge. When can I return home? A scoff emanated from the other end, saturated with disdain. Humph. I thought your resolve was stronger. How long could you maintain your bravado out there? Have you come to realize that without the Jiang family, you are nothing? Out there, you are less than a stray dog, begging for scraps. Jiang Lu's brow instantly knitted together, suppressing the surge of anger within him. He managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. You are correct. However, the disparagement continued, laced with a condescending tone. Want to come back? Fine. I will arrange for you to take the exam on the 10th floor. But listen closely. If you fail to awaken any useful spiritual abilities, you will obediently abandon martial arts and return to assist your brother, Jiang Tao. Do you understand? The mention of the 10th floor stirred something within Jiang Lu. It represented better resources, but also a more stringent control. He inhaled deeply, attempting to negotiate. I prefer not to change locations. Could I take the exam on the 9th floor instead? Presumptuous. The voice on the line escalated in pitch, infused with indignation at being defied. If you wish to return to the family, you will obey my commands. Go where I say. Otherwise, you will end up like your mother, rotting at the bottom for the rest of your life. This remark shattered any lingering glimmer of hope in Jiang Lu's heart. He needed the money. But if it required him to sacrifice his dignity and beg like a dog, then he would rather forego it altogether. All pretense and patience evaporated in an instant, and his voice turned frigid and composed. Then forget it. I want to be coming back. The other side, evidently unprepared for such a decisive refusal, paused momentarily before erupting in fury. Did you call just to toy with me? Huh. Do you believe I want to immediately cut off all your living expenses? You'll truly find yourself begging. Jiang Lu chuckled, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Then I sincerely thank you for those meager offerings. Please, do not send them my way again. I cannot afford them. With that, he unhesitatingly hung up the phone, swiftly adding the number to his blacklist. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office atop a skyscraper in the 10th floor district, a middle-aged man clad in a bespoke suit, his demeanor stern and imposing, gripped the now silent phone tightly. Veins throbbed at his temples, his chest heaving violently as he forcefully slammed the phone onto the floor. Ungrateful wretch. You don't know how to appreciate a lifeline. Do you truly believe you can rise above the Jiang family? A piece of worthless mud that cannot be molded. After hanging up, Jiang Lu stood in his cramped rented room, feeling not a shred of disappointment. Instead, he felt an exhilarating release, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his chest, leaving him considerably lighter. Although his plans for acquiring money had fallen through, at least he would not be forced to acknowledge that inexplicable father, nor would he be dragged into the nauseating feuds of the wealthy. What a relief. He hummed a tuneless melody, striding out of the rental unit with purpose, making his way once more toward the resplendent Chu Shui Lan Ting. Once again, he would indulge in the 10,000 yuan medicinal bath, wincing as his balance dropped from 400,000 to just over 300,000. Still, considering the benefits, he gritted his teeth and went inside. 2 hours later, he emerged, his body radiating heat, feeling invigorated and brimming with an unprecedented sense of strength. With a slight exertion, his muscles emitted a subtle yet distinct hum. Level 5, a natural progression. He was once more astonished by the formidable martial arts talent of this body, and simultaneously, his disdain for his so-called father deepened. The family was evidently affluent beyond measure, and yet they had failed to recognize their son as prodigious gifts? Or perhaps they simply did not care? What a failure of a father, so cold and indifferent. But it mattered little. He had no affection for him, and he had no regard for Jiang Lu either. Best if they never crossed paths again in this lifetime. Returning to his rented room, Jiang Lu collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a dreamless slumber. The next day, he once again stood before the mirror, expertly donning the facade of a pale, weak figure, and ambled into the classroom with an unhurried gait. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The ever-vocal Zhang Wei, usually the first to engage in banter, appeared uncharacteristically grave. Upon noticing his arrival, he hastily gestured for him to come over. Jiang Lu, puzzled, took his seat. Zhang Wei furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, before cautiously retrieving a long object wrapped in soft cloth from his backpack. As he unwrapped it layer by layer, it was revealed to be a disposable syringe filled with a pale blue liquid. Lowering his voice, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness and concern, he exclaimed, Jiang Lu, you've been acting strangely these past few days. Tell me honestly, have you contracted some unmentionable illness? You mustn't push yourself too hard. This syringe, I discreetly procured it from the depths of my home medicine cabinet. It's rumored to be quite expensive. It can resolve 80% of fundamental genetic ailments. You need to find a place to administer it. Do not let yourself perish. Jiang Lu gazed at the syringe, clearly of considerable value. Then at Zhang Wei's unmistakable worry and feigned composure, and felt a sudden warmth in his heart. This mischievous fellow truly had a sense of loyalty in critical moments. Gently, he pushed the syringe back towards Zhang Wei and whispered, Thanks, brother. But I assure you, I'm fine. It's not the kind of illness you think. I'll be all right in a few days. Zhang Wei was about to insist further when Yunin approached. Casting a disapproving glance at the syringe Zhang Wei was hastily trying to conceal, she said to Zhang Lu, "He's in a panic, trying to act as a doctor. Your symptoms are clearly due to prolonged malnutrition and energy depletion. What good would that syringe do?" Feeling guilty, Zhang Wei quickly stuffed the syringe back into his backpack and retorted, "What syringe? I don't know what you're talking about. This is just a regular nutrient injection." Yunan, uninterested in bantering with him, turned to Zhang Lu and declared, "From today until the college entrance exam, I will take care of your lunch and dinner. Come with me to the cafeteria on the second floor." Zhang Wei immediately objected, interjecting, "Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? My brother Zhang Lu doesn't need your feeding." Yunan rolled her eyes at him, replying, "It's not feeding, it's an investment. Understand? I believe in his martial talent. So why not invest early?" Zhang Wei scoffed, "Sure, sounds nice. I see you're just after my brother Zhang Lu for his looks." Observing the two squabbling over him, Zhang Lu felt a fondness swell within him. Though the topic had veered off course, their sincere concern was unmistakable. He had never shared his plans with them. Yet they had been quietly attentive, each attempting to assist him in their own way. This selfless care stirred genuine warmth in his heart, which had witnessed the trials of life and the fickleness of fortune. In the following days, Zhang Lu ceased contemplating hunting outside the tower. The admonition from Taishang Laojun to avoid excessive reliance reverberated in his mind like a persistent alarm. He focused his energy entirely on honing his martial arts skills, deciding to postpone any thoughts of an expedition outside the tower until his current 300,000 was exhausted. While the physical education classes at school offered limited assistance in enhancing his levels, the process of repetitive practice effectively solidified his physical foundation, allowing him to master his strength with greater finesse. Moreover, every noon, Yunan and Zhang Wei engaged in a spirited competition of culinary offerings. One day, Yunan would bring a specially prepared energy lunch from her family's chef, and the next day, Zhang Wei would sneak in a nourishing medicinal dish his father had treasured. Zhang Lu's once slender physique began to visibly transform, becoming robust and upright. His muscle definition sharpened, and he exuded a renewed vitality. After enduring 2 costly medicinal baths, Zhang Lu's bones emitted a deep, resonant hum as his level astonishingly surged to 6. Meanwhile, his bank balance dwindled to just over 100,000. Although the effects of the medicinal baths diminished with his rising level, their efficacy still surpassed mere dietary supplements by a significant margin. At level 6, he stood among the upper echelon of senior students within the tower's 9th floor, a rare achievement reserved for those with exceptional talent and abundant resources. Encouraged by his progress, Yunan also broke through to level 4, while Zhang Wei remained stagnant at level 3, asserting, 3 is sufficient. I plan to transition directly into a grand sorcerer by 30. Amidst this fervent pursuit of advancement, the school organized an outdoor training day, finally arriving. This special training involved a unified mock assessment for all senior students from the second high school, with participation mandated from all 5 classes. Early that morning, a throng of eager students congregated in the square outside the teleportation hall, the air thick with excitement. Zhang Lu, Zhang Wei, and Yunan stood among their classmates. Their homeroom teacher, the bald Wang, was engaged in quiet conversation with several other instructors. Just then, Gao Qiangfei hurriedly approached from a distance. His injury had long since healed, and he had deliberately avoided school in recent days to secretly undergo expensive and intensive intravenous injections of purified beast blood. He had forcibly elevated his level to 4. He had timed his return for the final day, hoping to prevent Zhang Lu from feeling intimidated by his progress and ultimately retreating. Confidence surged within him. He even found himself regretting having poisoned Zhang Lu, realizing that if he could defeat Zhang Lu in his prime, his reputation in front of his grandfather would surely improve. His arrival sparked a flurry of whispers among the class. Gao Qiangfei, he's healed? He must have returned to settle scores with Zhang Lu. This should be entertaining. Zhang Lu looks so weak, he's bound to be in trouble. Feigning composure, Gao Qiangfei strode into the group and directly approached Zhang Lu. He glared menacingly at Zhang Lu's frail appearance and, lowering his voice, threatened, "You little wretch. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Now that we're outside the tower, let's see if you can still act tough. I'll make you wish you were never born." Yunan immediately furrowed her brows, stepping in front of Zhang Lu. "Gao Qiangfei, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Lu hasn't fully recovered. If you trouble him now, winning would be utterly unjust. Come at me instead." Zhang Wei chimed in, ever the provocateur. "Exactly. What is the point of bullying someone who is already down? If you have guts, come at her." He pointed at Yunan as he spoke. Gao Qiangfei, incensed by Yunan's defense of Zhang Lu, felt a surge of old grievances and, unable to restrain himself, spat. "You shameless harlot. I've pursued you for years, and now that I've been away for just a few days, you're already cozying up to this sickly wretch?" Yunan's expression turned icy. Gao Qiangfei, I dare you to repeat that. Jiang Lu gently patted Yunan's arm, signaling her to remain calm. And without even glancing at Gao Qiangfei, remarked, there's no point in arguing with a corpse. Right now, he can only manage to be loud. Once we're outside the tower, he'll smell foul all over. Yunan regarded him with a hint of skepticism, unsure of Jiang Lu's penchant for boasting. But recognizing that he must have had his reasons for saying so, Zhang Wei supported. He probably won't even last long enough to smell before being devoured by a beast. Gao Qiangfei, his fists clenched in rage, ground his teeth and declared, speak now while you still have the chance. Once we're out of the tower, let us see if you can keep that bravado. By then, you'll be begging for mercy on your knees. Jiang Lu merely regarded him with a calm demeanor. I look forward to it. At that moment, Bald Wang concluded his discussion with the other teachers and strode over, bellowing, assembly complete. Prepare to depart. Gao Qiangfei shot a fierce glare at Jiang Lu, making a slashing gesture across his throat before reluctantly returning to his position. Jiang Lu remained unfazed, for Gao Qiangfei's threat held no significance for him. His objectives extended far beyond this petty clown. He was also keenly aware of the seemingly uninvolved, yet sinisterly scheming team leader, the Bald Wang. Students from various classes, led by their homeroom teachers, entered the bustling teleportation hall in an orderly fashion. Inside, the director of education, Gao Yuran, awaited them. His stern gaze swept over all the senior students, momentarily pausing on Jiang Lu, whose complexion remained pallid. He cleared his throat and announced in a resonant voice, students. The location for this outdoor practical assessment, as decided by the school, is the Tulu mine. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cacophony of chatter erupted among the students. The Tulu mine? Why choose that place? It's dark and filthy, riddled with pits. I've heard it's teeming with all sorts of magical creatures, and if luck runs out, we might even encounter a level 10 beast. What is there to fear? It's just a simulation. If it gets too intense, we can always forfeit with the wristband. Jiang Lu scoffed inwardly. The Tulu mine, with its complex terrain and dim lighting, was an ideal setting for treachery and unforeseen dangers. Gao Yuran had indeed chosen a fitting grave for his own son. At that moment, Bald Wang began distributing the temporary wristbands designated for this special training to his class. Jiang Lu received his wristband but refrained from putting it on immediately, wary of revealing his level 6 status. Unlike magical beasts, a person's aura cannot be discerned without confrontation. Hence, the wristband's function of displaying levels was crucial. Gao Yuran proceeded to deliver his customary safety advice, urging students to assist one another and maintain decorum. Subsequently, the vast assembly of students began to stream into the flickering, earth-toned portal to the Tulu mine. Jiang Lu blended into the crowd, casting a calm glance back at Gao Qiangfei and Bald Wang's receding figures before stepping into the light of the portal. Chapter 38. The Burrowing Scorpion. The Tulu mine was aptly named. Upon stepping through the teleportation portal, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. Gone were the bright and pristine confines of the tower, replaced by a vast, shadowy underground world, as if gnawed upon by some colossal beast. The air was thick with the acrid scent of dust and rust. Towering above were uneven rock ceilings, adorned with bizarre stalactites, while the rough-hewn rock walls enclosed the area. Nearly 200 students from 5 classes gathered at the entrance of this relatively open safe zone. The sounds of animated chatter echoed within the immense subterranean space, somewhat alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. Bald Wang approached the front of his class, scanning the crowd before clearing his throat to speak. The task for this outdoor practical assessment is the same as before. Form groups of 4 to successfully hunt down a magical creature and obtain any material from it as proof of completion. The results will be recorded in your final academic records, so take this seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunan, standing beside Jiang Lu, immediately whispered, Jiang Lu, we're in the same group. Zhang Wei chimed in enthusiastically, exactly. With the 3 of us combined, we shall dominate the Tulu mine and reign supreme over Class 9. Jiang Lu was about to politely decline their offer, as his goal was not to team up for a hunt. However, Bald Wang interjected, silence. To ensure absolute fairness and to prevent certain students from forming cliques or seeking shortcuts, I will personally assign the groups. A wave of groans and discontent swept through the crowd. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and muttered to Jiang Lu, see? I told you this Bald Wang would target you. Yunan frowned but remained composed. No worries. We'll each lead our groups and meet up in the mine later. Ignoring the commotion below, Bald Wang pulled out a list and began calling names to assign groups. He deliberately placed Zhang Wei, Yunan, and 2 other average-performing classmates into the same team. Before long, all other students had been grouped. At the entrance platform, only Jiang Lu and Gao Qiangfei stood alone, creating a stark contrast. Bald Wang's gaze fell upon the 2, and in a seemingly fair tone, he declared, there are 34 students in total, leaving 2 ungrouped. You two shall form a team. Is that agreeable? Jiang Lu sneered inwardly. Truly, a perfect opportunity had presented itself. Now all teams, disperse. The assessment begins. Bald Wang commanded with an authoritative wave of his hand. Under his urging and watchful gaze, Yunnan and Zhang Wei, despite their apprehensions, had no choice but to follow their group away. Before departing, Jiang Lu offered them a reassuring glance. Once all the students had vacated, Gao Qiangfei's face broke into a triumphant grin. He cracked his knuckles and advanced menacingly toward Jiang Lu. However, Bald Wang suddenly frowned, glancing at other homeroom teachers who were chatting nearby, and lowered his voice to Gao Qiangfei. Go out first. Gao Qiangfei halted abruptly, a flicker of reluctance crossing his face. Yet he suppressed the urge to act immediately. Observing this, Jiang Lu's eyes glimmered with determination, and without hesitation, he turned and swiftly ran toward a dimly lit side tunnel of the safe zone. His figure quickly vanished into the shadows. Gao Qiangfei watched Jiang Lu's hasty retreat, a smile of amusement replacing his anger. He licked his lips and thought, run? Run well, Jiang Lu. The more you flee, the more entertaining this will become. Let me savor the thrill of your demise. With that, he wasted no more time and swiftly pursued Jiang Lu into the tunnel, his footsteps fading into the distance. The entrance platform gradually fell silent as the homeroom teachers from the 5 classes gathered together, exchanging cigarettes and engaging in casual conversation. The internal structure of the Tulu mine was incredibly intricate, resembling a vast underground labyrinth. Countless tunnels, caverns, and natural passages interconnected, with numerous forks and dim lighting, making it easy to lose one's way. As the designated simulation assessment area, this region had been thoroughly cleared by the school in advance. The genuinely formidable magical creatures had long since been eradicated. However, the world outside the tower operated under its own rules, and periodically, certain areas would still give rise to new magical creature overlords with a degree of intelligence. These overlords typically resided within their core territories and would not emerge to attack unless provoked by the students invading their domains. The locations of these overlords' lairs had been clearly marked on the simplified maps provided to the students, designated as forbidden zones. Meanwhile, at a relatively remote fork in the mine, a 4-person team from Class 1 was cautiously exploring. At the rear of the group, a slightly gaunt boy exhibited a vacant expression, yet his eyes flickered with fervor and chaos. If one were to closely examine his pupils at that moment, they would notice that they were constricting into slits, a sight far from normal for a human. Li Hao breathed heavily, bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes. Stopping in his tracks, he excitedly bellowed to his 3 teammates ahead and another team passing nearby. Everyone, I came here with my cousin's mercenary group last time. I remember a place up ahead. It's the nesting ground of a burrowing scorpion. Within lay a multitude of unripe scorpions, their combat prowess exceedingly feeble. Should we manage to exterminate that nest, the task would be accomplished with effortless ease. What say you? Dare you accompany me? The hatching den of the subterranean giant scorpions? Upon hearing this, the other students' eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. While the adult giant scorpions are formidable adversaries, the prospect of confronting their juvenile counterparts indeed seemed like an unexpected boon from the heavens. Under the intoxicating influence of examination pressure and the allure of potential rewards, the eager youths exchanged glances, swiftly persuading one another. Moreover, Li Hao, known for his amiable nature in class, appeared genuinely earnest. Brother Hao, is what you say true? Where is it? Let us there. Let us do this. Fortune favors the bold. Soon, a group of 7 or 8 students, stirred by his words, gathered around Li Hao. A somewhat rigid yet fervent smile adorned his face as he pounded his chest in assurance. Follow me. I know a shortcut. Safety is guaranteed. Guided by his cryptic whispers, he led this group of luck-driven classmates through the labyrinthine mine, twisting and turning until they finally arrived at a remarkably concealed entrance. Situated at the base of a rock wall, this entrance was barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, shrouded in darkness, and seemingly bottomless. This is the place. I will lead the way, Li Hao exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he stepped into the cavern. The following students hesitated momentarily as they gazed into the abyss, their hearts fluttering with trepidation. However, witnessing Li Hao take the lead, they steeled themselves and one by one ventured inside. 10 minutes later, a faint rustling emanated from within the entrance. To their astonishment, the previously exuberant Li Hao emerged alone from the depths. His movements were stiff, his gait unnaturally peculiar. Raising his head, his face bore no trace of the joy of success, but instead, a haunting emptiness. He stood still, tilting his head as if he were listening to some inaudible sound. Then, with a staggered stride, he retraced his steps, quickly vanishing into the shadows. Behind him, the dark entrance fell silent, and no one else emerged. Chapter 39, The Mining Rat. Deep within the winding, shadowy corridors of the mine, two figures raced at high speed, one pursuing the other under the dim light. Jiang Lu deliberately controlled his pace, ensuring that Gao Qiangfei could not easily catch up, while simultaneously providing the illusion that with a little more effort, he could seize him. Akin to a carrot dangled before a donkey. Other students from different classes, encountering this spectacle, quickly sidestepped, murmuring among themselves. Isn't that Jiang Lu from Class 9 and Gao Qiangfei? TSK, Jiang Lu is doomed, targeted by Director Gao's son, with nowhere left to run. Of all people to provoke, he chose him. Jiang Lu paid no heed to their gossip, altering his steps to veer into a rarely trodden, convoluted passage of the mine. Gao Qiangfei, fueled by anger, grinned maliciously at Jiang Lu's apparent desperation. Run, Jiang Lu. Just where do you think you can escape to? Once I catch you, I'll shatter your limbs inch by inch. Then I'll slice your flesh piece by piece to feed the rats. His threats echoed ominously through the expansive mine. After a series of twists and turns, the path ahead opened up, revealing a dead end. A massive rock wall, scarred with chisel marks, obstructed all routes, creating a square chamber reminiscent of a natural guillotine. Jiang Lu halted before the wall, slowly turning around. Gao Qiangfei charged in behind him, instantly slowing his pace, a cruel delight gleaming in his eyes as he approached. He deliberately drew a gleaming military dagger from the straps on his calf. Why stop running, you worthless coward? Are you not going to continue? He advanced step by step, relishing the moment, as this ready-made coffin was perfectly suited for him. Jiang Lu regarded him with a sardonic smile. Do you fancy it? If so, it's yours to lie in. Gao Qiangfei's expression darkened with fury. You dare to talk back when death is at hand. Without further ado, he lunged forward, dagger reversed, thrusting it directly at Jiang Lu's heart. His fourth-level spiritual energy erupted at full force, his speed appearing remarkably swift to ordinary students. However, to Jiang Lu, who had already reached the 6th level, the move was riddled with flaws, as slow as a snail's crawl. Jiang Lu, disinterested in employing his agile footwork, merely sidestepped casually. Swish! The dagger narrowly missed, slicing through the air before Jiang Lu. Gao Qiangfei's initial strike missed, and as a sense of foreboding began to rise within him, he had no time to adapt. A sudden, unimaginable pain surged through his jaw. Stars exploded in his vision, and a relentless ringing filled his ears. It was Jiang Lu's elbow strike, swift as lightning. In quick succession, his abdomen was gripped by an excruciating cramp. It felt as though his very organs had been dislodged. The dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing uncontrollably against the uneven wall of the mine. He curled up on the ground, feeling his insides roiling, each breath tainted with the metallic tang of blood. Jiang Lu, expressionless, bent down to retrieve the dagger that lay on the ground, then walked deliberately towards the crumpled Gao Qiangfei. With great difficulty, Gao Qiangfei lifted his head to meet Jiang Lu's advancing figure, disbelief flooding his eyes. No, it's impossible. I've reached the 4th level. You were poisoned. How can you be this strong? Did you take performance-enhancing drugs? Yes. You must have taken banned substances. You're finished. You. Jiang Lu stood over him, looking down with a calm demeanor. Perhaps my level has always been higher than yours? Nonsense. Gao Qiangfei shrieked. I've already checked your background. A poor peasant from the countryside. How could you possibly be stronger than me? His voice faltered abruptly as he caught sight of Jiang Lu's wrist, where a temporary bracelet clearly displayed his level. LV6. Level 6. Gao Qiangfei's pupils constricted, his mind blank. Yet, he quickly regained composure, continuing to shriek with a facade of bravado. It's fake. It must be fake. You cheated. You're doomed. Once I get out, I will tell my father. You're using performance enhancers. Cheating. You and your family will be finished. You'll be exiled to the lowest tier. Jiang Lu regarded his frenzied state with a sudden chuckle. Who says I intend to let you leave? At these words, Gao Qiangfei's heart sank. The instinct for survival propelled him into action. He swiftly raised his other hand, pressing down forcefully on the bracelet's emergency teleportation button. The school's issued bracelets were downgraded versions. Such trials under the watchful eyes of teachers rarely posed issues, unless one was willing to spend money on a proper device. They generally lacked teleportation functions, only equipped with alarms, positioning devices, and a temporary energy shield. However, this one was specially prepared by his father as a lifeline, featuring a teleportation function. The moment he pressed it, he would be instantly transported back to the safety zone. His movement was lightning quick. Yet, whoosh. A flash of cold light. Thud. The very dagger that rightfully belonged to him had been plunged deep into his wrist, pinning it mercilessly to the cold ground. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the mine. The agony and sheer terror caused Gao Qiangfei to convulse violently, losing control of his bodily functions. The stench of excrement and urine permeating the air. Jiang Lu leisurely approached him, lifting his foot and delivering a ruthless kick to his chest. Thud. Gao Qiangfei was violently kicked, bending over as he coughed up a copious amount of blood, his anguished cries abruptly silenced. Jiang Lu looked down at Gao Qiangfei, who lay on the ground like a broken doll, twitching in fear and agony. With a calm voice, he asked, "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Gao Qiangfei raised his bloodied face, locking eyes with Jiang Lu's emotionless gaze. All his bravado, all his reliance crumbled into dust, tears streaming down his cheeks. He summoned his last vestiges of strength to tremble and plead, "Please, spare me. I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, do not kill me." Jiang Lu slowly withdrew the dagger embedded in his hand, blood trickling from the wound. Too late. The moment the words left his lips, the dagger glinted as it arced through the air. With a sickening sound, the blade precisely severed his throat. Gao Qiangfei's body stiffened, his eyes widening in sheer terror and despair, before rapidly dimming, devoid of all life. Jiang Lu regarded the lifeless body on the ground with an impassive expression, his gaze betraying not a flicker of emotion. He casually wiped the blood from the dagger and turned to depart from the shadowy recess of the mine. Meanwhile, at the other end of the mine, Yunnan, Zhang Wei, and their teammates Li Mimi and Wang Lele were cornering a massive, gray-brown level 4 digging rodent. These creatures, though possessing reasonable attack and defense capabilities, were inherently timid and cautious, instinctively opting to flee rather than fight when faced with danger. Yunnan executed the cloud-soaring step, moving gracefully like a butterfly flitting among flowers, encircling the rodent and continually blocking its attempts to burrow away. Occasionally, he would strike, focusing on harassment and pressuring it into submission. Li Mimi and Wang Lele, weapons in hand, stood guard at the other two angles, preventing the rodent from escaping through alternative routes. Zhang Wei crouched low, tightly gripping a dagger, stealthily maneuvering behind the rodent to launch a surprise attack. Just 3 steps away, he inhaled deeply and sprang forward, swinging his dagger while shouting a rallying cry for courage. "I unleash the thunderous might of 3,000 storms." A blade that gleams cold through 19 layers. Startled by the commotion behind it, the rodent abruptly turned. Zhang Wei's anticipated strike only managed to hit the rapidly whipping tip of its tail. Squeak. The rodent, pained and seemingly enraged, ceased its retreat, pushing off the ground with its hind legs, baring its fangs and lunging towards Zhang Wei's face. "Be careful," Yunnan warned, swiftly adjusting his stance to move in for a rescue. Zhang Wei reacted promptly, recalling Jiang Lu's swift elbow strike during combat. He instinctively mimicked the action, lowering his stance and delivering an elbow strike towards the rodent's mouth, shouting once more, "Black Mamba elbow strike." However, the rodent twisted midair with an agility that defied the laws of physics, evading Zhang Wei's elbow strike. Its hefty body collided with Zhang Wei's chest with a thud. Gasp. Zhang Wei felt the air knocked out of him, staggering back several steps, nearly gasping for breath. Fortunately, Yunnan arrived just in time, expertly stepping on the rodent's tail, which had not yet fully recoiled. "Li Mimi, Wang Lele, attack it together," Yunnan urged urgently. Seeing this, the other two gathered their courage and rushed forward, striking at the temporarily immobilized rodent. Zhang Wei rubbed his sore chest, spat, and gripped his dagger once more, seizing the opportunity to stab at the rodent, exclaiming, "I will disregard all risks and strike." Yet, with a sharp crack, the dagger broke upon piercing the rodent's skin, as if it had struck an incredibly resilient glass shell. Sighing, Yunnan released his hold, feeling a twinge of frustration. What terrible luck! This rodent is in the midst of molting, and now it has escaped. Li Mimi and Wang Lele approached, their faces painted with disappointment. What a shame to have worked so hard for naught. Now we must find another level 4 creature. Li Mimi lamented. Dealing with a single rodent is proving so difficult. This assessment is in jeopardy, she added, her spirits sagging. Zhang Wei, however, maintained an optimistic outlook, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a grin. "Don't be so glum. Who knows, perhaps another strong team might soon come along, willing to hunt with us." Just then, from a nearby mine shaft, a figure slowly emerged, coming face to face with the 4. It was a boy dressed in the uniform of the adjacent class. Upon seeing Yunnan and the others, he paused momentarily before breaking into a warm smile, addressing them. "Hello, classmates. My name is Li Hao from Class 1. Have you not yet completed your task? I know of a place, a hatching ground for giant underground scorpions. Inside, there are only weaklings. My teammates are guarding it, but we could use some extra hands. Would you be interested in joining us?" Chapter 40, Li Hao. Li Mimi looked at Zhang Wei, astonished. "Zhang Wei, is your mouth enchanted? You just mentioned needing good fortune, and now it has come knocking." Zhang Wei's eyes lit up at her words, and he clasped his hands together, closing his eyes as he chanted, "I will win the lottery and strike it rich." Yunnan, however, disregarded his antics. furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the overly enthusiastic Class 1 student, Li Hao. Wait a moment. If this is such a great opportunity, why aren't you all from Class 1 taking it for yourselves? Are you genuinely this altruistic? Wang Lele stared at Li Hao's face for a long moment before suddenly slapping his forehead in realization. Oh, I remember now. You're Li Hao, the perennial second best from Class 1. Realizing his faux pas, he quickly covered his mouth. Upon hearing the term perennial second best, a flicker of barely concealed anger and gloom flashed across Li Hao's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, forcing a warm smile back onto his face. Haha, you jest. You know me? Wang Lele, feeling awkward, explained to Yunnan. I have a friend in Class 1 who has mentioned you. He said Li Hao is quite decent, strong, and helpful, someone to be trusted. Li Hao's smile turned even more genuine. It's all thanks to my classmates' kindness. So what do you say? Would you like to join me? The rewards will surely surpass your solitary hunting efforts. Yunnan remained hesitant. Thank you for your kindness. While I appreciate the offer, it may seem presumptuous, but we still have one teammate unaccounted for. I would prefer to locate him before proceeding. Would that be acceptable? Wang Lele, displeased, interjected, Yunnan. Li Hao is offering us help, and you're being picky? We are a team of 4, after all. Who knows how long it will take to find Jianglu? What if we miss this opportunity? Li Mimi chimed in. Yes. Yunnan, this is a rare opportunity. Li Hao, if they don't wish to go, may I and Wang Lele accompany you? Li Hao waved his hand generously, his tone notably selfless. It's no trouble at all. Helping each other is what classmates do. I came out specifically to share this good news with more students, ensuring everyone can successfully complete their assessment task. Zhang Wei, observing the scene, feigned amazement, exaggerating, wow. Li Hao, I think I see a halo of enlightenment shimmering behind your head. Li Hao's mouth twitched slightly as he struggled to maintain his smile. Shall we set off now? Upon observing the eagerness of the other team members, Yunnan found it difficult to maintain his stance and reluctantly nodded, expressing his gratitude. I truly appreciate it. At that moment, another figure emerged leisurely from the fork in the mine where they had entered. Zhang Wei, with keen eyesight, was the first to recognize the newcomer and exclaimed with delight, Jianglu. It's Jianglu. You're all right. Yunnan breathed a sigh of relief. A smile gracing his face. Wonderful. Now we're all here. Li Hao squinted, gazing towards the approaching Jianglu, a flicker of veiled joy crossing his eyes. Zhang Wei excitedly rushed forward to grasp Jianglu, inspecting him closely. So, how did it go? Did you shake off that scoundrel Gao Qiangfei? He didn't harm you, did he? Yunnan, equally concerned, inquired. Are you all right? Jianglu nodded, his expression calm. I'm fine, I managed to get away. His gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting on the unfamiliar Li Hao. What are you all doing gathered here? Yunnan quickly recounted the discovery of the gigantic scorpion's hatchery by Li Hao and their invitation to join in the venture for riches. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu turned his attention to Li Hao. Their eyes met in a silent exchange. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhang Lu's heart inexplicably raced at the sight of Li Hao's eyes. They appeared warm, yet concealed an indescribable void and peculiarity, entirely unlike the spark one would expect from a human. Li Hao maintained his smile, asking amiably, would you like to join us, Jiang? There's strength in numbers. Zhang Lu's gaze flickered momentarily before he responded with an enthusiastic nod. Of course. Such a fortuitous opportunity cannot exclude me. Excellent. Let us set off, Li Hao declared, turning to lead the way deeper into the mine. Thus, the group followed him down the winding path toward the heart of the mine. Meanwhile, in the safety zone at the mine's entrance, the bald-headed Wang was distractedly chatting with several other teachers, glancing at his wrist every few seconds to check the student location information displayed. Most of the green dots representing students were moving slowly on the map, indicating their respective hunting trajectories. However, two particularly conspicuous red dots that he had marked held his full attention. One was Jianglu, and the other was Gao Qiangfei. When he had previously seen the two red dots converge rapidly, he assumed Gao Qiangfei had succeeded in his endeavor and was managing the aftermath. After all, a month prior, Jianglu was merely at level 2, while Gao Qiangfei had achieved level 4 just days ago, leaving no room for error. Yet, as he instinctively glanced at his wrist again, his pupils dilated in shock. The red dot representing Gao Qiangfei had suddenly come to a standstill, while Jianglu's red dot was swiftly moving away from that position. An ominous premonition gripped Wang's heart. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? You look unwell. A fellow teacher observed his distress and casually inquired. Just a bit stuffy. I'll step outside for some fresh air, Wang replied, feigning calmness as he waved his hand dismissively. He could no longer afford to engage in idle conversation and abruptly turned, sprinting toward the location where Gao Qiangfei's signal had ceased. Hey, Mr. Wang, the monsters above level 4 in the mine have already been cleared. It's perfectly safe. The other teachers called after him. Yes, if there was danger, the students would have already triggered the alarm. Wang paid no heed to their shouts. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Gao Qiangfei must not come to harm. Otherwise, the wrath of his father, the head of education, would obliterate his future. He raced along the winding corridors of the mine, his heart pounding, the foreboding sense of dread intensifying. 10 minutes later, following the signal, he burst into the dark, shadowy corner of the mine. The sight before him struck him like a lightning bolt. Gao Qiangfei's cold body lay sprawled on the ground. A grotesque wound on his neck still oozing blood. Even more horrifying, several immature mining rodents, attracted by the scent of blood, had gathered around the corpse, gnawing at his flesh. Get away. All of you, get away. Wang roared like a beast, lunging forward to kick the rodents away. He trembled as he crouched down to check for Gao Qiangfei's breath and pulse, only to find that life had long since departed. His face turned pale. His eyes filled with horror, rage, and fear. He yanked the locator bracelet off Gao Qiangfei's wrist and shoved it into his pocket. Then, in a fit of rage, he raised his fist and slammed it against the nearby rock wall. Boom. Debris rained down, swiftly covering Gao Qiangfei's corpse. Wang stood frozen, his chest heaving, gasping for air. His eyes bloodshot with fury. Through gritted teeth, he uttered the name with a hoarse voice, Jiang Lu. He abruptly raised his wrist, fixating on the red dot moving deeper into the mine, representing Jiang Lu. Without hesitation, he charged in that direction, driven by an overwhelming urgency. Chapter 41. Inhuman. In the depths of the mine, Li Hao halted before a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person. He turned to Jiang Lu and the others, gesturing towards the entrance. This is it. My classmates are inside dealing with those younglings. There are some valuable materials on them. Zhang Wei squinted, scrutinizing Li Hao before peering into the seemingly bottomless entrance. Suddenly, he stroked his chin and remarked with a suspicious expression, something feels off. Very off. His words caused not only Yunnan and Jiang Lu to turn their attention toward him, but even Li Hao's smile faltered momentarily. Jiang Lu was somewhat surprised, thinking, has Zhang Wei's mind finally begun to develop? He can actually sense something amiss. With a serious tone, Zhang Wei continued his analysis. If the materials on these younglings are so precious, wouldn't your class prefer to profit quietly? Why would you bring us in for free? Speak. Are you planning to wait until we painstakingly gathered the materials, and then spring out to take a cut? Playing the role of a middleman, are you? I hereby declare, I revoke the halo encircling the back of your head. Jiang Lu felt as though his cerebral cortex had been flattened once more by Zhang Wei's outrageous remarks. In response, Li Hao displayed genuine bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend Zhang Wei's peculiar reasoning. Yunnan, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. If Zhang Wei can't keep up with this course, he should just admit it. His condition truly cannot be delayed. I know a good hospital. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Is it a surgical hospital? Do they have painless operations? I'll accompany Jiang Lu for moral support. Jiang Lu's eyelids twitched. What a ridiculous notion. Li Hao appeared to lose his patience, his brow furrowing, his tone turning somewhat brusque. My classmates are still waiting for me inside. I won't indulge in idle chatter any longer. I'll go ahead. With that, he disregarded the others and stepped into the narrow, shadowy passage. Li Hao, wait for us. Wang Lele and Li Mimi, seeing this, feared missing out on this fortuitous opportunity and hurriedly followed him in, neglecting Jiang Lu and the others. Yunnan gazed at the dark entrance, frowning deeply. Jiang Lu, I have an unsettling feeling. Should we go in? Jiang Lu pondered rapidly. Li Hao's demeanor was evidently off. It was uncertain what lay within this secluded place where he had brought so many people. Yet, he had his own considerations. The level 15 wood element crystal core nestled in his pocket, along with the nameless spiritual pearl that could potentially summon the deity Neza from the three altars, constituted his trump cards. Li Hao's peculiar demeanor ignited a fervent curiosity within him. This world harbored myriad dangers and secrets yet unknown to him. And with his advantages in hand, he needed to glean as much information as possible about these latent threats to avoid being caught off guard in the future. Moreover, should there truly be a Lord-level monster hidden within, there might be unexpected gains to be had. With both risk and opportunity intertwined, he resolved to venture forth. Having reached this juncture, Jiang Lu made his decision. Yunnan, seeing Jiang Lu's resolute stance, nodded in agreement. The three of them hesitated no longer and cautiously slipped into the narrow opening of the cave. Inside, darkness enveloped them, and the air was damp and chilly. Yunnan retrieved a powerful flashlight from the side pocket of his tactical pants and switched it on, the beam piercing through the gloom, becoming their sole source of illumination. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the distinct sound of dripping water echoing in the confined space. Zhang Wei shrank his neck, lowering his voice. This place is pitch dark and truly a breeding ground for treachery and greed. The more I ponder, the more I suspect that Li Hao harbors ill intentions. Is there something off about him? Jiang Lu shot him a glance. Oh, are we suddenly getting insightful today? Zhang Wei puffed out his chest, a hint of pride in his tone. Of course. I've devoured numerous psychological tomes on human weaknesses at home. Yunin couldn't help but interject. It's called the weakness of human nature. Can you please read proper books? Their hushed conversation produced faint echoes in the silent cavern, adding an extra layer of eeriness. As the flashlight beam advanced, it illuminated a corner ahead. Beyond the bend, a faint glimmer of light seeped through. The trio exchanged glances, lightening their steps and cautiously approached. Turning the corner, an expansive natural cavern unfolded before them. The ceiling bore cracks through which shafts of daylight barely provided some illumination. The cavern floor was densely covered with countless semi-transparent, insect egg-like objects, stacked haphazardly. Each was the size of a basketball, and the outlines of still forming. Scorpion-like creatures could be faintly discerned within. These eggs pulsed rhythmically as if imbued with life, emitting exceedingly subtle gurgling sounds. Goodness! Zhang Wei gasped in astonishment, then swiftly shifted to exuberance. We've struck gold. This is indeed the hatching ground of the subterranean giant scorpions. However, Yunan's expression grew alarmingly vigilant as he cautioned. These are merely unhatched insect eggs. What value do they hold? And where is Li Hao? What about Wang Lele and Li Mimi? Where have all his classmates gone? Jiang Lu's nostrils flared, catching a whiff of fresh blood in the air. His gaze sharpened suddenly, and he spoke in a grave tone. They have likely been used to nourish these eggs. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yunan and Zhang Wei's faces blanched, and they were about to inquire further when a figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the deepest end of the cavern. It was none other than Li Hao, who had led them here. At this moment, the deliberately maintained friendly smile on his face had vanished without a trace. Under the dim light, his eyes had transformed into cold, reptilian slits. Zhang Lu, your instincts are indeed sharp. Li Hao's voice had turned hoarse and low. But this was no favorable development. The trio instantly felt the weight of imminent danger. Yunan instinctively reached for the dagger at her side, only to be horrified to discover her arm felt as heavy as lead. It was as if her strength had been drained in an instant. A buzzing filled her head, and grotesque, twisted hallucinations began to invade her vision. Thud! Her legs buckled, and she uncontrollably collapsed onto the ground. Beside her, Zhang Wei emitted no sound, merely rolling his eyes back before falling flat. Only Jiang Lu, with the physique of a sixth-level warrior and precise control over his body, managed to suppress the sudden, intense dizziness and the impact of the illusions. Nevertheless, his complexion turned pallid. He cursed inwardly. How careless! The air in this cave is tainted. Before him, Li Hao had clearly ceased to be human. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lu concentrated his remaining willpower and fervently communicated with the summoning panel on his retina. Would you like to sacrifice the level 15 wood element crystal core as a summoning material? Yes. Sacrificial item, level 15 wood element crystal core, has been sacrificed. Please await the response from the six-path being. Chapter 42 Wang? As Jiang Lu frantically engaged with the panel, anxiously awaiting the sacrificial response, he also spoke in an attempt to buy time. You are not Li Hao. Who exactly are you? Why do you assist these monsters and deceive your classmates to their deaths? Upon hearing this, a blend of mockery and indignation danced across Li Hao's features. Monsters? Ha ha ha, who truly embodies monstrosity? You humans have encircled the land we rely on for survival and turned it into your hunting ground. Periodically, you invade, clearing out our kin as materials for your upgrades and profits. You hunt us down without restraint. Tell me, who resembles a monster more? Jiang Lu's heart jolted. This individual had wholly immersed himself in the perspective and stance of the monsters. Does this mean the real Li Hao is already dead? Have you parasitized or usurped him? Jiang Lu pressed on with his questioning. Li Hao shook his head, a glimmer of fanaticism flashing in his slit pupils. No. It is your narrow human understanding that has perished. The true Li Hao has been alive since the moment he first set foot on this sacred land. He has heard the call of the king and attained rebirth. First time? Jiang Lu furrowed his brow. Was he infected by some special monster that altered his mind? Only to fully manifest now. He wished to extract more information, but Li Hao seemed to have lost his patience. I know you are stalling for time. Waiting for your teachers to come rescue you, aren't you? Haha. Jiang Lu's heart sank, falling silent, while internally he screamed in desperation, hurry, respond already. Li Hao appeared to read his thoughts, tauntingly saying, do you know? I am also waiting for them. Your teachers are the first batch of sacrifices most eagerly sought after by the awakened king. You students are merely insignificant interest collected in advance. Before the last words faded, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he ceased the banter, striding deliberately toward Jiang Lu. At that moment, the long-awaited response finally appeared on the retina. Azura Path. Gozu has accepted your sacrifice and expresses Extraordinary beings dwell in the realm of the Phoenix, far removed from mundane dust. Contract established. Would you like to summon the contract being, Gozu, temporary? Remaining existence time, 000959, based on sacrificial value and host level. Zhang Lu's heart soared with elation as he unhesitatingly focused his thoughts and emphatically clicked, yes. Buzz. An invigorating, verdant energy wave, reminiscent of the pure aroma of a forest after rain, surged beside Zhang Lu, instantly dispelling the stench of blood and filth that pervaded the cavern. Li Hao, poised to strike, abruptly halted, his slit pupils narrowing in astonishment, his face a mask of uncertainty. You actually awakened your psychic powers ahead of time? No, this is a summoning. Zhang Lu paid no heed to his shock, his gaze fixed intently on the gradually materializing figure beside him. A tall, slender figure clad in an ancient, deep blue scholar's robe appeared silently in the vicinity. His hair and beard were a delicate shade of green, and his face was gaunt yet spirited, reminiscent of the cypress spirit from the Wood Immortal Monastery in the journey to the west. Upon his arrival, Zhang Lu immediately felt an uplifting lightness envelop his being, as the persistent dizziness and hallucinations that had plagued his mind dissipated like mist in a gentle breeze. Clarity returned to his thoughts, and vitality surged back into his body. Li Hao gazed at the enigmatic elder who had materialized before them, his vertical pupils filled with trepidation. You are a rare summoner, are you not? Zhang Lu, now steadied in heart, respectfully clasped his hands toward the elder, directing his attention to Li Hao. Elder Guji, this individual has succumbed to madness, allied with dark forces, and harmed our peers. I beseech you to assist me in vanquishing this fiend and purging this place. Li Hao felt a twitch of anxiety in his eyelids, yet the overwhelming allure of his sinister tendencies suppressed his fear. Narrowing his eyes, he barked, do not play tricks. You are merely an old tree spirit. Tear them apart. With that, he crouched low and forcefully pressed his hands against the damp ground, emitting a sharp, inhuman shriek. In an instant, shadows emerged from every crevice of the cave walls, and even from beneath the writhing insect eggs, an army of pitch-black, monstrous scorpions surged forth, brandishing their menacing pincers and stingers. Their crimson eyes surged like a tide toward Zhang Lu and Elder Guji. Yet, in the face of this terrifying onslaught, Elder Guji remained utterly unmoved, not even casting a glance at the approaching scorpions. Instead, he turned to Zhang Lu, stroking his green beard, and spoke with a hint of regret. Forgive me, young friend. I am a wood spirit devoted to serene cultivation. I am ill-equipped for combat. I fear I cannot assist you in ridding the world of these demons. Zhang Lu was taken aback, not skilled in combat. Then why have you come? Just as he was about to voice his frustration, Elder Guji shifted his tone. However, I can cleanse your spirit and enhance your vitality, offering some modest assistance. With that, he raised his frail finger and gently tapped Zhang Lu's forehead. A cool, invigorating stream of life energy surged into Zhang Lu's limbs. He felt his muscles tighten momentarily, as if breaking free from invisible shackles, an inexhaustible power pouring forth from the depths of his being. His senses sharpened, his reaction speed skyrocketed, and even his control over his own spiritual energy ascended to a new level. Realizing it was a supportive buff, Zhang Lu's heart soared with elation. Thank you, Elder, he exclaimed, feeling the surging power within him, his gaze sharpening instantly. He sprang into action. The cloud gliding steps technique was executed to its fullest, transforming his body into a fleeting azure light as he gripped his dagger and charged headlong into the oncoming tide of scorpions. His speed was so astonishing that it left a faint afterimage trailing behind him. Elder Guji observed with satisfaction, stroking his beard with a smile, and raised his hand once more, gently touching the unconscious Zhang Wei and Yu Nin on the ground. Two soft, emerald green barriers enveloped them like eggshells, shielding them from all external dangers. This scene caused Li Hao, who had initially planned a surprise attack, to narrow his eyes in disbelief, his heart filled with dread. He dared not provoke the unfathomable elder, instead locking his cold gaze onto the rapidly moving Zhang Lu, searching for an opportunity to strike. Yet, as he focused all his attention on Zhang Lu, he was horrified to discover that his enhanced vertical pupils, capable of tracking fast-moving objects, could not keep pace with Zhang Lu's movements. In the cavern, a flash of azure light flickered. Zhang Lu danced like a wraith amidst the swarm of scorpions. With each flicker of his dagger, shards of black exoskeleton and foul ichor erupted forth. He required no complex techniques, relying solely on pure speed and power. His dagger pierced and slashed, striking true at the weak points of each giant scorpion, its compound eyes, joints, and nerve centers. Where he passed, the black tide melted away like snow seared by a hot iron. The once sturdy exoskeletons crumbled before the might of his dagger, empowered by Elder Guji's buff. as fragile as paper. Crack, splatter, hiss. The sounds of shattering carapaces, splattering fluids, and the dying cries of the scorpions echoed throughout the cavern. In less than 2 minutes, the once mighty tide of scorpions had vanished, leaving behind a thick layer of shattered corpses and viscous green liquid on the ground. Jiang Lu halted amidst the pile of scorpion remains, breathing heavily, his body smeared with the foul, sticky fluid. He slowly raised his head to gaze at Li Hao, whose complexion had turned pale, eyes wide with disbelief. He flicked the viscous liquid from his dagger and spoke. So, can your king emerge now? Chapter 43, The Headless King Arrives. Li Hao stared at the menacing Jiang Lu, then glanced at the calm and inscrutable elder Guji beside him. A flicker of despair and madness crossed his eyes. He seemed to comprehend that his fate was sealed, and he would never accomplish the task assigned by the king. You shall pay for this, he growled hoarsely. With a final flash of malice in his vertical pupils, he swiftly drew a dagger from his leg strap and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own heart. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced flesh. A bizarre, fervent smile spread across his face as he forcefully dragged his wrist downward. Blood and shattered organs gushed forth, spilling onto the ground. Jiang Lu was taken aback by this sudden act of self-mutilation. What the hell? If you can't win, you resort to self-detonation? This is going too far. However, an even stranger scene unfolded. The blood and entrails that pooled on the ground did not seep into the soil or coagulate, but rather, as if drawn by an invisible force, they were swiftly absorbed into the earth. Within mere breaths, all remnants of flesh and blood vanished, leaving behind only an eerie dark red stain on the ground, which quickly faded away. Buzz! The entire cavern trembled violently. It felt as if some colossal entity was awakening from the depths below. Crackle! The rocky ground ahead suddenly heaved upward, exploding into fragments. A massive scorpion, far larger than the ones before, emerged from the earth. It dwarfed the previous beasts, its size comparable to a small truck. Its body was enveloped in a dark, iron-like exoskeleton, glimmering with a metallic sheen, and its colossal pincers resembled 2 immense battering rams. Its long, thick tail rose high, as thick as an adult's arm. A pair of compound eyes locked onto Jiang Lu, an overwhelming aura of terror radiating from it. This was undoubtedly a lord-level demon. Elder Guji's brows furrowed tightly, his face betraying unmasked disgust. He covered his mouth and nose with his voluminous sleeves and sighed softly. Alas, how far we have fallen, how disgraceful and unrefined this is, a blight upon culture indeed. Jiang Lu, however, found no time for lamentation. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the giant scorpion lord, he acted without hesitation. With a swift execution of the cloud-slicing step, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging headlong into the fray. Strike first, strike hard. Clang, 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 sizzle. With all his might and the buffs bestowed by the noble Gully, his dagger plunged fiercely into the giant scorpion's carapace, only to produce a dazzling spray of sparks. The shell proved to be unimaginably resilient, numbing his arms without leaving even a faint mark. The giant scorpion lord evidently possessed a considerable intellect, continually shifting its massive body to present the hardest part of its shell towards Jiang Lu's assault, skillfully shielding its vulnerable compound eyes, joints, and abdomen. Occasionally, it would swing its colossal pincers in sweeping motions or flick its tail like a venomous whip, forcing Jiang Lu to exert himself fully in evasion. Peril lurking at every turn. The giant scorpion seemed to have just awakened, its movements somewhat clumsy. However, as time progressed, its speed escalated, leaving Jiang Lu with little opportunity to counterattack. He found himself primarily focused on dodging. Jiang Lu felt a surge of urgency within. The buffs from Gully had elevated his strength to nearly 5 levels above his previous self, his power, speed, and reflexes now eclipsing his former capabilities. Yet, his weapon was woefully inadequate. This ordinary dagger was utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of a lord-level creature. Fear not, young friend. Allow me to lend you my assistance, Gully proclaimed, no longer remaining a mere observer. Standing firm, his voluminous sleeves fluttered without wind as he suddenly spread his fingers wide, directing his palm towards the massive scorpion lord. Buzz! A vibrant green glow radiated from his palm. In the next instant, several robust and lifelike trunks of cedar trees erupted from his hand, wildly growing and extending. Infused with a profound vitality, they swiftly ensnared the giant scorpion lord's body, pincers, and tail. Crack! Creak! The giant scorpion let out a furious screech, thrashing violently, its pincers snapping in an attempt to sever the pesky trees, while its tail's venomous stinger jabbed relentlessly. Yet these trees, formed from Gully's spiritual energy, exhibited remarkable resilience and continued to grow, firmly anchoring the creature in place. Though they could not hold it indefinitely, they created a precious opportunity for Jianglu. Now is your moment, Gully urged. Jianglu's eyes sparkled with determination. An opportunity. He swiftly altered his steps, moving like a specter to position himself beneath the abdomen of the giant scorpion lord, which had momentarily exposed its softer underbelly due to its struggles. There lay a comparatively tender, lighter-hued section of chitin. Die. Jianglu channeled all his strength into his right arm, and the dagger lunged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, piercing mercilessly into that vulnerable spot. Thud. This time, the dagger effortlessly sank deep. Without a moment's hesitation, Jianglu forcefully drew the dagger across, carving a massive gash in its abdomen. He pressed on, gliding the dagger as if painting on a sheet of parchment, transforming the giant scorpion's belly into a grotesque masterpiece. A harrowing shriek erupted from the giant scorpion lord, its massive form stiffening abruptly before it began to thrash wildly and uncontrollably. Green, foul-smelling blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain. Jianglu, having landed a decisive blow, wasted no time in retreating. The giant scorpion struggled for a full 10 seconds before its strength began to wane, ultimately collapsing with a resounding thud, its 8 legs and pincers twitching a few times before falling still. Jianglu stood at a distance, panting heavily. As he gazed at the colossal scorpion carcass, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he turned to Gully. Senior, does this lord-level creature contain a crystal core? Gully nodded slightly, raising his hand once more. The branches that had previously ensnared the scorpion's body swiftly extended into the gaping abdominal wound, probing within for a moment. Soon, a branch emerged, cradling a crystal core about the size of an egg, radiating a pale yellow hue, and presented it before Jianglu. Is this the item you seek, young friend? Gully inquired gently. Jianglu's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted it. Indeed. Thank you, senior. The crystal core felt warm in his hand, its pure earth energy palpable. However, as Jianglu scrutinized it closely, a slight frown creased his brow. This was undoubtedly a lord-level crystal core, brimming with energy. Yet it seemed weaker than the level 15 wood-type core he had sacrificed. It appeared to be merely a little over level 10. This feels like a bit of a loss. Jianglu mused silently, having exchanged a level 15 crystal core for one just above level 10. At that moment, Gully suddenly shifted his expression, whispering to Jianglu, "Hold your tongue, young friend. Walls have ears. Someone approaches." Jianglu's expression tightened instantly, and he stilled his breath, vigilantly focusing on the entrance from which they had arrived, while discreetly gripping his dagger. Gully said no more, remaining still. Yet his right hand once again gestured towards the entrance. With a rustling sound, several emerald branches surged forth like serpents emerging from the earth, swiftly invading the narrow passageway. Deep within the tunnel, a voice filled with anger and struggle echoed, but it was quickly muffled by the sound of entangled wood. Within mere seconds, the branches had ensnared a desperately thrashing figure, forcibly dragging them from the tunnel and slamming them onto the ground before Jianglu. It was none other than the bald king, his expression a mix of rage and shock. Bound tightly by the emerald branches, he lay disoriented from the impact. Struggling to lift his head, he initially glanced around in terror, taking in the sight of the massive scorpion corpse and the imposing Gully beside him, his eyes brimming with fear and confusion. However, when his gaze finally landed on Jianglu, who stood with a bloody dagger, coldly regarding him, all traces of terror were instantly replaced by unbridled fury and resentment. "You little bastard. Do you even comprehend what you have done? You killed Gao Qiangfei. You have doomed both yourself and me." Chapter 44, The Breathing Technique. Jianglu regarded the blustering bald king with a sneer. "Doomed you? As if you could still leave this place alive today." The bald king glowered, his gaze filled with venom as he shot a contemptuous look at the ethereal Gully, then fixed his furious eyes on Jianglu, gritting his teeth. "You little brat. Do you think that awakening your summoning ability early grants you license to do as you please? While abilities may vary in strength, the chasm of levels is never deceptive. Today, I shall let you experience firsthand what true level suppression feels like." Before his words could fully dissipate, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being. The pressure of a 9th-level warrior was unleashed without reservation. Then, he bent his legs slightly and leapt forward with tremendous force. His arms elongated grotesquely, resembling two fearsome, venomous pythons, lunging directly at Jianglu's face and chest. Jianglu's heart raced. Is that the Nika rubber fruit? What if he has 2, 3, or 4 forms? Instantly, he executed the cloud-slicing step, leaning back just in time to narrowly evade the bizarrely elongated attack. However, with the first strike missing, the bald king's eyes glinted with even greater malice. His outstretched arms rapidly retracted, The immense rebound force generated by the rubber's contraction yanked both Jianglu and the bald king back towards him at breakneck speed. A cacophony of alarms blared within Jianglu's heart. In a moment of peril, he inhaled deeply and struck the ground with his feet, as if they were iron plows. Bang! Debris flew in all directions. His feet forcefully embedded themselves into the hard earth, halting the pull with sheer willpower. Simultaneously, he reversed his grip on the dagger and, without hesitation, slashed violently at the rubbery arm that ensnared him. Hiss! The blade glided through, leaving only a faint white mark. Utterly incapable of breaching the formidable 9th-tier elastic energy defense, the two combatants found themselves in an eerie stalemate. Jianglu's feet anchored to the ground, his body leaning back, ensnared tightly by the rubbery arm. The bald-headed man wore a cruel smirk. Humph! A mere standard dagger dares to penetrate my 9th-tier rubber abilities? Utter folly. As the bald-headed king felt the tremendous force emanating from Jianglu's struggles, he was initially astonished by the boy's terrifying strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary student. This astonishment swiftly morphed into a deeper murderous intent. Let the boy perish. He abruptly released Jianglu's arms and launched a fist towards him. Jianglu, refusing to underestimate the threat, executed the cloud-gliding steps, deftly dodging the attack with a side roll. At that moment, the aloof Gu Zhigong, who had been silently observing, stroked his beard and spoke. Young friend, do you require my assistance? Though Jianglu felt slightly overwhelmed, he replied, Thank you, esteemed elder. Please merely provide cover for me. I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the old lord, who advised me against over-relying on summoning power. I wish to gain some practical combat experience. Hearing this, Gu Zhigong's lean face revealed a trace of emotion. The old lord you speak of, could it be the supreme Taoist of Taiji? Jianglu replied solemnly, Precisely. Gu Zhigong immediately regarded him with respect, stroking his beard and sighing. Young friend, to possess such celestial fortune and encounter the ancestors of the three purities, receiving their guidance. Such profound blessings indeed evoke my envy. The bald-headed king, witnessing the two engage in casual discussion about the old lord and the ancestor amidst their life and death struggle, felt his rage boil over, smoke billowing from his ears. You insolent wretches, dare to belittle me. Die! With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full power. He lifted his leg, transforming it into rubber, and kicked sideways at Jianglu with the force of a sledgehammer. Jianglu's mind raced. He advanced instead of retreating, charging toward the bald-headed king. The latter, sensing this, displayed a mocking expression, his arms stretching out to ensnare Jianglu. With no avenue for escape, Jianglu felt a constricting force akin to being ensnared by a giant serpent. Simultaneously, the bald-headed king raised his right foot, aiming a devastating kick at Jianglu's forehead. In that critical moment, a fierce glint flashed in Jianglu's eyes. He ceased resisting the pulling force and instead leveraged the opponent's sudden tightening grip, propelling himself forward with a powerful push. His body darted forward like an eel. At the same time, he tilted his head back forcefully. Bang! The bald-headed king's seemingly certain kick narrowly missed Jianglu's nose. Jianglu seized this momentum, instantly closing the distance to the bald-headed king. They were nearly nose to nose. The cloud-gliding steps reached their zenith. Jianglu's figure became exceedingly elusive, akin to a swimming fish, nimbly evading the bald-headed king's relentless assaults. He no longer attempted to strike the resilient rubbery arm with his dagger. Instead, he focused all his attention on evading and searching for weaknesses in the bald-headed king's form. The bald-headed king roared in fury, his rubber arms thrashing wildly and his legs unleashing a torrent of kicks, his offensive akin to a tempest. The advantage of levels and the peculiarity of the rubber abilities allowed him to gain an absolute upper hand, forcing Jianglu into dire peril, narrowly avoiding several strikes. Observing from the sidelines, Gu Zhigong furrowed his brow, a hint of concern in his gaze. He noted that while Jianglu possessed his enhancements and his footwork was quite exquisite, it appeared to be his first encounter with such an opponent. Prolonged defense would inevitably lead to loss. After a brief contemplation, Gu Zhigong suddenly spoke, his voice reaching Jianglu's ears. Young friend, center your heart and focus your spirit. Heed my incantation. Inhale as if drawing silk, endless and ethereal. Exhale as if releasing arrows, penetrating with precision. Let your intent guide your breath, and strength will arise from your heart. This was an exceedingly profound method of refining breath. It did not directly enhance strength, but rather taught one to master every ounce of qi and vitality, allowing power to emanate from the heart with unparalleled accuracy, minimizing unnecessary consumption, and maximizing one's capabilities to 200%. Upon hearing this, Jianglu's eyes sparkled. While desperately evading the bald-headed king's furious onslaught, he endeavored to adjust his breathing and exertion according to Gu Zhigong's instructions. His learning ability and control over his body already surpassed that of ordinary individuals. And in the high-pressure combat, it was further ignited to its utmost. In just a few seconds, his breathing rhythm subtly transformed, becoming more prolonged and profound. With each inhale and exhale, it seemed to resonate wondrously with the chi and blood coursing through him. The fatigue and disarray born from prolonged battle and immense pressure swiftly vanished, and his mastery over his body surged to a new level. His evasion and movement became increasingly effortless and precise. The bald-headed king sensed this change in Zhonglu. The latter seemed to be growing increasingly elusive. His attacks consistently falling just shy. Agitation swelled within him, and his assault became ever more frenzied, exposing his vulnerabilities. Now was the moment. A chilling glint flashed in Zhonglu's eyes. Having been on the defensive, he finally launched a counterattack. Seizing a minuscule opening from the bald-headed king's retraction, Zhonglu's body glided toward the ground like a specter, his right hand forming a spear-like thrust aimed directly at the bald-headed king's widened eyes from his furious roar. The bald-headed king was utterly unprepared for such a treacherous maneuver, recoiling in shock to evade. Yet Zhonglu's strike was merely a feint. His fingers abruptly redirected downward. Simultaneously, his left leg swept upward like a scorpion's tail, delivering a vicious and precise strike aimed at the bald-headed king's groin. Ugh! The bald-headed king's eyes bulged in an instant. His mouth gaped wide open, yet no sound emerged. All his anger and energy dissipated in that moment. An excruciating, indescribable pain flooded his nerves and will. He curled up like a boiled shrimp, his entire body convulsing. Zhonglu wasted no time, mercilessly striking the fallen foe. With a deft step, he maneuvered to the side of the bald-headed king, slamming his elbow into the latter's temple. Bang! The bald-headed king emitted no sound, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness, collapsing limply to the ground. Only then did Zhonglu slowly rise, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Adjusting his slightly hurried breath from the sudden outburst, he glanced at the unconscious bald-headed king on the ground, devoid of any compassion in his eyes. Approaching Guzhigong, he respectfully bowed. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting the breathing technique that aided me in overcoming my foe. May I inquire the name of this technique?" Guzhigong, having regained his composure from the earlier brutal eye strike and groin kick, wore a complex expression and waved his hand. "Young friend, this is called the breath of the tree, a cultivation method passed down through my lineage of plant spirits. I share it with you in the hope that should we meet the old lord again, you might speak a good word on my behalf." Zhonglu felt a slight stir in his heart upon hearing this. Guzhigong's words seemed to hint at a shared realm or system. Suppressing his curiosity, he nodded. "The favor bestowed upon me today shall be etched in my heart, esteemed elder. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly convey it." He paused, gesturing toward the still unconscious Zhang Wei and Yunnan nearby. "Esteemed elder, might I request your assistance in awakening my two friends?" Gong Zhigong smiled faintly, declaring, "This is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning." With a gentle wave of his sleeve, two soft, emerald-hued glimmers, akin to fireflies, gracefully descended into the foreheads of Zhang Wei and Yunnan. Both individuals shuddered slightly, their eyelashes fluttering before they gradually stirred from their stupor. As they sat up in bewilderment, rubbing their throbbing foreheads, they instinctively surveyed their surroundings. Upon beholding the colossal corpse of the giant scorpion lord on the ground, the tightly bound and unconscious bald-headed Wang, and the ethereal yet unfamiliar green-bearded elder standing nearby, their expressions turned to one of sheer astonishment, their minds struggling to process the overwhelming influx of information. Zhang Wei blinked, suddenly focusing on Zhonglu, pointing at Gong Zhigong, and exclaimed, "Zhonglu, why are all your summoned creatures so bizarre? Couldn't you conjure up some cute little demon beasts or beast-eared maidens that everyone loves instead?" Chapter 45, Heroic Sacrifice. Gong Zhigong was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What do you mean by cute little demon beasts? This old man has never heard of such a thing." Zhonglu elaborated. It's like the Red Boy or the Third Prince Neza." Only then did Gong Zhigong seem to comprehend, illuminating his features as he repeatedly waved his hands in deference. So you refer to those two esteemed young lords. My apologies, my apologies. The great deities of the three altars and the holy infant king are indeed extraordinary beings, possessing unparalleled divine abilities far beyond the reach of an old spirit of the mountains and woods like myself. I cannot dare to compare myself to them." He glanced around, his form beginning to shimmer and grow somewhat translucent, before clasping his hands in farewell. "Young friend, the time for my summoning has come to an end. I cannot linger here any longer. The mountains are high and the waters long. We shall meet again." With that, his figure dissipated like smoke, the refreshing scent of flora fading with him. It was only then that Yunin snapped back from her shock, suddenly seizing Jiang Lu's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. Jiang Lu, did you just summon those beings? Have you awakened your summoning powers? Jiang Lu scratched his nose, mumbling, well, sort of. I was just lucky and happened to awaken them. That's fantastic. Yunan exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Summoning powers. This will definitely add points to your college entrance examination. You're bound to be accepted into a top-tier spiritual energy university. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the grotesque figure of the bald-headed Wang, and her elation was swiftly tempered. Covering her mouth, a flicker of dread and regret crossed her eyes. But, Teacher Wang, he really is. Beside them, Zhang Wei scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively. So what if he is dead? What is there to mourn? The school already has casualty quotas. Why should it only be students who suffer misfortunes while teachers cannot heroically sacrifice themselves? He was always so harsh on Jiang Lu. What good did that do? I see this as poetic justice. Yunin opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. The rules were indeed as such. Accidents during actual combat outside the tower were not uncommon, but it was exceedingly rare for a leading teacher to be involved. Jiang Lu placed a reassuring hand on Yunan's shoulder. There is no point in lamenting. The truth is, we were deceived by Li Hao from Class 1 into coming here, where we were ambushed by the Lord-level monstrous creature, the giant scorpion. After we sent out a distress signal, Teacher Wang disregarded his own safety and rushed to our rescue, bravely battling the giant scorpion lord, ultimately leading to his tragic demise. We three were fortunate to survive and avenged him by slaying the severely wounded scorpion. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up like light bulbs, slapping his thigh emphatically. Yes. That is exactly how it happened. Jiang Lu, you're truly a master of cunning. No, a paragon of both wisdom and valor. Your storytelling, no? Your ability to present the facts is simply impeccable, Jiang Lu added. By the way, please help me keep the matter of my awakened powers under wraps. Zhang Wei replied. No problem at all. My only strong suit is my mouth. Jiang Lu shot a glance at Zhang Wei's lower regions, discerning the implications. Zhang Wei responded with a resigned sigh. Yunan observed the banter between the two, then glanced at the corpse of the bald-headed Wang, ultimately biting her lip and nodding gravely. Thus, the trio promptly set about arranging the scene. They moved Wang's body next to the massive corpse of the giant scorpion, creating the illusion of a fierce battle resulting in mutual destruction. Jiang Lu even used Wang's own dagger to stab and slash at the gaps in the scorpion's tough exoskeleton and wounds, enhancing the visual impact of the struggle. Zhang Wei was tasked with thoroughly crushing the repulsive, pulsating insect eggs scattered around, eliminating all potential hazards. Once they had completed their work and confirmed that no obvious discrepancies remained, the three exchanged glances, adjusted their expressions to reflect the terror and sorrow of having survived a harrowing ordeal, and stumbled out of the oppressive cave. In the safety zone, students and teachers from other classes were either resting or waiting, when Jiang Lu and his companions, pallid and stained with blood and grime, burst in. Looking as if they had just escaped a nightmare, they immediately drew everyone's attention. Teachers, this is bad. Something has happened. Yunin cried, her voice trembling with urgency. A few leading teachers felt a pang of alarm and quickly surrounded them. What happened? Speak slowly. Where are the others? One teacher demanded anxiously. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and swiftly recounted the carefully prepared narrative of the ambush and the heroic sacrifice of the bald-headed Wang, emphasizing Li Hao's treachery, the terror of the giant scorpion lord, and Teacher Wang's selfless bravery. The surrounding students turned pale, whispers of shock rippling through the crowd. Li Hao. No wonder I thought something was off with him these past few days. A lord-level monstrous creature. How could there be a lord-level creature here? Didn't the school clear this area? Teacher Wang has fallen? My goodness. This is terrifying. How could such a thing occur during this assessment? The teachers' faces grew grave, and they immediately instructed Jiang Lu and his companions to lead the way back to the scene of the incident. Upon entering the cave and witnessing the enormous corpse of the giant scorpion alongside the tragic remains of the bald-headed Wang, as well as the chaotic signs of battle surrounding them, all the teachers inhaled sharply, their hearts heavy with dread. They quickly examined the scene, documenting it with photographs, and carefully gathered Wang's remains. This place is not safe for long. All students, assemble immediately. We are returning to the teleportation hall, the leading teacher commanded, suppressing his shock with a stern voice. There were no objections. The atmosphere was suffocating, and all students remained silent as they swiftly and orderly evacuated the Tulu mine under the guidance of their teachers, passing through the teleportation portal back to the school's hall. Within the hall, the director of education, Gao Yuran, had been waiting. He scanned the returning group of students with piercing eyes, and upon spotting Jiang Lu unharmed while noticing the absence of Gao Qiangfei, a strong sense of foreboding surged within him. A leading teacher hastened to Gao Yuran's side. lowering his voice as he gravely reported the unexpected events within the mine. As Gao Yuren listened, his expression darkened further, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms. The bald-headed Wang is dead? My son Gao Qiangfei is missing? And yet this Zhang Lu has returned unscathed. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Zhang Lu with a malevolent intensity, as if attempting to see through him to his very core. Zhang Lu felt the weight of that hostile scrutiny, but merely met it with a calm gaze. Gao Yuren's chest heaved violently as he fought to suppress the impulse to strangle Zhang Lu on the spot. He whirled around, dismissing Zhang Lu from his thoughts, and barked orders to the surrounding teachers. Immediately seal off this information. None are to speak of what transpired today. Severe punishment awaits any violators. With that, he disregarded everyone else, his figure flashing as he plunged into the teleportation portal leading back to the Tulu mine. The remaining teachers exchanged glances, their emotions a tumultuous blend of concern and confusion. At last, a teacher stepped forward and addressed the shaken students. Please return to your respective classrooms to rest while awaiting further instructions from the school. Remember, today's events must not be discussed outside. The students nodded in silence, retrieving their temporary wristbands and making their way back to their classrooms, each harboring different emotions. Upon returning, the atmosphere remained stifling. Zhang Wei leaned closer to Zhang Lu, lowering his voice, a rare hint of tension in his tone. Do you think the matter will be exposed? That old coot Gao Yuren was practically ready to devour you with his gaze. Zhang Lu cast him a sidelong glance, his tone calm. Exposed? What could possibly be exposed? We are merely fortunate survivors who escaped the clutches of a monster, knowing nothing at all. Zhang Wei blinked, immediately grasping the implication, and nodded vigorously. Exactly. Survivors. We know nothing. Yunnan sat nearby, her hands tightly clasped, her brow furrowed, clearly still processing the series of shocks. Time dragged on in the oppressive silence until school was nearly out. The classroom door swung open, and a stern-looking male teacher stood at the threshold, scanning the room before his gaze settled on Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu, step outside for a moment. The administration has a matter to discuss with you. Chapter 46, Slander. Zhang Lu followed the serious teacher in silence toward the principal's office located on the top floor of the academic building. His expression was placid, yet his mind raced with various possibilities. This conversation was likely to be a treacherous affair. Upon pushing open the office door, an atmosphere of tension enveloped him. The room was brightly lit. The principal, with graying hair and an imposing demeanor, sat rigidly behind a large desk, his hands crossed atop it, his brow furrowed. Meanwhile, the director, Gao Yuren, paced restlessly in the center of the office, his expression dark enough to wring water from stone. Several senior school officials sat nearby, each wearing a grave expression, silent as the grave. As Zhang Lu entered, nearly every gaze in the room converged on him, laden with scrutiny, suspicion, and unabashed pressure. Principal. Esteemed directors, Zhang Lu has arrived. The teacher who had escorted him murmured before stepping aside. Gao Yuren abruptly halted his pacing, turning sharply to fix Zhang Lu with an intense stare, cutting straight to the chase. Zhang Lu, what exactly transpired in the mine? I want you to recount the entire story, word for word. His tone was laden with coercion, as if he had already concluded that Zhang Lu was lying. A slight chill ran down Zhang Lu's spine, yet he maintained an appropriate facade of confusion and indignation. Taking a deep breath, he recounted his narrative once more, detailing how he had been lured by Li Hao, encountered the giant scorpion lord, and how Bald King had heroically come to their rescue, culminating in their mutual demise. He articulated their fortunate counterattack with clarity and composure, embellishing the details even more than he had when speaking to other teachers. Just as he finished, Gao Yuren slammed his hand down on the nearby coffee table with a resounding bang. Nonsense. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Lu, his voice a thunderous roar. Full of holes. Do you think you can deceive everyone? Li Hao is merely an ordinary student. How could he possibly control a lord-level monster? And you, Wang Laoshi, a 9th-level warrior with ample experience. How could you so easily perish alongside an injured giant scorpion? And you, Zhang Lu, just over a month ago, you were a mere 2nd-level waste. What gives you the right to slay a lord-level monster? Speak. Have you secretly consumed forbidden substances? Confess. This sudden barrage of harsh questioning, accompanied by formidable psychological pressure, would have caused an ordinary student to crumble and reveal their cracks. Gao Yuren, that cunning fox, seeks to pin a label on me? Yet Zhang Lu's mental fortitude surpassed that of the average person. His experiences from 2 lifetimes enabled him to swiftly regain his composure. The trace of grievance and fatigue on his face morphed instantaneously into a fervent anger at the injustice. Director Gao, you may doubt me, but you cannot belittle the sacrifice of Teacher Wang or my own efforts. We fought with every ounce of strength to escape with our lives. Teacher Wang dealt a grievous blow to that giant scorpion, allowing us the opportunity. Take forbidden drugs? I, Jiang Lu, would never stoop to such self-destructive measures. What evidence do you have? Taken aback by his vehement reaction, Gao Yuren found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he possessed no evidence, as his accusations stemmed solely from his animosity toward Jiang Lu and his anger over his son's disappearance. At that moment, the long-silent principal slowly interjected, Jiang Lu, please remain calm. Director Gao is merely agitated due to the gravity of Teacher Wang's sacrifice and the events that transpired. We seek to clarify every detail. He shifted his gaze, sharpening his tone. However, your final counterattack, even against a severely injured giant scorpion, is indeed beyond what a few students could achieve. You need to provide a more reasonable explanation for this. The principal's demeanor, though seemingly fair, exerted pressure. The other officials in the office nodded in agreement, their attention once again fixed on Jiang Lu. Just as he prepared to argue his case once more, a series of knocks echoed on the office door. Everyone inside froze momentarily. At this hour, who would dare interrupt? Come in, the principal commanded in a low voice. The door swung open, and 3 men clad in black uniforms, their insignia stark against the fabric, entered with cold expressions, exuding an air of iron discipline. The foremost among them was tall and resolute, with a chiseled visage and piercing gaze. The insignia on his shoulder marked his rank as the captain of the 9th level enforcement team. The expressions of the school's leaders shifted instantly. Why was the enforcement team here? Who summoned them? Such matters were typically handled internally, with minimal external disclosure. Gao Yuren's countenance darkened further as he hastily interjected. Why has your enforcement team come? This is an internal affair of our school, and we are already addressing it. Captain Yu Jian's calm gaze swept over the room before settling on the principal, his voice steady. Principal, esteemed directors. I am Yu Jian, captain of the 9th level enforcement team. Regarding the significant casualties that occurred at your school's true mine, as per the Tower District safety regulations, it has been reported by the relevant parties, and my team is now formally taking over the investigation. We will promptly inform the school of the subsequent outcomes. Relevant parties reported? The principal and Gao Yuren exchanged uncertain glances. Upon hearing the name Yu Jian, Jiang Lu's heart jolted. Yu Jian? Could he be related to Yunnan? Yu Jian's gaze shifted to Jiang Lu, and with a tone of official business, he inquired, Are you the survivor, Jiang Lu? Jiang Lu nodded. Yes, Captain. Seeing this, Gao Yuren immediately pointed at Jiang Lu. Captain Yu, this boy's testimony is riddled with inconsistencies. I seriously suspect he consumed forbidden drugs to survive or to showcase his prowess, thereby draining his potential to slay the monster. His actions may have directly led to Teacher Wang's untimely sacrifice. He should be subjected to a blood test and spiritual energy tracing immediately. At this, Yu Jian directed his scrutiny back at Jiang Lu, his expression assessing. Jiang Lu, do you have any explanation for this? Jiang Lu took a deep breath, feeling a heightened sense of calm in the presence of the enforcement team captain. He turned to Gao Yuren, his gaze sharp, and suddenly posed a counter-question. Director Gao? If I can prove that I genuinely possess the capability to slay that severely wounded giant scorpion, would you be willing to resign from your position as Director of Education for your slanderous accusations and charges today? Gao Yuren was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a derisive laugh. A joke? On what grounds? Even if you stumbled upon a stroke of luck and just broke through to the 4th level, it would be impossible. Enough. At that moment, the principal interjected sharply, interrupting Gao Yuren. He cast a deep glance at Jiang Lu, then shot a side-eyed look at the visibly pale Gao Yuren, a decision forming in his mind. The son-in-law, brash and overbearing, continually embroiled in troubles, had now committed a grievous error. Seizing the opportunity, the principal spoke in a deep voice. Classmate Jiang Lu, if you can demonstrate your capabilities that correspond with your testimony here and now, Gao Yuren shall no longer hold the position of Director of Education at our institution come tomorrow. These were my words. Gao Yuren's complexion shifted dramatically. Dad. Principal. You. The principal shot him a cold glare, his eyes brimming with both warning and disdain. The words that Gao Yuren had intended to utter were immediately lodged in his throat. He could only glare fiercely at Jiang Lu, his eyes radiating venomous hatred. Jiang Lu, dismissing him, turned to Captain Yu Jian and politely inquired, Captain Yu, may I borrow your military detection wristband? Without further ado, Yu Jian unclipped a meticulously designed black wristband, evidently of a superior quality compared to the student wristbands, and handed it over. Jiang Lu adeptly affixed the wristband to his own wrist. The device buzzed to life, its screen illuminating as it began to scan and bind his life information and spiritual energy fluctuations. Every gaze in the office fixated upon that minuscule screen. Gao Yuren's face still bore a trace of derisive hopefulness. In the next moment, the data on the screen stabilized rapidly, clearly displaying a line of numbers. Spiritual Energy Level, LV6. Level 6. Chapter 47, Fortune from Adversity. Gao Yuren stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes riveted on the unmistakable LV6 displayed on Jiang Lu's wrist. His lips trembled as he muttered, "No, it can't be. This is absolutely impossible. It's a lie. It must be a lie. You cheated. You must have injected prohibited beast blood that drains life potential. Otherwise, how could one leap from level 2 to level 6 in a mere month? Impossible. I've seen your father. How could someone from a lowly background like yours possess such talent? Captain Yu, arrest him. Conduct an immediate blood test. His level must be fraudulent." He was nearly deranged, his voice hoarse as he shouted at Yu Jian. Yu Jian furrowed his brow. About to speak when Principal Li Zhenghua slammed his hand on the table. He rose abruptly, his face ashen, pointing an accusatory finger at Gao Yuren. "Gao Yuren, how long will you continue this nonsensical charade and embarrass yourself? You speak of lowly commoners. Have you forgotten how you ingratiated yourself with my Li family to attain your current position? Silence yourself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Oh, so, Gao Yuren was a so-called phoenix man who ascended through marriage? No wonder his psyche was so warped. Gao Yuren, publicly exposed by the principal, lost all color in his face, his expression shifting between shades of blue and white. He opened his mouth, yet could not produce a single sound. Staggering backward, he despaired, "But my only son, Gao Qiangfei, is gone." Yu Jian's demeanor remained stern as he addressed Gao Yuren. "Director Gao, do you possess any evidence that directly links classmate Jiang Lu to your son's disappearance or demise?" Gao Yuren hung his head, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet he could not utter another word. He indeed had evidence, but it would also implicate him. Principal Li scrutinized his expression, a hint of irritation and indifference flickering in his eyes as he waved his hand. "Leave. Starting tomorrow. You are no longer welcome at this school. Go home and spend time with Wanner." Gao Yuren's body trembled violently, and he responded in a daze, "Yes." Slowly he turned, his steps faltering as he made his way to the door, casting a look of profound malice at Jiang Lu as he passed. The office door closed softly, sealing off Gao Yuren's final silhouette. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment. The next instant, Principal Li's demeanor transformed like a face-changing act in Sichuan opera, donning a smile as warm as spring. "Classmate Jiang Lu, I must apologize for the misunderstanding. The school was misled by Gao Yuren, and our concern led to confusion. I hope you can overlook it." He shifted his tone to one of greater warmth. "Your performance in the True Mind was commended by several teachers, showcasing remarkable composure, bravery, and extraordinary martial talent. I understand your family circumstances are challenging. The school has decided to grant you a special scholarship of 100,000 yuan as compensation and recognition for your excellent performance and the injustices you've endured. I hope you remain humble and continue your efforts." Jiang Lu was taken aback by this sudden kindness and the substantial monetary reward. The principal's ability to change his demeanor so swiftly was astonishing. Just moments ago, he seemed intent on thorough investigation, and now he was handing out money? Beside him, Yu Jian appeared to notice Jiang Lu's bewilderment, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he clarified, "Congratulations, Principal Li. This time, our school has struck gold, achieving level 6 in the 3rd year of high school, with such martial talent. As long as you don't awaken an exceptionally useless ability during the college entrance exam, you are virtually guaranteed special admission to a top-tier spiritual energy university of 12 floors or more. It seems our school hasn't had a student of such caliber in many years." Principal Li's smile widened, nearly reaching his ears as he nodded eagerly. "Indeed. It's about time our school basked in glory. This is a source of pride for us all." He seemed to have completely forgotten about his grandson, Gao Qiangfei, who might have perished in the mine. Yu Jian chuckled, choosing not to engage further with the principal, who was lost in dreams of prestige, and instead patted Jiang Lu on the shoulder, his tone casual yet friendly. "All right, Jiang, this matter is settled. You may return to your classroom now, little Jiang." Jiang Lu's lips twitched slightly. Were they that familiar? Principal Li immediately chimed in with a beaming smile. Yes, Jiang Lu, please return to class. The scholarship will be credited to your account in a couple of days. Make sure to focus on your training and prepare for the college entrance exam to bring glory to our school." Suppressing a myriad of thoughts and maintaining a calm facade, Jiang Lu clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Captain Yu. I shall take my leave now." With a mind full of questions and an ambiguous sense of fortune from adversity due to the unexpected windfall of 100,000, Jiang Lu exited the principal's office. As the door closed, he could still faintly hear Principal Li's exuberant voice from within. "Captain Yu, we truly owe you a debt of gratitude for your timely intervention." Jiang Lu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Regardless, it seemed the immediate crisis had been averted, and he had unwittingly secured a substantial sum as both a hush money and an investment. If the principal were to discover that he might have awakened an exceedingly rare summoning ability, would the scholarship not double? However, this thought flitted through his mind and was quickly suppressed. The secret of the Six Paths summoning pool was far too enigmatic and powerful. He could not ascertain whether it constituted his spiritual energy. What if he awakened another ability during the college entrance exam, becoming a dual ability wielder? The outcomes were unpredictable, and he might very well be seized by certain organizations for research purposes. Discretion was paramount. He must remain low-key. Upon returning to the classroom, the afternoon cultural lesson had already commenced. Zhang Lu announced his arrival, and under the complex gazes of the cultural class teacher and fellow students, he calmly returned to his seat. Observing his unscathed return, Yunnan and Zhang Wei in the back row visibly exhaled in relief. Zhang Wei immediately slinked over, lowering his voice and raising his eyebrows. So what happened? Yunnan was frantic, sneaking out to make a call. Did you manage to summon a big shot to resolve the situation? Are you all right? Zhang Lu shot him a glance, uninterested in elaborating. What could possibly happen? They clarified the situation. Teacher Wang heroically sacrificed himself, and I was commended. Zhang Wei's eyes brightened. Commended? Did they give you money? Oh. A bit of scholarship has been issued, Zhang Lu said vaguely. Wow, what a twist of fate. Zhang Wei murmured enviously, eager to pry for more details. But a sharp glare from the teacher at the podium forced him to retreat, somewhat disgruntled. Zhang Lu instinctively turned his head to glance at Yunnan, who happened to be slightly turned, stealing a glance at him from the corner of her eye. Their gazes unexpectedly met in the air, causing a faint blush to bloom on Yunnan's cheeks, which she quickly turned away from. Zhang Lu rubbed his nose, pondering, this is tricky. Am I really going to have to rely on someone else's support? Chapter 48. Sister on the 10th floor of the Jiang Pharmaceutical Division building. The general manager's office was brightly lit. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay a dazzling view of the illuminated urban nightscape. Inside, a young woman clad in a sharp professional suit, strikingly beautiful, yet carrying an air of cool detachment, was none other than Zhang Lu's sister, Jiang Ying, whom he had yet to meet. At this moment, she was furrowing her brow, swiftly reviewing a mountain of documents piled on her desk. Suddenly, the internal communicator chimed, interrupting her train of thought. A glance at the caller ID revealed Jiang Tao. Pressing the answer button, a voice laced with obvious ingratiation immediately emerged. Sister, my dear sister, help me. Jiang Ying massaged her temples. What now? Didn't Dad just transfer your living expenses this month? Oh, sister, that amount is hardly sufficient. I'm in a crucial period as a senior. I've just enrolled in an intensive training class, receiving one-on-one guidance from esteemed instructors, specifically designed to unlock my potential after the awakening of my abilities. The tuition alone is $800,000 a month, and with the nutritional supplements, $1 million won't even fill the gaps. Please, dear sister, can you support me a little more? Jiang Ying sighed. Jiang Tao. It's not that I don't want to help you. Your living expense limit was set by Dad himself, and my personal account is under scrutiny by the finance department. If I make a large transfer, Dad will find out immediately. How can I assist you? Sis, just think of a way. Simply find a project to justify the expenditure. If Dad asks, just say it's for my training needs. He wants to investigate further. I'm already at level 4. Dad is counting on me to bring him glory in the college entrance exams. Jiang Tao's tone was a mix of coaxing and entitlement. Jiang Ying remained silent for a few seconds, ultimately yielding to her softer side. Just this once. How much do you need? Not much. Just 2 million more will do. Thank you, sister. You're the best. Jiang Tao's voice instantly lit up. Jiang Ying shook her head helplessly, preparing to hang up when she suddenly recalled something and casually inquired, by the way, has Dad mentioned anything about Jiang Lu returning recently? On the other end, Jiang Tao seemed taken aback, his tone shifting to one of disdain. Jiang Lu? He is coming back? Dad never told me. Why do you care about him? He is just an abandoned, illegitimate child. Hurry up and send me the money. That is the priority. Jiang Ying's grip on the communicator tightened slightly. Her father hadn't he mentioned it? A sense of unease crept into her heart as she hurriedly replied, all right, I'll find a way to get the money. You wait. Without waiting for Jiang Tao to continue, she hung up the phone. The office fell silent once more, but Jiang Ying could no longer focus on the documents. After a moment of hesitation, her fingers glided over her contact list until she found a number saved as the butler, Jiang Dafu, and dialed it. The call connected swiftly, and a smooth, middle-aged voice greeted her. Miss, how may I assist you? Jiang Ying asked directly. Uncle Dafu, how has Jiang Lu been on the 9th floor lately? Has he caused any trouble? On the other end, Jiang Dafu seemed to sigh. Miss, to be frank, the young master has indeed stirred up some trouble recently. He broke the leg of a high-ranking official's son at school, and the matter has escalated significantly. But do not worry. I have intervened and resolved it, compensating the other party, who has agreed not to pursue the matter further. Jiang Ying's heart sank. How could this happen? He used to be so well-behaved. Has someone been bullying him? Jiang Dafu's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Perhaps it's due to a lack of discipline. After all, he has been on the 9th floor alone for these years, exposed to various influences in a poor environment. It's inevitable he would go astray. The master was furious when he learned of this and has ordered the complete cessation of his living expenses. Alas, the young master, with his innate talent only at level 2, will surely not qualify for even the most mediocre spirit energy university without financial support. It's truly a waste. Jiang Ying felt a pang in her chest. She remained silent for a few seconds, her voice tinged with a plea. Uncle Dafu, could you possibly keep it from Dad and discreetly assist him a little? After all, this is a crucial time for his exam preparations. Jiang Dafu's tone immediately became more respectful. You have a kind heart, miss. In fact, I had the same intention but was hesitant to act without your consent. Since you've spoken, I will dare to lend the young master a hand. How much do you think is appropriate? Jiang Ying pondered for a moment and replied. Let us start with 500,000. That should sustain him for a while. I will transfer the money to you. Understood, miss. 500,000 it is. I will ensure it is handled properly and that the master remains unaware. Jiang Dafu replied earnestly. After hanging up, Jiang Ying leaned back in her chair, wearily rubbing her temples. Yet, the unease in her heart did not dissipate. She picked up the communicator again, found Zhang Lu's number, and dialed once more. Beep, beep, beep. A busy tone. No answer. Jiang Ying's brows knitted together tightly. What is going on? Without further hesitation, she pressed the internal call button. Soon, a female assistant entered. General manager? Immediately book me the fastest magnetic elevator ticket to the 9th floor. The assistant's face displayed a look of concern. General manager. Without the chairman's approval, you cannot go to the lower levels on your own. Jiang Ying interrupted her. I'm going on a business trip under the pretext of inspecting the operations of the 9th floor chain pharmacies. Make it happen. Yes. The assistant dared not question further and bowed out. The office returned to silence. Jiang Ying approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the bustling urban landscape below, murmuring to herself. Zhang Lu, what on earth has happened to you? Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, at the Dachin No. 2 middle school playground, a sea of black-clad students and teachers had gathered. On the podium, Principal Li Jingguo wore a solemn and grave expression. He first detailed the tragic incident that had occurred at the Truo mine, deeply mourning the brave sacrifice of teacher Bald Wang and the unfortunate demise of several students, including Gao Qiangfei. He emphasized the dangers of real-world combat outside the tower and the importance of adhering to discipline, creating a heavy atmosphere in the assembly. Then, he shifted his tone, raising his voice. However, amid this grave crisis, some students have emerged, displaying remarkable composure, courage, and extraordinary martial talent and character. That student is Zhang Lu from Class 2, Year 3. All eyes instantly focused on Zhang Lu, who stood in the assembly below. Zhang Lu, with the courageous intervention of Teacher Wang, created an opportunity and, alongside the surviving classmates, ultimately vanquished the severely injured Lord-level monster, avenging their fallen comrades. Remarkably, through his relentless efforts, Zhang Lu has achieved an astonishing breakthrough in his martial cultivation. According to school verification, Zhang Lu's current spirit energy level has reached level 6. Level 6, students. Principal Li's voice resonated with fervor. How many years has it been since such a genius has emerged at Dachin No. 2 middle school? This is a point of pride for our school. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All the students stared at Zhang Lu, their expressions filled with disbelief, envy, and jealousy. In recognition of Zhang Lu's courageous performance and exceptional talent, the school leadership has unanimously decided to award him a scholarship of 100,000 yuan. This is intended to encourage him. We hope all students will take Zhang Lu as a model, work diligently, and strive for greatness. Now, let Zhang Lu come to the stage. Under the watchful gaze of countless complex expressions, Zhang Lu calmly ascended the podium. Principal Li personally handed him a symbolic oversized check and a genuine bank card, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before passing him the microphone. Zhang Lu, please say a few words. Share your experiences and insights with everyone. Zhang Lu held the microphone, gazing at the dense crowd below and the two particularly bright pairs of eyes within it. One was Yunnan, genuinely happy for him, even with a hint of pride. And the other was Zhang Wei, excited as if he himself had won an award, frantically exchanging glances with those around him. After a brief moment of silence, Zhang Lu sincerely uttered 8 words into the microphone. Study hard, and strive for progress every day. Below the stage, a profound silence ensued. Principal Li's smile momentarily froze. But he quickly recovered, snatching the microphone from the host teacher beside him, exclaiming loudly, "Listen, Everyone listen. How wonderful what Jiang Lu has said. Studying hard. It urges us to delve deeply into martial arts. Striving for progress every day. It inspires us to continually break through, advancing towards greater heights. His words may be simple, yet they encompass profound truths and lofty aspirations. Let us give him a round of applause. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although many faces still bore expressions of confusion, the atmosphere was charged. Zhang Wei, while clapping until his hands turned red, boasted to a student from the neighboring class, "Did you see that? Up there. Level 6. Jiang Lu. My half-brother." Chapter 49, A Sister's Visit. During the second break of the morning at Dazhong No. 2 Middle School, the teaching building was quiet. Jiang Ying stood in the corridor of the school office. Her emotions complex. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the principal's office door. She had come here to ascertain whether her once obedient and docile younger brother had truly transformed after being cast out of the family by their father. "Come in." A steady male voice emanated from within. Jiang Ying entered, forcing a smile onto her face. "Hello, Principal Li. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Jiang Lu's sister." "Jiang Ying, regarding my brother." Her words trailed off. Inside the office, Principal Li Zhengguo was animatedly pointing at a pennant on the wall while conversing with the teacher. Upon hearing her self-introduction, he immediately turned around, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. "Ah, it's Ms. Jiang Ying, Jiang Lu's sister. A distinguished guest indeed. Please come in." Principal Li strode forward, extending his hands warmly. "Please have a seat. Xiao Lu, go brew some tea. The best kind." Jiang Ying was somewhat taken aback by this excessive enthusiasm, instinctively shaking his hand. "Principal Li, you are too kind. I came here because—" I know. Principal Li interrupted her, his smile becoming even brighter. "You are here for Jiang Lu, aren't you?" "Oh, Jiang Lu is truly an outstanding student of our school." "Outstanding?" Jiang Ying was taken aback, her prepared remarks stuck in her throat. This script was not aligning, was it? Wasn't she supposed to admonish him for his lack of discipline? "Indeed," Principal Li exclaimed, rubbing his hands together excitedly. During the practical assessment at the True or Mine, he faced a sudden attack from a Lord-level monster. In a moment of crisis, Jiang Lu remained composed and fought valiantly alongside the teachers, ultimately succeeding in slaying the monster. What's even more remarkable, Principal Li's voice brimmed with pride, is that Jiang Lu has officially surpassed to level 6 in martial arts, verified by the school. Level 6. Ms. Jiang Ying, do you comprehend what this signifies? This is a source of pride for our school since its establishment. It is an honor worthy of being recorded in the annals of our history. Boom. Each of Principal Li's words struck Jiang Ying's heart like a clap of thunder. Achievements? Slaying a Lord-level monster? Level 6. A scholarship of 100,000? A school-wide recognition? This was a stark contrast to what she had heard from the housekeeper about him breaking others' legs, causing trouble, being abandoned. A level 2 waste. These were two entirely different extremes. The vast disparity in information and the intense contrast left Jiang Ying momentarily speechless, her mind a blank slate. Principal Li continued to excitedly extol Jiang Lu's bravery, resilience, and extraordinary talent. Minutes later, Jiang Ying emerged from the principal's office, her expression one of confusion. Her once perceived useless brother was now a prodigy who had achieved level 6 in martial arts during his final year of high school. Level 6 in martial arts was a rarity found only in elite schools above the 15th tier. Jiang Ying was still in a daze. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang. Jiang Ying arrived at the doorway of Class 3, Year 2, and amidst the throng of students pouring out, she immediately spotted Jiang Lu in the crowd. Observing her brother standing tall, with clear eyes and an aura of calm confidence, her heart swelled with mixed emotions. All her previous concerns transformed into profound comfort and a hint of guilt. "Xiao Lu," her voice quivered, "I heard from the principal that you've reached level 6. And you've achieved something great. That is wonderful. Truly wonderful." Jiang Lu turned, bewildered, and saw the woman before him, whose tear-filled eyes bore a striking resemblance to his own. Was this his sister? Jiang Lu, feeling a warmth in his heart at the genuine joy and slightly reddened eyes of his sister, nodded slightly. "Yes, I was fortunate." "Fortunate?" Jiang Ying exclaimed. "This is your talent and hard work. Xiao Lu, come home with me. Tell Dad about your achievements. He will be overjoyed. All past misunderstandings will be resolved. Our family will provide you with the best resources, and your future path will be so much smoother. You won't have to suffer here anymore." However, Jiang Lu's expression remained unchanged as he gently shook his head. "Sister, no need." His voice was calm yet resolute. "I'm fine here." Jiang Ying grew anxious. "Xiao Lu, don't be stubborn. I know you're upset with Dad for sending you to the 9th tier, for not caring enough over the years. But he is still our father, and the Jiang family is your root. Returning will only benefit you." Jiang Lu paused, his gaze shifting to Yunnan. who was diligently studying in the classroom, and Zhang Wei, who was sound asleep, before softly countering. Sister, then why did he insist on sending me away back then? Why wouldn't he allow me to explain? At his words, Jiang Ying's complexion paled slightly, her eyes flickering as if she harbored unspoken secrets. She bit her lip, ultimately sighing, her tone pleading. Xiaolu, some things are better left in the past. Dad was upset at the time and heard some unfavorable remarks. But now, things are different. You have proven yourself. If you return, everything will be fine. Unfavorable remarks? Jiang Lu latched onto this phrase, yet he did not press further. Merely smiling faintly, Sister, no need to persuade me any longer. I find the 9th tier quite good. I have my freedom. You should go back and thank him for his concern on my behalf. With that, he nodded at Jiang Ying and turned to enter the classroom. Xiaolu. Jiang Ying watched her brother's resolute back, reaching out a hand, only to let it fall helplessly. She stood there, her heart filled with helplessness. Her brother's stubbornness surpassed her expectations, and she could almost predict their father's reaction. She departed from the second high school with a heart laden with trepidation. Once back in the car, she dialed her father's number. Dad, I saw Xiaolu. She endeavored to keep her voice steady. Did you go to the 9th floor? What were you doing there? Has that rascal caused trouble again? On the other end, Zhang Hai's voice brimmed with preconceived annoyance and impatience. No, Dad. Xiaolu is doing well. Incredibly well. Jiang Ying hastily clarified. He didn't cause any trouble. In fact, he distinguished himself in the school's practical assessment by slaying a Lord-level monster. Moreover, his martial arts level has reached the 6th tier. The school even awarded him 100,000 yuan. He received recognition from the entire school. A profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. Moments later, Jiang Hai's voice returned, laced with incredulity and scorn. 6th tier? Killing a Lord-level monster? Jiang Ying, are you jesting? Just him? In a place like the 9th floor? Tell me, have you been secretly giving him money? Dad, I haven't tea. That's all Xiaolu's own hard work. It's true, Jiang Ying argued, feeling a surge of indignation for her brother. Enough. Jiang Hai interrupted sharply. His accomplishments? Without the Jiang family's bloodline, without the meager support I have provided him over the years, what is he worth? Tell him not to think that some temporary boost in strength gives him the right to challenge me. Throwing a tantrum? Refusing to come back? Very well. Let us see if he can rely on the Jiang family for the college entrance examination. I want to see how a penniless boy from the 9th floor, no background whatsoever, can attract the attention of any prestigious institution, even if he happens to be slightly more powerful. He is utterly oblivious. Slam. The phone was abruptly hung up. Jiang Ying held the mobile, listening to the monotonous tone, and leaned wearily against the back of her seat, letting out a despondent sigh. Xiaolu, why won't you just lower your head this once? Why does Dad despise that family so much? She murmured, her heart heavy with concern for Jiang Lu's future as she gazed anxiously out the window at the school building of the second high school. Chapter 50. The Resistance? In the ensuing days, Jiang Lu experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The new homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, was a refined middle-aged man. It was evident he had heard of Jiang Lu's remarkable feats from the principal and placed significant importance on this suddenly enlightened prodigy. During physical training, he no longer conducted the typical group exercises, but instead called Jiang Lu aside to personally instruct him, imparting years of accumulated close combat techniques and principles of force application. Power is not derived from the arms, but from the unity of the waist and horse stance. Your steps must be agile, your gaze sharp. Spot the flaw and strike decisively. Mr. Zhou demonstrated while explaining, his movements crisp and precise, each strike aimed at the vital points. Jiang Lu absorbed the lessons rapidly. After just one demonstration, he could replicate it almost perfectly. After hearing the principles once, he could immediately comprehend and apply them in practice. Within a mere 2 or 3 days, Mr. Zhou's ultimate combat techniques were nearly mastered by Jiang Lu, and during sparring sessions, he even managed to outmaneuver his teacher occasionally. Leveraging his superior reflexes and strength, Mr. Zhou maintained an exterior of teacherly authority, while internally, he was tumultuous, cursing himself. Bald Wong, this blind fool, guarding such an extraordinary gem, yet allowing it to languish for 3 years. What a disgrace to the teaching profession. A failure. He could almost envision the moment Jiang Lu would astound everyone in the college entrance examinations, being specially recruited by top-tier institutions. And how illustrious that would make his own record. I once nurtured the genius student Jiang Lu, who was specially recruited by XX Tier Spirit Energy University. He mused. At that point, parents would be clamoring to send their children to his class, trampling his office threshold. With this in mind, Mr. Zhou treated Jiang Lu with even more warmth and care, even suggesting privately that if Jiang Lu faced financial difficulties, he could lend him some money to acquire training resources. Jiang Lu politely declined his teacher's generous offer, yet for the first time, He felt a warmth of being genuinely valued and anticipated in this world. He trained with even greater diligence. He spent the 100,000 yuan reward from the school, along with his meager savings, enduring 3 more rounds of medicinal baths, until his wallet was utterly depleted. Although the effects of the baths diminished with each session, the cumulative benefits managed to elevate his martial arts level to the 7th tier. Feeling the surge of power within him and a heightened sense of perception, Jiang Lu, however, found no joy in his achievements. His funds had run dry, and the previously dried monster meat had been consumed completely, leaving his training progress once again at a standstill. It was time to seek out Yidao Lu and the others for another dungeon run, Jiang Lu calculated. He penned a leave request, citing family matters, and presented it to Mr. Zhou. The teacher, without even glancing at the reason, hastily approved it with a flourish, even calling Jiang Lu into his office to kindly remind him, "Jiang Lu, be safe while you're out. Remember, if you encounter any difficulties, you must inform your teacher. Do not bear it alone. I will certainly find a way to assist you." Jiang Lu was taken aback by this sudden display of warm concern and could only respond vaguely, "Thank you, teacher, it's just a small family matter. I'll be back after I take care of it." After school, instead of returning to his rented accommodation, Jiang Lu made his way directly towards the familiar, dilapidated alley leading to the Liangshan base. However, as he approached the alley's entrance, he sensed something amiss. Outside the alley, several black vehicles adorned with law enforcement insignia were parked, a stark contrast to the usual tranquility. Though the red and blue warning lights atop the vehicles were not flashing, they exuded an air of foreboding. Jiang Lu's heart raced. Had something happened? He slowed his pace, cautiously entering the alley. Numerous uniformed law enforcement officers were present, interrogating residents door to door, collecting information, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. One officer halted him, proceeding with the routine inquiry. "What are you doing? Do you live here? Please show your identity wristband." Jiang Lu produced his student wristband, third-year student from the 2nd high school, here to see a friend. The officer checked the information and nodded, reminding him in a routine manner. "This area has been unstable lately. There may be dangerous individuals on the loose. Stay safe, and report any suspicious persons or situations to us immediately." With that, he gestured for Jiang Lu to pass. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jiang Lu asked, "Officer, may I inquire what significant event has occurred? Why the heightened presence?" The officer shot him a glance, his tone cold. "Mind your own business. It has nothing to do with you as a student. Now hurry along." Jiang Lu suppressed his misgivings and ventured deeper into the alley. The further he went, the more law enforcement officers appeared, and the scrutiny grew more intense. His heart raced with mounting unease. Finally, he arrived at the familiar entrance of the Liangshan base. Disguised as an abandoned garage, at the garage's entrance, 2 stern-faced officers flanked Yidao Lu, conducting an interrogation. Yidao Lu appeared somewhat unnerved, forcing a calm demeanor as he answered their questions. Meanwhile, the usual trio of Gon, Wen, and Shui were conspicuously absent. "Is there anyone else inside? Open the door. We need to conduct a search," one officer insisted, his tone authoritative. Yidao Lu managed to muster a strained smile, positioning himself in front of the door and imploring, "Officer, there is truly no one else here. It's just me watching the warehouse. I have a brother inside who has fallen ill, afraid of light and wind, and cannot be seen. Please, have mercy and do not enter." "Ill? What ailment could be so shameful?" Another officer inquired sharply, clearly skeptical. "Step aside. This concerns leads to the resistance. We cannot afford any negligence. We must enter and search." Resistance? Upon hearing that term, Jiang Lu felt a pang of confusion. Was this towering edifice truly not as serene as it appeared on the surface? As he observed the 2 law enforcement officers losing their patience and preparing to forcefully push past Yidao Lu to enter, Jiang Lu swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yidao Lu. 2 officers. Jiang Lu endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. "This is my uncle, and I am a student from No. 2 high school. My ailing uncle is inside, and due to the particular circumstances, it is inconvenient for him to meet anyone. This place is merely a derelict garage. There surely are no insurgents within. Might you consider making an exception?" The 2 enforcement officers scrutinized Jiang Lu, noting his youthful appearance, yet their stance remained resolute. "A student? All the more reason for you not to interfere. Just because you say there's no need for a search, how can we ascertain what might be concealed inside? Step aside. If you continue to obstruct our duties, we shall take you in for questioning as well." Beside them, Yidao Lu was perspiring with anxiety, desperately signaling to Jiang Lu to retreat and avoid trouble. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and the officers prepared to act, a familiar voice, tinged with surprise, emerged from the side of the alley. Young brother Jiang? What brings you to such a place?" Following the sound, Jiang Lu spotted Yu Jian, clad in a crisp law enforcement uniform, with insignia prominently displayed, approaching from another inquiry point. Upon seeing Yu Jian, the two officers immediately straightened their posture and rendered a formal salute. Captain. Yu Jian waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating for them to relax. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Lu, revealing a hint of astonishment and concern. He stepped closer, surveying the dilapidated surroundings, and remarked with a touch of empathy. I have indeed heard from Nan Nan about your challenging family circumstances, but I did not expect you to reside in such squalor. This environment is quite unfair to you. Jiang Lu felt a chill in his heart, but quickly forced a wry smile in response. I apologize for the embarrassment, brother Yu. I am simply grateful to have a shelter from the elements. The two enforcement officers exchanged uncertain glances, clearly at a loss, and tentatively inquired, Captain, should we still proceed with the search of this garage? Yu Jian frowned, his tone irritable. Search for what? This is my younger brother's home. Am I not aware of the situation inside? Go look elsewhere. Do not waste time here. Yes, Captain. The officers, as if relieved from a heavy burden, saluted and swiftly departed to conduct inquiries elsewhere. Yidao Lu, who had been nervously sweating, finally exhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of complex emotions as he regarded Jiang Lu. Yu Jian's warm smile returned as he patted Jiang Lu on the shoulder. Little Jiang, if you ever encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. A talent like you is someone I would be glad to befriend and assist. Jiang Lu's thoughts raced, yet he displayed a grateful expression. He then reached for Yidao Lu, who still appeared somewhat dazed, and sincerely said, Thank you for your concern. Brother Yu, however, I am doing quite well. My uncle takes excellent care of me, and I face no difficulties. Yu Jian's gaze swept over Yidao Lu's weathered face, which bore the marks of life's hardships, and he smiled, not probing further. That is good to hear. Make sure to engage with Nan Nan more at school. Learning from one another will foster mutual growth. The gap between you two is quite significant, and you should guide her. Jiang Lu nodded in response. Rest assured, brother Yu. Nan Nan and I are good friends, and it is only natural for us to support each other. Excellent. I am pleased to hear that, Yu Jian replied, smiling as he nodded in satisfaction. I shall not encroach on your time any longer. The team has tasks to attend to. Safe travels, brother Yu. Jiang Lu courteously bid farewell. Once Yu Jian's figure vanished around the corner of the alley, Jiang Lu's smile abruptly faded, his expression sharpening. He swiftly turned, lowering his voice, and fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yidao Lu. Lu Gu, you must clarify. Are you or Gan, Wan, and Shui affiliated with the insurgents? His tone bore an unprecedented gravity. He wished to avoid trouble, yet if Yidao Lu and his associates truly had ties to the insurgents, the repercussions of their previous transgressions in the tower would be catastrophic. Like falling into a pit of muck, it would be an inescapable disaster. Yidao Lu's expression shifted alarmingly, and he hastily waved his hands in denial. Brother Jiang, you cannot speak such things. We are merely ordinary mercenaries trying to make a living. How could we possibly be insurgents? Jiang Lu remained unconvinced, his eyes icy as he feigned turning to leave. Lu Gu, you still refuse to speak the truth? Very well. If our paths diverge, let this be the end of our collaboration. From now on, we shall each walk our own way. Seeing Jiang Lu's resolve, Yidao Lu panicked. He grasped Jiang Lu's arm tightly, anxiously glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before he gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Oh, my brother Jiang. Come inside. We must discuss this further. Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes, but followed him once more toward the garage's roll-up door. Yidao Lu did not fully lift the door, merely creating a narrow opening for them to slip through, and the two quickly entered. Inside the garage, the lighting was dim, and the air was permeated with a faint metallic scent of blood and medicine. There lay Gan, feigning illness on the makeshift stretcher, while Wan and Shui stood alert beside a large wooden barrel used for storing discarded lubricant, positioned at the far end of the garage. Upon seeing Jiang Lu and Yidao Lu enter, the three visibly relaxed. Safe at last, it's brother Jiang, Yidao Lu announced to the trio. He then turned toward the large barrel and quietly called out, Brother Zhang Bao, come out. It is safe for now. Wan stepped forward and forcefully pushed open the heavy lid of the barrel. Inside, curled up, was a man, clad in tattered clothing. His body marred with dried and fresh blood, his complexion pale and breath shallow, clearly gravely injured. He struggled to brace himself against the barrel's edge and stood, solemnly clasping his hands in salute toward Yidao Lu. Hero Lu, I am forever indebted for the life you have saved today. Yidao Lu promptly returned the gesture, his tone imbued with reverence. Brother Zhang, you honor me. You are the true hero, daring to voice the plight of the common people. I, old Lu, merely fulfilled the duty of a person with a modicum of conscience. Zhang Bao's pale face revealed a hint of bitterness and determination as he responded. If only the people within this tower could awaken, like Hero Lu and his brothers, and see the true faces of those who reside above. our liberation would not be so arduous. Jiang Lu, overhearing this exchange, felt his heart race, cold sweat threatening to spill. He realized he had unwittingly entangled himself in a monumental affair. This was akin to being a walking powder keg. At that moment, Zhang Bao's gaze fell upon Jiang Lu. He scrutinized Jiang Lu's face and suddenly appeared puzzled, murmuring, "This young brother seems somewhat familiar. Have we crossed paths before?" Jiang Lu's heart sank. Did this man intend to recruit him? No. Brother, you must be mistaken. I have never seen you before. He had no desire to become entangled with the insurgents in any capacity. Dao Lu, sensing the tension, hastily intervened, recalling Jiang Lu's instructions to conceal his capabilities. Brother Zhang, this is our temporary team member, Jiang Lu. He has accompanied us on a few excursions to the tower and possesses commendable skills. I assure you he is trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu's simmering anger at being deceived and exploited eased slightly. Thankfully, Dao Lu had not revealed his true background. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to confess everything to Yu Jian. Zhang Bao nodded slightly, seemingly accepting the explanation. He turned his attention away from Jiang Lu and eagerly inquired, "Lu Yishu, time is of the essence. When can we exit the tower?" Dao Lu pondered for a moment and replied, "We should wait for the current wave of searches outside to subside. It would be best to leave at night when there are fewer people exiting the tower, making the inspections somewhat more lenient. We will find a way to blend in and slip away." Jiang Lu stood to the side, his mind racing. He found himself in a dilemma. Leaving was not an option, yet staying posed a risk. If this group were to encounter trouble, he could easily be implicated. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly spoke up. "I want to accompany you on this exit from the tower." Dao Lu was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at him. "Brother Jiang, didn't you take a leave of absence? This endeavor is fraught with danger. You need not involve yourself." Jiang Lu interjected, "I did take a leave, but this time, you will pursue your own mission while I pursue mine." He paused, adding, "We will act separately. Once we exit the tower, you will escort your people, and I will hunt my own magical beasts, without interfering with one another." His meaning was abundantly clear. He would accompany them out of the tower, but would not partake in any of their rebellious actions. This was both a measure of self-preservation and a means to establish boundaries. Dao Lu regarded Jiang Lu's resolute expression, understanding that he had made up his mind. He opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately swallowed his words, nodding firmly, "Very well." Chapter 52, The Twisted Jungle. Half an hour later, within the garage, several individuals helped Zhang Bao don a set of worn garments that, although ill-fitting, sufficiently concealed his tattered and blood-stained attire. His wounds had received rudimentary emergency treatment, and at least they no longer appeared as ghastly. Jiang Lu keenly observed that Zhang Bao's wrist was bare, devoid of any wristband. It seemed he, like Jiang Lu, needed to utilize a temporary wristband. The cacophony of the law enforcement team outside gradually faded away until it was completely silent. The alley returned to its usual tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional distant bark of a dog. "Gone. 1. Chui, you three go ahead and scout the route. Check for any tails." Dao Lu commanded in a low voice. The trio nodded and silently slipped out of the garage like shadows, dispersing to key intersections in the alley, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Once safety was confirmed, Dao Lu assisted the still somewhat weak Zhang Bao, lowering his head as they hurried toward an old van parked at the alley's mouth. Jiang Lu maintained his distance of several meters behind them, resembling an indifferent passerby, leisurely trailing behind while his peripheral vision remained alert for any suspicious movements. One by one, they boarded the vehicle. Jiang Lu lingered outside for a moment longer, ensuring no one was paying attention, before swiftly pulling the door open and squeezing inside. The van emitted a muted rumble as it slowly started, merging into the sparse evening traffic of the 9th level. Outside the window was the artificially simulated, somewhat desolate night scene of the tower. Inside the cabin, however, there was an oppressive silence, broken only by the roar of the engine and the slightly labored breaths of the occupants. Leaning against the back of his seat, Jiang Lu closed his eyes to rest, yet he felt a persistent sense of discomfort. He could distinctly sense a gaze occasionally glancing at him from the front diagonal. Zhang Bao. Unable to contain himself any longer, he opened his eyes and met Zhang Bao's inquisitive and perplexed stare, his tone tinged with impatience. "Brother, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Is there something on my face?" Zhang Bao appeared slightly embarrassed, offering an apologetic smile. "Brother Jiang, please don't misunderstand. I truly feel you look familiar, as if we've met before, but I cannot recall where." Jiang Lu scoffed lightly, bluntly interrupting, "No, we are complete strangers, mere acquaintances. I am just an ordinary student, fortunate to have a higher level. Please do not attempt to engage me in any talk of fate or camaraderie, as I cannot entertain such notions." Zhang Bao, far from offended, chuckled and shook his head, his tone relaxed. "Brother Jiang, you worry too much. Our resistance movement only welcomes comrades voluntarily, we never impose. We are all united by a grand ideal, to overthrow this devouring tower and establish a new order of equality. Zhang Lu let out a dry laugh, choosing to remain silent as he closed his eyes again, harboring mixed feelings toward this rhetoric. Shortly thereafter, the van came to a quiet stop at the somewhat desolate outer area of the teleportation hall. At this hour, aside from a few individuals hunting nocturnal magical beasts or mercenary groups undertaking urgent missions, few would choose to exit the tower. The entrance to the hall was sparsely populated, with only a few solitary lights illuminating the space, creating an air of emptiness. Yidao Lu alighted first, assisting Zhang Bao, while Gan, Wan, and Shui dispersed around, vigilantly assuming protective positions. Zhang Lu lingered at the back, following at a leisurely pace. He wore a disposable temporary wristband that one had given him upon exiting the vehicle, the screen clearly displaying LV7. This level was sufficient to allow one to hold a captain or core member position within an ordinary mercenary group on the 9th level. Zhang Lu even felt confident that, disregarding the flashy effects of abilities, based solely on his solid foundation, superior physical prowess, and the refined martial skills honed through both mentor Zhou and real combat experience, he could easily defeat Yidao Lu, who was at level 8. This was one of the reasons he insisted on acting independently. He needed genuine, uninterrupted life and death battles to fully digest his surging power and refine his martial path. Yidao Lu swiftly completed the exit registration at the automated machine at the counter. Once the paperwork was finalized, a portal marked Twisted Jungle suddenly illuminated. Zhang Lu glanced at the introduction screen beside the door. Primary magical beasts, mutated plants, insect-type magical beasts. Danger level, 610. The Twisted Jungle? Why would Zhang Bao choose this location, where primarily plant-type magical beasts resided? Could it be that there was a secret stronghold of the resistance outside the tower? Zhang Lu speculated inwardly. He trailed at the back of the group, observing as the others stepped into the flickering, ghostly green portal. The moment Zhang Bao's figure vanished into the light, Zhang Lu's pupils constricted slightly. He clearly saw that Zhang Bao's wrist was bare. He was not wearing any wristband. So it was possible to exit the tower without one? Did he intend never to return? Zhang Lu suppressed the turmoil within and stepped into the teleportation light. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, a rich, damp air filled with the scent of decaying plants and earthy soil enveloped him. Before him lay an endless, shadowy forest shrouded in eerie moonlight. Towering ancient trees twisted and intertwined, their branches and leaves obscuring the sky. While the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of decomposed leaves, the accumulation of countless years. Strange fungi and vines exuded a faint phosphorescence, while unsettling rustling sounds and the low murmurs of unknown creatures occasionally echoed from the darkness. The surroundings were utterly deserted, precisely as anticipated. The danger level in the night-shrouded Twisted Jungle was exponentially heightened. Without sufficient strength and a clear objective, few mercenary groups would dare to venture forth. At that moment, Yidao Lu, having settled Zhang Bao, approached with a grave expression, once again asking in a low voice, "Brother Jiang, we are about to escort Brother Zhang Bao out of this area. Are you truly not coming with us? There is safety in numbers. Leaving the Twisted Jungle?" Zhang Lu understood all too well. Zhang Bao, indeed, harbored intentions of circumventing through the vast, chaotic expanse beyond the tower, an area not yet fully under control, to reach other floors, or perhaps the secret stronghold of the rebels. The world outside the tower is not a fragmented series of independent realms divided by portals, but rather a continuous, perilous expanse teeming with unknown dangers. The fringes of the Twisted Jungle may connect to deserts, swamps, mountains, or even the ruins of ancient cities. Once one steps beyond the area covered by the signal from the wristband, the device's functions of location tracking, communication, and return become utterly ineffective, plunging one into a true fight for survival. This is precisely why most individuals dare not venture too far from the safety zone. Zhang Lu resolutely shook his head, his tone firm. "No, Brother Lu. You have your mission, and I have my cultivation. Let us part ways here, and I wish you safe travels." With that, he exhibited no further hesitation, turning to delve deeper into the darkness of the Twisted Jungle. Zhang Bao gazed in the direction Zhang Lu had vanished, his lips moving silently. Caught between words, Yidao Lu clapped him on the shoulder. "Come, Brother Zhang. Brother Jiang has his path to tread." Zhang Bao nodded. Subsequently, the group stealthily proceeded into the depths of the dense forest in another direction, swiftly disappearing into the vast night and the enigmatic jungle. Chapter 53, The Traitor. Deep within the Twisted Jungle, the night was as dark as ink, with only the feeble moonlight filtering through the layers of foliage, barely illuminating the path beneath their feet. The surroundings were hauntingly silent, interrupted only by the occasional chilling crack from afar, a reminder to Jiang Lu of the countless lethal dangers lurking within this jungle. Jiang Lu's figure darted swiftly among the gnarled roots of ancient trees and the twisted, drooping vines. His cloud-slicing step had been pushed to its utmost limit, each footfall silent and precisely avoiding all obstacles. Here, danger was omnipresent. One could never know when the seemingly solid ground beneath might suddenly crack open to reveal tentacles slick with slime, or whether the ancient tree that had stood silently for centuries might, at the moment of your passing, lash out with branches hardened like steel whips. Or if the dense canopy overhead might release spines laced with paralyzing toxins or a sticky net of exceptional resilience. Jiang Lu's mind was intensely focused, his senses heightened to their limits. He no longer relied solely on sight but instead attuned to the subtle shifts in air currents, the direction of sounds, and an almost instinctive intuition for evasion. At first, he fumbled somewhat. A flytrap camouflaged as a shrub snapped its leaves shut abruptly, its sharp spikes grazing his back and tearing through his clothing. A seemingly harmless hanging vine suddenly snapped taut, ensnaring his ankle, which he narrowly evaded. Even the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a pit lined with jagged teeth. Each act of evasion was fraught with peril, draining his physical strength and mental acuity. Yet, under such intense life and death pressure, his understanding of the cloud-slicing step deepened rapidly. The intricate techniques imparted by Teacher Zhou and the breath transformation principles shared by Yidao Lu became exceedingly clear and practical at this moment. He gradually comprehended that true mastery of the cloud-slicing step was not merely about speed, but akin to water flowing past clouds, effortless, harmonious with the environment, and employing force to transform force. His movements became increasingly fluid and light as a feather. Attacks he once had to evade with strenuous effort and clumsy rolls could now be sidestepped with a mere graceful shift or a subtle twist, minimizing the cost of evasion. Suddenly, to his left, a seemingly lifeless dry tree split open with a crack, a branch as dark as ink darting toward Jiang Lu's temple with lightning speed. Had this occurred mere minutes prior, he would have likely been forced to awkwardly tumble to escape. Yet at this moment, a spark ignited in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a deft footwork shift, his body felt as if it had shed its weight, gliding slightly along the trajectory of the incoming branch, allowing the deadly thrust to graze past his ear by mere millimeters. Simultaneously, he reversed his grip on the dagger, not even glancing, and swiftly slashed upward, slicing through. The attacking branch was severed at its base, falling to the ground and writhing like a decapitated serpent, oozing a foul, dark green sap. The entire trunk of the dead tree trembled violently, more branches whipping toward him in frenzy. However, Jiang Lu had already leveraged the momentum to retreat, his figure flickering as he effortlessly escaped the range of its attack, landing at a safe distance, breath steady, gaze calm. No more than this, he murmured to himself. After hours of harrowing trials, his cloud-slicing step had ascended to a new level. These sluggish tree demons, reliant on stealthy ambushes, posed little threat in his eyes. His objective was clear: to hunt the tree demons and collect their roots. According to textbook knowledge and Yidao Lu's prior descriptions, the core material of this withered spiny tree demon was not its branches or trunk, but the main root system buried underground that provided it with violent energy. This material was one of the key components for crafting various low-level body-refining herbal baths, highly valuable, fetching around 5,000 in the black market for a specimen in good condition. As for the various magic-infused insects scuttling swiftly through the forest, their shells shimmering with an eerie glow, occasionally spewing venom or launching poisonous spikes, Jiang Lu chose to actively avoid them. Though their toxic materials were also valuable, without professional collection and preservation equipment, they were prone to damage or self-injury, rendering them a poor cost-benefit ratio. After several hours, Jiang Lu's tactical backpack had grown heavy and bulging, filled with 20 to 30 dark brown magic roots of varying lengths, a bountiful harvest. After effortlessly dispatching another earthbound tree demon that had erupted from the ground, skillfully excavating its roots, and cleaning the magic root to stow in his backpack, Jiang Lu let out a long breath, preparing to find a relatively safe spot to rest momentarily. Just then, a blinding red light suddenly pierced the darkness above the jungle, illuminating the twisted trees below in a blood-red hue. A signal flare. Jiang Lu's pupils constricted sharply as he looked up. Before he could fully process it, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of bright red signal flares shot up from various directions, exploding in the sky. An emergency assembly signal from the enforcement team? Jiang Lu's heart raced. Had Yidao Lu and the others been discovered? But in the next moment, he swiftly dismissed this thought. No. If the enforcement team had already grasped their precise whereabouts, they could have easily set a trap at the teleportation hall to capture them all. Why wait until they were deep in the jungle to signal? A thought flashed through his mind. Unless there is a traitor, someone must have informed them after entering the jungle and confirming Dao Lu's destination. At that moment, a frantic and disordered sound of footsteps, accompanied by low-toned conversations, swiftly approached his location. Jiang Lu's expression hardened, and he swiftly executed the cloud-slicing step, his body slipping silently like a wisp of smoke up a densely leafed monstrous tree. Holding his breath, he peered downward through the gaps in the foliage. Below, two agile men clad in enforcement uniforms were scanning the area with flashlights, advancing with caution. One of them muttered in a low voice, "Damn it, dragged out for overtime in the dead of night, without even a warm meal. Can't these damned rebels just lie low and wait to die in the lower levels?" Another individual scoffed, his tone laden with resignation. "All right, enough of the chatter. Tonight, the Yellow King himself is leading the charge. Are you unaware of his temperament? Earlier, Captain, you fell for a false lead and missed out, allowing him to seize this opportunity for glory. If we return empty-handed tonight, we shall surely face dire consequences. Everyone, stay alert. Alas, poor Captain you. However, the signal flare has been deployed, which means we've likely hooked a big catch. It ought to be nearby, so let us expedite our search. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to rest." Perched high in the trees, Jiang Lu overheard their conversation with startling clarity, and his mind instantly illuminated with realization. Indeed, there was a traitor among them, and this traitor was exceedingly cunning. Initially, in the alleyway, the enforcement team conducted a broad sweep, not directly targeting the garage, clearly indicating that the traitor wished to avoid early exposure, providing only vague coordinates. Subsequently, due to his unforeseen involvement and Captain Yu's intervention, the enforcement team retreated, leading to a failed operation. Once outside the tower and into the possibly unstable jungle, the traitor confirmed Lu Yidao's ultimate destination and route before dispatching the information, thereby extricating themselves flawlessly. All suspicion could easily fall upon him, the outsider who had joined midway and departed alone. Who could Gan, Wan, and Shui truly be? Jiang Lu's mind raced through the faces of the three, recalling details in an attempt to unearth clues. At that moment, a commanding voice pierced the stillness of the jungle. "Who goes there? Show yourself." A beam of light from a powerful flashlight suddenly illuminated the dense canopy where Jiang Lu was concealed. Chapter 54. Who is the traitor? The enforcement officer's fierce shout reverberated through the silent forest. Jiang Lu's heart contracted sharply, his muscles tensing instantly. He held his breath, rapidly weighing his options. Should he flee immediately or... Just then, another enforcement officer seemed to sense something amiss. He scrutinized the canopy with increasing intensity, his tone laced with suspicion and menace. "Friend in the trees, if you're one of us, come down quickly. No sneaking about. If you're a remnant of the rebels, don't blame us for being rude." A weight settled in Jiang Lu's heart. Their tone suggested uncertainty regarding his identity, more akin to a bluff and test. If he fled in panic, it would only confirm their suspicions. He took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, then parted the branches before revealing half of his body. An expression of feigned panic on his face as he called down, "Wait. Officers, I'm a good person, just here on a mission." With that, he leapt down from the tree. He deliberately refrained from completely concealing his aura, allowing the temporary wristband on his arm, marked LV7, to be clearly visible. He also patted his bulging backpack, filled with hard-to-obtain magical roots, producing a dull thud. The two enforcement officers, observing this, relaxed their tense demeanor slightly, though their hands remained poised on their weapons. The leader scrutinized Jiang Lu, his gaze darting between the youth's face and the oversized backpack. "Level 7? Out here in the twisted jungle alone at this hour? You certainly have guts." Jiang Lu forced a naive yet slightly fearful smile, hastily explaining, "Officers, please understand. I'm simply poor and hoping to gather some money. I heard the magical roots here are valuable at night, so I bravely ventured in to try my luck. I hid because I was frightened by the noise." He then opened his backpack to reveal the magical root stems inside, solidifying his claim of hunting magical creatures. The other enforcement officer scoffed, shining the flashlight on Jiang Lu's backpack with a mocking tone. "Lucky you, kid. But this area is under temporary control by the enforcement team. We're apprehending wanted criminals. Your items are of dubious origin and must be taken back for inspection. You can leave, but the backpack stays." Jiang Lu's expression changed drastically, appearing both anxious and aggrieved. "Officers, I worked so hard to obtain these. Please, have mercy. Enough with the excuses." The lead officer interrupted impatiently, his tone turning menacing. "When we say go, you go? Don't you understand human language? You're a level 7. How did you acquire so much high-grade magical root? Who knows if you've ingested prohibited substances or are colluding with the rebels? Do you want me to take you back to the Enforcement Bureau for thorough questioning?" The other officer chimed in sarcastically, hand resting on his weapon's grip, laden with threat. Humph, kid, be sensible. On a moonless night like this, should you perish out here, devoured by monsters until nothing remains, no one would be the wiser. We're showing you mercy by letting you leave, and you're not grateful? Jianglu lowered his head, his gaze, shrouded in shadow, suddenly turned icy with lethal intent. Suppressing the seething anger within, he remained silent for a few seconds, appearing to be intimidated by their intimidation, his shoulders sagging slightly as he bowed in deference. Yes, yes. Thank you, esteemed officers, for your leniency. I shall hand over the backpack. With that, he kept his head down, clutching the heavy, magical root-filled backpack, and slowly approached the two enforcement officers. Their faces lit up with delight and greed, their attention fixated entirely on the bulging backpack, their vigilance waning as they leaned forward, ready to receive their prize. They completely underestimated this seemingly terrified, impoverished student before them. However, what they could not see was that Jianglu's lowered head concealed not a shred of fear or submission, but a chilling resolve for slaughter. He had already discerned that the temporary wristbands on both their arms also displayed LV7, 2 level 7s. As long as he acted swiftly and seized the moment, he could strike first. Just as Jianglu extended the backpack, the two enforcement officers reached out to grasp it. In that fleeting instant, Jianglu's hand suddenly released its grip without warning. Thud! The heavy backpack plummeted downwards. Their gazes and attention were instinctively drawn to the falling backpack, and they instinctively bent down to retrieve it. In that moment of exhaustion, when old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, Jianglu surged into action. His cloud-soaring step erupted with unparalleled speed. His body shot forward like a weightless specter. The right hand, concealed beneath the backpack, glimmered with cold light. The dagger, hidden in his grasp, sliced through the air with lethal precision. Swish! The lead enforcement officer, who had bent down, suddenly froze, his hands futilely clutching at his neck. His eyes wide with utter horror and disbelief. He wished to scream, but only a wheezing gasp escaped his lips. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain between his fingers. The second enforcement officer, just bending down, felt a sudden warmth on his face, instinctively turning to see his companion's neck erupting with blood, collapsing in a horrifying spectacle. His pupils constricted in terror, his mind racing as he opened his mouth to scream a warning. But Jianglu would not grant him that opportunity. The dagger, relentless and unyielding, as it severed the first man's throat, used the momentum and rotational force to strike back at an incredible angle. Thud! The icy blade sliced through the second enforcement officer's throat and carotid artery. His cries for help were drowned in the torrent of blood surging from his wound, transforming into a series of muffled whimpers. He staggered backward, hands desperately attempting to stanch the flow, but blood gushed forth uncontrollably, rapidly staining his front and hands crimson. In just a breath or two well-equipped and arrogant 7th-level enforcers had swiftly transformed into lifeless corpses, their warmth rapidly dissipating as they collapsed to the ground. Jianglu stood expressionless, his breath slightly quickened, his gaze icy as it swept over the bodies sprawled before him. He bent down to retrieve his backpack, calmly slinging it over his shoulder with an unsettling tranquility. Without a moment's hesitation, he refrained from attending to the corpses, instead orienting himself before silently executing his movement technique. Swiftly making his way toward the official safe zone. He had to vacate this area as soon as possible. The enforcer's large-scale manhunt had been triggered, and lingering here was ill-advised. Meanwhile, in another section of the twisted jungle, Yidao Lu supported the injured and weakened Zhang Bao, closely followed by Gan, Wen, and Shui, as they cautiously advanced toward the safety zone, taking advantage of the dense vegetation for cover. Each face bore a grave expression, the atmosphere stiflingly oppressive. Upon reaching the boundary where the twisted jungle met other realms, they sensed that something was amiss. A multitude of enforcers from other layers guarded the main thoroughfare leading to the junction, while the twisted jungle was teeming with 9th-level enforcers, relentlessly searching for their whereabouts. Despite Yidao Lu's deep-seated reluctance to believe it, the notion of an insider began to surface in his mind. The plan had leaked so thoroughly, the timing so precise, there must be a mole. Among all those in the know, Jiang Lu, who had joined midway and left alone, was the prime suspect. Zhang Bao's complexion was pale as he gritted his teeth to endure. Gan, Wen, and Shui held their weapons tightly, their vigilant gazes scanning the surrounding darkness. Anxiety and unease evident in their eyes. They all understood that their only path to survival lay in swiftly returning to the officially designated safe zone, where they could utilize the teleportation portal to return to the tower and then devise a means to escape through the portals of other layers. Although the safe zone would undoubtedly also be under surveillance by enforcers, it was preferable to being completely surrounded and slaughtered outside the tower. Zhang Bao lacked a wristband. rendering direct teleportation impossible. They had no choice but to risk traversing this perilous jungle on foot, just as they struggled through a relatively sparse area of the forest. Drawing ever closer to the signal range of the safe zone, a sudden flash of blinding white light erupted from both their front and rear, enveloping the five of them. They've been spotted. They're here. Hurry, surround them. Don't let them escape. Excited shouts erupted from the darkness surrounding them. The sound of hurried footsteps rapidly approached. They were caught in a pincer movement. Yidao Lu and the others felt their hearts plummet to the depths of despair. Chapter 55, Secrets of the Tower. As the encirclement of enforcers drew ever tighter, the beams of icy searchlights swept across their hiding place, the situation becoming increasingly dire. Zhang Bao gritted his teeth and urgently addressed Yidao Lu beside him. Old Lu, you have wristbands. Teleport away immediately. They didn't see your faces. If I don't say anything, you are not considered accomplices. Go now. Yidao Lu furrowed his brow, his face a mask of struggle and guilt. No, I brought you here. It's my fault that you're in danger. How can I abandon you? Foolishness. Zhang Bao interrupted sharply, his tone resolute. The resistance will not cease with my death. It is essential for you sparks of hope to survive. To live is to continue supporting the heavenly society. Go. This is an order. Behind them, one, who had remained silent until now, finally revealed a rare urgency on his face. Lu Gu, there's no time to hesitate. They're closing in. Once they see our faces, it's all over. Gon chimed in anxiously. Yes, Lu Gu, as long as the Green Mountains remain. We need not fear for firewood. Brother Zhang is right. Yidao Lu gazed into Zhang Bao's eyes, filled with determination and urgency, then looked at the encroaching beams and shadows around them. Ultimately, he painfully closed his eyes, reopening them with a heavy resolve. He released his hold on Zhang Bao and said solemnly, Take care, Brother Zhang. Should the Heavenly Society require anything in the ninth layer in the future, I, Lu, will face fire and water unflinchingly. A bittersweet smile emerged on Zhang Bao's face as he solemnly cupped his hands in salute to the four. Yidao Lu cast one last lingering glance at Zhang Bao, then abruptly waved his hand. Go. Buzz. 3 faint ripples of spatial distortion flickered, and the figures of Yidao Lu, Gon, Wan, and Chui vanished from the spot. The smile on Zhang Bao's face instantly faded, his final gaze lingering complexly on the place where one had disappeared. Moments later, 7 or 8 enforcers clad in uniforms rushed over, their cold guns and crossbows encircling the solitary Zhang Bao, beams of light converging upon him. An enforcer bearing a squad insignia scanned the area and coldly declared, The Heavenly Society's resistance has been contained. Send someone to notify Captain Huang immediately. Yes. An enforcer promptly turned and sprinted toward the communication point. Zhang Bao forced himself to stand upright, his gaze sweeping over the cold muzzles surrounding him, his voice hoarse. Ah, pitiful bunch. Are you so willingly serving as lapdogs to that man-eating tower? Have you ever considered that in the eyes of those lofty figures, you are no different from us, just insects in their petri dish, ready to be crushed at any moment? The squad leader scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with disdain. Facing death, you still spout nonsense and slander the tower. When Captain Huang arrives, let us see if you can still be so defiant. Zhang Bao suddenly raised his voice in a roar. Slander? Let me ask you this. If your children, your siblings, were fortunate enough to awaken a rare and powerful special ability, and your family was celebrating this turn of fate, then, in the dead of night, personnel from the tower's Special Affairs Department burst in, forcibly taking your loved ones away, and then exterminating your entire family to cover it up, would you still defend this blood-soaked tower? Answer me. His furious roar echoed through the silent jungle night, clear to the enforcers surrounding him, and even reaching Zhang Lu, who was concealed in the shadows among the trees, causing his heart to tremble. Special abilities could be forcibly taken away by the upper echelons, even exterminated. Did his 6 paths summoning pool count as a special ability? If so, what would happen if it was exposed during the college entrance examination? A chill shot up Zhang Lu's spine. The darkness and rules hidden beneath the tower were far more brutal and horrifying than he had imagined. The information Zhang Bao spoke of was crucial to him. It directly related to his future survival. Meanwhile, the squad leader frowned, sharply retorting, Absurd. You rebels are nothing but rabble, capable only of spreading rumors and sowing panic. Do you think we are easily swayed lower-class fools? Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope in Zhang Bao's eyes extinguished. Since you insist on being blind to the truth, don't blame me. With that, he suddenly bit down on his tongue, a rich metallic taste flooding his mouth. Aya! A monstrous, frenzied roar erupted from the depths of Zhang Bao's throat. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out densely. His body violently expanded like a balloon, tearing apart his already tattered clothing. Thick, steel-like gray-black fur erupted from his skin, enveloping him entirely. His fingers twisted and elongated, his nails transforming into curved, claw-like talons, gleaming with a chilling light. The most terrifying aspect was his head. The pronounced cheekbones, the protruding mouth and nose, fangs piercing through the lips, and elongated, pointed ears, all transforming his cranium into a grotesque hybrid of man and wolf. This scene left Jiang Lu, who was observing from a distance, utterly astonished. Such extraordinary abilities exist? Could it be the animal type werewolf fruit? Remain vigilant. The target possesses the ability to transform into a werewolf. The squad leader's pupils constricted as he bellowed fiercely. Instantly, all law enforcement officers tensed, aiming their pistols and crossbows in unison. Moreover, two members swiftly unsheathed specially designed metallic snares, shimmering with faint electrical currents, and hurled them towards the transforming Zhang Bao. With a deafening howl, the fully transformed Zhang Bao unleashed a bone-chilling wolf's roar. He propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, the previous injuries and weakness vanishing as he morphed into a furious bolt of gray lightning, charging directly at the commanding squad leader. His speed was astonishing. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets and crossbow bolts struck his thickly furred body, most of which deflected harmlessly, leaving only shallow white marks or embedding themselves slightly. His defensive capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. A team member attempting to ensnare him with the snare was effortlessly torn in half by a single swipe of his claw, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Another officer was sent flying by his onslaught, ribs shattered, uncertain of life or death. The werewolf Zhang Bao exhibited an astonishing level of both offensive and defensive prowess. He effortlessly tore through the law enforcement team's formation. However, this squad was evidently well-trained and coordinated. Following an initial chaos, they quickly regained their composure. Ranged fire continued to harass him, focusing on his eyes and joints, his relatively vulnerable points. Meanwhile, several team members maneuvered about, attempting to entangle his limbs with the electrified snares to limit his movement. The squad leader, with a cold snort, suddenly elevated his psychic energy waves. His feet seemed to enveloped in a refreshing breeze, dramatically increasing his speed. Like a specter, he circled around the rampaging werewolf, evading and launching surprise attacks. His weapon was a pair of short blades, each strike executed with cunning ferocity, deliberately targeting the gaps in the werewolf's defenses. Though unable to inflict fatal wounds, he left numerous deep lacerations on Zhang Bao, causing blood to pour profusely. The werewolf Zhang Bao roared in fury, his assault relentless, shaking the ground with every pounce. And he sent two unsuspecting officers flying. Yet his injuries continued to mount, and his movements began to slow due to blood loss and exhaustion. The specially designed electric snares occasionally wrapped around him. Although he easily broke free, they further hindered his motions, sapping his strength. From a distance, Jiang Lu observed everything, his mind racing with calculations. After transforming, Zhang Bao's offensive and defensive capabilities likely surpassed level 10, but agility was his Achilles heel, and he seemed devoid of reason, relying solely on instinct. The squad leader was exceptionally swift, likely possessing a wind-type or similar speed-enhancing ability, if he did not exert his full strength. Jiang Lu could barely keep pace with his cloud-slicing step, but if the opponent unleashed his full potential, it would be exceedingly strenuous for him. The risk was immense. To save, or not to save? Watching Zhang Bao's wounds multiply, his roars now tinged with fatigue and helplessness, his movements increasingly sluggish. It seemed inevitable that the law enforcement officers would wear him down with their tactics and capture him with their specialized equipment. A flicker of determination finally flashed in Jiang Lu's eyes. Save. I must save him. The information Zhang Bao possessed was crucial to my greatest secret and the fate of my future. This risk is worth taking. His thoughts plunged into his mind. Would you like to sacrifice a level 10 gold-type crystal core, Giant Scorpion Lord, as a summoning material? Yes. Level 10 gold-type crystal core has been sacrificed. Please await the response from the 6 realms of beings. Chapter 56. A sword comes from the west. Although the werewolf Zhang Bao was ferociously formidable, he was ultimately at the end of his tether, his body riddled with injuries, and both his stamina and vitality rapidly dwindling. Facing the well-trained and coordinated onslaught of the law enforcement squad, his struggles became increasingly futile. Net him, the squad leader commanded, seizing the moment. Several specially designed metallic snares, crackling with high-voltage electricity, struck like venomous serpents, expertly coiling around Zhang Bao's limbs and neck. ZZZZT. The blinding electric sparks flashed. Zhang Bao's massive wolf form convulsed violently before crashing to the ground. His gray fur quickly receded, muscles deflating, claws retracting, and in mere seconds, he reverted to his feeble human form, collapsed on the ground, utterly bereft of the ability to resist. The squad leader snorted coldly, stepping forward, his eyes devoid of any compassion, as the blade in his hand glinted menacingly. With a swift motion, he brutally severed Zhang Bao's legs at the knees. This ruthlessly eliminated any possibility of escape or further resistance. Zhang Bao let out a heart-wrenching wail, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Drag him away. Wait for Captain Huang to deal with him, the squad leader commanded coldly, flicking the blood from his blade. At that moment, a peculiar and chilling spatial disturbance emanated from a nearby shadow, accompanied by a fleeting yet pure, icy white light. This sudden occurrence instantly alerted all law enforcement officers. Who goes there? Sneaking about. Show yourself. The squad leader whipped around, fixing his gaze on the source of the white light, barking orders. You too. Go check it out. Be cautious. Yes. The two closest law enforcement officers promptly responded, gripping their energy pistols and alloy combat blades tightly as they cautiously approached the shadow. In the shadows, Jiang Lu's retinal panel finally stirred to life. Human Dao, Shimin Shui Shui, has accepted your sacrifice, stating, indeed, excellent material for forging a sword. Contract established. Would you like to summon the contracted being? Shimin Shui Shui, temporary. Remaining existence time, 001959, based on the value of the sacrifice and host level. Shimin Shui Shui? Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Wasn't he the sword god from Gulong's novels? Could such a being truly be summoned? This felt rather out of place. There was no time for contemplation, as the two law enforcement officers were already closing in. Without hesitation, Jiang Lu clicked, yes. In an instant, the space beside him rippled like water, a pure white halo blossoming silently, dispelling the surrounding darkness for a fleeting moment. Within the halo, a figure clad in snow-white garments, tall and upright like a solitary pine, with a stern visage and wielding an unusually shaped black-sheathed long sword, appeared beside Jiang Lu. The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees upon his arrival. This eerie white light and the sudden manifestation of this figure startled the approaching law enforcement officers, who instinctively raised their weapons, issuing a stern warning. Don't move. Raise your hands. Who are you? Jiang Lu gazed at the frosty swordsman beside him and then at the seemingly unremarkable long sword he held, feeling a pang of anxiety as he couldn't help but murmur, oh no, Brother Shimin, could you perhaps choose a different alias? How about the title of the Heavenly Emperor? Or at the very least, something more fantastical like Bujingyan? Can this martial arts aesthetic withstand this high-powered supernatural world? Shimin Shui Shui appeared oblivious to his derision, not even casting a glance in his direction. His eyes, resembling cold stars, merely swept indifferently over the two law enforcement officers approaching with weapons drawn. His voice icy. I possess no other skills, only the art of killing. You summoned me, undoubtedly for this very purpose. He slowly raised his hand, grasping the hilt of an oddly shaped long sword at his waist. In that case, you need only stand by and witness the head's fall. At the instant his words fell, a faint hum of a sword echoed. Jiang Lu could scarcely perceive how he drew his sword. He felt a flash before his eyes. A streak of white cold light, like a startled swan, tore through the darkness. Shimin Shui Shui's figure seemed to transform into an ethereal blade of light, moving with a speed that transcended the limits of visual capture, as in an instant he glided between the two armed law enforcement officers. His movements were graceful, devoid of any superfluous gestures, exuding an almost artistic cold beauty. With a swift motion, the sword light receded. Shimin Shui Shui had already materialized several meters behind the two officers, his back to them, the long sword sheathed seemingly without ever having been drawn. His white attire remained as pristine as snow, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. The two law enforcement officers remained frozen in their stances, guns still aimed, their expressions locked in a tableau of shock and disbelief. In the next moment, thud, thud, two heads fell cleanly from their shoulders, dropping to the ground. The entire sequence transpired with such breathtaking speed that it left one's thoughts momentarily suspended. The two highly trained, 7th-level officers, armed with energy weapons, had scarcely had the chance to pull the trigger. Jiang Lu, witnessing the scene from afar, stood agape, muttering to himself, what an impressive display. But damn, how cool. Shimin Shui Shui slowly turned around, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Lu, as if inquiring, next? Jiang, jolted back to reality, dashed to Shimin Shui Shui's side, pointing towards a group of law enforcement officers in the distance, who were instinctively huddling together in terror at the horrifying scene, along with the squad leader whose complexion had drastically changed, shouting loudly, Brother Shimin, it's them, kill them all, leave not a single one, the one on the ground. Do not touch. Shimin Shui Shui nodded slightly, uttering not a word more. He moved, as detached and calm as ever. It was as though he were not embarking on a bloody massacre, but rather attending a solitary rendezvous. With a single step, His figure transformed once more into a chilling white streak, rushing towards the enemy ranks. Open fire. Quickly fire. Block him. The squad leader, panic-stricken, screamed at the top of his lungs. He had never witnessed such an eerie, terrifying method of killing. This was not combat. It was butchery. Bang. Bang. Hiss. Energy beams, crossbow bolts, and even stun grenades and binding nets were hurled towards him. Faced with this torrent of attacks, far exceeding the comprehension of the martial arts world, Shimin Shue's figure finally ceased to ignore them entirely. His speed remained astonishing, his movements exquisitely deft, always evading lethal energy beams and supernatural assaults by the narrowest of margins. The binding nets and stun grenades scarcely grazed the hem of his attire. However, his forward momentum had indeed been slightly impeded. The combination of modern weaponry and supernatural abilities had, after all, posed a certain degree of challenge. Yet, it was merely a challenge. His sword was too swift, too sharp. With each flicker of the blade, a law enforcement officer collapsed, clutching their bleeding throats. His swordplay was devoid of any embellishment, showcasing only the utmost speed and the most precise lethal strikes. It was as if he had been born solely for the purpose of reaping lives. Cries of agony, roars of fury, and the clatter of weapons echoed in succession. The white figure wove through the crowd, akin to the grim reaper wielding a scythe. Wherever he passed, death was sure to follow. The squad leader watched in horror, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, trembling with fear. He roared, his aura surging with azure energy. His feet seemed to dance upon a whirlwind, his speed skyrocketing to its zenith. His dual blades transformed into two streaks of lethal cold light, deftly aiming for Shimin Shue's ribs from the side. This was his long-prepared fatal strike. He was confident that at such a close range, with such speed, the opponent could never completely evade. Yet, just as his dual blades were about to pierce the white-clad figure, Shimin Shue seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, not even glancing back. He merely executed a slight flick of his wrist. A streak of sword light erupted from his hand, coming from the west, radiating an unwavering resolve that severed all. Disregarding everything, illuminating the space. The squad leader felt a flash before his eyes. All his energy, all his speed, all his techniques appeared laughably pale and futile against this sword light. Puffed. The sword light swept past. The squad leader's movements abruptly froze. His forward momentum halted. In disbelief, he looked down at his chest. A thin line of blood stretched from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. The next moment, his upper body slid down along the bloodline, his innards and blood gushing forth. He had been cleaved in two by that single strike. Instant death. Until the end. His face remained a mask of sheer terror and bewilderment. Shimin Shue did not even glance at his corpse, sheathing his long sword once more. Around him, the last law enforcement officer had long since succumbed to the cold embrace of death. The clearing in the forest fell into a profound silence once more. Only the heavy, nauseating scent of blood lingered, alongside the bodies sprawled in various positions, each meeting their end in a distinct manner. Chapter 57. Kill them all. Jiang Lu swallowed hard, suppressing the shock within, and hurried to the side of the gravely injured Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao lay with both legs severed, blood loss rendering his breath nearly imperceptible. Teetering on the brink of death, Jiang Lu crouched beside him, gazing at his pitiful state, speaking in a grave tone. I cannot save you. Zhang Bao struggled to open his eyes, his gaze vacant and breath faint. I know, it's all right. Jiang Lu wasted no time with pleasantries, directly inquiring the crucial question. Tell me, what you mentioned earlier about the tower taking special ability users, even silencing them, is it true? A flicker of excitement flashed in Zhang Bao's eyes, his voice intermittent. Yes, truly. It has been ongoing for many years. Many talented individuals with awakened special abilities during the college entrance exams are said to be specially recruited above the 30th floor, but no news ever returns. Jiang Lu's heart raced, pressing further. What is the reason? Why does the tower do this? Zhang Bao shook his head weakly, confusion clouding his eyes. I don't know, perhaps out of jealousy? Or maybe out of fear of their abilities. Jiang Lu took a deep breath, continuing. Are there dual ability users within the tower? Zhang Bao's vacant gaze suddenly sharpened, as if stimulated by the question, his voice gaining clarity. Yes. Who? Jiang Lu pressed urgently. Yet Zhang Bao did not respond to this question. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Lu's face, his pupils suddenly ablaze with an extraordinarily strange light. His lips trembling with excitement. I remember. It's so similar. Truly, it's too similar. Jiang Lu was bewildered by his reaction. Frowning. You keep saying I look familiar? Where have you seen me before? Zhang Bao seemed to expend his last ounce of strength. I've never seen you. But you resemble the leader of the Heavenly Society when he was young. It's like a mold has been cast from the same figure. The leader? Of the Heavenly Society? Jiang Lu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Just as he contemplated further inquiries, Zhang Bao suddenly erupted in a violent fit of coughing, crimson blood gushing from his lips. Trembling, he fumbled with blood-stained hands to retrieve a cold, intricate black token etched with elaborate flame patterns from his bosom, forcefully thrusting it into Jiang Lu's grasp. You may find this Heaven and Earth Society token useful, he managed to utter before his arm fell limply, his head lolling to the side, the last glimmer of light fading from his eyes as his breath ceased. He was dead. Jiang Lu clenched the token, still warm with Zhang Bao's body heat and stained with his blood. A look of utter confusion and exasperation etched upon his face. What use is this trinket to me? If discovered, I would be irretrievably implicated, branded as a rebel and whisked away. Just as he grappled with this burdensome dilemma, the retinal panel before him unexpectedly flickered to life. Sacrificial item detected. Jiang Lu's eyes widened in shock as he fixated upon the unassuming black token in his hand, a tempest of thoughts surging within him. A rebel's token can indeed be sacrificed. What material is this made from? What secrets lie within? Or rather, how many mysteries does this so-called Heaven and Earth Society conceal? What treasures do they possess that the Six Paths summoning pool would deem worthy of sacrifice? As Jiang Lu pondered these revelations, he recalled the fate of extraordinary individuals like Zhang Bao, special abilities leading to their demise at the hands of the society. Fragmented information swirled like mist in his mind. It seemed prudent to keep a watchful eye on the Heaven and Earth Society henceforth. He murmured to himself, carefully stowing the token in the inner pocket of his tactical suit. Given that the Six Paths summoning pool recognized this object as a potential offering, discarding it would be a grave mistake. In the distance, more beams of light and shouts from the enforcement team were hastily approaching the bloody battlefield. Evidently alerted by the recent commotion, time was of the essence. Jiang Lu's gaze swept across the battlefield, finally resting upon a figure clad in immaculate white. Untouched by the carnage, Shimin Shui Shui stood before a peculiar tree, seemingly indistinguishable from the other gnarled ancient trees. Extending a slender finger to gently caress the rough bark, his cold eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. A realization struck Jiang Lu. That was a tree demon. Such entities possessed rudimentary intelligence, adept at camouflage and evasion. Upon sensing a being of overwhelming power, they would suppress all traces of their presence, masquerading as ordinary trees, remaining motionless. This explained why the tree demons had remained inert despite the fierce battle and the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. They were paralyzed by the pure and terrifying sword intent emanating from Shimin Shui Shui. It was clear that Shimin Shui Shui had discerned the unusual energy within the tree, retracting his finger and coolly commenting, "This world possesses its own peculiarities. Even a seemingly lifeless tree harbors inner strength." Inner strength? Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback, then enlightened. Different realms had varied terminologies for energy. What Shimin Shui Shui referred to as inner strength was likely the spiritual energy of this world. He hoisted Zhang Bao's lifeless body and approached Shimin Shui Shui, interjecting, "Brother Shimin, this world is brimming with bizarre occurrences." With that, he flung Zhang Bao's corpse at the feet of the dormant tree demon. The tree demon remained utterly still, perfectly disguised as a mere dead tree. Yet Jiang Lu understood that once Shimin Shui Shui departed, the moment his aura dissipated, this greedy tree demon would undoubtedly extend its roots to drag Zhang Bao's body underground, devouring it entirely. This was precisely Jiang Lu's intent, utterly obliterate any trace of Zhang Bao's existence. What remained would be bodies marked by clean, decisive sword wounds, creating an illusion for the enforcement team that a formidable swordsman or group of swordsmen had intervened, whisking away the gravely injured Zhang Bao while annihilating this enforcement squad. However, Jiang Lu had never been one to owe favors. Having taken Zhang Bao's token without saving him, he resolved to repay in another manner. After executing his plan, Jiang Lu turned to the icy figure of Shimin Shui Shui, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. "Brother Shimin, would you care to join me in some more slaughter?" Shimin Shui Shui's gaze shifted from the tree to the approaching beams of light, his voice calm and measured. "Them? Indeed." Jiang Lu's tone turned steely. "Tonight, I intend to ensure that every enforcement officer who ventured into this jungle remains here." Shimin Shui Shui offered no change in expression, merely nodding slightly, as if acquiescing to a trivial request. "As you wish." In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The next moment, he shot forth like a streak of white lightning, tearing through the night towards the nearest beam of light. Jiang Lu could scarcely perceive more than a fleeting glimpse of his blurred white silhouette darting through the trees, closing in on a trio of enforcement officers who were cautiously advancing. "Who goes there? Halt, or we will open fire." The squad, sensing the anomaly, issued a stern warning, raising their energy weapons. Yet their warnings and movements appeared to Shimin Shui Shui as sluggish as molasses. No further words were exchanged. No standoff ensued. Only the blade, a sword light colder than moonlight and swifter than lightning, silently sliced through the air. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heads, adorned with expressions of sheer shock and bewilderment, ascended into the air almost simultaneously. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed necks. The headless corpses stood motionless for a fleeting moment before collapsing limply to the ground. Shimin Shui Shui's figure did not linger. The sword was sheathed. The white silhouette transformed once more into a swift streak of light, darting towards the next source of illumination. Jiang Lu stood rooted in place, utterly mesmerized. How graceful! Exquisitely graceful. Chapter 58. A Sword from the West versus Exoskeleton Armor. The twisted jungle lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Normally, this area would be rife with malevolent creatures and lurking dangers. The tree demons disguised as trees, the burrowing mining rodents beneath the earth, and the various venomous nocturnal insects had seemingly vanished, retreating into their respective lairs or disguises, not daring to release even the slightest trace of their presence. Their primitive instincts were firmly suppressed by an overwhelming sword intent, instilling a paralyzing fear that rendered them motionless. Jiang Lu executed the cloud-slicing shadow step to perfection, weaving through the shadows of the forest at breakneck speed, attempting to keep pace with the astonishingly swift figure that resembled a white specter. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he could barely maintain his position at the rear. He could scarcely witness how Shimin Shui Shui struck. He only heard the occasional brief, abrupt cries or muffled gasps emanating from the darkness. Whenever he arrived at the scene, he often found nothing but headless corpses lying on the ground, their wounds smooth as glass. The expressions on the enforcement officers' faces were frozen in extreme horror and disbelief. What astonished Jiang Lu even more was the realization that several corpses had their hands desperately pressing against the teleportation wristbands, their fingertips even grazing the button, symbolizing an emergency return. Yet, Shimin Shui Shui's sword moved faster than their neural reflexes. In the split second before they could activate the teleportation barrier, the icy blade had already severed their lifelines. Was this the crushing power of absolute speed? Jiang Lu's heart raced in terror. He leapt onto a particularly tall, twisted dead tree, standing precariously on its trembling branches to survey the surroundings. Below him, in the vast and shadowy jungle, the beams of flashlights representing the law enforcement search teams were extinguishing at an astonishing rate, one by one. Each extinguished light signified the complete annihilation of at least one squad. In just a few short minutes, nearly all the beams within his line of sight had vanished. Ultimately, only the last beam remained, flickering violently at the edge of a relatively open glade in the distance, seemingly engaged in a fierce struggle. The last one. Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened, and he exerted himself, rushing toward that final source of light. With all his might, Jiang Lu sprinted, and after a few minutes, he finally broke through a dense thicket of thorny bushes, revealing a scene of carnage in a small clearing. On the ground lay 3 or 4 headless corpses clad in law enforcement uniforms, twisted and sprawled in grotesque positions. In the center of the clearing, Shimin Shui Shui, wielding a uniquely shaped longsword, was locked in confrontation with a middle-aged man whose uniform was distinctly different from that of ordinary team members, adorned with captain insignia. The man's face was ashen, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and a hint of madness. What drew attention were his arms, entirely encased in a silver-gray mechanical exoskeleton, shimmering with a metallic cold light, intricate and exuding a sense of futuristic technology. At that moment, several varying depths of sword marks marred those seemingly indestructible mechanical arms. Jiang Lu's pupils constricted. Mechanical abilities? What a formidable shell! What material could withstand even Shimin Shui Shui's attacks? Just then, Shimin Shui Shui moved again. His longsword transformed into a streak of icy light, piercing directly toward the middle-aged man's throat. It was as direct and lethal as ever. The middle-aged man, clearly having suffered before, dared not be complacent. With a furious roar, he crossed his mechanical arms defensively in front of him. Clang! Sparks flew. The tip of the sword precisely struck an old scar on the mechanical arm, producing a piercing clash of metal. The scar seemed to deepen slightly, yet it still failed to penetrate. Undeterred, Shimin Shui Shui continued his assault, flicking his wrist as the sword tip darted upward like a viper striking, aiming for the chink in the middle-aged man's unprotected heart. The man's expression shifted dramatically. Clearly caught off guard by the swiftness and cunning of the counter, he was unable to react in time. In a desperate move, the fabric over his chest bulged, and a strange metallic sheen glimmered across his skin. Simultaneously, his mechanical arms rapidly reverted to the form of ordinary human limbs. Thud! Shimin Shui Shue's sword tip buried 3 inches deep into the metallic chest, producing a muffled sound, then became firmly lodged, unable to advance further. Ha! Although the middle-aged man grimaced in pain, sweat pouring down his forehead, he let out a sinister laugh. Useless. My metallic anomaly is the strongest shield. I've long seen through your lack of abilities. You rely solely on martial arts. No matter how skilled your swordplay, it is ultimately just mortal iron. Once I exhaust your stamina, I will sever your tendons and leave you in torment. Shimin Shui remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by his taunts. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword was retracted, and his figure became indistinct once more. A sword came from the west. The icy sword light flared again, aimed squarely at the middle-aged man's head. Though the man blustered, he did not dare be careless in the face of such a mysterious strike. His arms once more transformed mechanically, crossing to meet the impending death blow. He focused all his attention on Shimin Shui and the sword before him. However, just as his mechanical arms were about to block the sword light, a shadow, like a specter, stealthily approached from behind. Using the light and momentum from Shimin Shui's devastating strike as cover, the middle-aged man felt a sudden chill at the back of his neck. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. His sneer froze into sheer astonishment. Slowly, he turned his head to see a youthful face, still bearing traces of boyishness, standing behind him with a mocking smile. In that person's hand, a seemingly inconspicuous standard dagger was tightly gripped. The blade had already embedded itself to the hilt in his back, piercing through his heart. Who was he? When did he? The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but blood gushed forth. His gaze quickly dimmed, filled with unyielding resentment. He, Huang Haihua, the vice-captain of the 9th-tier law enforcement team, had actually perished under the ambush of a youth? Thud! His heavy corpse toppled forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. The mechanical arms and metallic sheen rapidly faded, reverting to the appearance of ordinary flesh and blood. Jiang Lu withdrew the dagger, wiped the blood on the man's clothing, and glanced at Shimin Shui. Breaking into a grin, Brother Shimin, thank you for your hard work. This turtle shell was too tough. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Shimin Shui did not respond, his gaze merely sweeping over the corpses, fixating on the now normal arms, as if pondering something. Jiang Lu paid it no mind and continued. Brother Shimin, there may still be a few stragglers. I will need you to clear them out. He pointed toward the direction of the official safe zone. Surmising that amidst such a large-scale manhunt, there would undoubtedly be personnel remaining at the teleportation point to assist and guard. Shimin Shui finally lifted his head. His gaze directed toward the safe zone, his voice indifferent. Lead the way. All right. Jiang Lu felt a surge of energy, promptly turning to sprint with all his might toward the direction of the safe zone, employing his cloud-splitting steps. Shimin Shui followed at a deliberate pace behind him. Minutes later, the two stealthily approached the perimeter of the safe zone. The so-called safe zone was a circular area enveloped by a special force field. It served as the anchor point connecting the outer tower area to the teleportation hall, the ultimate refuge and return point for all explorers. Jiang Lu and Shimin Shui concealed themselves in the shadow of a massive ancient tree, gazing toward the interior of the safe zone. To Jiang Lu's dismay, the scene within the illuminated confines of the safe zone caused his brow to furrow. Lu, Gan, Wan, and Shui were all firmly shackled with specially crafted handcuffs, awkwardly kneeling on the ground. Each bore injuries to varying degrees, evidently having endured considerable resistance and struggle. Surrounding these four were 5 fully armed law enforcement officers, vigilantly guarding them with energy rifles aimed. Jiang Lu turned to Shimin Shui, lowering his voice. Brother Shimin, those are the 5 men. I'll leave it to you. However, before he could finish his words, he was astonished to discover that the ever-cold countenance of Shimin Shui beside him had, surprisingly, furrowed his brows ever so slightly. What troubles you, Brother Shimin? Jiang Lu inquired, his voice laced with confusion. Shimin Shui remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. I cannot approach this place. I sense that should I step into that radiant area of white light, dire consequences will undoubtedly ensue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu's heart trembled. The safe zone repels summoned beings. It dawned on him that the very force field of the safe zone was designed to shield and expel the monsters and aberrant energy fluctuations from outside the tower. Although Shimin Shui was formidable, he was, in essence, not a being of this realm, but a contract creature summoned in response to a sacrificial offering from the 6-path summoning pool. His existence was likely deemed anomalous by the rules of the safe zone. Thus, he could not enter. Realizing that Shimin Shui could not proceed, Jiang Lu knew he had to rely on himself. Forcing his way in was not an option. He needed to devise a strategy to lure them out. Chapter 59, The Fall of Liangshan. Jiang Lu's mind raced, his gaze darting between the gentle white light of the safe zone and the surrounding dark jungle. He swiftly extracted a piece of spare cloth from his tactical backpack, deftly covering his mouth and half of his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. "Brother Shiman," he whispered, addressing the icy swordsman beside him, "please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Once I have drawn them out, I will entrust the rest to you." Shiman Shue's indifferent gaze swept over Jiang Lu's masked face, and he nodded slightly, uttering no further words. His figure receded into the deeper shadows. As if merging with the darkness, his presence entirely vanishing. Jiang Lu adjusted his breathing, his feet executing the cloud-soaring steps as he stealthily advanced towards the safe zone. He deliberately made his movements appear somewhat clumsy and frantic as he approached the entrance of the safe zone. Who goes there? Halt. Inside the safe zone, the 5 law enforcement officers, who had previously focused their attention on Lu with a single blade, were immediately alerted. 5 energy rifles swiftly turned, all aimed at the approaching masked figure. Yet Jiang Lu feigned ignorance, suddenly pivoting and exerting all his strength to flee in the direction from which he had come. This series of convincing acts indeed bore fruit. "After him," commanded the squad leader among the law enforcement officers, his eyes narrowing with determination. "This person must be suspicious. He could very well be a rebel. We cannot let him escape. Old 5, stay here and keep an eye on those 4. The squad leader quickly instructed one of his comrades before charging ahead with 3 others, hot on Jiang Lu's heels. The officer known as Old 5 obediently remained behind, refocusing his rifle on the handcuffed Lu and the others, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. As Jiang Lu sprinted ahead, he caught a glimpse of the 4 pursuers closing in behind him. He intentionally moderated his speed, ensuring they could not easily catch up, while simultaneously granting them the illusion that a little more effort would secure their capture. The distance of several dozen meters evaporated in an instant, when the 4 law enforcement officers plunged into the dimly lit, twisted forest. A chilling, bone-piercing aura of terror enveloped them in an instant. The squad leader, running in front, looked up in horror. There, an ethereal white figure silently perched atop the treetops before them. No words, no warnings, only the flash of a sword. A beam of sword light erupted like a cascading galaxy. Swift, incomprehensibly swift. The sword light seemed to manifest simultaneously from 4 directions. The expressions on the faces of the 4 law enforcement officers froze in an instant. Their momentum abruptly halted. They felt a chill at their necks, and their vision began to spin. Thud, 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 for heads, filled with astonishment and bewilderment, rolled to the ground. From the chase to annihilation, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Shiman Shue's figure gracefully descended to the ground, his long sword already sheathed, his white attire untouched by dust. His icy gaze swept over the fallen corpses before finally settling on Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu tore off his mask and let out a breath of relief, giving a thumbs up to Shiman Shui. "Brother Shiman, impressive." At that moment, however, the originally solid figure of Shiman Shui began to blur at the edges, flickering slightly. Remaining time, 0:00:10. Jiang Lu's heart sank. Time was running out. Shiman Shui looked down at his gradually fading hand, then raised his gaze to Jiang Lu. "The sword is a deadly weapon. Yet do not forget that only your hand can direct its path," he suddenly proclaimed. As the words left his lips, his form dissolved into countless specks of pure white light, vanishing into the air. Jiang Lu was left standing there, bewildered. Another riddle? But this was not the time for contemplation. There was still one more within the safe zone. Jiang Lu's expression hardened as he masked his face again and swiftly turned back towards the safe zone. Inside, the remaining law enforcement officer, Old 5, anxiously watched the direction in which his comrades had pursued, straining to hear the distant sounds. Yet, apart from the initial muffled cries of despair, silence reigned thereafter, igniting a profound sense of unease within him. At that moment, he noticed the masked figure had returned. "Halt!" Old 5 immediately raised his weapon, aiming it at Jiang Lu, his voice sharp with authority. As Jiang Lu drew closer, his gaze fixed intently on Old 5's gun hand. Old 5's weapon was firmly aimed at Jiang Lu. "Stop. Do not move. If you take another step, I will fire." Just as Jiang Lu stepped into the radiant white light of the safe zone, he unleashed the full potential of his cloud-soaring steps. His body became like a wraith, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he closed the distance with an exceptionally cunning zigzag trajectory. Old 5's pupils constricted, instinctively preparing to pull the trigger. But Jiang Lu's speed was too great. Whoosh! A flash of cold light streaked past. Jiang Lu's dagger swiftly slashed across Old 5's wrist. "Ah!" Old 5 screamed in agony as the energy rifle slipped from his grasp. As he reached for his baton at his waist with his other hand, Jiang Lu's knee struck him in the abdomen like a hammer. Gasp! Old 5's vision darkened, the excruciating pain causing him to curl into a fetal position, retching violently. Jiang Lu showed no mercy, swiftly lifting his dagger. Slicing through, he severed Old Five's throat. Clutching his gushing neck, Old Five slowly crumpled to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. The entire process was executed with lethal precision. The handcuffed Lu and his companions had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding events when the battle was already concluded. Zhang Lu took a breath, removed his mask, and without glancing at the fallen body, hurried towards Lu with a single blade, slicing through the shackles on his wrists and ankles. Zhang Lu, it's you. Lu with a single blade exclaimed, both astonished and overjoyed. Thank you. You've saved us once again. Gan and Shui also looked at Zhang Lu, expressing their gratitude. Zhang Lu nodded, continuing his task of freeing Gan and Shui from their shackles. Finally, he approached one, who stood with his head bowed, his expression unreadable. Zhang Lu's movements came to a halt. He did not immediately sever Wen's shackles. Instead, he pivoted his wrist, and the cold blade of the dagger was firmly pressed against Wen's throat. The atmosphere instantly froze. Dao Lu, Gan, and Shui's smiles were frozen on their faces. All of them rendered speechless. Zhang Lu, what are you doing? Dao Lu exclaimed in disbelief. He is one. Let him go. Zhang Lu did not glance at Dao Lu. His gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixated on Wen's somewhat wooden face, demanding, tell me, why? Wen's body trembled imperceptibly, yet he kept his head bowed, remaining silent. Zhang Lu, there must be some misunderstanding. Dao Lu was anxious, stepping forward to intervene. Wen has fought alongside us for so many years. How could he possibly? Is that so? Zhang Lu coldly interrupted him, his eyes still locked onto Wen. Then let me ask you, Wen. In the garage, when I entered, why did your gaze instinctively evade mine? When distributing the temporary wristbands in the car, you unhesitatingly handed one to me, yet you never once inquired if Zhang Bao needed one. It seems you already knew he neither had one nor would know how to use it. Just now, when I was interrogated by the enforcement team, you stood behind Lu Ge. Why did you repeatedly stealthily reach towards your waist? What were you hiding there? A communicator? With each question Zhang Lu posed, Wen's head dipped lower, his body trembling more violently. The expressions of Dao Lu, Gan, and Shui grew increasingly pale and incredulous. These details, when viewed in isolation, might seem inconsequential, but when pieced together, they appeared glaringly suspicious. Is what Zhang Lu said true? Dao Lu's voice trembled, unable to believe yet unable to ignore the doubts Zhang Lu had raised. At that moment, the previously silent one slowly lifted his head. The dullness and simplicity that once characterized his face had vanished. He gazed at Zhang Lu and hoarsely uttered, "It was me." Chapter 60, The White Jade Toad. It was me. The simplicity of those two words struck like thunder, crashing down upon the hearts of Dao Lu, Gan, and Shui. Why? Dao Lu suddenly grasped Wen's shoulders, his eyes bloodshot. Why you? What benefits has the tower government bestowed upon you? Money? Status? Wen allowed himself to be shaken, a hint of a bitter smile appearing on his face. Money? Status? Lu Ge, do you see me as that kind of person? He inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the shocked Gan and Shui, finally landing on Dao Lu. I received no benefits. I simply did not want anyone to shatter the hard-earned stability of our Liangshan. Lu Ge, wake up. The rebels are destined to perish. They cannot contend against the tower. They are still in their death throes, but once they utterly fail, when the tower comes to reckon with us, all of us who have aided them, one and all, will meet our end. We will all die. Wen's emotions surged. I just want to protect everyone. Protect our little team. I do not wish to watch you all march to your deaths. Dao Lu staggered back as if struck by lightning, pointing at Wen. He cried out in anguish. Protect? Is this what you call protection? Do you have any idea how many vile deeds the tower has committed? Do you know how many of our compatriots suffer below the 9th level? Why did we establish Liangshan in the first place? Was it not so that one day we could do something for the underprivileged? Have you forgotten all of this? I have not forgotten. Wen suddenly lifted his head, his voice uniquely stubborn. But Lu Ge, are those grand principles worth sacrificing your life for? Worth risking everything we have? If it were for you, me, Gan, and Shui, we could disregard everything. We would even willingly die for you. But for those nebulous rebels? For those we do not even know? Impossible. He abruptly turned to Gan and Shui, questioning. Gan, Shui, tell me. Are you genuinely willing to die alongside Lu Ge for this so-called cause of rebellion? Are you truly willing? Gan and Shui trembled at his inquiry, instinctively lowering their heads, their gazes evasive, unable to meet Dao Lu's eyes. Their silence, their reactions, were all noted by Dao Lu. In that instant, it felt as though all strength and conviction had been drained from him, the light in his eyes dimming. Had he been the only one harboring such feelings all along? Zhang Lu coolly observed this brotherly rift, his heart unmoved. He withdrew the dagger from Wen's throat, his tone indifferent. Do you know why I am not killing you right now? Wen raised his head, gazing at him in confusion. Jiang Lu continued coldly. Because throughout this ordeal, although you played the traitor, you consistently tried to shield Lu Gu and the others from this affair, never fully exposing us. That time in the garage, the enforcement team did not immediately rush in. It was due to the vague information you provided, correct? You wanted to protect them, which is why you hesitated. This is the sole reason for your survival. With that, he ceased looking at anyone, turning towards the softly glowing portal. Yidao Lu, you're subordinate, you handle it. How you choose to deal with it is of no concern to me. As for tonight's events, I saw nothing, I know nothing. Let us part ways in peace from here on. His voice was calm, yet distant, his figure gradually fading into the light of the portal, disappearing from sight. Within the safe zone, only an oppressive silence and stifling despair remained. Yidao Lu stood there, lost and desolate, for a long, long time. He slowly raised the dagger in his hand. Gon and Chui's expressions changed, instinctively wanting to plead, Lu Gu, when closed his eyes, exposing his neck for the blade. A look of relief and acceptance on his face. However, Yidao Lu's dagger did not plunge into Wen's chest. Instead, it sliced downward with sudden ferocity. Crack! The sharp blade accurately severed the shackles from Wen's wrist. Wen's eyes flew open in shock, staring at Yidao Lu. Yidao Lu did not even glance at him. His voice weary to the extreme, let us go. All of you leave. From this day forth, Liangshan is disbanded. With that, he disregarded the stunned trio, dragging his heavy feet towards the portal alone. Gon, Chui, and Wen stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces rife with confusion, shame, and a sense of helpless emptiness. Jiang Lu's figure appeared in the transmission hall. He did not look at the scattered, questioning gazes of the mercenaries around him. Swiftly exiting the hall with his backpack. Transmission portals are not a rarity in the tower's world. Besides these officially established public halls, which are relatively inexpensive and primarily serve mercenaries and the lower class, major universities, tower government agencies, military bases, and even some secret black markets possess their own transmission networks. The enforcement team utilizes their own portals to traverse the twisted jungle. The public halls are affordable, making them the preferred choice for the majority of mercenaries and small teams who rely on hunting for their livelihood, offering the best value for money. In contrast, the black market portals are exorbitantly priced but boast the advantage of accessing more obscure regions outside the tower, often escaping the scrutiny and records of the tower's authorities. It may seem more covert and secure, yet Jiang Lu understood well that behind those black markets often stood certain upper echelon merchants or grey forces within the tower. If Yidao Lu and the others truly took Zhang Bao to the black market, it would likely be a self-imposed trap, leading to a swifter demise. Stepping out of the transmission hall, the cold night wind enveloped him. On the night of the 9th layer, the sky was rendered a dark crimson hue by the immense dome of the tower and artificial light sources, obscuring the stars, while distant skyscrapers flickered with cold neon. Jiang Lu stood by the roadside and gestured to hail an old, worn-out hover taxi that operated on substandard fuel. Where to? The driver, a middle-aged man with a weary countenance, asked without turning around. West suburbs, Heihui village, Jiang Lu replied, naming a place he had previously visited, known for its black market. Upon hearing this, the driver cast a surprised glance at Jiang Lu through the rearview mirror, yet refrained from further inquiry. Muttering for him to hold on as he started the vehicle, the taxi emitted a dull hum as it merged into the sparse traffic, heading towards the city's outskirts. Leaning against the window, Jiang Lu rapidly calculated his gains for the night. All he had to show for it was the 20-odd magic roots of the dead pine tree in his backpack, which could fetch around 150 to 160,000. While this sum was substantial for an ordinary student, it was far from sufficient for him. He resolved to venture out once more, taking advantage of the fact that he had no classes the following day, and to test the mysterious token from the Tianhui Society to see what it could summon. After more than half an hour of jarring bumps on the uneven road, the taxi halted outside a dilapidated village that resembled a transition zone between urban and rural life. Heihui village has arrived. Fare is 80, the driver announced. Stopping the vehicle, Jiang Lu paid the fare, exited the taxi with his heavy backpack, and stepped into the village. Despite the late hour of 11, Heihui village was ablaze with lights and bustling with noise. The streets were crowded with makeshift stalls and vendors selling an array of dubious weapons, potions, magical creature materials, and even various contraband items. A motley crowd surged through the area. Fierce mercenaries, shifty brokers, and mysterious figures like Jiang Lu, who concealed their identities and moved with urgency. The air was thick with the sounds of haggling, arguments, and the scent of low-quality stimulants. Jiang Lu paid no heed to the chaos, his focus unwavering. He sought out a nondescript shop that advertised high prices for various magical plant roots and promptly emptied his backpack of all the dead pine tree roots. The shopkeeper, a gaunt old man with a monocle, inspected the items, calculated the price, and made the payment with remarkable efficiency, hardly glancing at Jiang Lu. In the end, Jiang Lu's account swelled by 100,000, while his backpack now contained 50,000 in cash. With the warm cash in hand, Jiang Lu turned into another, more concealed shop that specialized in selling unusual items. He spent 5,000 tower coins on a black temporary teleportation bracelet, entirely unmarked and untraceable. As he paid, he casually inquired of the shopkeeper, "I've heard there are special teleportation points in the village that lead to places the official routes do not?" The shopkeeper, a burly man with a scarred face, lifted his gaze, appraising Jiang Lu with a knowing expression before gesturing with his chin towards the deeper part of the village. East end of the village, the old ancestral hall. "Thank you," Jiang Lu nodded, turning to leave. Following the shopkeeper's directions, he navigated the narrow, filthy alleys of the labyrinthine village until he arrived at the far eastern edge. Here, the atmosphere was markedly quieter, with few pedestrians. An old, rundown ancestral hall stood solitary in an open space, its entrance adorned with 2 white lanterns illuminating a lonely wooden table and an old man dozing behind it. Jiang Lu approached the table directly. The old man stirred awake at the sound of footsteps, bleary-eyed, and glanced at Jiang Lu, weakly tapping a yellowed notice affixed to the table. It read, "Entry fee, 10,000 tower coins, or free entry, with a 30 fee on any earnings upon return." The rules of the black market were simple and brutal. Jiang Lu did not hesitate, pulling out 10,000 tower coins in cash from his freshly acquired funds. He wished to leave no trace of the transaction and certainly did not want to be extorted by unscrupulous merchants upon his return. Upon seeing the thick stack of cash, the old man seemed to regain some alertness. He straightened up and scrutinized Jiang Lu. "Oh, a young cub, are you? Out here alone in the dead of night to enter the tower? Quite bold of you," the old man rasped, a hint of mockery in his tone. "What? Hoping to strike it rich by catching a white jade toad?" White jade toad. Jiang Lu's interest peaked. It was a rare, highly toxic magical creature worth a fortune, said to appear only in certain areas at night. "Where I go is none of your concern," Jiang Lu replied flatly, unwilling to divulge any information. The old man, rebuffed, merely chuckled softly. "Young man, I'm just kindly warning you. The Blackwater Marsh where the white jade toad resides is rife with toxins. Some of those poisons can kill with a mere drop of saliva. Without solid skills and proper anti-poison preparations, you might as well be walking to your death." "That won't be your concern," Jiang Lu replied, his expression unchanging. "Now, will you let me in?" Seeing that Jiang Lu was unyielding, the old man shrugged, slumping back in his chair. "Fine, go on. The door isn't locked. Good luck. I hope to see you come back whole." Jiang Lu, uninterested in further conversation, turned and stepped inside. Chapter 61. The Red Chain Snake Leads the Way. Jiang Lu stepped into the interior of the Black Market Ancestral Hall. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior, the interior was surprisingly spacious. 7 or 8 teleportation gates, each uniquely shaped and radiating different colors and energy fluctuations, stood prominently in the central area. Above each gate, the destination names were marked. Jiang Lu's gaze swept over them. Sky City ruins, filled with violent lightning elements and dangerous flying magical creatures, estimated level 9 to 12. Old King's Tomb, infested with undead magical creatures, estimated level 10 to 13. Back of the Elephant Master, home to numerous insect-like magical creatures, estimated level 8 to 11. Blackwater Marsh, a toxic swamp teeming with poisonous and aquatic magical creatures, estimated level 8 to 12. Sick Village, rife with mutated monsters and disease spores, extremely dangerous, estimated level 11 to 14. Jiang Lu felt a chill run down his spine. These names were merely glossed over in school textbooks, categorized as extremely hazardous no-go zones. This was indeed the black market, connecting to exploration areas that the official teleportation halls would never open. Danger often equates to high rewards. His gaze finally settled on the teleportation gate to the Blackwater Marsh. Based on snippets of information he had previously overheard and the scant details in textbooks, despite the harsh environment and rampant toxins, the Blackwater Marsh was known for a creature called the white jade toad, which held immense value. This toad, entirely white like jade, only ventured out at night. And while its level was low, around level 8, the essence it secreted was a core ingredient for crafting various high-level antidotes and enhancement potions, making it priceless. A complete white jade toad could easily sell for over 50,000 tower coins in the black market. It was the best cost-performance ratio. Jiang Lu made his decision in an instant. Nighttime was when the white jade toad was most active, and with Cloud's skimming step at his disposal, he possessed a certain level of evasion against the toxic environment. No longer hesitating, he strode purposefully towards the portal inscribed with the sigil of the Blackwater Marsh, stepping boldly into its luminous threshold. After a brief moment of disorientation and spatial transition, He steadied himself and swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an expanse of unfathomable black swamp, stretching infinitely into the horizon. Clusters of reeds, towering even above a man, dotted the marshland, significantly obstructing visibility. The moon was nowhere to be seen in the sky, yet the stars twinkled faintly, providing scant illumination that rendered the entire environment even more eerie and foreboding. The ground beneath his feet was soft and springy, akin to treading on a waterlogged sponge, sinking slightly with the slightest exertion. This was merely a small, relatively solid safety zone near the portal's exit. Within the safety zone, a handful of individuals stood scattered about. Each one was armed to the teeth. They wore specially designed marsh walking boards that resembled oversized sleds, donned airtight protective suits, sported thick corrosion-resistant gloves, and even concealed their faces behind filtration masks. Maintaining their distance from one another, their gazes were vigilant, clearly a gathering of solitary mercenaries or small teams, all here to test their luck in search of the elusive white jade toad. When Jiang Lu, the anomaly, appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of all present. Clad in ordinary garments and devoid of any protective gear, he stood out starkly amidst this assemblage of fully equipped professionals. After a brief silence, several unabashed snickers and derisive jeers erupted. Well, did the sun rise from the west today? A naked fledgling has graced us with its presence? Buddy, I think you've stumbled into the wrong set. This is the Blackwater Marsh, not your backyard swimming pool. Hey, you there, kid. If you're looking to commit suicide, just jump off a building. Why waste money coming to this hellhole? Perhaps he possesses an extraordinary gift, an innate immunity to all toxins? What good is immunity to toxins? Can't you see this muck? Without big feet, you'll sink into the mire within 3 steps outside the safety zone. If the toxins don't kill him, the swamp will. The cacophony of unflattering remarks and unabashed mockery filled the air. As the mercenaries regarded Jiang Lu with the incredulous gazes reserved for fools or corpses, Jiang Lu's expression remained impassive, as if he had not heard the clamor at all. He walked directly to the edge of the safety zone, cautiously testing the softness and weight-bearing capacity of the black muck beneath his feet. The essence of the cloud-slicing step lies in the ultimate control of one's weight and the precise application of footwork. As long as the instantaneous pressure at the point of contact does not exceed a certain limit, it is theoretically possible to walk upon the surface of the water. Though the swamp's muck was wet and soft, it actually possessed greater load-bearing capacity than pure water. There's potential here. Jiang Lu felt a surge of confidence within him. Amidst the increasingly exaggerated laughter and expectant gazes of the mercenaries behind him, Jiang Lu's internal energy began to flow subtly, activating the cloud-slicing step in an instant. In the next moment, he stepped beyond the safety zone. His foot landed upon the dark muck. Not with a heavy thud, but rather like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, spinning and bouncing lightly upon contact. He seemed to defy gravity, effortlessly gliding forward. In the blink of an eye, his figure had vanished deep within the dense expanse of reeds, leaving behind a group of mercenaries, originally poised for entertainment, now rooted in stunned silence. What the hell? Is he truly a master? What kind of movement is that? Ghostly steps? Treading the mud without a trace. With that speed and agility, he must be a core disciple from some prestigious family out for training. What the hell are you talking about? Who from a prominent family would venture here alone in the dead of night to catch frogs? The gasps and discussions behind him faded into oblivion for Jiang Lu. He remained wholly focused, executing the cloud-slicing step to its utmost potential. Weaving rapidly through the densely packed reeds that obscured his view, the energy expenditure of the cloud-slicing step was not particularly taxing, relying more on muscle control, force application, and balance than anything else. With his current martial prowess at level 7 and a solid foundation, sustaining such high-speed movement for several hours would not impose a significant burden. This was the very confidence that propelled him to venture into this perilous domain. However, after a span of several minutes, as Jiang Lu navigated the vast marsh, meticulously scanning every potential waterhole, reed base, and floating plant for any sign of the white jade toad, he encountered only a few vividly colored, undoubtedly venomous water snakes and several fist-sized insects, their shells festering with repugnant boils, yet not a single shadow of the white jade toad. Was his luck truly this wretched? Jiang Lu furrowed his brow slightly, slowing his pace to search with renewed patience. Just as he parted a particularly dense cluster of reeds, and his gaze fell upon a small, relatively clear puddle ahead, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A jet of emerald-green venom, resembling an arrow loosed from a taut bow, shot forth from the shadows of the reeds to his side, aimed directly at his temple. Jiang Lu had maintained a heightened state of alertness, his reflexes as swift as lightning. With a deft shift of his footing, he angled his body backward at an improbable angle. SSSHH. The stream of venom grazed the tip of his nose, striking true against the stout reed behind him. An acrid hissing sound soon filled the air. The resilient reed was visibly corroded at an alarming rate, turning black and emitting wisps of smoke, breaking and collapsing within a mere few seconds. Such a potent toxin. Jiang Lu's heart raced with alarm. This was no ordinary poison. It was akin to a biological weapon. He whirled around to face the direction from which the venom had been fired. Emerging from the reeds was a venomous snake, roughly the thickness of an adult's arm. Its dark brown body half revealed, with slitted pupils fixed on Jiang Lu, its crimson tongue flicking in and out, hissing threateningly. An 8th-level red-crowned snake. Jiang Lu instantly recognized this common venomous creature of the Blackwater Marsh. While its defensive capabilities were average, its venom was exceedingly potent, and it moved with remarkable speed. Its gallbladder was a valuable ingredient for crafting various antidotes, fetching a handsome price. An intact gallbladder could sell for around 10,000 tower coins. Damn it. If I can't walk away empty-handed, I'll at least make some profit to cover the cost of my entrance. Jiang Lu gripped his dagger tightly, channeling his energy as he pressed forward, determined to confront the red-crowned snake. The snake, taken aback by the audacity of its intended prey to retaliate, hesitated momentarily before swiftly redirecting its body and burrowing into the dense reeds, attempting to escape. It slithered through the swamp muck with astonishing speed, its body twisting and coiling fluidly. Trying to flee, Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened. He unleashed the full force of the cloud-slicing step, pursuing relentlessly. The reeds parted in cascading waves as Jiang Lu barreled through. A fierce chase ensued between man and serpent through the marsh. After several minutes of relentless pursuit, Jiang Lu gradually closed the distance, the vivid red of the snake's body becoming increasingly discernible ahead. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his dagger, preparing to strike decisively. Just as his arm was about to unleash the dagger with lethal force, a flicker of soft white light caught his peripheral vision near a reed root that had been flattened to the ground. That white light was identical to what he had seen in textbook images. Jiang Lu's movements froze in an instant. The arm halted midair, and with a sudden twist of the head, he gazed towards the radiant white light. There, beside the murky waters, sat a toad, no larger than a palm. Its entire body as white as jade, with skin smooth and delicate, facing away from the river. A jade toad? Found it. Chapter 62, The Fisherman. Jiang Lu watched as a red snake swiftly disappeared into the reeds, then glanced at the nearby jade toad. A peculiar thought flickering through his mind. Is that red snake rather unusual? Afraid I might return empty-handed. Has it deliberately led me here? He promptly dismissed the notion of chasing the snake, focusing all his attention on the jade toad. Silently, he removed his tactical backpack, rummaging through it to retrieve a spare cotton garment, and with a forceful tear, he split it in two, swiftly wrapping the fabric around his hands to create a makeshift, yet sufficiently thick pair of gloves. The textbooks had clearly indicated that the jade toad was non-venomous. However, when provoked, it secreted a special mucus that rapidly transformed into a potent paralytic toxin upon contact with air, serving as its means of self-defense. Attempting to catch it barehanded would be sheer folly. Prepared, Jiang Lu took a deep breath, channeling his inner energy, and activated his swift movement technique. He glided silently across the muddy swamp, lunging towards the jade toad that seemed blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still quietly resting. His hands reached out, just as he was about to securely grasp the priceless jade toad. In that electrifying moment, whoosh, a sound of air being sliced through erupted. The jade toad unexpectedly leaped skyward with an almost teleporting speed, effortlessly escaping the range of Jiang Lu's grasp. What the hell? Jiang Lu found himself grasping at nothing, his mind momentarily dazed, and he abruptly looked up, wondering why the jade toad was soaring through the air. But in the next instant, his gaze caught an anomaly. Beneath the jade toad, a nearly transparent thread was taut, pulling it skyward. Someone is fishing for toads. Jiang Lu instantly comprehended, a surge of anger igniting within him. Someone had preempted him, snatching his quarry using such a close-range tactic. He watched helplessly as the jade toad was whisked away by the transparent thread, rapidly retreating into a dense thicket of reeds nearby. Jiang Lu's expression hardened, and with determination, he pursued without hesitation. He forcefully shoved aside the layers of thick reeds obstructing his view, racing towards the direction where the thread vanished for several meters. Suddenly, the path before him cleared. He beheld a relatively open space that had been deliberately cleared, where a quaint, archaic-looking boat rested serenely upon the muddy waters, seemingly unaffected. At the bow of the boat sat a man, appearing to be around 30, clad in dark casual attire, his hair impeccably styled, and his handsome features exuding an air of leisure as he reclined on a small stool. His fingers were splayed wide, each fingertip connected to a nearly invisible fine thread. The other end of the thread disappeared into the surrounding reeds and murky waters, its fate unknown. At that moment, he gently tugged at his right middle finger, and the very jade toad Jianglu had been pursuing was expertly reeled back. With a soft plop, it landed into a specially designed square, transparent glass container at the front of the boat. Within the container, 5 or 6 jade toads of various sizes squirmed restlessly. The man seemed to sense the commotion in the reeds, slowly turning to regard Jianglu, who had unexpectedly intruded. Upon noticing that Jianglu, like him, wore no protective gear and stood alone in the perilous swamp, precariously balancing on the shifting mud, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. What remarkable agility! The man spoke, his tone gentle yet tinged with an air of condescension. You tread lightly and effortlessly, young one. Which family do you hail from to be playing in this treacherous swamp? Jianglu furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as it swept over the man. This individual exuded an extraordinary presence, his methods peculiar, far from that of a mere mercenary. Moreover, the man's wrist bore no insignia of power, rendering his capabilities inscrutable. However, the transparent threads he manipulated evidently belonged to a skillfully refined ability, undeniably of a high caliber. Jianglu refrained from answering the man's inquiry, instead coldly retorting, "And who might you be, masquerading as a fisherman here?" The man appeared slightly taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a blunt counter. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "How amusing! You do not recognize me? Very well. You have intruded upon my domain, and I have caught your prey. Tell me, which of these jade toads belongs to you?" Jianglu's expression faltered slightly. "Oh? So you intend to return it to me?" The man burst into laughter, a hint of mockery lacing his amusement. "Ha! What I reel in is naturally mine. I was merely toying with you." Jianglu's gaze hardened instantly. "Friend, that's hardly amusing." The man's laughter faded, his body slightly leaning forward, his tone neutral yet serious. "The world outside the tower is not entirely lawless, but here, in the black market, it exists in a gray area. The rules are dictated by strength. You may attempt to seize my catch. I might even grant you that opportunity. However," he paused, "if you fail, you may find yourself eternally trapped in this swamp." "That is what you just said." Jianglu ceased his idle chatter, his murderous intent solidified. His thoughts plunged deep into his mind, connecting with the 6 paths summoning panel, preparing to sacrifice the token he held. "Would you like to sacrifice the Phantom Ship Fragment as a summoning material?" The Phantom Ship Fragment, not the Heaven and Earth Society token. Just then, the man on the boat seemed to lose patience, waving his hand. "If you're going to strike, do it swiftly. Stop dawdling. If you won't fight, then scram and don't hinder my fishing. You're wasting my time." Provoked by his taunt, Jianglu resolved to act without hesitation. Whatever this boat might be, if it can summon, then so be it. "Yes. The offering of the Phantom Ship Fragment has been sacrificed. Please wait for the response from the 6 paths beings." This time, the response from the summoning pool was unexpectedly swift. Almost 2 breaths after confirming the sacrifice, the panel on his retina blazed to life. "Hungry Ghost Path. Soul Binding. Has accepted your sacrifice." It shows no further response. "Contract established. Would you like to summon the contracted being, Soul Binding, temporary? Remaining existence time, 002959, based on the value of the offering and host level." The Hungry Ghost Path. Jianglu's heart jolted. The 6 paths summoning pool corresponds to the 6 realms of existence, the 3 virtuous realms, heaven, Azura, and humanity, and the 3 malevolent realms, hell, hungry ghosts, and beasts. He had summoned from all 3 virtuous realms before. Lao Jun was from heaven, Ao Yin from Azura, and Shimin Shui Shui was from humanity. Yet, apart from the beast realm's Ben Boer Ba, this was only the second appearance of a being from the hungry ghost realm. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts within, Jianglu fixed his gaze upon the man aboard the boat, declaring loudly, "Since you insistently challenge me to seize from you, then I shall oblige." Having spoken, he deliberately imitated the mannerisms of the orthodox summoners recorded in the textbooks, swiftly forming a series of ostentatious hand seals with exaggerated flair, while simultaneously mentally triggering the summon. The man aboard the ship, who had previously maintained a relaxed demeanor, adorned with a mocking smile, was just about to utter another round of taunts when he suddenly sensed a spatial disturbance manifesting beside the young man before him. He abruptly rose from his seat, abandoning his nonchalant posture, and muttered to himself, "A summoning system? Quite a rarity indeed." Chapter 63, The Ectoplasm. The space surrounding Jianglu began to ripple with concentric waves. A chilling, deathly aura, reminiscent of a force capable of freezing souls, suddenly enveloped the area. At the center of the ripples, a vague, translucent figure gradually coalesced into form. It hovered in midair, its shape fluctuating unpredictably, as if composed of dense smoke. Clad in tattered, archaic burlap robes, its long hair cascaded like seaweed, obscuring much of its face. No, it was not merely obscured. There were simply no features to conceal. Where one would expect a visage, there existed only a smooth, blank expanse. Its hands hung limply at its sides, with wisps of white vapor swirling around its fingertips. Hungry ghost path, the ectoplasm. Upon witnessing this bizarre entity, the man's pupils constricted in an instant. What in the world is that? A tempest of shock surged within him. With his level 12 ability and extensive experience, he was utterly incapable of discerning the origins of the creature summoned by the young man. It was no ordinary elemental spirit or energy construct. It was something far older, more sinister, and intimately connected to the very essence of death itself. Merely sensing it from a distance sent waves of inexplicable dread and discomfort coursing through his soul. He dared not display any arrogance, swiftly retracting his hands. The 10 threads that had originally dispersed into the surrounding marsh, intended for fishing the white jade toad, coiled back to him, wrapping around his fingers. He assumed a stance of utmost vigilance, his gaze firmly fixed on Jiang Lu and the eerie, faceless entity. This was Jiang Lu's first time summoning such a peculiar presence, and although he felt a twinge of apprehension, he steeled himself to attempt communication. He pointed at the man aboard the ship, who was on high alert, and commanded the ectoplasm at his side. "Brother, lend me a hand. Go. Snatch that fellow's toads away from him." The ectoplasm remained unresponsive, drifting silently in place. Jiang Lu's lips twitched in annoyance, and he quickly concentrated his thoughts, issuing the command once more through the mental link established by their contract. This time, the ectoplasm stirred. Its featureless visage appeared to turn towards the small boat. And in the next moment, its form was propelled forward as though caught in an invisible wind, gliding ominously towards the man aboard the vessel. Though its speed seemed unhurried, it bore an unsettling sense of pressure. The man's expression turned grave as he flicked his right index finger. With a swift motion, and nearly imperceptible, transparent thread shot towards the ectoplasm's chest with uncanny precision. The seemingly indestructible thread pierced through the ectoplasm's form without obstruction. It inflicted no harm whatsoever, nor did it diminish the ectoplasm's velocity in the slightest. Ignoring physical attacks, a purely spiritual entity. The man's face was etched with disbelief. How could this be possible? What realm is your summoning pool connected to? As the ectoplasm, undeterred by his attack, drifted closer to the boat, a glint of malice flickered in the man's eyes. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. This eerie soul entity was conjured by that lad, and if he could eliminate the summoner, victory would be assured. In a sudden burst, he launched himself from the ship. With a deft push off the edge of the small boat, he surged towards Jiang Lu, who stood in the marsh. So fast, Jiang Lu's internal alarm blared. This man's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Yet, he remained composed, activating the cloud-drifting steps to their utmost limit. His body floated like weightless willow fluff, narrowly evading the man's grasp just as he lunged forward. Simultaneously, he deftly maneuvered, closing in on the ectoplasm, which was still gliding towards the small boat. The man, realizing his strike had missed, prepared to pursue, but was suddenly taken aback upon seeing Jiang Lu approach the faceless entity. Instantly, he hesitated, wary of encroaching upon the ectoplasm's vicinity. "Kid, your footwork is impressive, but do you think that will allow you to escape?" The man scoffed, altering his strategy, his fingers trembling rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 10 transparent threads shot forth from various angles, raining down upon Jiang Lu like a storm. These threads not only moved with astonishing speed, but also possessed a wicked trajectory, sealing off all possible avenues of escape for him. Jiang Lu pushed the cloud-drifting steps to their limits, skillfully dodging the barrage of threads, each maneuver fraught with peril. However, just as the man focused entirely on controlling the threads to attack Jiang Lu, a startling development occurred. The ectoplasm, which had originally been drifting towards the small boat, suddenly faded away, as if dissolving into the water like ink. The man quickly sensed the ectoplasm's presence had vanished, and initially, he was taken aback. But then relief flooded his heart. Had the summoning time expired? Or was maintaining such a unique spiritual entity too taxing? As expected, such an extraordinary existence cannot persist. He assumed that Jiang Lu's summoned creature had dissipated due to time constraints or energy depletion, significantly alleviating the pressure on him. "Kid, the game is over," the man sneered, intensifying his assault. With his fingers dancing like lightning, Jiang Lu, already at a severe disadvantage, relying solely on his agile footwork, now faced an even more ferocious onslaught as the man, emboldened by the ectoplasm's disappearance, unleashed a relentless barrage. Rip, rip, 2 faint tearing sounds echoed. Despite Jiang Lu's utmost efforts to evade, he ultimately could not outpace the level 12 adept's full throttle manipulation of the threads. His calves were ensnared in quick succession by two of the ethereal threads, which tightened around him. Though they appeared slender, they harbored a terrifying strength and a peculiar binding effect. Once they latched onto Jiang Lu's legs, they constricted like maggots, digging deep into his combat attire and even his flesh. More alarmingly, an eerie energy surged through the threads, instantly invading his meridians and forcibly suppressing the flow of spiritual energy within him, rendering him unable to muster even the slightest force. Ugh! Jiang Lu let out a muffled groan, his body stiffening abruptly, the cloud-drifting steps interrupted in an instant. Devoid of spiritual support, he began to sink, his feet rapidly sinking into the viscous mire of the marsh, continuously descending. My 1,000 tangle threads are indestructible and possess a spirit-binding effect. Once ensnared, it is not so easy to break free. Simply resign yourself to your fate. The man observed Jiang Lu sinking rapidly, a cold smirk returning to his face. Jiang Lu lifted his gaze to the man aboard the ship and remarked, "Hey, do you not feel a bit of chill beneath your feet?" The man, taken aback, instinctively glanced down at his feet. Upon doing so, his soul nearly departed. He beheld the ectoplasm, which should have vanished, eerily emerging from the dark sludge of the marsh. As if it were a spectral apparition, its translucent, insubstantial form appeared to be a part of the marsh itself, now extending its ghostly hands to grasp his calves, which were trapped in the mire. A chilling aura, as if capable of freezing one's very soul, surged through his body, coursing violently into him through the ankle that had been touched. The man instinctively recoiled his left foot as if struck by lightning. To his astonishment, a thick layer of white frost rapidly formed around his left ankle, visible to the naked eye. In an instant, his entire left foot became numb, feeling as if it no longer belonged to him. It could traverse the swamp with ease, defying the terrain. The man was struck with sheer terror as he finally grasped the terrifying nature of this spectral entity. Physical attacks proved ineffective. It could disregard environmental constraints, appearing and disappearing at will, and its strikes were imbued with a horrifying freezing effect. This was truly the nightmare of all melee fighters and those reliant on the terrain. If both of his feet were to be frozen, rendering him immobile and devoid of agility in this swamp, his fate would be far worse than that of the sinking river. In this life and death moment, the man summoned an astonishing resolve. He endured the bone-chilling cold and numbness in his left leg, and with a powerful push of his right foot against the swamp, he propelled himself upward with a tremendous force. Bang! Using the recoil, he leaped back to the center of the small boat in a desperate yet precarious maneuver, temporarily escaping the swamp where the specter might launch another assault. The river had no recourse. The specter was invincible, yet its attack speed was too slow. He could only take risks to divert the man's attention and buy the specter the opportunity to strike. However, he ultimately failed to keep the man ensnared in the swamp. At this moment, the river's body was slowly sinking, the muck now up to his knees. Moreover, the binding effect still held, rendering him powerless to escape. The situation had abruptly reversed, plunging him into a peculiar stalemate. The man stood on the boat, precariously balanced on one foot, struggling against the dreadful icy force with the energy he could muster in his left leg. Meanwhile, the specter languidly emerged from various directions, relentlessly assaulting him. The space on the boat was too confined, and he struggled to evade the specter's attacks. Yet he understood that this specter was far too elusive. He could not sustain this for long. Meanwhile, the river was firmly ensnared by the threads, continuing to sink, his energy sealed, unable to save himself. Their only hope lay in the specter eliminating the opponent before he completely submerged. One was desperately dodging on the boat, while the other sank into the mud. Neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in a momentary deadlock. Suddenly, the man on the boat's gaze flickered intensely, as if he had made a difficult decision. He moved his finger sharply. Whoosh! The threads binding the river's legs tightened abruptly, then yanked upward. The river's body was forcefully halted in its descent. The man looked at the river, whose complexion had turned pale, and exclaimed, "Little brother, restrain your powers, let us cooperate." Chapter 64, Cooperation. The river scoffed at Pan Ming's proposal for collaboration, not only refusing to command the specter to cease its attacks, but coldly retorting, "Enough with the nonsense. Want to talk cooperation? Free me first." Pan Ming showed no hesitation, his finger twitching slightly. Whoosh! The two transparent threads coiling around the river's legs instantly tightened, exerting a powerful pull that yanked him up from the muck. With a splash, he was hoisted onto the deck of the small boat. Finally, they stood face to face on the modest wooden vessel, the atmosphere still tense and delicate. Pan Ming regarded the mud-covered river with a vigilant gaze and shrugged. "Rest assured, if I truly wished to kill you, I could have turned you into a sieve with my threads while you were immobilized in the mud. There would have been no need for this charade." As he spoke, he flicked his finger again, and the two incredibly resilient threads automatically untangled from the river's legs. Retracting back to his fingertips, the river moved his somewhat numb and tingling legs, feeling somewhat reassured. During the previous assault, his opponent indeed had several opportunities to strike with lethal intent. Just then, the specter emerged once more from the swamp, drifting toward Pan Ming, seemingly intent on resuming its prior assault. Observing this, the river raised his hand, his thoughts shifting. The specter's attack posture immediately halted, and it glided toward the river, silently hovering in the air behind him. Pan Ming watched this unfold, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes before a roguish smile returned to his face. Now, that's more like it. Why engage in needless violence? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pan Ming, a name you may have heard on the streets. I am one of the visible managers of this black market. The river, upon hearing this, felt a sudden clarity. No wonder this fellow had previously looked at him with disbelief, as if he should know him. Clearly, he was someone of some standing in this territory. So, the river replied, his tone flat and direct. What is your proposal for cooperation? Speak plainly. Pan Ming's gaze shifted back to the specter behind the river, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Your summoned entity is quite extraordinary. It seems capable of disregarding physical barriers, freely traversing the depths of the swamp. And its attacks carry a potent freezing effect, am I right? The river remained non-committal. And what of it? Pan Ming's eyes lit up. Do you know the true habits of the white jade toad? The river frowned. Isn't it just active at night? Pan Ming, upon hearing this, looked at the river as if he were the fool. No way. Little brother, you don't even know this. The river, feeling somewhat irked by his gaze, replied curtly. What's with that look? Is it strange not to know these things? This is my first visit to your black market. After all, Pan Ming sighed in resignation and explained. The white jade toad truly resides in the depths of the swamp. They feed on specific microorganisms and certain poisonous insects found at the bottom. The so-called nighttime activity is merely due to the increased activity of poisonous insects on the swamp's surface at night. A few toads, unable to find food in the depths, venture to the shallows to hunt. What we typically catch are those that couldn't make it back home and are out here trying to survive. The real bulk, the plump ones, are all nestled below. The river was taken aback. Are you implying there are countless nests of white jade toads in the depths of the swamp? And you want my summoned entity to help you catch them? Precisely, Pan Ming exclaimed, slapping his thigh, pointing at the specter with excitement. That's exactly it. Your remarkable summoned entity can ignore the mire and dive down directly. Locate their nests, and there's no need to catch them. Just use its cold aura to freeze those toads, rendering them temporarily immobile, and then inform me of their locations. I can then utilize my threads to reel them in one by one. The river felt a spark of interest. This indeed seemed like a lucrative opportunity. However, he still had concerns. What if they die? They won't be worth anything then, will they? Pan Ming chuckled, as if living monsters could be brought into the tower. Even if the white jade toads die, as long as they haven't decayed, their toxins can still be extracted through special means. Rest assured. Upon hearing this, the river's heart ignited with excitement. How will we divide it? He asked, probing for the crucial question. Pan Ming grinned broadly, extending 3 fingers and waving them in front of the river. A 70-30 split. How about that? I'm quite generous, aren't I? The river's eyes widened, deliberately feigning astonishment. What? I only get 70. Pan Ming's smile instantly froze, his expression darkening visibly as he gritted his teeth and spat through clenched jaws. You take 3. I take 7. The river's previous embarrassment vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Without uttering a word, he turned abruptly, gesturing towards the specter behind him. Brother Chu, do not concern yourself with me. Eliminate this shameless creature. Go all out. The faceless head of Chu seemed to pivot towards Pan Ming, poised to pounce. Hey. All right. Stop. Cease your actions. Pan Ming hastily retreated a step, his face contorted in pain as he exclaimed, 50-50. Is that agreeable? Damn it, if you refuse, just get lost. Go to Old Wong at the entrance and reclaim your $10,000 ticket. Jiang Lu, sensing the situation, decided to withdraw, and with a mere thought, Chu fell silent once more. He quickly calculated in his mind. A white jade toad commands a market price of over 50,000, even if split evenly. Capturing a dozen or 20 would yield substantial earnings. This was undeniably a windfall. Fine, 50% it is. Jiang Lu nodded in acquiescence. Pan Ming sighed in relief but immediately added, however, I have a condition. Jiang Lu furrowed his brow. Why must you complicate matters? Just hear me out. Pan Ming's expression turned serious. All the white jade toads captured in this collaboration must not be taken away. They must all be sold to the black market I manage. Upon hearing the words cannot take away, Jiang Lu felt a surge of anger rise within him. Almost impulsively wishing to sacrifice the spiritual pearl on him to summon the third prince, and teach this insatiable fellow a lesson. Yet, upon processing the latter part about selling to the black market, his impending fury was forcibly quelled, and he interjected, agreed. But the price must be at market value. Not a cent less. Pan Ming nodded affirmatively. Of course. I assure you, the price will satisfy you. I, Pan Ming, am known for my fairness in business. Without further ado, shall we commence? How long can your summoned creature last? He cast a nervous glance at Chu, clearly apprehensive about the duration of such an extraordinary entity. Long enough for you to reap a bountiful harvest. Zhang Lu withheld the precise duration and turned to concentrate his thoughts on communicating with Chu through the mental link. He sensed that this specter belonged to a relatively low-tier creature within the Six Paths summoning pool, lacking in intelligence. It resembled a mere automaton, following instinct and simple commands, far less self-aware than the previous summoned beings. However, its simplicity also meant it was exceedingly obedient, executing commands without hesitation and possessing some rather unconventional, eerie abilities. Communication complete. The still and motionless specter seemed to glance at Zhang Lu with its featureless face. Then, its translucent form sank into the marshy mire beneath, vanishing from sight. Zhang Lu observed the countdown timer on his retina, 002143. May fortune favor our endeavor. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 65, The Toad King. Zhang Lu issued a simple and clear directive to Chu. Within 10 minutes, delve as deeply as possible into the marsh's depths. Seeking out the nest of white jade toads. Upon discovery, immediately freeze the toads within using the power of cold. Return precisely after 10 minutes to report the location. The summoned entity itself could perceive the summoning duration, so 10 minutes was not a difficult concept for the simple-minded Chu to grasp. Time trickled by second. On the small boat, Zhang Lu and Pan Ming sat in restless boredom. The atmosphere was tinged with a subtle awkwardness and tension, given that mere moments ago they had been at each other's throats. Zhang Lu's gaze fell upon the specially crafted square glass container at the bow of the boat, within which 4 or 5 glistening white jade toads were restlessly crawling. Old Pan, Zhang Lu suddenly broke the silence. What makes this creature so valuable? Is it merely because it can produce toxins for pharmaceuticals? Pan Ming shot him a sharp glance, correcting him with irritation. No need for such familiarity. Call me Brother Ming. After a moment, he continued to explain, the white jade toad secretion is indeed a precious ingredient in many high-grade antidotes and enhancement potions. Those of high purity are exceedingly rare. However, the true reason for its exorbitant price, even prompting the tower's officials to temporarily close the portal leading here, stems from another demand. Another demand? Zhang Lu queried, perplexed. Pan Ming's lips curled into a slight, sardonic smirk. Have you heard of toad licking? Toad licking? Zhang Lu blinked, suddenly recalling fragmented accounts he had encountered in a corner of his memory. Are you referring to that drug? Precisely. Pan Ming scoffed. The venom secreted from these toads, when simply extracted, becomes an extraordinarily potent natural drug that induces intense hallucinations and euphoria. Long ago, many addicts would stealthily infiltrate this place, capturing toads and licking their backs to stimulate venom secretion, seeking that euphoric sensation that made them forget everything, many of whom perished in the process. He gestured towards the marsh below. Upon discovering this, the tower's government, aiming to prevent widespread substance abuse and chaos, decisively closed the official portal to the Blackwater Marsh permanently. Therefore, to access this place now, one must rely on the black market. Rarity breeds value, and combined with those hidden, unique demands, the price naturally skyrockets. Zhang Lu realized with clarity, so that was the case. Just then, a soft bubbling sound emanated from the marsh beside them, as subtle ripples disturbed the surface, and a chilling aura began to permeate the air. 10 minutes had elapsed. Chu silently emerged from the inky mire, slowly hovering before Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu immediately focused his mind, communicating through the contract link with Chu to receive the information it relayed. As the information flowed in, Zhang Lu's eyes widened in astonishment and brightness. His face could not help but betray his uncontainable joy. He abruptly turned his head, excitedly slapping Pan Ming on the shoulder. Old Pan, we are about to strike it rich. Pan Ming, startled by the slap, momentarily froze before seeing the almost radiant look in Zhang Lu's eyes, hurriedly asking, How many nests did you find? Speak quickly. Zhang Lu restrained his excitement. Speaking rapidly, it found 7 gathering points. The total number of nests exceeds 10. The frozen white jade toads are at least that many. He held up 4 fingers, vigorously waving them before Pan Ming's eyes. 40? Pan Ming gasped in disbelief. This far exceeded his expectations. Typically, after a night of fishing, he would consider himself fortunate to catch 7 or 8. Quickly, show me the way. Hurry. Pan Ming rushed to the bow of the boat, his fingers weaving transparent strands once more. readying himself to drop the line at any moment. Jiang Lu reconnected with Chu to ascertain the location of the first nest. He pointed to a seemingly unremarkable patch of water about 5 meters to the left front of the small boat. There, approximately 10 meters deep into the marsh, there's a hollow mud hole with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, containing 4 toads, all frozen. Without hesitation, Pan Ming responded, flicking his right hand. He sent a strand shooting forth. Whoosh! A line wrapped around a particularly robust clump of reeds in the distance. He then yanked his arm back with force. The slender line dragged the entire wooden boat swiftly toward the direction Jiang Lu indicated. In mere seconds, the small boat accurately halted above the target area. Pan Ming's left hand splayed open, pressing down towards the marsh below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 transparent strands plunged into the murky waters, probing into the depths of the marsh. His fingers trembled slightly, as if sensing everything below through the strands. In just a few breaths, his eyes lit up. Found it. He swiftly raised and flicked his left hand. Splash. Mud and water erupted. A delicate silk thread entwined around a toad. Its entire body shrouded in a thin layer of white frost, significantly larger than the stock aboard the vessel. With a flick of his wrist, Pan Ming deftly loosened the thread from the toad, casting it with precision into the glass container at the bow of the boat. Splendid. The specimen was flawless. Pan Ming was overjoyed, his hands moving ceaselessly, repeating the familiar maneuver. Whoosh, whoosh, splash. The second, third, and fourth toads followed suit. In no time, the 4 plump white jade toads from the first nest were safely secured in the cabinet. Onward, to the next location, Pan Ming urged, his face aglow with excitement. Jiang Lu, equally invigorated, promptly directed Chu Han to guide their path. Under Pan Ming's masterful manipulation of the silk thread, the small boat surged through the vast marshlands as if equipped with a motor, swiftly navigating its way. Each nest discovered and frozen by Chu Han was pinpointed with remarkable accuracy. One by one, toads of varying sizes were effortlessly drawn from the depths of the marsh and deposited into the glass cabinet at the bow. The two worked in perfect harmony, their efficiency astonishing. Within 10 minutes, the once empty glass container was now over half filled with a dense mass of white jade toads, jostling against one another. The crystalline jade toads refracted a faint glow within the container, resembling not poisonous creatures, but a trove of precious gems and gold. Their faces radiated with the joy of a bountiful harvest. The final location. Done. Jiang Lu exhaled deeply, pointing to the last spot. Pan Ming skillfully gathered the final few toads into the cabinet. Gazing at the nearly overflowing glass container, Pan Ming licked his parched lips, urging, continue, continue. Have your summoned creature dive once more for a sweep. Jiang Lu glanced at the countdown displayed on his retina. 000915. Less than 10 minutes remained. There should be time for another round. He calculated, immediately issuing new instructions to Chu Han. Dive again, search for 5 minutes, and regardless of findings, return. Chu Han submerged back into the marsh. Jiang Lu observed the spoils at the bow, valued at over 2 million ta coins, his heart racing uncontrollably. A dangerous thought flickered through his mind. Should he eliminate Pan Ming right here? Claim the fortune for himself? The temptation was overwhelming. Exchanging a spirit pearl for 2 million seemed quite advantageous. Yet, he quickly suppressed this impulse. Pan Ming was one of the overseers of this black market. Killing him would bring too much trouble and sever this rare source of income. Cooperation for mutual benefit, a steady stream of wealth, was the wiser choice. Just as his thoughts wavered, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Glub, glub. Chu Han, which should have obeyed the command and returned in 5 minutes, unexpectedly emerged from the marsh beside their small vessel in less than 2 minutes. Its form appeared even more ethereal than before, the cold, deathly aura surrounding it seeming somewhat chaotic. What happened? It's not time yet. Jiang Lu's heart dropped, and he instantly focused his thoughts, preparing to communicate with it to ascertain if it had encountered any unforeseen circumstances. However, just as his thoughts were about to connect, Pan Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly lifted his head, scanning the tranquil marsh surface, his voice urgent. Something's amiss. Something large is approaching rapidly. A powerful surge of spiritual energy. Move. Before Jiang Lu could even inquire, Pan Ming wasted no time, his right hand flinging out. Whoosh. A silk thread instantly coiled around a distant cluster of reeds. His arm exploding with strength as he yanked it fiercely. The entire wooden boat was suddenly propelled forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. And just as their small vessel surged ahead, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Boom! The area of water where they had just been was suddenly boiling violently. Enormous bubbles gurgled forth. Murky sludge was violently churned up by a terrifying force from beneath, creating waves of mud that shot several meters high. Following that, a tremendous crashing sound reverberated. A colossal blue and white figure, exuding an overwhelming presence along with a deluge of muck, leaped ferociously from the water. It was an enormous white jade toad. Its size far surpassed that of an ordinary toad, nearly reaching human height. Its body exhibited an eerie blend of icy blue and jade white, with a pair of crimson eyes radiating a chilling and brutal malice. On the back of this giant toad, a fresh layer of thin ice, emanating a faint chill, covered its skin. In an instant, Jiang Lu realized. He glanced sharply at the agitated Chu Han beside him. No wonder it surfaced early. It must have detected this behemoth and attempted to freeze it. Yet, it had clearly failed. The opponent's icy resistance or power far exceeded Chu Han's freezing capabilities. Unable to complete the command, it was forced to return. That's a mutated entity. The Ice Jade Toad King. Pan Ming turned to behold the terrifying giant toad, his expression immediately paling. This creature was at least level 15, a dominant life form of the marsh. The massive Ice Jade Toad King propelled itself off the water's surface with its powerful limbs. Its enormous body soared like a cannonball, crashing down upon the water directly in front of the small boat. Boom! Muddy waters surged. The tremendous impact sent tremors through the entire marsh. The Toad King's bulk entirely obstructed all paths of advancement for the small vessel. It slowly turned, its crimson eyes gazing down upon the two on the boat, emitting a resonant, drum-like croak from its throat. Pan Ming's pupils constricted, but he reacted swiftly. The moment the Toad King landed, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his fingers danced furiously. 1,000 threads of death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 transparent silk threads swirled like venomous serpents, slicing through the air, aimed at the Ice Jade Toad King from various angles. However, clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp metallic clashes rang out. Pan Ming's silk threads, capable of cutting through gold and jade, failed to leave even a faint mark upon the Toad King's skin. They could not breach its defenses. Chapter 66. Pan Ming. Pan Ming's attacks fell short. The Ice Jade Toad King pivoted its massive body, its powerful hind legs propelling it off the marsh. Boom. Mud and water exploded. Its body soared through the air like a colossal meteor, crashing down upon the small boat. Damn it. There's no way to dodge. Pan Ming's face turned ashen as he screamed, flinging his hands outwards. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 silk threads instantly wrapped around 2 relatively sturdy clusters of reeds in the distance, attempting to use the tension to forcibly shift the small boat sideways. But it was too slow. The Toad King's attack range was far too vast. In that critical moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Lu's eyes as he activated his cloud surfing step. Instead of choosing to evade to the sides, he lunged forward with all his might. His target was the enormous glass container at the bow, filled to the brim with white jade toads. Just as his hands grasped the heavy glass cabinet, a thunderous crash erupted. The Ice Jade Toad King's massive form crashed down upon the center of the wooden boat. Crack! Splash! The entire small vessel shattered into pieces in an instant. In the final moments, Pan Ming, leveraging the tension of the silk thread and his astonishing reflexes, clumsily leaped backward. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu, utilizing the momentum from his charge towards the glass cabinet and the exquisite technique of sliding through the clouds, darted out from the edge of the ship just before the Moonlight Toad King struck down, with a single blow capable of destroying the vessel. The Ice Jade Toad King appeared even more enraged, its crimson, enormous eye sweeping across the scene, instantly locking onto Pan Ming, the strongest and spiritual energy present. With a thunderous roar, it pivoted violently, its massive limbs churning through the mire as it lunged toward Pan Ming, who stood precariously on the splintered wooden planks of the wreckage. Pan Ming, alarmed, maneuvered his body to evade the assault of the Toad King using the silk thread. Jiang Lu, however, maintained a frigid demeanor, his steps unhesitating as he clutched the glass cabinet, pondering whether to activate his teleportation wristband and retreat. At that moment, Pan Ming, struggling to rise from the muck, urgently shouted, "Jiang Lu, hand me the glass cabinet. Your agility is commendable. Help me hold off this beast. I will retreat with the toad to safety, and once I am secure, you can use the wristband to return." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu suddenly scoffed and called out, "Old Pan, it seems your teleportation wristband's 7-day cooldown has yet to expire, hasn't it?" Pan Ming's face turned a pallid shade, caught in his predicament. As he dodged another attack from the Toad King, he implored, "Assist me this once. I shall offer you 60% of the spoils, and I will only take 40. Jiang Lu weighed the pros and cons in an instant. He could activate his wristband at any moment to escape, with little risk to his life. Extending a significant favor to Pan Ming would facilitate future dealings in this black market, and he could also earn some extra coin. It was a lucrative transaction. Without further hesitation, He commanded the soul of the abyss above to commence its assault on the Toad King. While the freezing attacks from the soul could not harm the Toad King, they sufficiently hindered its movements. After several strikes, the Toad King could no longer endure the incessant harassment and turned its fury towards the airborne soul. Old Pan, you should leave. I will hold onto the cabinet. Wait for me in the safe zone. Jiang Lu's voice echoed through the marsh. Pan Ming was taken aback by Jiang Lu's decisiveness. A flicker of complexity and gratitude crossing his features. He wasted no time, shooting forth the silk threads with great speed, propelling himself across the splintered ship toward safety. Meanwhile, the Toad King flailed its colossal limbs, thrashing at the swamp, yet it could never truly connect with the intangible soul. At last, the Toad King's fury reached its zenith. Realizing it could not vanquish this elusive spirit, it abruptly ceased its futile assault, its blood-red eyes slowly rotating until they locked onto Jiang Lu, who was covering Pan Ming's retreat. Jiang Lu felt a suffocating pressure descend upon him, yet his visage betrayed no fear. Farewell, great Toad. As the Toad King coiled its limbs, preparing to launch itself at him like a cannonball, Jiang Lu calmly retrieved his wristband and pressed the soul button on the black emergency wristband labeled Emergency Return. With a soft hum, a gentle white light enveloped Jiang Lu entirely. In the blink of an eye, his figure, along with the radiant glow, vanished without a trace. In the safety zone of the Blackwater Marsh, a flash of soft white light heralded Jiang Lu's sudden appearance. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to the glass cabinet in his arms. Indeed, the efficacy of the high tower and safe zone was remarkable. Dozens of toads lay deceased, utterly lifeless. Within the safe area, 7 or 8 scattered mercenaries, resting or waiting, appeared as though ensnared by a paralysis spell, fixated on the glass cabinet Jiang Lu held. Their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, etched with shock, disbelief, and unmistakable greed. With a gulp, someone struggled to swallow. What the hell? Is that all white jade toads inside? 1, 2, 3, damn. I can't even count. At least 40 or 50. How much could this be worth? 2 million or more. How did he manage this? Did he raid the toad's nest? After a brief silence, a cacophony of astonished exclamations and heavy breaths erupted. The mercenaries exchanged glances, silently coordinating their movements. Gradually, they advanced from all directions, surrounding Jiang Lu, who had just teleported back with the glass cabinet. A burly man with a scar licked his dry lips and addressed Jiang Lu. Hey there, little brother. What incredible luck you have. Carrying so many white jade toads must be quite inconvenient. Why not sell them to us brothers? We can negotiate a price. A flat rate. 5,000 tower coins each. What do you say? We'll take them all. The other mercenaries echoed in unison, yes. 5,000. Cash. Let's trade immediately. It's so much easier to walk away with the money, avoiding trouble on the way, right? Jiang Lu regarded this group, clearly harboring ulterior motives, intent on coercing him into a sale. He glanced at their discreet blockade of the teleportation gate, and, rather than showing fear, smiled and replied. What if I say I'm not selling? The scar-faced man's expression darkened. Then you will be guilty of possessing something valuable. You won't escape. At that moment, Jiang Lu suddenly shouted towards the outside of the safety zone. Hey, old Pan, do you hear me? These gentlemen are quite generous, offering 5,000 each for your toads. Are you selling or not? Just give me a word. Old Pan. The mercenaries paused, momentarily taken aback by the familiar name. They swiftly turned to look behind them. To their astonishment, Pan Ming entered the safety zone, his countenance dark as night, his gaze fixated on the group of mercenaries like a harbinger of death. In an instant, their faces drained of color. Brother Pan. The scar-faced man nearly collapsed, his legs buckling beneath him. The other mercenaries, equally terrified, recoiled in haste, wishing they could shrink into the ground. Pan Ming slowly lifted his head, his face shrouded in frost, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Sell? Of course. Who wants to buy? Step forward now. With a thud, the scar-faced man was the first to crumble, collapsing to the ground and pleading with a sorrowful expression, Brother Ming. It's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. We had no idea this was your property. We were just joking. Yes, just joking. Brother Ming, we were blind. Please let us go. Pan Ming snorted coldly, waving his hand in irritation as if swatting away flies. Get lost. All of you get far away. From now on, keep your eyes open. This one, he pointed to Jiang Lu beside him, is my brother Pan Ming S. If you dare trouble him again, I'll sink you all into the marsh. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Brother Ming. Thank you, Brother Ming. We won't dare again. The mercenaries, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away in a panic, scurrying off without a backward glance. Jiang Lu observed this scene, and then smiled at Pan Ming. TSK. I didn't expect you to be such a prominent figure in this black market, old Pan. Quite impressive. Pan Ming shot him a sidelong glance, his tone exasperated. Cut the theatrics. What good is that? I almost got swallowed whole by that giant toad. Come on, let us not linger here and draw attention. I'll take you to collect your earnings. With that, he strode towards the teleportation gate leading to the black market shrine, and Jiang Lu chuckled, hastily following with the glass cabinet in his arms. As they stepped out of the ancestral hall, the drowsy Mr. Wang, seated behind a rickety table at the entrance, caught sight of Jiang Lu emerging alongside Pan Ming, cradling a glass cabinet brimming with exquisite white jade toads. A flicker of surprise glimmered in his murky old eyes. As Pan Ming passed the table, he paused momentarily, gesturing with his chin toward Jiang Lu, and instructed Mr. Wang, "Old Wang, take note. From now on, whenever this kid visits the ancestral hall, all expenses will be discounted by 20%. Mr. Wang, taken aback for a moment, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, understood. Brother Ming, I'll remember." Jiang Lu smiled at Mr. Wang and followed Pan Ming out of the hall. The two walked along the bustling streets of Heihui Village. Jiang Lu held the glass cabinet, which shimmered with an alluring jade-white light, like a beacon in the night, drawing the covetous, astonished, envious, and jealous gazes of passers-by. Countless pairs of eyes, both bright and dim, converged upon them. The immense sum of several million tower coins was tantalizingly close, enough to tempt many desperate souls into taking risks. However, when those ill-intentioned gazes fell upon Pan Ming, all their restless urges were immediately quelled. Those eyes retreated as if scalded, brimming with apprehension and reverence. The formidable presence of Pan Ming in Heihui Village was evidently palpable. Pan Ming remained unfazed by the stares, effortlessly turning into a relatively quiet alley, ultimately halting in front of a shop emblazoned with the name Rinha Pharmaceutical. Upon entering the establishment, the shopkeeper, spotting Pan Ming, immediately greeted him with a broad smile. "Boss, you've come." His gaze swept over the glass cabinet in Pan Ming's arms, momentarily flashing with astonishment. Though he quickly masked it, Pan Ming nodded, indicating the cabinet Jiang Lu held, and ordered, "Old Lu, please take care of these white jade toads. Weigh them and calculate their worth based on today's market price." The shopkeeper promptly and cautiously accepted the cabinet from Jiang Lu, saying, "Understood." He then hurried toward the inner chamber behind the counter, cradling the cabinet. Only then did Pan Ming place an arm around Jiang Lu's shoulder, his face adorned with a sincere smile. "Brother, I keep my word. We agreed on a 60-40 split, and I shall not shortchange you a single penny. What you summoned is indeed invaluable. If you find yourself in need of money again, don't hesitate to seek me out. This Blackwater Marsh is our private bank. Withdrawals anytime." Jiang Lu responded with a few casual remarks, yet inwardly mused. Whether this bank would remain open next time depended on the favor bestowed by the Six Paths summoning pool. Just then, a voice laced with a hint of furtiveness echoed from the shop entrance. "Is the shopkeeper in?" Both Pan Ming and Jiang Lu turned to look. A young man clad in an oversized gray hoodie, his cap pulled low to obscure much of his face, was peeking nervously from the doorway, his movements betraying a sense of anxiety, as if afraid of being seen. However, when he lifted his head and his gaze inadvertently met Jiang Lu's, his body stiffened abruptly. He instinctively gasped, "Jiang Lu, what are you doing here?" Jiang Lu's sharp gaze scrutinized the furtive young man, his mind racing to piece together fragmented memories left by his predecessor, yet he failed to recognize the face. Surely, he must be someone the original Jiang Lu knew. Unsure of how to respond, Jiang Lu opted for a neutral expression, replying in a flat tone, "Just here to buy some things." The hooded young man's lower face contorted into an exceedingly peculiar expression upon hearing this. He blurted out, "You still have money to buy things here? Is it money your sister secretly gave you?" "Sister?" Jiang Lu's heart jolted. Could this fellow be from the Jiang family? His countenance instantly turned cold, and he addressed the so-called Jiang family with palpable disdain, his tone growing distant. "That's none of your business." The hooded young man was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lu's retort, seemingly unprepared for such a reaction. He soon regained his composure, snorting in indignation, "Humph. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. Instead of focusing on your training, you waste your precious money on this filthy place to buy random junk. Just as my father said, useless as mud, unable to be raised." Before Jiang Lu could react, Pan Ming, unable to tolerate the insult, stepped forward, his gaze frosty as he fixated on the hooded boy. "You little brat. Who are you calling useless? Mind your language." The hooded boy trembled at Pan Ming's intimidating glare, his bravado dwindling as he stammered, "What do you want? I'm just a customer here." Jiang Lu gently restrained Pan Ming with a hand, his gaze calm as he turned to the hooded boy. "I've never considered myself a part of your Jiang family. Whether I am useless or golden is not for you to judge. Go back and tell Zhang Hai that his opinion means nothing to me." The hooded boy opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to retort, yet ultimately, he merely spat out, "Fine. Those are your own words. I'll relay them back." Jiang Lu's tone remained unwavering. Though his memories were still vague, piecing together the other's reaction and the name Jiang Tao, Jiang Lu could almost ascertain that this individual was indeed his half-brother, Jiang Tao. At that moment, the curtain to the inner chamber was drawn aside, and the shopkeeper emerged, holding an account book, respectfully stating, "Boss, everything has been processed, and the accounts are settled." Pan Ming waved a hand, interrupting him. "Not so fast. We have a customer. You attend to business first." He gestured toward the hooded boy, Jiang Tao. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, then turned his attention to Jiang Tao, donning a professional smile. "This customer, the usual?" Jiang Tao, eager to escape the discomfort of the surroundings, hurriedly approached the counter, lowering his voice to quickly converse with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper nodded, skillfully turning away to retrieve a plainly packaged small white box from a discreet compartment beneath the counter. He opened the lid to reveal 10 neatly arranged tiny transparent syringes, each containing a luminous blue liquid. A glimmer of urgency flickered in Jiang Tao's eyes as he swiftly pulled out thick stacks of cash bound with rubber bands from his oversized hoodie. Slamming them onto the table, he grabbed the small box, hastily closed it, and fumbled to tuck it back into his clothing. After completing these transactions, he didn't glance back, swiftly turning to exit the shop. However, as he passed by Jiang Lu, he paused momentarily, casting a fleeting, meaningful glance before vanishing through the doorway. Pan Ming observed the hurried retreat of the young man, his brow furrowed slightly, then turned to the shopkeeper, asking, "Old Lu, what is the background of that kid? He seems rather suspicious." The shopkeeper, evidently accustomed to such clientele, whispered, "Boss, judging by his attire and demeanor, he seems like a young man sneaking down from the 10th level to purchase banned substances. Our black market prices are nearly 30% cheaper than those on the 10th level, and they want to be scrutinized by the enforcement teams there. Thus, there are always impulsive youths who risk descending to procure supplies. Banned substances?" Jiang Lu's brow raised, pondering what kind of banned substance he was buying. There are many types of banned substances. Some temporarily elevate one's level, while others, derived from beast blood, can grant near monster-like defenses when injected. Then there are those that are merely addictive narcotic injections. Almost all banned substances possess formidable side effects. Lu, the shopkeeper, did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a glance at Pan Ming. Pan Ming spoke directly. "This is my brother, Jiang Lu. Just answer his questions honestly, without any concealment." It was only then that Lu nodded and explained to Jiang Lu, the drug he purchased can indeed provide a slight stimulation of spiritual energy activity when taken short-term, allowing for a rapid enhancement of martial arts capabilities. However, the cost is mental disorientation, often leading to hallucinations, if one becomes reliant on it for an extended period. He paused, his tone laced with caution. It can result in severe drug dependency, completely stifling one's potential. It is akin to prematurely exhausting all future possibilities for growth. Martial arts levels will no longer be able to advance through conventional training and resource accumulation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Jiang Lu's eyes. It became evident that Jiang Tao likely viewed himself as a kindred spirit, having ventured into the black market to procure banned substances, thereby sabotaging his own future. This explained the despondent remarks he had made, believing that they were all of the same ilk, with no one possessing the moral high ground to report on another. With this realization, Jiang Lu's disdain and indifference towards that so-called family deepened. Enough of others' troubles. He had no interest in meddling. Pan Ming clapped his hands, redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters, his smile returning. "Old Lu, let us talk about the profits. How much have we garnered this time?" The shopkeeper immediately picked up his ledger. "Boss, Mr. Jiang, we've made quite a haul. A total of 47 pristine, white, jade toads. They've barely been dead for long, and their condition is excellent. According to the current black market rates, the average price for a standard white jade toad is around 50,000 ta coins, but among them, 9 are particularly large in size, boasting pure jade color and exceptional vitality. Each can command an additional premium of 20,000 without issue. Altogether, the total can amount to an impressive 2,500,000 ta coins. 2,500,000. Even though Jiang Lu had mentally prepared himself, his heart still raced at the mention of such a figure. How little time had passed. Less than half an hour, an average of over 80,000 per minute. This money was coming in far too swiftly. Pan Ming nodded in satisfaction, turning to Jiang Lu. 2,500,000. As agreed, you shall take 60%, which amounts to 1,500,000. He then turned to Lu, instructing, "Old Lu, transfer 1,500,000 to my brother Jiang Lu. My share. Please deposit directly into my usual account." Jiang Lu provided the bank card number that Yunin had given him, and after a few swift operations, Lu nodded at Jiang Lu. He was certain that his own bank card was under the surveillance of the Jiang family, a feeling he found distasteful. Therefore, he preferred that his earnings be deposited into the card provided by Yunnan. He solemnly extended his hand to Pan Ming. A pleasant collaboration, Brother Ming. Pan Ming grasped his hand firmly, laughing heartily. Huh? If you ever find yourself short on cash again, just give me a call. After exchanging contact information, Jiang Lu did not intend to leave immediately. With a fortune in hand, it would be remiss not to indulge in some spending. The 6-path summoning pool is powerful, but it requires offerings. The only 10th level spirit pearl he possessed was a trump card for survival, which he could not afford to use lightly. He needed to procure some suitable items that could serve as sacrifices as soon as possible. Last time, he had acquired an old monarch in this black market. He hoped to find some items that could be offered up again. Brother Ming, where in this black market can one find an array of peculiar knickknacks? Jiang Lu inquired. He planned to scour the place first to see if he could unearth anything that the 6-path summoning pool would recognize as special offerings. If unsuccessful, he would resort to purchasing conventional Lord S crystal cores directly. Pan Ming's eyes lit up at this, exclaiming, "Huh? You've come to the right person. Follow me. I'll take you to a wonderful place. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener." With that, he waved his hand enthusiastically and turned to stride out of the store. Jiang Lu suppressed his excitement and hurriedly followed in Pan Ming's footsteps. Chapter 68. The Premium Medicinal Bath. Jiang Lu followed Pan Ming through the winding alleys of Black Locust Village, eventually stopping in front of a shop with a sign that read Yudao Pawn Shop. As he surveyed the somewhat shabby facade, doubt crept in. "Old Pan, can we really find good stuff here?" Pan Ming chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, you don't understand. The truly valuable items are often hidden in the most unassuming corners. This shop has been around for decades, specializing in the discarded trinkets brought back from the tower by mercenaries. Many items here are so obscure that even they do not comprehend their origins or purposes. They just clutter up space and are sold off for cash at low prices. Whether we strike gold depends on our discernment and luck. Come, let us have a look." With that, he stepped inside. The shop was dimly lit, and an elderly shopkeeper, wearing reading glasses and with graying hair, was dozing behind the counter. Upon hearing footsteps, he lazily lifted his head. "Oh, it's Brother Ming. What brings you here?" The old shopkeeper evidently recognized Pan Ming and stood up immediately. Pan Ming waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Old Zhang, take my little brother to see your back storage. He wants to dig up some oddities." The old shopkeeper hesitated, a slight frown crossing his face. "Brother Ming, the storage is quite a mess. It's filled with unwanted odds and ends." Pan Ming's eyes widened. "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up." The old shopkeeper dared not speak further, quickly nodding and retrieving a set of keys from beneath the counter, leading the two of them to the darkest corner of the shop. Behind the door lay a space significantly more spacious than the shop itself. There were no windows, and massive metal shelves were neatly arranged, overflowing with an assortment of bizarre and peculiar items. Rusty fragments of ancient weapons, dull-colored unknown ores, desiccated and twisted plant roots, eerie statue remnants, and even some grotesque biological organs submerged in formaldehyde within glass jars. Pan Ming smiled at Jiang Lu. "Take your time and browse. Feel free to pick whatever catches your eye. Just let me know at checkout, and I'll give you a 20% discount." "Thank you, Brother Ming." Jiang Lu replied gratefully, beginning to stroll slowly among the dust-laden shelves, his gaze meticulously scanning each artifact. He appeared casual, yet he was entirely focused, eagerly anticipating the panel to indicate suitable for sacrifice. However, after several minutes had passed, he had nearly traversed the majority of the shelves, yet the panel remained silent, showing no signs of reaction. It was evident that the vast majority of items here were merely ordinary junk, unworthy of the 6-path summoning pool's attention. Just as Jiang Lu began to feel disheartened and was about to give up, he arrived at a particularly old shelf tucked away in the deepest corner of the warehouse. This shelf was exceptionally weathered, its contents even more disorganized, coated in a thick layer of dust, clearly neglected for quite some time. As his gaze swept over a pile of dark, metallic-looking debris on the bottom shelf, he suddenly received a notification, detecting a suitable sacrificial item. "It's here." Jiang Lu's heart raced. He quickly crouched down, focusing intently on that heap of scrap metal. Carefully, he cleared away the clutter and dust on the surface, finally extracting a palm-sized metal fragment from beneath. This fragment was a dull gray-black, cold to the touch, and emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations. "This is it." Jiang Lu was resolute. He swiftly scanned the remaining areas of the warehouse to ensure no other items elicited a response from the panel. Once satisfied, he clutched the metal fragment and returned to the entrance of the warehouse. "Is this it?" Pan Ming gazed at the inconspicuous iron lump in Jiang Lu's hand, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter and shaking his head. "Little brother, your taste is rather unique, isn't it? This thing wouldn't even be picked up if tossed on the street." The old shopkeeper nearby leaned in for a closer look, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a long pause, he uncertainly remarked, "This appears to be something a group of mercenaries unearthed from the ruins of an ancient relic several years ago. Due to its unique material, I kept it here. If Ming Ji's friend is interested, he can take it for $1,000. Pan Ming waved his hand dismissively. 1,000. Make it 800. Wrap it up. Jiang Lu felt a surge of delight within, though he maintained a composed facade as he promptly paid the 800 tower coins. After departing from Yudao pawnshop, Jiang Lu had Pan Ming lead him to the most reputable butcher shop in the black market, where he spent a staggering 100,000 tower coins to procure over 100 pounds of high-quality, specially cured edible monster meat. Thanks to Pan Ming's local connections, the butcher not only offered a discount, but also proposed to deliver the goods, thus sparing Jiang Lu the hassle of taking a taxi. Bidding farewell to Pan Ming, Jiang Lu settled into the delivery vehicle, returning to the ground floor of his rental in the commoner district. He tipped the delivery worker generously, shouldering the hefty meat bag that weighed well over 100 pounds as he made his way into his apartment. Carefully placing the meat bag down, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. The busy night, filled with substantial gains, had finally come to an end. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him like a tide. He quickly took a hot shower and then collapsed onto the hard wooden bed, instantly succumbing to profound slumber. The next day at noon, nearly 12 o'clock, Jiang Lu did not awaken naturally, but was jolted awake by the gnawing pangs of hunger. He bolted upright in bed, rubbing his growling stomach. Immediately, he sprang up and dashed to the bag of monster meat, disregarding any culinary finesse. He activated the old portable electric stove in the corner of the room and unceremoniously tossed the meat onto it for rapid grilling. Subsequently, he devoured nearly 10 pounds of meat in one sitting, only stopping when his abdomen began to protrude slightly, signaling the subsidence of his hunger. A warm surge of energy coursed through his body, invigorating him with newfound strength. After casually performing a set of punches to loosen his muscles, feeling the burgeoning spiritual energy within him and the solid foundation he had built, Jiang Lu nodded in satisfaction. After tidying himself up, he donned a fresh set of clothes and stepped out with renewed vigor. His objective for the day was clear: a medicinal bath. It was time for a lavish expenditure. Previously, he had been financially constrained, forced to settle for the basic, increasingly ineffective medicinal baths intended for lower-level warriors. Now, with over 1 million tower coins in his pocket, he was determined to indulge in something of a superior caliber. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and announced his destination, situated in the heart of the 9th level. Reputed to be the most professional and effective medicinal bath establishment, Lai Jiu Dui. After a brief journey of several minutes, the taxi stopped along a relatively quiet street. Jiang Lu paid the fare and alighted, gazing at the building before him, momentarily stunned. The facade of the establishment was rather unexpected, far from the opulence he had imagined. It was a somewhat weathered 3-story structure with a drab exterior. The sign was old and faded, with the lettering nearly illegible. It starkly contrasted with the lavish atmosphere of the previous establishment, Chu Shui Lan Ting. Am I at the right place? Jiang Lu muttered to himself, adopting a tentative mindset as he pushed open the glass door. Inside was an exceedingly simple lobby. There was no receptionist or front desk attendant, only a solitary self-service machine standing forlornly at the entrance. Jiang Lu approached the machine, and the screen automatically illuminated, displaying a straightforward menu of options. Please select a service. Level 1 Strengthening Medicinal Bath, 60,000 tower coins per session. Level 2 Purification Medicinal Bath, 150,000 tower coins per session. Level 3 Dragon Blood Medicinal Bath, 380,000 tower coins per session. Upon seeing the prices displayed on the screen, Jiang Lu was taken aback. 60,000 for the first level? This can't be right. He distinctly remembered that the medicinal bath he had experienced at Chu Shui Lan Ting had charged him a hefty 100,000 tower coins. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. His expression darkened instantly. Could it be that the 40,000 difference charged by that scantily clad, ambiguously skilled female therapist at Chu Shui Lan Ting was merely for additional services? After all this time, he had essentially paid 100,000 for a bath worth only 60,000. The remaining 40,000 had gone to waste on nothing more than a plate of vegetarian dishes. He had even thought that the therapist's skills were professional and attentive. What a blatant scam. A pure and shameless ripoff. Anger gnawed at Jiang Lu's teeth as he felt utterly duped. With a scowling face, he decisively selected the option for the Level 2 Purification Medicinal Bath on the screen and proceeded to swipe his bank card for payment. Beep. Payment successful. A deduction of 150,000 tower coins. A compartment beneath the machine clicked open, dispensing a plain white access card. The card bore no embellishments, simply printing the number 404. Room 404. Jiang Lu picked up the access card, feeling his mood lighten somewhat. Although it was pricey, the establishment had clear pricing and was a legitimate place for cultivation. The effect should justify the cost. Following the signs on the wall, he located an antiquated elevator and ascended to the 4th floor. Upon reaching room 404, Zhang Lu swiped the access card to open the door. The interior of the room was equally stark, bordering on barren. There were no superfluous decorations, no resting sofas. Only a large, somewhat aged cypress wood bathtub occupying the center of the room. The bathtub was connected to a complex network of pipes and heating apparatus, filled to a little over half with a deep-colored medicinal liquid, currently warm to the perfect temperature, emitting a soothing steam and rich herbal aroma. Now, this was more like it. Zhang Lu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he swiftly locked the door. In a matter of moments, he stripped down to just his underwear, eagerly stepping into the bathtub. As his body fully immersed in the thick, warm medicinal liquid, he gasped sharply, nearly moaning with pleasure. Countless pure and gentle medicinal energies surged through his pores and into his body like 1,000 tiny silver needles. A sensation far more profound, thorough, and blissful than what he had experienced at Chu Shui Lan Ting enveloped him. The fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days was gently soothed and mended by the potent medicinal forces at work. Zhang Lu completely relaxed, closing his eyes and allowing his consciousness to delve deeply into his body. He guided the medicinal energy, following the breathing technique imparted by Guji Gong, relishing in this luxurious cultivation experience. Chapter 69, The Unruly Old Shur. Zhang Lu soaked in the warm medicinal liquid, his pores wide open. He adhered to the unique and simplistic breathing method taught by Guji Gong, meticulously controlling his body to absorb the medicinal power. The teachings of Guji Gong were not some earth-shattering secret technique, but rather a skill in achieving exquisite control over one's body. With each breath, he could distinctly hear the quivering of every muscle fiber within him and the subtle sounds of his vital energies flowing. This sense of control enabled him to guide the medicinal energy more efficiently and thoroughly, leaving no room for waste. The deep, dark green of the medicinal liquid in the tub gradually lightened at a visible rate. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. Click, click. A familiar explosive sound emanated from Zhang Lu's body. Instantly, his vital energy surged, coursing through him with remarkable speed. The muscles beneath his skin quivered subtly, as if his bones had been reforged, emitting a jubilant resonance. 8th level, a sensation of power, even more formidable and substantial than before, flooded his entire being. An indescribable sense of comfort and transparency enveloped his limbs and bones. Zhang Lu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. The potion in the barrel had become crystal clear. Every trace of medicinal potency absorbed completely. Rising to his feet, he dried his body with a towel, donned his clothing, and left room 404 with a refreshing spirit. 8th level martial arts prowess. At the 9th tier, such a rank was sufficient to lead a medium-sized mercenary hunting team, granting him considerable influence and status. Who would have imagined that just over a month ago, he was merely a 2nd-level student, regarded as a failure by all, and yet he could ascend so astonishingly. Although the physical fitness test scores for college entrance examinations do not weigh as heavily as the awakening of psychic abilities, the emergence of a prodigy like Zhang Lu, with such an extraordinary level, would undoubtedly pique the interest of esteemed academies focused on martial arts training, making special recruitment nearly a certainty. Upon leaving the Dragon Blood Body Refinement Hall, Zhang Lu did not return home directly, but first sought out a bank to withdraw 150,000 in cash. The highest denomination available in the tower was 10,000, but aside from the affluent, few commoners would ever utilize it. Naturally, Zhang Lu did not exchange it, but opted for a more commonly used denomination of 1,000. The thick stack of banknotes felt heavy in his hands, imparting a tangible sense of security. He had long since made plans for this money. 100,000 was to repay Yunnan, as he could not forget the kindness she had shown him in his time of need. The remaining 50,000 was for Zhang Wei, that foolish lad. Zhang Lu recalled when he had just awakened, Zhang Wei had mentioned borrowing 50 yuan from him. Although Zhang Wei's family was not short on funds, it seemed he was under strict control, lacking pocket money, so this 50,000 should suffice him for quite some time. Having used a temporary wristband, Zhang Lu was unable to exit the tower for 7 days. This period was perfect for him to remain within the tower and invest the remaining 1 million into enhancing his own capabilities. The following day at school, Zhang Lu walked into the classroom and approached Yunnan's desk, pulling out a bundle of cash amounting to 100,000 tower coins, gently placing it on her desk. Yunnan, I borrowed 100,000 from you in a hurry before. Here it is back, thank you. Zhang Lu's tone was calm. Yunnan stared at the thick stack of cash on her desk, momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting together. She looked up at Zhang Lu, a hint of concern in her eyes. Zhang Lu, Where did you get so much money? Jiang Lu smiled, weaving a casual excuse. Don't worry, I won the lottery. Just lucky, that's all. I'm not in need of money anymore. Keep it. At that moment, Zhang Wei's ears perked up, and he quickly approached. His eyes widened as he glanced at the stack of cash, and then he patted Jiang Lu's shoulder with a mournful expression, saying, Luer, listen to brother's advice. You're still young. You must not stray down the wrong path. Selling hooks brings in quick cash, but that's a perilous road. In the future, you may not even be able to keep your dignity. Yunnan, we cannot accept this money. It's tainted. Jiang Lu rolled his eyes at him, and, without a word, pulled out another, noticeably thinner stack of cash from his backpack, stuffing it into Zhang Wei's arms. Here, this is for your father. Now, is it still tainted? Zhang Wei looked down at the pristine stack of bills in his arms, his eyes instantly lighting up. His expression transformed at an observable speed, shifting from righteous indignation to obsequiousness. He quickly stuffed the money into his pocket, then adopted a serious demeanor, declaring earnestly, What do you mean? Where is anything tainted? This is clearly earned through my brother Zhang's diligent work, through hard work. Yunnan, you must accept it. Do not let brother Zhang's kindness go to waste. Yunnan found herself both amused and exasperated by their back and forth. Seeing that Jiang Lu truly did not seem to be on a misguided path, she reluctantly shook her head and accepted the money. After a moment's hesitation, she looked at Jiang Lu and softly said, Jiang Lu, I haven't seen you at the martial arts hall for several days. Can you come tonight? I have some matters to discuss with you. Jiang Lu nodded in response. All right. I understand. I will be there tonight. Zhang Wei, overhearing this, perked up again, winking mischievously as he interjected, Family meeting? Can I join? I want to go too. Jiang Lu turned to him with a friendly smile. Of course, we just happen to need a human punching bag. Zhang Wei's smile instantly froze, his neck retracting as he awkwardly chuckled. Ah, well, a family meeting is such a private affair. I wouldn't want to intrude. You two carry on. Enjoy your discussion. With that, he hurriedly departed. After a day of classes, Jiang Lu returned to his rented room, quickly grilling a few pieces of monster meat to satisfy his increasingly insatiable appetite, before heading out towards the martial arts hall. As he entered through the familiar doors of the hall, he was greeted by the robust figure of Shi Qiangxin, who approached him with a beaming smile. Ah, little Jiang. Jiang classmate, you've finally come. Where have you been these days? The folks in the hall who used to train with you have been asking me daily when you would return. They're all your loyal customers. Shi Qiangxin rubbed his hands together, his tone warm. Jiang Lu observed the slightly awkward enthusiasm of Shi Qiangxin and chuckled. Coach Shi, I've been a bit more financially stable lately, so I'm temporarily not in need of money. Shi Qiangxin's eyes brightened, and he immediately raised the stakes. Oh, how about this? 50 for a session, right? I'll double it. 100. 100 per session. What do you say? Jiang Lu waved his hand dismissively. It's really not about the money. Shi Qiangxin gritted his teeth as if making a monumental decision. 200. 200 per session. This is truly my limit. Little Jiang, please help me out. Jiang Lu blinked, looking at him with a bemused expression. Coach Shi, when you offered me 50 per session, you didn't mention that your bottom line was 200, did you? Just then, Yunnan walked into the martial arts hall, spotted Jiang Lu, and waved at him with a smile, before heading to the changing room to get dressed. Seeing Yunnan, Shi Qiangxin seemed to have a thought, his expression shifting suddenly, and he stomped his foot, extending 3 fingers. 300. 300 per session. Little Jiang. No, Jianggu. This is truly the highest price I can offer. Any higher, I'll have to resort to begging for scraps. Jiang Lu shook his head, playfully fabricating. Coach Shi, let me be honest with you. I won the lottery. The grand prize, 5 million after taxes. What I'm worried about now is how to spend it. I truly don't need your 300. 5 million. Shi Qiangxin's eyes widened in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. In the next moment, his expression transformed from one of pained sacrifice to extreme enthusiasm, as if he had just encountered a deity. He unconsciously bent slightly at the waist, his tone obsequious. Ah? Look at my careless words. I failed to recognize the greatness before me. Young Master Jiang, your esteemed presence has truly graced our humble martial arts hall. Rubbing his hands together, he quickly shifted his tone. Young Master, given your newfound status, you surely require professional sparring partners, correct? Our hall boasts experts ranging from levels 7 to 8, to those at 1 or 2 to help you hone your skills. We guarantee attentive service, ensuring your martial arts training is nothing short of divine assistance, making swift progress. Jiang Lu found his rapid transformation amusing and casually inquired. Oh? How much for a sparring partner of comparable skill to mine per session? Shi Qiangxin's face blossomed into a radiant smile, extending 3 fingers. Not expensive at all. 3,000 tower coins per session. Absolutely worth it, I assure you. Jiang Lu could only respond with a blank stare. He nearly choked on his own saliva. This old Shi is rather deceitful. 3,000 for a match, yet he previously offered me only 50? Chapter 70. Pushing the Mountain? Jiang Lu was amused by Shi Qiangxin's brazen opportunism and his swift change of demeanor, reminiscent of a fickle merchant. Just as he contemplated teasing him, he heard Yunan's melodious voice emanating from the arena. Jiang Lu, don't mind Coach Shi. Hurry up here. Jiang Lu turned at the sound. Noticing that Yunnan had donned an elegant white martial arts uniform, standing on the spacious arena and beckoning him. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, a hint of excitement dancing within them. You summoned me here for a duel? Jiang Lu pondered, albeit with a sense of intrigue, and complied. Stepping onto the arena to stand opposite Yunnan, rather than launching an immediate attack, Yunnan extended her arms in a peculiar stance that Jiang Lu had never encountered before. Her expression shifted to one of intense focus, and the atmosphere around her grew heavy with concentration. Come on, Yunnan urged with a low voice, her gaze firmly fixed on Jiang Lu, not daring to be careless. Jiang Lu immediately assumed a steady defensive posture, fully prepared to receive her assault. He was curious about what Yunnan had in store for him. In the next moment, Yunnan made her move. Although her steps were not swift, they were deliberate and grounded, each footfall resonating with a dull thud upon the arena floor. As her palms moved, her motions appeared soft yet flowed with an inherent grace, concealing a unique technique of force application. What astonished Jiang Lu even more was that, at the moment she struck, he distinctly felt a faint layer of energy enveloping her palms. Focus on the dantian. Channel the energy to the bubbling spring. Draw strength from the ground, through the spine, connecting to the shoulder wells, and release it from the laboring palace. As Yunnan slowly and earnestly executed the palm technique, she recited the key points of energy cultivation with clarity. Her voice, though soft, was unmistakably clear to Jiang Lu's ears. Enlightenment dawned upon him. Yunnan was imparting her techniques to him, guiding him through an extraordinary palm technique step by step. Immediately, he concentrated, maintaining his defensive stance while absorbing the unique force behind her strikes. He meticulously engraved every detail of Yunnan's movements and every incantation into his memory. Blessed with exceptional martial talent and an intuitive understanding that surpassed the ordinary, he grasped the essence of this palm technique and the intricacies of energy manipulation almost simultaneously with Yunnan's demonstration. The more he experienced, the more astonished he became. This was undoubtedly an advanced martial art, though Yunnan possessed only a fourth-tier energy level, which limited her power. The energy she projected was as delicate as a cicada's wing, and when it struck his own formidable eighth-tier physique, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. However, Jiang Lu could vividly imagine that if a challenger of equal rank, or even of the fifth or sixth tier, were to endure this palm technique, the penetrating force and energetic impact embedded within each strike would undoubtedly cause considerable damage. This was a formidable martial art capable of challenging ranks beyond one's own. As the demonstration concluded, Yunnan gradually withdrew her stance, a sheen of perspiration adorning her forehead, clearly indicating that executing this technique had taken its toll on her. She lifted her sparkling eyes, a blend of expectation and playful mischief dancing within them as she gazed at Jiang Lu. So how was that? Did you remember the movements and incantations? Do you need me to demonstrate it in slow motion again? Jiang Lu shook his head, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. No need. I've memorized every word and movement without a flaw. He paused, unable to suppress his curiosity. What is the name of this technique? Old Wang said it's called the pushing mountain palm. Yunnan replied with a hint of pride in her tone. I had to grind at it for quite some time, and only recently did I finally master it. Although it consumes a lot of energy and cannot be sustained for long, its explosive power and penetrating ability are formidable. A warm current surged within Jiang Lu. He observed the new calluses forming on Yunnan's palms and understood that she had endured considerable hardship to secretly transmit this technique to him. This bond of friendship was profoundly significant. He suppressed his emotions, yet feigned a nonchalant demeanor, stroking his chin as he quipped, "Tisn't little Nan. Your brother has become a wealthy man, having won 5 million in the lottery. It seems I can no longer be the son-in-law of your family. Perhaps you should wait for me for another 2 years? Let me earn a few more small fortunes and come to marry you in style." Bah, a dog cannot spit out ivory. Yunnan blushed slightly at his teasing and shot him an exasperated glance. Who wants you to be a son-in-law? You should focus on improving yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me if you find yourself unable to even cross my doorstep due to insufficient strength. Speaking of the joint entrance examination, Yunnan's tone grew serious as she inquired, by the way, Jiang Lu, have you decided which university you want to attend? Do you have any goals? The hierarchy of the tower was starkly defined. In the context of the Indian caste system, those below the 10th level were considered Shudra, the lower class destined to create profits for the middle and upper tiers. Levels 11 to 20 represented the Vaishya, the middle class. enjoying a more prosperous life within the tower. Levels 21 to 30 were reserved for the Kshatriya, the upper class, where the majority of the tower's ruling elite resided. The remaining 3 levels constituted the Brahmin, an existence rarely mentioned in textbooks. The joint entrance examination of the tower was similarly stratified. Those below the 10th level competed in a unified examination venue known as the low-tier examination. Levels 11 to 20 comprised the mid-tier examination, where students enjoyed superior resources and significantly higher martial levels than their low-tier counterparts. Levels 21 to 30 represented the high-tier examination, a true stage for geniuses and scions of affluent families, largely unattainable for ordinary individuals. Of course, those from the low-tier examination who demonstrated exceptional performance or awakened unique abilities might receive special admissions from universities above the 10th level. However, most individuals still aimed for universities at the 10th level, which had clear score thresholds for direct enrollment. Those already situated at the 10th level enjoyed greater resources, naturally setting their sights on higher-tier universities. Each year, a minuscule number of slots in the mid-tier were allocated to the lower tiers, under the guise of opening up upward pathways to provide hope to the lower classes. Yet, in reality, these slots were predominantly monopolized by the various wealthy families of the 10th level for their own children. Individuals from the lower tiers, lacking mutations, were virtually unable to transcend their social class. This was why Jiang Hai could audaciously assert that without the Jiang family's backing, Jiang Lu would forever remain in the lower class. Jiang Lu, however, viewed this with a nonchalant smile. What's the rush? As long as I'm not snatched away by special admissions, once the results are out, if our scores are comparable, we can discuss attending the same university. Hopefully, we can bring along that fool Zhang Wei too. Yunan's eyes brightened at this, and she instantly extended her pinky. Then it's settled. Let us work hard together and strive to attend the same university. Zhang Lu also smiled, extending his pinky to seal the promise. But you need to step up your game. My current level is quite formidable. If some oblivious university snatches me up for special admissions, you might end up as classmates with Zhang Wei. Humph. Yunan tightly clenched her fist, brimming with confidence. Don't worry. I absolutely won't fall too far behind you. The two continued to practice on the arena for a while longer, primarily with Zhang Lu guiding Yunan through various practical applications of the pushing mountain palm. Eventually, as Yunan's energy waned and she began to pant, they concluded their practice and exited the martial arts hall together. By this time, the sky had darkened, the city illuminated by the glow of streetlights. Just as they stepped outside the martial arts hall, Yunan suddenly halted in her tracks. The smile on her face instantly vanished, her expression clearly shifting to one of tension. Subconsciously, she took a quick step to the side, creating distance between herself and Zhang Lu. Sensing her unease, Zhang Lu followed her gaze and observed that at the entrance of the martial arts gym, instead of the usual black luxury sedan that transported Yunan, a modest gray sedan was parked by the roadside. The window of the car slowly descended, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with flecks of gray at his temples. His facial features were well-defined, and his lines were strong. Even while casually seated, he exuded an air of authority and pressure, as if he had long held a position of power. Yunan, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, lowered her head and hurried to the side of the car, exclaiming, "Dad, what brings you here?"